Ding! Welcome to the dream survival game of sad existence. Your singular objective is to strive for survival. Please bear in mind the following rules. 1. Do not harbor illusions. Death in the game equates to true demise. 2. Each player begins with a fragment of a dream. The game abounds with peril. Wisely utilize dream energy to construct your refuge, as it is the foundation for your survival. 3. Each round lasts 7 days, after which you will advance to the next game. Do not succumb to apathy, or you will face elimination. 4. New players are granted a 3-day protection period, during which the system will provide hints. Utilize this information judiciously. 5. Do not easily trust the goodwill of other players. They may covet only your resources. Only through continuous self-improvement can you enhance your chances of survival. 6. This round is set in a distorted world, culminating in a calamity known as the 7 Days of Desolation. Prepare yourself before disaster strikes. The main quest will be announced shortly. Wishing all players an enjoyable game. Dream, refuge, survive. Qin Feng rubbed his throbbing temples, the bizarre voice echoing in his mind. Upon awakening, he found himself in a peculiar dreamlike realm. Dream game? He gazed around in astonishment, the voice in his head seemingly affirming his thoughts. He had merely indulged in a night of heavy drinking. Little did he anticipate that a single slumber would transport him into this strange game. Momentarily bewildered, detection indicates player has awakened. Please construct your refuge promptly. The voice resonated in his mind once more. Refuge. The earlier voice had mentioned that this world is fraught with danger, and a refuge is essential for a player's survival. It is imperative to hasten the construction of his haven. As this thought crossed his mind, a prompt materialized. Consume dream energy to construct refuge. Current dream energy 100. Do you wish to proceed with construction? He clicked yes. A whirlwind sensation enveloped him, and as his awareness returned, Qin Feng found himself standing upon solid ground. Is this my refuge? He surveyed the dilapidated wooden cabin before him, questioning if it was not a tad too shabby. The interior was barren, with nary a piece of furniture to speak of. A rickety, moldy wooden bed and a crackling campfire constituted the entirety of his meager possessions. Clad in threadbare attire, Qin Feng couldn't suppress a shiver. The dire environment, coupled with hunger and fatigue, plunged his spirits into despair. At that moment, something materialized before Hema weathered monitor, approximately 14 inches in size, abruptly floated into view. Qin Feng reached out to touch it, only for his fingers to pass through. It was insubstantial. Suddenly, the darkened monitor flickered to life, displaying a flurry of static that made him break into a sweat. After a brief pause, the monitor illuminated, revealing a layout with sections labeled Region Shop Messages Management Group My Personal Info Tools Refuge. Upon entering the region, the display indicated Zone 1001, with an online count of 100,000,100,000. 100,000 people? Qin Feng was taken aback by the sheer number. Yet not a single person had posted or communicated. Could they all be silent zombies? As he hesitated to speak, a message popped up. Hey, is there anyone alive? This inquiry seemed to dispel the collective hesitation, sparking a torrent of responses. Wow, there's a living person. I thought the 100,000 were all zombies. I was too scared to say anything. Where am I? Is this still domestic territory? I keep hearing some chatter about a survival game. Am I dreaming? Indeed, my friend, the Qing dynasty is doomed. Who's peeing yellow? Wake up the one above. Folks, who understands? I won 2 million in the lottery, and before I could enjoy it, I ended up here. Who's got it worse than me? You're kidding, right? Everyone knows our lottery has a mechanism to prevent winning. Even if a reborn soul comes, it won't help. The messages flew by rapidly, the conversation chaotic and disjointed. Seeing no useful information, Qin Feng exited and turned his gaze to the right. He then entered the shop page, which was eerily empty, indicating that new players had no items to trade. The messages window mirrored the shop's desolation. Finally, Qin Feng accessed his personal information, and a series of data appeared. Player: Qin Feng strength. 6. Greater strength means greater impact. Your abdominal muscles are rather pronounced. Constitution: 7. A stronger constitution enhances resilience. It's evident that a single punch would leave you crying for mercy. Mood: 70100. A low mood can lead to despair and lethargy. You don't appear particularly cheerful at this moment. Mental: 12-12 using skills will deplete mental energy, which recovers at a rate of 1 per hour. Insufficient mental energy may lead to madness currently. This attribute can be disregarded. Overall strength. White skills. None note. The average strength and constitution of the youthful and elderly on Blue Star is 6. You have bypassed 2 decades of struggle, prematurely entering middle age, singularly dragging down Blue Star's average. Evaluation. Weakling, are you capable? Apologies for dragging down the standards of Blue Star's youth. Qin Feng scoffed internally at the derisive personal description, relieved that it was comprehensible. However, what does it mean to have an overall strength of white? Could there be a spectrum ranging from red to purple? This seemed plausible, considering that according to the voice in his head, this was indeed a dream survival game. Everything defied conventional logic. On the right side of the messages was the management group. In stark contrast to the bustling region, the management group comprised fewer than 10 individuals, with scant chat records, occasionally punctuated by users sporting animal avatars. Their voices were grating. Grey Wolf, ha! This bunch of piglets is truly amusing, thinking that merely constructing a refuge would grant them peace of mind. Fox, indeed. Isn't this a delightful spectacle? Cod, I rather hope these piglets don't perish too quickly. It would diminish the amusement. Qin Feng frowned at the discourse in the management channel. These individuals seemed unlike ordinary players, watching from a distance as if relishing the chaos. To refer to players as piglets while looking down from their lofty perch was quite irksome. As he noticed the input box vanish, indicating a muted status, he clicked only to discover the system informing him of insufficient management privileges. What on earth does insufficient privileges mean? With a perplexed expression, he switched back to the region. Returning with lingering questions, he sought any mention of the strange management group. After some time, his curiosity deepened. What is going on? He scrolled through the historical chat records, only to find no one had ever mentioned the management group. To unravel this mystery, Qin Feng casually sent a private message to someone in the region. Hey, could you send me a screenshot of your system panel? After a while, with no response, he approached the most active ID in the region with the same request. This time, he received a reply, but not the information he desired. Bro, do you believe in light? Qin Feng's lips twitched. It seemed he had encountered a two-dimensional enthusiast. Desperate for useful information, he pinched his nose and replied with feigned enthusiasm. I believe. Then, are you willing to don black stockings and transform into a werewolf for the sake of light? What the hell? Qin Feng felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. He was on the verge of losing it, yet still replied, willing. So, bro, where's that screenshot? Heh, it's a deal. Then I'll send you the screenshot, and you show me the black stockings. Qin Feng nearly regurgitated his last meal, but upon receiving the screenshot, he immediately blocked this peculiar enthusiast. Gazing at the screenshot of other players' system windows, Qin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be? Is my system panel the only one displaying the management group window? Chapter 2. The first expedition. After multiple verifications, Qin Feng confirmed that he had been drawn into an extraordinary group. The members were few, yet their tone and demeanor suggested they occupied the role of administrators. Administrators? Thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind. This meant that he could potentially access valuable intelligence through the management channel. Perhaps there existed a way to escape the dream game and return to reality. This was crucial for his survival in the times to come. In my personal information, he found the shelter, Dream Shelter Level 1 area, 25 square meters, doors and windows, 100 durability, walls, 150 durability, special items, none note. The level of the dream shelter increases with the level of the dream. Enhancing the dream level can strengthen the shelter and unlock additional functionalities. Currently, the dream level stood at 1, and the next upgrade required 150 points of dream energy. The system provided no explanation on how to acquire dream energy, making it improbable to elevate the dream level in the short term. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. When the shelter was constructed, the system had indicated that the tool module was unlocked. Upon entering it, he was greeted with a crafting list, which prominently featured a shield, leather shield durability, 10 crafting materials, wood 5, animal hide 1 note, a piece of armor without any power enhancement, sturdy, durable, and easy to craft, capable of defending against small aberrant creatures' attacks. However, do not place excessive expectations on it. In the face of larger aberrant creatures, flee, lest your body crumple first. When Qin Feng attempted to craft it, he was informed that a workbench was required. The workbench? Scrolling down, he found the crafting information for the workbench in the second-to-last line. Workbench quality: white crafting materials, stone 20, wood 10, iron or 5. Examining the materials required to create the workbench, Qin Feng stroked his chin in contemplation. At this stage, he possessed neither wood nor stone, let alone iron or, aside from the leather shield, the crafting list included leather armor, tables, and other furniture. Although he could not craft them yet, it affirmed his objective moving forward. To create a workbench, after browsing the crafting list, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the backpack on the side of the list. Backpack quality: white note. A gift from the system. Each player starts with a backpack size of 10, with a stacking limit of 10 for identical items. When storing food, spoilage occurs 20% faster. Having confirmed the information about the shelter, he surveyed his surroundings. The place was barren. Apart from a bed missing 2 legs and a campfire, there was nothing of substance. The uneven, damp floor exuded a musty smell of decay. It might be wise to see what others were doing. Summoning the system page, he was surprised to find the management group engaged in lively conversation. Fox. These piglets are so complacent, thinking that completing their shelters means they can rest easy. How naive. The disaster is just beginning. Cod. Who could argue? Seeing these leisurely piglets makes me want to string them up one by one. They should know that the newbie protection period is precious exploration time. Yet they waste it so frivolously. Grey Wolf. Cod. Don't say that. Weren't we the same when we first entered the game? Don't you find these piglets somewhat endearing? Fox. Hee hee, but the first player to slay a monster in this game world receives generous rewards. To be honest, I'm a bit tempted. Snow Rabbit. Now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit tempted too. How about we place a wager? Let us guess how many of these piglets will die tonight. ILL put up 20 blue-grade copper ores and 10 green-grade iron ores. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. These individuals were actually betting on the lives of players. From the chat, he gleaned 2 pieces of information. Firstly, these people seemed to have been players themselves, and secondly, items existed in tiers. From Snow Rabbit's words, it could be inferred that the tier above white was likely green, and above green was blue. Beyond this information, Qin Feng was particularly intrigued by Fox's remark. The first player to kill a monster in the game world would receive substantial rewards. Was this some kind of system reward? Through the dilapidated window of the shelter, he gazed into the inky darkness, where towering trees loomed, forming an endless forest that faded into the distance, evoking a sense of oppressive, profound fear. Qin Feng resolved to venture outside. Being able to observe the management group was an advantage over other players. If he allowed fear to paralyze him, he would be unable to transform the intelligence gained into benefits. This was akin to knowing treasure lay ahead but hesitating out of fear of unforeseen mishaps. In such a case, it would be better to dash against a wall. Before heading out, he needed a decent weapon for self-defense. Scanning the room, his gaze landed on the corner where a moldy wooden bed lay. The bed, missing 2 legs, tilted awkwardly in the corner and was clearly unusable. Rather than waste it, he decided to repurpose it. Striding forward, he delivered a powerful kick to it. With a clang, Qin Feng found himself holding a leg about a meter long. He tested its weight and found it satisfactory. Next, he needed to test its strength. He hoped it wasn't just rotten wood that would snap at a touch. Gripping the bed leg, he swung it down hard against the bed frame. Qin Feng felt the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitch, and his arm trembled involuntarily. A tingling pain shot through his right hand, holding the makeshift weapon. He felt a surge of joy. The leg's strength exceeded his expectations. The fierce strike left only an imprint on the bed. He detached another leg from the bed, tore his jeans into strips, and wrapped them around one leg to create a makeshift torch. An announcement appeared: torch quality, white note. A crudely made torch that provides illumination over a certain range, burning for 20 minutes. The flickering flame highlighted Qin Feng's long, hairy legs, and he smiled, revealing bright red lips and white teeth. For a first-time torchmaker, he had done quite well. Although his legs felt a bit chilly, he had no regrets. If he could earn a kill reward, all this investment would be worthwhile. Fully prepared, Qin Feng pushed open the wooden door of the shelter, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing the torch to sway as he noticed another player exiting the shelter. The management group sprang to life. Fox, look, another piglet has ventured out. I hope he doesn't retreat, like the last one who barely lasted 5 seconds before being scared back. Cod. Haha. Fox, I think you might have misjudged. This piglet clearly came prepared. I reckon he could be the first player to hunt an aberrant creature. Fox. Humph. He certainly looks imposing, but just look at his physique. P.S. a scrawny one. P.S. probably delivering himself right to the aberrant creatures. Cod. How about we place another bet? I wager this piglet will survive. Qin Feng kept a close watch on the management chat. Infuriated that these two were making bets based on him, you're the skinny one. May your entire family be skinny. He had noted down their usernames, and if he ever encountered them, he would make sure they understood why the flowers bloomed so red. Chapter 3. The first to take the plunge. The night was dark as ink, the sky resembling an enormous inverted pot. Qin Feng did not overestimate himself. Holding the torch, he explored the vicinity of the shelter. When his gaze fell upon a towering cypress, a prompt appeared. Cypress, white, can be chopped down. As he picked up a fist-sized stone, the system notified him that he had acquired stone, white, 1. This discovery brought him great joy. Hastily checking his backpack, he found indeed that stone 1 had appeared. Soon, Qin Feng realized that not all stones could be used as crafting materials. Only those that were smooth and had a regular shape would yield a prompt for stone acquisition. The same applied to wood. Picking up branches did not yield wood. After circling the shelter, he found that the remaining burn time of the torch was 14 minutes, and he had not encountered any aberrant creatures. Instead, he had gathered 4 units of stone. Looking into the darkness that the torch could not illuminate, Qin Feng decided to venture further away from the shelter. During this time, he learned from the management group that other players had also exited their shelters. Time was of the essence for him. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng halted his steps, straining to listen. He heard the unmistakable sound of something crunching leaves. Confirming it was not his own footsteps, he moved slowly towards a cypress tree. Pressing his back firmly against the trunk, letting out a breath of relief. With the cypress at his back, he no longer needed to worry about an attack from behind. Pointing the torch in the direction of the sound, he found nothing. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his focus razor-sharp. The sound of crunching leaves grew clearer, and this time it was accompanied by the foul stench of decay. A cold wind suddenly swept in from the side. Qin Feng ducked just in time, swinging the wooden stick down fiercely. With a dull thud, the stick struck something, producing a muffled sound as the creature that had attacked him rolled forward. There it was. Raising the torch, the flames illuminated the creature that had assaulted him. It was a gaunt black dog. No, the creature before him could no longer be called a dog. It was something else wearing a dog's skin. The black dog was covered in rotting flesh, exuding a foul stench. A large portion of its abdomen was missing, exposing its rib cage, while its eye sockets were hollowed out, resembling 2 gaping holes. At first glance, it appeared to be a skeleton draped in decaying flesh. A prompt floated above the black dog's head. Aberrant hound strength, 3 constitution, 5 overall strength, white note. During the disaster, numerous creatures were infected by a virus that invaded their brains, transforming them into aberrant beings that act solely on instinct. Be careful not to be bitten by aberrant creatures, as the virus spreads 100% through blood. This creature's weakness is fire. High temperatures can kill the virus and damage the aberrant being's already sparse muscle tissue. So this is what an aberrant being looks like. Qin Ming cast his gaze upon the aberrant hound before him. Gripping the wooden stick in his hand tightly, the attributes of the aberrant hound were not particularly formidable, and a grown man's strength could easily contend with it. The true dilemma lay in the virus it carried. With a 100 transmission rate through its blood, should he suffer even a single bite, certain death awaited. Fortunately, this creature had an aversion to fire, and the torch in his hand was the key to victory. Qin Feng cautiously advanced, noting that even in its aberrant form, the black hound retained the habits of its former life. With its limbs braced against the ground and its head lowered in a menacing snarl, it attempted to roar. However, its vocal cords had long since decayed, resulting in a sound akin to phlegm caught in the throat. Qin Feng pondered how to strike the aberrant hound with the torch. It suddenly lunged at him. What a stroke of fortune! Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly, realizing that unlike ordinary creatures, the transformed black hound had lost its fear of fire. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming swung the torch with great force, striking the hound squarely on the head, the impact sending it crashing into the withered leaves nearby. Sparks flew. Flames ignited upon the hound's decaying flesh. transforming it into the perfect fuel, igniting in an instant. Yet, even as it became a living torch, the aberrant hound felt no pain and continued to advance toward him. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng turned and fled. The seeds of victory had been sown. The hound's demise by fire was merely a matter of time. There was no need to take unnecessary risks at this juncture. Moreover, the aberrant hound was not particularly swift, allowing him to easily evade it while maintaining a safe distance. Man and beast, one fleeing, one pursuing. 10 minutes passed. With a thud, the relentless aberrant hound, succumbing to the searing flames, collapsed, never to rise again. Qin Feng refrained from approaching hastily, opting instead to observe the roaring inferno from a distance. Ding. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for being the first to hunt an aberrant entity, earning the achievement of first to eat the crab and receiving a blue-grade supply crate. Please continue your efforts. In the next instant, as the hound fell, a voice from the system echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Coming to his senses, he beheld a supply crate exuding a faint blue aura materialize before him. Gently descending to the ground beneath a parachute's pull, a blue-grade supply crate. Qin Feng's mind buzzed with excitement, his spirits lifting. If his assumptions were correct, white represented the lowest quality of supplies, followed by green. With blue surpassing green. It was well known that the most valuable items traded among the management group were blue-grade. The rarity of blue-grade supplies became clear to him in that moment. Finally, he understood why even those within the management group placed such importance on the first hunting reward. A blue-grade crate was unlikely to be surpassed in quality for some time. Stowing the supply crate away, Qin Feng did not rush to inspect its contents, instead approaching the fallen aberrant hound. He had not forgotten that he was in the wilderness, where danger could lurk at any moment. It would be prudent to wait until he returned to the shelter to open it. The flames upon the hound had already extinguished, and it seemed a peculiar force existed in this world. Not only had the flames on the hound been quelled, but even the withered leaves that had ignited earlier had also been snuffed out by this same power. In a normal forest, an uncontrolled fire would have surely consumed half the woodland. Earlier, he had worried that the blaze might spread uncontrollably to the shelter, but it now appeared his concerns had been unfounded. Ding! Aberrant entity detected. Would you like to decompose the body? As Qin Feng approached, a prompt materialized above the corpse of the aberrant hound. Decompose? Gazing at the charred remains that could not be more dead, he pondered what could possibly be extracted. Suppressing his discomfort, he chose to proceed with decomposition. Ding. Decomposing the aberrant hound's body yields aberrant organs 1, bones 5, rotting flesh 5, and decayed fur 10. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Resembling coal. As expected, there was nothing of value. What a disappointment! As he lamented, the area became abuzz with the echoes of system notifications. Who is this Qin Feng, and what is this aberrant entity? The upstairs fool. Did your language teacher pass away early? The system clearly stated that this round's game world is the aberrant world, and thus, aberrant entities must exist. A blue-grade supply crate, you say? Is it true that supplies have tiers? Brother, I can confirm that there are tiers. When I first ventured out, I encountered a supply crate that displayed a white tier, yielding a bottle of mineral water and 3 pieces of bread. By the way, what is this achievement? Is that Qin Feng privy to some insider information? Otherwise, how could he dare venture out at night? Does anyone know this Qin Feng? Chapter 4, Skill Card. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Feng felt the tension in his body dissipate, replaced by a wave of fatigue, particularly in his legs, which ached intensely. He snapped the collected branches in two and tossed them into the campfire to keep the flames alive. Although these branches were not suitable as timber, they could serve as fuel in the next moment. Qin Feng's spirits soared as a supply crate radiating a soft blue aura appeared in his arms. The crate was lightweight and modest in size, adorned with intricate carvings that shimmered with brilliance. Ding! Detecting a blue-grade supply crate. Would you like to open it? Open it! With a whoosh, a burst of white light flashed, and the blue-grade supply crate vanished, revealing several items on the ground. Old-fashioned pickled cabbage beef noodles, 6-pack, quality. White note. This instant noodle is made using traditional methods, with no preservatives added. It is safe to eat, but offers little nutritional value. Consuming it will provide a minor boost to morale. A box of old-fashioned pickled cabbage noodles, regrettably not a 12-pack, yet sufficient to address his immediate food concerns. If he rationed carefully, it could last him 3 to 4 days. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. Accelerated physical exertion from exploration would drain his energy, and failing to conserve food would lead to physical decline. An untenable situation. Mineral water, 500 milliliters, quality, green note, sweet, cool, and refreshing. This pure natural mineral water is rich in various beneficial organic compounds that enhance physical condition and immunity, making it a rare beverage. Green quality water. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, as it could simultaneously improve immunity and physical condition. An invaluable find for a newcomer to this dreamlike game without access to medical resources. He eagerly twisted open the cap and took a hearty gulp. The taste was sweet and refreshing, leaving a subtle fragrance lingering on his palate, smooth and gentle, delightful. Looking at the mineral water in his hand, he realized it was the best-tasting mineral water he had ever encountered. Ding! Consuming green quality water increases physical condition by 1. A delayed system notification prompted Qin Feng to quickly check his personal information, revealing that his physical condition had risen from 7 to 8 after drinking the mineral water. It appeared that in this game, players' attributes were not fixed and could be enhanced through various means. Qin Feng took another sip, waiting for a moment, yet no notification of a further increase in physical condition followed. It seemed the enhancement effect only applied to the first consumption. Antibiotics, 12 tablets, quality, white note. A potent antibacterial medication, essential for preventing bacterial and fungal infections during explorations. What a valuable find. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed. Antibiotics like these were in high demand, as no one could guarantee they would remain unscathed. Even if he had no immediate use for them, they could be traded for considerable supplies. Stowing away the antibiotics, Qin Feng turned his attention to the final item, an unassuming light blue card. The card glimmered faintly, semi-transparent and smooth, exuding a cool sensation when held. The front bore an exquisitely carved image of a boot, while the back featured an intricate carving of a devout traveler gazing into the distance, with the card's information materializing, Windrunner quality, green note. Crushing this skill card allows for learning. Each use consumes 3 points of energy and significantly increases player speed, with a maximum enhancement of 100 dependent on proficiency. The effect lasts for 1 minute. A skill card. Qin Feng stared at the card in his hand, realizing its immense value, an overwhelming joy swelling within him. Even without fully understanding what a skill card entailed, its green quality signified its preciousness. Doubling his speed would undoubtedly enhance his survival capabilities during future explorations, drastically increasing his chances of survival. Any hesitation would be an insult to the skill card. Without a moment's delay, Qin Feng crushed the skill card, which transformed into a stream of light that surged into his body. Instantly, the information regarding the Windrunner skill flooded his mind. Checking his personal information, player, Qin Feng strength, 6 physical condition, 8 morale, 6100 energy, 1212 overall strength, white skill. Windrunner. The previously empty skill section now displayed the Windrunner skill. Opening the skill details, he noted a line indicating proficiency. This must be the proficiency mentioned in the skill description. Currently, it stood at 0%. Using the Windrunner skill would increase proficiency, and upon reaching 100%, the skill would provide a full doubling of speed. Windrunner. Qin Feng silently repeated the name, feeling his body become astonishingly light. He felt as if he could compete with Usain Bolt's record in the 100-meter dash. Once the effect of the Windrunner skill wore off, his body felt heavy, as if his legs were filled with lead. Returning to its familiar state, his energy dropping from 12 to 9, after tallying the spoils from the supply crate. Qin Feng contemplated the materials obtained from decomposing the aberrant hound. Bones, decayed flesh, and fur. All 3 were white-quality crafting materials. The bones could be ground into bone meal for fertilizer, while the flesh and fur could be used to create corpse oil lamps. Searching through the crafting list, Qin Feng found the information for the corpse oil lamp. Corpse oil lamp quality. White required materials. Decayed flesh 1, fur 1, glass 2, wood 2 note. A lamp made from the flesh of aberrant entities. The scent produced when burning can mask the player's presence, significantly reducing the chance of detection by aberrant entities. The function of the oil lamp stirred his heart. Such a lamp would prove invaluable whether venturing out to explore or hunting aberrant creatures, or even hanging in a refuge to deter attacks. Lastly, there was an unknown aberrant organ, its purpose a mystery. Before the campfire, Qin Feng retrieved a bucket of instant noodles, peeling back the cup lid to gnaw on it. Although he reminisced about the flavor of the noodles, he was far from extravagant enough to have excess water for boiling them. Entering the area, he observed others engaged in various activities, yet was startled by a flood of private messages. The count reaching 99, he clicked on one of the messages. "Handsome. I just turned 18 this year, pure and innocent with no prior experiences, delicate and obedient, eating little, just a sausage, 2 loaves of bread, and a fruit salad daily. I seek an older brother to adopt me, in exchange for a meat bun." Qin Feng's chewing momentarily halted. Goodness, a sausage, 2 loaves of bread, and a fruit salad daily, and she claims not to ask for much? He himself lacked such provisions. It was as if a turtle from the pond had emerged, come to make wishes. He promptly blocked her and moved to the next message. "Bro, the blue supply crate must have yielded some good stuff. All thanks to the Blue Star people, I'm trading a Rolex for food. Just enough for 2 days will suffice. You 1T lose out." After reading several messages, he realized they treated him like a wishing well, with not a single one desiring a genuine transaction. Chapter 5. The Deal. Upon entering the area, he saw many players merely treading water. Shrimp Slide is impressive, having swiftly hunted aberrant creatures and selflessly shared their weaknesses, unlike a certain someone with the surname Qin who feigns ignorance. Indeed, the big shots were truly models for our generation. Speaking of which, does anyone have food to spare? Haha, true. Following Shrimp Slide's guide, I successfully found a white supply crate, which yielded a bottle of water and a starch sausage. I never imagined the starch sausage could be so delicious. Bro, I envy you. I opened a white supply crate and received 10 units of rubber and 2 units of glass. What use are these to me? They can't be eaten. Upstairs, just finding a supply crate is already fortunate. I circled the refuge and only picked up a few twigs. Who spread the rumor of supply crates? During this time, it seemed many players had left the refuge and made some gains. One player's name was frequently mentioned, gaining high popularity among the player community, and there were some who deliberately tried to undermine his reputation. As for being Ed, who was Qin Feng, he would never allow himself to be morally coerced and chose to ignore such remarks. Scanning through the records, he understood the situation. This player was named Shrimp Slide. Following closely behind him were players who successfully hunted aberrant creatures and shared some of their experiences in the area. Aberrant creatures feared fire. Without an open flame, one could strike the aberrant creature's head to disrupt the virus controlling its body, thus defeating it, among other strategies. Reading through Shrimp Slide's summarized experiences, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, talent is never in short supply, even in dire circumstances. Qin Feng felt a twinge of respect for someone like Shrimp Slide. He knew he could never share the intelligence he had obtained for free. The fact that aberrant creatures feared fire was an obvious clue, but the method of striking their heads to kill them must have come from first-hand experience. Reflecting on his own encounter with aberrant creatures, he realized it had been a stroke of luck. Had he not crafted a torch and delayed himself, the first kill reward would have been his. He was aware that Shrimp Slide had access to the management group for information, and he had nearly been outpaced. Truly a formidable individual, he silently noted that name. Exiting the area, Qin Feng took out the half-full bottle of mineral water he had, hesitating before deciding to put it up for sale, eager to craft a workbench as soon as possible. The appearance of Shrimp Slide instilled in him a sense of urgency. With 500 milliliters of water remaining, he divided it into 20 milliliter portions and listed 10 for sale, seeking various materials in exchange. He kept 200 milliliters as a reserve. 20 milliliters of water was just a small sip. If it were ordinary water, it would likely languish unsold in the shop, as no one would trade 10 units of resources for it. However, water that could permanently enhance physical attributes was of a different value altogether and warranted the price. To better promote the water, Qin Feng shouted into the area. Water that permanently enhances physical attributes and immunity is available. Players interested may visit the shop. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. His shout immediately attracted attention. Wow, 20 milliliters of water for 10 units of resources? That is highway robbery. Who would buy that? Fool. This isn't ordinary water. Didn't you see the description? It permanently enhances one's physical attributes. Goodness, I'm still hungry. This big shot is already drinking green quality water. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to spare a slice of bread? I'll wear black for you. Seeing the promotional effect take hold, Qin Feng smiled faintly and exited the area. To ordinary players, A sip of water might be inconsequential, but for those striving to stand out in this survival game, the allure of a permanent attribute boost was likely compelling. Soon, a private message pinged him. Upon glancing at the name, he was surprised to see it was the renowned Shrimp Slide. Qin Feng's smile morphed into something more sinister. The bait he had cast was quickly taken by a fish. Shrimp Slide got straight to the point. Qin Feng, I am very interested in the water you possess. How about these 2 items in exchange? If that doesn't work, I have other things. In the private message box, Shrimp Slide sent 2 screenshots, one of beast skin and the other of beast sinew, both white-quality crafting materials. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Beast skin and sinew could not be obtained from aberrant creatures. Did this aberrant world still harbor normal biological life? It was plausible, considering Blue Star had undergone several mass extinction events, each time giving rise to new species that adapted to the environment and thrived. Even if normal creatures existed, it was not surprising. Shrimp Slide must be quite formidable, not only hunting aberrant creatures but also other life forms. As his thoughts whirled, Qin Feng responded, "This is green-quality water. Although it's only a sip, its true allure lies in the permanent attribute boost. The beast's skin and sinew are nice, but they are merely white quality." Qin Feng spoke candidly, indirectly conveying his refusal. And Shrimp Slide understood his meaning. Water that could permanently enhance attributes was indeed enticing. Such an opportunity was rare, likely only obtainable from blue supply crates. His previous offer was merely a test to gauge Qin Feng's value. Having completed his assessment, Shrimp Slide sent another message. "Qin Feng, I suspect you wish to craft a workbench, right? To be frank, I do not possess any materials of white quality or above. I'll share what I have for you to choose from." In a generous gesture, Shrimp Slide sent a screenshot of his available materials. Goodness, he certainly did not treat Qin Feng as a stranger. As he scrolled down through the screenshots, Qin Feng was astonished to see iron ore, a necessary material for crafting a workbench. Stunned, he realized he had no reason to be polite. Among the assortment of materials, Qin Feng selected iron ore, beast skin, and beast sinew, sending the message, "I'll take these. If you agree, let us proceed with the trade." Not so fast. Iron ore is essential for crafting a workbench, and you know its value. Coupled with the beast skin and sinew, it exceeds the value of 10 units of resources for your water. You'll need to provide me with 2 portions of food to make up the difference. After some contemplation, Qin Feng acknowledged he was asking for too much, but these materials were precisely what he sought. 1 portion of food will suffice. After some bargaining, the 2 parties finalized the deal, both agreeing to utilize the shop for the transaction. Shrimp Slide was skeptical of Qin Feng's credibility, and conversely, Qin Feng held his reservations about Shrimp Slide. Thus, the shop became their best option. Upon completing the transaction, Qin Feng had finally gathered enough materials, including iron ore, to craft a workbench. He glanced at the water he had listed in the shop. Not a single portion had sold, but he remained unhurried. The fact that Shrimp Slide sought him indicated that even players of his caliber struggled to accumulate 10 units of resources and needed to message him. The likelihood of others being able to produce 10 units was slim. When dawn broke, that would be the moment when a significant number of players truly ventured out from the refuge to explore. At which point resources would become more abundant. Just as Qin Feng was about to rest, another private message arrived. "Hello, I have a weapon blueprint that might be of interest to you. Can we discuss?" A blueprint? As Qin Feng reclined beside the campfire, half of his body propped up, he was invigorated. This was something he had longed for but had yet to obtain from a blue supply crate. In this survival game, a weapon was of utmost importance. Lingyu, observing this name, Qin Feng pondered briefly. It was quite a feminine name, and he hoped the individual was not merely boasting, wishing not to be disappointed. "What type of weapon blueprint do you have? Please show me." Chapter 6. The innate blueprint of the sacred body. A screenshot appeared in the chat box. Crossbow. Materials required. Wood 5, rubber 2, beast sinew 1. Note: first time crafting includes 20 arrows, maximum range 50 meters. Can easily penetrate the skulls of medium to small-sized prey. Lethality is determined by the user's strength. It was indeed a weapon blueprint. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He understood that not all blueprints were created equal, and weapon blueprints held a higher value among the various types. A suitable weapon was crucial for exploration. With this crossbow, Qin Feng believed he could easily handle encounters with creatures like aberrant dogs, avoiding the need to resort to evasive tactics. He knew the value of this blueprint. Had it not been for his sister's injury, He would never have considered trading it. I need 100 milliliters of the water you're selling, along with enough food to feed 2 people. Even with preparations in mind, Qin Feng was still taken aback by Ling Yu's exorbitant demands. For a moment, he felt as though she viewed him as a wishing well. It is impossible. Your demands are excessive. While the blueprints for the crossbow are indeed valuable, what I possess is merely a modest quantity of green-quality water. I can offer you no more than 20 milliliters of water along with a single portion of food. This is unacceptable. I require at least 50 milliliters of water and sustenance for 2 individuals. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, recognizing that a negotiation was possible. He was not a person of rigid thinking. 40 milliliters of water is my bottom line, but I cannot spare any more food, as my own supplies are limited. The campfire cast a warm glow upon Ling Yue's fair and delicate visage, and she frowned at the paltry offer presented to her. Beside her, Ling Xue observed her sister's expression. Her own face drained of color, resembling parchment. Sister, did the other party make an unreasonable request? If so, perhaps we should forego the trade. Acquiring that blueprint was no small feat. Fear not. I am currently negotiating. The green quality water can significantly enhance immunity and aid your injuries. I will ensure we secure it, Ling Yue replied, biting her crimson lip as she glanced at her frail sister in the corner. Her shoulders sagged. If Ling Xue's wounds were not addressed, any subsequent medical supplies would merely serve as a temporary measure, leaving lasting consequences. Steeling herself, she resolved to act. In contrast to Ling Yue's internal struggle, Qin Feng appeared relaxed. Fully aware that the upper hand rested with him, unperturbed by the prospect of the other party walking away. After a moment, Ling Yue reached a decision. Very well, I shall agree to 40 milliliters of water. But you must also provide an additional portion of food. This is essential for my sister's survival and cannot be diminished further. With her words spoken, Qin Feng ceased to haggle. Though the Ling sisters were not closely related to him, he was not the sort to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Moreover, the blueprint was far too tempting to resist. Agreed. But I have heard your sister is injured. Do you truly need this item? Qin Feng inquired, sending a screenshot of the antibiotics to Ling Yue. You possess antibiotics? The astonishment in Ling Yue's voice was palpable, even through the screen. I was merely fortunate enough to acquire a single vial. The quantity is limited. You understand the worth of antibiotics. If you desire them, you must present me with something enticing in return. Otherwise, I shall not make the trade. At that moment, the roles had shifted. Qin Feng had become the one to make demands. Antibiotics might not hold much allure for other players, but for someone injured, they represented a life-saving opportunity, their value undeniable. I also possess another blueprint. Would you consider exchanging it for your antibiotics? Qin Feng exclaimed, genuinely surprised. He had initially intended to make a mere inquiry, not anticipating that he would uncover something of value so soon after entering the survival game. He produced 2 blueprints, and seeing the Ling sisters' astonished expressions, he could only imagine the envy it would evoke in the other players. The statue of the goddess of fortune, crafting materials, would 10. Note. The statue of the goddess of fortune is a special ornament. By praying daily, the gaze of the goddess will be cast upon you, granting her blessings and potentially enhancing your luck. Whether you believe or not, may the goddess be with you. Upon viewing the screenshot sent by Ling Yue, Qin Feng hesitated. 1 blueprint seemed of little value, yet it could prove to be of significance. The concept of luck was rather ethereal, intangible, and elusive. However, given their current situation in this dreamlike game, perhaps luck was not as unattainable as it seemed. With the mindset that there was little to lose and much to gain, he agreed to the trade. Very well, I will exchange this blueprint for 2 vials of antibiotics, plus I would like you to answer a few questions. With Qin Feng's consent, Ling Yue's anxious heart settled. She had little faith in the blueprint, and as long as the questions posed were not an attempt to tease her, she had no objections. Go ahead, she replied. Qin Feng wasted no time in voicing his inquiries. Isn't a dreamscape meant for a single person? How did you and your sister end up together? Before entering this game, my sister and I shared a bed. Upon awakening, we found ourselves together in this dreamscape, though the specifics of how it occurred remain unclear to me. Had he misunderstood? Was his initial assumption flawed? If this were the case, could it be that a group of individuals could manifest together in the same dreamscape simply by being in proximity before entering the game? Such an advantage in survival would be immense. Having obtained this information, Qin Feng posed another question. What is the story behind the blueprints you possess? They seem quite numerous. Ling Yue did not withhold the truth. The blueprints I hold were obtained from resource crates at the entrance of our shelter. All 3 crates yielded only blueprints, with no other items. It was during this time that my sister sustained her injuries. 3 resource crates. Qin Feng felt a pang of envy. It was as though the fates had smiled upon them, providing 3 crates merely for stepping outside. How had he not experienced such fortune? He had only managed to scavenge a few stones while wandering around the shelter. Do you have any other questions? No, you are indeed fortunate. Fortunate? I assumed everyone faced similar circumstances. A surge of impulse welled within Qin Feng, as if he wished to strike out in disbelief. Awakening from an uncomfortable slumber, Qin Feng found himself roused by the chill in the air. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the campfire was nearly extinguished. No wonder he felt cold. He hastily tended to it, as it was his sole source of warmth. Stretching his neck, he heard a series of crackling sounds. His body ached from having slept on the ground, an experience he wished to avoid repeating. Once, he checked the shop, noting that all the water he had put up for sale had been purchased. In an instant, his resources swelled, granting him a taste of newfound wealth. With the materials required to craft the workbench finally gathered, he could at long last fulfill his long-held desire. Workbench quality. White note. Can craft white quality tools. Can be upgraded. Upon upgrading, can craft green quality tools with a very small chance of producing specialized attributes. Chapter 7. The statue of the goddess of fortune. Qin Feng was taken aback. The workbench could indeed be upgraded. Not only could the upgraded workbench produce green quality tools, but it also had a chance to yield specialized attributes. Was this merely a tantalizing promise from the system? Upon reviewing the upgrade requirements, he realized that he would need green quality wood and iron ore, neither of which he could currently procure. Thus, he decided to proceed with crafting the crossbow first. After studying the crossbow blueprint, he clicked to create it. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a grand, imposing crossbow materialized before him, accompanied by a quiver filled with 20 arrows. Crossbow quality. White durability. 10 note. This weapon, the crossbow, is bound to the player and cannot be traded. Once the blueprint is learned, it can be crafted repeatedly. As the attributes of the crossbow appeared before him, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The blueprint for the crossbow lacked a specified quality, yet the crafted crossbow was of white quality and non-transferable. A hypothesis formed in his mind. Could the quality of the crossbow be contingent upon the materials used in its creation? If only white quality materials were employed, then only white quality weapons could be produced. To validate this theory, Qin Feng crafted a leather shield, and as expected, it too was of white quality. What surprised him, however, was that the leather shield did not carry the same trade restrictions as the crossbow. He attempted to list both the shield and the crossbow in the shop. The crossbow was promptly denied while the shield was allowed. It appeared that there were many secrets regarding the workbench yet to be uncovered. Not wishing to conduct further experiments, Qin Feng decided to wait until he had acquired more materials to clarify the situation. He then crafted the statue of the goddess of fortune, a beautifully carved wooden figure standing 50 centimeters tall, which he placed in a prominent position, hoping it would bring him good fortune. With the remaining wood, he assembled a set of low-quality furniture, a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Low-quality wooden table quality. White note. A low-quality wooden table with no additional value. Use with caution. Do not subject it to a load exceeding 100 kilograms, lest it cease to function. As expected, the low-quality furniture was of subpar quality, but it was certainly better than having none at all. At least he would not have to sleep on the ground that night. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng surveyed the shelter with satisfaction. It could now be considered a habitable space. Ding. The main storyline has been updated. The map function is now available. Players are encouraged to complete the main storyline tasks to gain permission points after this round of gameplay concludes. For more details, please refer to other modules. Permission points. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was something he had long coveted. He quickly checked. My tool module now boasts 2 additional functionalities. One of these is the main storyline. Understand the truth behind the world's destruction. Current progress, 0, while the other pertains to the map function. The main storyline consisted of a single, succinct sentence with no further guidance, indicating that players would need to explore on their own. A daunting task indeed. Turning to the map function, he opened it to reveal a red, indicating the location of his shelter. He learned that every player's map radiated outward from their own shelter. with explored areas illuminated and unexplored regions appearing in gray. Familiarizing himself with the new features, Qin Feng switched to the regional chat, where he found many players lamenting their circumstances. What is this main storyline nonsense? How am I supposed to know about the world's destruction? I can barely find enough to eat, let alone ponder the truth. What are permission points? This damn system speaks in riddles. Can it be more straightforward? Offering berries for sale, limited quantity, discounted prices. Interested parties may proceed to the shop. Hey, does anyone know what these aberrant organs are for? I hunted a mutated creature and received this disgusting item upon disassembly. If it's useless, I'll just toss it. By the way, is anyone looking to form a team? I, XXX, am looking to assemble a strategy group to explore the truth behind the world's destruction. Upon joining the gathering above, I humbly request a piece of bread, for hunger gnaws at me. As I perused the conversation area, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the management group, captivated by the discussions therein. Grey Wolf. These swine are truly amusing. One among them has discarded a mutated organ as refuse, utterly lacking in discernment. They shall surely weep for their folly, codfish. It makes my blood boil. The mutated organ is the universal currency in the realm of distortion. What a bunch of blind fools, treating something of such importance as mere trash. Have they not considered how the system could possibly decompose worthless items without reason? Grey Wolf. Speaking of which, what has become of that fox? Could it be that he lost his wager yesterday and is sulking in a fit of pique? The notion of a mutated organ, that universal currency, piqued my interest, and I eagerly anticipated the ensuing dialogue. Yet, just as vital information regarding the mutated organ was within reach, the topic in the management group was diverted. The prospect of obtaining this critical information slipped away like a cooked duck taking flight. Leaving me vexed, I retrieved the mutated organ from my backpack. This unsightly object was indeed a form of currency, yet I pondered how to utilize it. Alas, it was a riddle I could not unravel. I resolved to let fate guide me. Acknowledging the significance of the mutated organ as a crucial resource, I committed to collecting as many as my finances would permit. I posted a task in the shop to procure mutated organs at a rate of 1 unit of resource. Regardless of whether anyone would respond, I thought it prudent to set it up. To my surprise, it was not long before I received a notification of a successful transaction. Craft a corpse oil lamp. This artifact is essential for warding off the mutated entities, provided the flame does not extinguish. Once I had secured the corpse oil lamp at my waist, I approached the statue of the goddess of fortune, clasped my hands together, and feigned reverence. May the goddess be with me. Stepping out of the shelter, a stream of information materialized before my eyes. The weather was clear, with a temperature of 24 C. Perfect for venturing outdoors. I consulted the map and easily located my current position. The map of the distorted world was divided into 4 regions: rainforest, volcano, desert, and ruins. The positioning of players' shelters was influenced by their initial thoughts during construction. Each region emphasized different resources. For instance, the volcanic area was abundant in ores, while the rainforest yielded ample timber. Upon examining the map, I discovered that my location was at the intersection of the ruins and the rainforest, presenting me with 2 options: to explore towards the ruins or to delve deeper into the rainforest. Swiftly, I resolved to head towards the ruins, for they held remnants of civilization from before humanity's downfall. The thought of uncovering artifacts from a lost era thrilled me. I yearned for authority points more than anyone else, eager to fulfill the main quest, and the ruins were an essential destination. With the weather fair and visibility unimpeded, I could clearly discern the distant silhouettes of abandoned urban structures. The journey was rather monotonous. After trekking for half an hour, I felt a sudden contraction in my bladder. The urge to relieve myself overtook me. Aiming at a nearby tree, I prepared to do my business when a series of squeaks echoed above. In the next moment, something struck my head, a seed rolling down to my feet. I looked up to see an enormous squirrel baring its teeth at me. The shock nearly gave me a heart attack. Mutated squirrel strength, 5 constitution, 7 overall power, white note. Following the disaster, some squirrels adapted to their environment and mutated, developing new factions. Though their strength has significantly increased and territorial instincts have heightened, they still inherit their ancestors' timid genes. Fear not, confront it. Chapter 8. Clarity Fruit. Is this truly a squirrel? I mused, observing the creature, which was the size of a dog. Its attributes rivaled those of an adult. With my shield raised defensively, I dared not let my guard down, aiming my crossbow at the squirrel. I felt a twinge of uncertainty. The crossbow's lethality against such a creature would be limited, and a miss would prevent me from delivering a fatal blow. My confidence in my archery skills was minimal. As I lifted the crossbow, the squirrel seemed to sense the imminent danger, emitting a fierce screech that pierced the air like a rat's cry before darting into the dense canopy, vanishing from sight. What? I gaped, astonished that it had fled. Indeed, this was the timid gene mentioned in the prompt. I was bewildered but profoundly impacted. Ensuring the squirrel would not return with reinforcements, I circled the base of the tree, scrutinizing my surroundings. Suddenly, my gaze fixed upon a resource crate. Perched upon a branch approximately 3 stories high, a white crate was wedged amidst the verdant foliage. The crate was well concealed among the lush leaves. Had I not shifted my position, I would never have noticed it. How cunning, to hide a resource crate in such a manner. It was fortunate to discover the crate, yet retrieving it posed a dilemma due to its elevation. After circling the tree trunk, I estimated that the cedar tree had a radius of around 70 to 80 centimeters. Such a robust tree could not be felled without tools. Moreover, I had witnessed the formidable squirrel vanish into the treetops. Felling the tree might provoke an entire family of squirrels. I could handle one, but if several appeared, even Bear Grylls would concede defeat. Climbing the tree? I pondered another approach. However, upon closer inspection of the crate's height and considering the risk of a squirrel attack midway, this method, though seemingly safer than cutting down the tree, could lead to a precarious situation. It seemed that the white resource crate was destined to remain beyond my reach. As I contemplated abandoning my pursuit of the crate, the clatter of arrows from my quiver inspired a thought. Might the force of the crossbow bolt dislodge the crate? This approach was indeed feasible. I retrieved an arrow, set it on the crossbow, and with precision, I aimed and fired in one fluid motion. The arrow struck the crate upon the branch, imparting a significant jolt that caused it to sway. The crate, previously balanced between the branches, began to tilt precariously. Seeing the opportunity, I drew back and fired again. This impact proved sufficient to disrupt the crate's equilibrium, and with a final lurch, it tumbled from the branch. I gathered the scattered arrows and located the crate in the underbrush. Ding! White resource crate detected. Would you like to open it? Open! A flash of white light enveloped me as I unlocked the crate, acquiring 3 units of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, 5 units of rubber, and 2 flints. Flint! Just as I had hoped, the issue of ignition was resolved. I stored the resources away. Just as I prepared to leave, I was drawn to a vividly colored plant nearby in the grassy expanse. A low-growing fruit-bearing shrub stood out strikingly, resembling a resplendent peacock among a flock of drab hens. It was immediately apparent that this fruit tree was exceptional. The tree reached up to the chest of an adult. Yet despite its diminutive stature, it was laden with bright red fruits. These crimson orbs, glistening like garnets, swayed in the breeze, reflecting a delectable sheen under the sunlight. I approached and plucked one of the fruits. And information about it appeared before my eyes. Clarity fruit quality, green note. A rare mutated fruit, crisp and delicious. Consumption enhances mood and energy levels, providing rejuvenation. When used at night, it enhances vision for a duration of 4 hours. Goodness! My eyes widened in astonishment at the effects of the clarity fruit. A green quality fruit with numerous benefits, including the enhancement of vision. This was a treasure for players navigating the night. I wondered just how much it could improve one's sight in that moment. My perspective on the clarity fruit tree transformed. I no longer saw merely fruit, but a veritable fountain of wealth rolling in. If I could transplant this tree, I could continuously harvest clarity fruits. However, soon I regained my composure. A stark reality loomed. Given the current conditions of the shelter, any attempt to transplant might result in the demise of the clarity fruit tree. What a pity! I had no choice but to abandon the idea of transplantation for now. I would wait until my dream level increased, and the shelter could support the growth of the clarity fruit tree. Only then would I attempt to transplant this remarkable specimen. After harvesting 30 clarity fruits, I reluctantly bid farewell to the tree, marking its location on my map. As I traveled, I took one of the clarity fruits, rubbed it against my pant leg, and took a bite. The juice burst forth, fresh and crisp. Instantly, the fatigue from my journey dissipated, and my vision sharpened significantly. Truly, The effects of this green quality fruit were impressive. I was certain I could fetch a good price for it in the shop. Nonetheless, I was not in a hurry. My primary objective now was exploration. I felt as if fortune smiled upon me today. A simple act of nature led me to a treasure chest, and opening it revealed clarity fruits. I was undoubtedly the favored child of fate. Reflecting on my good fortune, I couldn't help but think of the statue of the goddess of fortune. Could it be that this string of luck was bestowed upon me by her? My mind whirled with the possibility. In the past, I would have scoffed at such notions, but having traversed into this dreamlike game, I found it hard to dismiss. May the goddess be with me, I silently intoned, turning back to offer the remaining fruit seed as a tribute to the goddess. As I continued on my journey, a private message from Shrimp Slide arrived. Qin Ming, I see you are acquiring mutated organs in bulk at the shop. Do you know their true purpose? I know not. I am merely a benevolent soul, inclined towards charity, unable to bear witness to the suffering of my fellow denizens of Blue Star. Shrimp Slide must be a dog by nature, sniffing out the scent of opportunity. Haha. Qin Feng, you truly possess a knack for spinning tales. If you were truly benevolent, even a sow could scale a tree. Do not be so quick to deny. I approached you with something extraordinary, guaranteed to make your heart soar and your spirit itch. I had no intention of being deceived by Shrimp Slide, yet his fervent words piqued my curiosity. Do you comprehend the workbench? One must understand that it is crafted from the resources acquired from the hands of Xiaohua. With leeks classified into various grades, and undoubtedly, Xiaohua represents the pinnacle of excellence. Oh, let me express, I possess a discerning eye. Qin Feng has always exhibited boundless patience towards leeks, particularly with the extraordinary potential of Xiaohua. Without any hesitation, Xiaohua sent a screenshot. Qin Feng, intrigued, opened it to reveal a white-quality machete, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. Indeed, Xiaohua is formidable. While the majority of players are reduced to begging for sustenance, he has already procured a weapon. However, Qin Feng harbors no envy. When it comes to white-quality weapons, the crossbow is a far superior ranged weapon compared to the machete. The only lamentation is the absence of arrow crafting blueprints. Were there blueprints for arrows, this weapon would unleash its full potential in his hands. Chapter 9. Intelligence Exchange. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, sent a screenshot of the crossbow to Xiaohua. After a moment, a roar of discontent erupted from Xiaohua. What the hell, are you joking? I painstakingly acquired a machete, thinking myself quite impressive, only to find it pales in comparison to your crossbow. Yet, it cannot be understated. In close combat, your machete is indeed more useful than my crossbow. Qin Feng chuckled, offering a token of consolation. Leeks require proper care and maintenance to thrive robustly. Who, under the circumstances, would engage in hand-to-hand combat when ranged solutions are available? Xiaohua brimmed with jealousy. The crossbow, a weapon of formidable ranged lethality, is unquestionably superior to a mere machete. Nevertheless, in comparison to most players, Xiaohua is already quite the anomaly. In the screenshot, it was evident that Xiaohua's arms were adorned with a layer of leather armor, a feat Qin Feng had yet to achieve due to insufficient materials. This implied that Xiaohua had hunted more than one beast, a feat Qin Feng had not managed. By the way, I have just harvested some wild fruits. Do you need any? Wild fruits? It seems even you, Qin Feng, can offer such commonplace items. Xiaohua felt a slight sense of balance restored. Wild fruits were plentiful during his explorations, and with the arrival of day, numerous players emerged from their shelters, rendering wild fruits a common commodity and a staple in shops. Yet, before Xiaohua could articulate a refusal, his eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the chat window, almost bursting with disbelief, the effects of the brightening fruit left him speechless. What had he just said? Such a swift slap to the face. This was no ordinary wild fruit. What kind of wild fruit possesses such numerous additional effects? Give him a ton, and watch him transform it into his staple food for every meal. Initially intending to showcase his prowess to Qin Feng, he now found himself outshone, feeling a sense of defeat in Qin Feng's presence. Qin Feng, I originally came to extract information from you, yet I find myself utterly captivated. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of pride. This was precisely the effect he desired. If I don't pique your interest, how can I persuade you to part with your valuable items? He humbly replied, it's merely luck on my part. I am not as remarkable as you imagine. Have you decided what to offer in exchange? Be it information on mutated organs or brightening fruits, you understand their worth. Qin Feng laid his cards on the table, confident that Xia Hua was astute enough to provide a satisfactory price. I possess no resources above white quality, but I do have a substantial quantity of ores that you may find useful. Xia Hua shared screenshots of his resources. Qin Feng was taken aback by the wealth displayed. Xia Hua's stock was indeed more abundant than his own, including a significant amount of iron and copper ores. This fellow must be situated in the volcanic region. It seemed the only plausible explanation for how Xia Hua amassed such a quantity of ores. He needed to subtly ascertain whether Xia Hua could sustainably acquire these ores. One brightening fruit is worth 10 units of resources. Information on mutated organs is a flat rate of 500 units of ores. No negotiations. 500 units of ores. Xia Hua rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Qin Feng, are you certain you haven't mistakenly added an extra zero? This isn't some wishing well, and 500 units of ores is beyond my reach. However, curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of information warranted such a high price. From what Xia Hua knew of Qin Feng, he was not one to give away such valuable information lightly. You have not misread. The information on mutated organs is indeed worth 500 units of ores, and I stand by this valuation. Qin Feng was aware that he was asking for a steep price, especially on the first day of survival, a sum no one could afford. However, just because no one could afford it did not mean he should lower his demands. The information regarding mutated organs was, to him, worth this price. It is essential to realize that in the current world, it is akin to discovering a substitute for currency ahead of time. The wealth accumulated from such an early advantage is incalculable. Qin Feng's confidence made Xia Hua gasp, heightening his desire for the information on mutated organs. Yet 500 units of ores was no trifling amount, particularly given that he had only recently discovered a vein of iron. With an efficiency of 10 units of iron mined per hour, if he could not find a way to improve his mining efficiency, 500 units of iron would require 50 hours of labor. And Xia Hua could not afford to toil away for Qin Feng without rest. This was not merely a matter of affordability. It was a waste of his precious time, detrimental to the development of his shelter. With a sigh, Xia Hua remarked, Qin Feng, to be honest, I discovered a vein of ore, which is why I possess so much iron. Frankly speaking, your price is beyond my means. No one in this region can afford it. I cannot sacrifice my sustenance to work for you. A vein of ore, indeed. Xia Hua is a fellow with extraordinary fortune, confirming some of Qin Feng's suspicions. Xia Hua is correct. At this stage, no one can afford 500 units of ores. But from the outset, Qin Feng had no intention of collecting 500 units of white-quality ores. Ultimately, white-quality resources will be phased out, and a vein of ore must contain more than just white-quality ores. That is his true objective, Qin Feng proposed. You can substitute 500 units of ores with 100 units of green-quality or 50 units of blue-quality ores. Qin Feng's words hinted at some intelligence while also testing Xia Hua's response. Sure enough, Xia Hua's eyes flickered with understanding as he quickly processed the implications of Qin Feng's words. Green-quality ores surpassing blue-quality? Though he had suspected this, hearing confirmation from another's lips was a first. So, green quality surpasses blue quality. Have you confirmed this, Qin Feng? Indeed, do you not find this dream survival game somewhat reminiscent of the online games we play? I have currently verified that the highest quality is blue quality, and I surmise that above blue quality lies purple quality, and possibly beyond that, orange quality or other tiers. Qin Feng shared some of the knowledge he had gathered. Xia Hua nodded in agreement. I have also observed this. And furthermore, resources above white quality possess unique effects, such as the green quality mineral water you sold, along with the brightening fruit currently in discussion. Qin Feng succinctly relayed the information he had gathered, though he was wise enough not to reveal the existence of the management group, his greatest trump card. Xia Hua also shared his organized insights. The two were astonished to discover that their conclusions aligned astonishingly in many aspects, both impressed by the other's analytical prowess. Particularly for Xia Hua, Qin Feng had always exuded an air of mystery, and this brief exchange only deepened his sense of intrigue. Qin Feng, I accept your terms. However, mining resources above white quality requires corresponding quality mining picks. Currently, I can only craft white quality picks, and my stock of ores is insufficient for a lump sum payment. I can only offer them in installments. All right, no problem. Upon hearing Qin Feng's agreement, Xia Hua sighed with relief. He had feared the lack of trust might lead to a refusal from Qin Feng regarding installment payments. As he worried about the potential for a fallout to IT, seemed he had been overly cautious. Chapter 10. Gentleman's Agreement. Xia Hua's disclosure to Qin Feng was not born of altruism but rather self-interest. He was merely the first to discover this vein of ore, and it was only a matter of time before others found it. By bringing Qin Feng into the fold, he bound their interests together, ensuring that in times of difficulty he could seek assistance. Qin Feng understood Xia Hua's intentions, yet he too required a stable, long-term source of ores. Collaborating with anyone was advantageous, and if he could secure such a deal with Xia Hua, it would be ideal. I will also keep an eye on the mining pick situation. Qin Feng indicated his stance. That is splendid. Xia Hua clenched his fist, knowing the deal was sealed, then inquired, by the way. Qin Feng, what did you do before entering the dream game? Qin Feng, unsure of Xia Hua's motives, casually replied, I was involved in civil engineering. Wow, a big shot in civil engineering. Definitely not someone to be trifled with. What about you? Oh, I dabble in pyramid schemes. Heh. Pyramid schemes. Quite the heavyweight even in Blue Star. No wonder you can spin such elaborate tales. Qin Feng, shall we establish a gentleman's agreement, prioritizing internal consumption of valuable items? A gentleman's agreement? You and I? Do we appear to be gentlemen? The two were embroiled in a game of wits, each possessing a multitude of ulterior motives, yet they spoke of a gentleman's agreement. Xia Hua, undeterred, replied, Who says only gentlemen can form such agreements? Come on, this benefits both of us, does it not? Agreed. Qin Feng did not delve into the semantics of gentlemanliness. A verbal agreement held little binding power. Both were astute individuals, and this was merely a means of maintaining their relationship. After reaching an accord, Qin Feng divulged the information regarding mutated organs to Xia Hua. Qin Feng, how confident are you in this information? Qin Feng smiled. What do you think? Xia Hua ceased his inquiries. The fact that Qin Feng was procuring mutated organs at the shop spoke volumes to ND. I must acquire the aberrant organs swiftly, lest you seize the opportunity first. With gritted teeth, Xia Hua contemplated that aberrant organs serve as a currency. This intelligence is explosive, and it is no wonder that Qin Feng immediately proposed 500 units of ore. The worth of this information undoubtedly exceeds expectations. Xia Hua felt a surge of relief, grateful for his sagacity and keen insight, which spared him the anguish of parting with 500 units of ore. For now, only he and Qin Feng possessed knowledge of the aberrant organ's intelligence. Presenting vast potential for maneuverability, Qin Feng shrugged, spreading his hands with a smile. Xia Hua's reaction was anticipated, for he too had acquired the information under similar circumstances. The two struck an agreement. Xia Hua would refrain from trading the aberrant organ intelligence with others, while Qin Feng would remain unrestricted. Completing this transaction left Qin Feng nearly destitute, and Xia Hua lamented his impoverished state, vowing to toil in mining to repay his debts before concluding their dialogue. Suddenly, his resources became abundant. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng assessed the acquisition status of the aberrant organs. The 50 units of materials he had listed were sold out in an instant, converted into 50 aberrant organs. He took stock of his possessions, listing the less crucial items for the procurement of aberrant organs. After trading with Xia Hua, he was left with 27 Mingmu fruits, which had a short shelf life. Should they rot in his backpack, it would be a considerable loss. After deliberation, he decided to put 10 up for sale, with each Mingmu fruit exchanging for 4 aberrant organs or equivalent materials. While harvesting the Mingmu fruits, he noted that many remained unripe on the trees. By the time he consumed all he had, the fruits would be ripe for picking once more. There was no need to hesitate over trading these green-quality fruits. Qin Feng's fervent acquisition of aberrant organs naturally attracted attention. When Xia Hua joined the fray, it became even more conspicuous, sparking discussions and prompting inquiries about the uses of aberrant organs, with some attempting to impose moral constraints. Such individuals are ubiquitous in any world, prompting Qin Feng to swiftly retreat into a shadowy corner. To his astonishment, someone had begun trading aberrant organs for green-quality Mingmu fruits, and they were snatched up the moment they appeared. What purpose do these aberrant organs serve? Truly absurd. I was merely a second too slow, and the Mingmu fruits vanished before my eyes. Look, even the esteemed Xia Hua has commenced trading for aberrant organs, and is doing so long-term. Brothers, I sense that aberrant organs hold significant importance. Otherwise, the big shots would not be acquiring them. Let us play it safe and not throw away the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. You up there, play it cool. Wasn't it your grandson who just snatched 3 Mingmu fruits in one go? Who do you think you're fooling? As for the regional information, Qin Feng paid it no heed. Any further discussion would be mere speculation. Until the true purpose of the aberrant organs is revealed, all talk is futile. Even if Qin Feng were to step forward and share the intelligence on aberrant organs, there would be those who would maliciously speculate and accuse him of trying to monopolize the trading benefits. Of course, he would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. Qin Feng continued his exploration, halting after an hour to listen intently as the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Confirming that he had not misheard, he adjusted his course, veering toward the grassy area on his right. After traversing less than 1,000 meters, the sound of rushing water grew louder. After another 10 minutes, a small stream appeared before him. This stream, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, boasted crystal-clear waters, revealing the pebbles beneath. In shallower areas, the water barely reached his ankles, while deeper sections plummeted 2 to 3 meters. Leaning down, Qin Feng dipped his hand into the icy water, reminiscent of subterranean springs. His action startled the fish and shrimp below, which swiftly vanished from sight. After a brief wash, Qin Feng remained cautious, refraining from drinking the water despite its clarity. He would not forget that he was in a world of aberrations, a place long since ravaged and transformed over countless years. Who could say whether the natural water sources harbored any viruses or the like? The visage of the aberrant beings was deeply etched in his mind, and he was determined not to let his guard down and become one of them. Just as Qin Feng prepared to rise, he suddenly heard the sound akin to a whip cracking, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. The pursuer, activating his skill, he moved with astonishing speed. Rolling away from his previous position, a sharp croak rang in his ears. To his dismay, a vividly colored frog, roughly the size of a basin, appeared 3 or 4 meters behind him, its bright red, floppy tongue retracting languidly. This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such a large frog. Its wrinkled skin was covered in pea-sized bumps, and for someone with a fear of clusters, a single glance was enough to deter a second look. Its kaleidoscopic colors were overwhelming. Without a doubt, this creature was the one that had attacked him. Glancing back at the spot where he had lingered, he saw a patch of grass torn away by its force, exposing the dark soil beneath. The ripped grass was ensnared by that very tongue. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched in alarm. He was fortunate to have evaded that tongue. Otherwise, it would have ripped a chunk of flesh from him. The information about the frog materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. Poison dart frog, plus version, strength, 5 constitution, 6 note. A mutated individual of the native poison dart frog. Fond of congregating near water sources, possessing agile tongue techniques and fearsome venom. Beware of its tongue, for if ensnared, you may find yourself at its mercy and become its meal. Chapter 11. Poison dart frog. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. The poison dart frog possessed formidable attributes and was a gregarious creature. Its presence indicated that numerous poison dart frogs resided near the stream. At that moment, the frog's tongue retracted into its abdomen, and Qin Feng's pupils constricted to pinpricks as the tongue shot forth with the force of a projectile. The speed was such that it crackled through the air. Qin Feng leaped, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Even with the pursuer's skill active, a certain distance must be maintained to ensure sufficient reaction time. With a loud thud, earth flew in all directions, witnessing the attack miss and strike the ground. Uprooting a patch of grass sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine. Is this truly still a poison dart frog? Qin Feng scoffed, turning to flee. If the commotion attracted other poison dart frogs, escape would become impossible. And dealing with even one was a daunting task. However, to his astonishment, the scene before him defied his understanding of a frog's speed. Surely, no frog could surpass him in swiftness. Yet, the reality proved him wrong. In a breathtaking display, the basin-sized poison dart frog leaped into the air, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters. Its long legs trailing behind it pursued him with astonishing speed. Damn! Qin Feng cursed, raising his crossbow to shoot, but the agile poison dart frog not only evaded the arrow but also closed the distance. As the effect of the pursuer's skill faded, Qin Feng activated his speed once more. Fleeing away from the stream, Gradually, he began to gather intelligence on the poison dart frog. It was swift and agile, yet its attack methods were singular. During their chase, it had only employed its tongue as a means of offense. The tongue attack was fearsome, yet its retraction was cumbersome, with a certain delay between strikes. Now was the moment. Timing it perfectly, Qin Feng rolled to the side, dodging the poison dart frog's tongue attack, and found refuge behind a tree. Unbeknownst to him, he had been pursued far from the stream, deep into the dense rainforest, surrounded by towering trees. The terrain greatly hindered the frog's tongue attacks. The opportunity had arrived. With a resounding crack, he caught a glimpse of the tree bark splintering as the poison dart frog's tongue licked away a patch of decayed bark. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng emerged, targeting the frog as it leaped down, releasing an arrow from his crossbow just as he shifted his position. The poison dart frog had no means of evasion. The arrow struck deep into its pale abdomen. 10 minutes later, with a Mingmu fruit clamped in his mouth, Qin Feng climbed a tree and observed the seemingly lifeless poison dart frog, resembling a heap of rotting flesh. To ensure the frog was truly dead, he remained in the tree for 30 minutes. Raising his crossbow, he aimed for the frog's head, releasing an arrow until the creature's forehead was punctured with arrows, granting him a sigh of relief. Descending from the tree, he approached the poison dart frog's corpse, crossbow in hand, maintaining his vigilance. Upon reaching the frog's body, he delivered a firm kick, taunting, "You thought you could chase me?" Collecting the scattered arrows around him, he counted only 16, for others had gone missing and could not be found. Suppressing his disgust, Qin Feng proceeded to dissect the poison dart frog, yielding frog meat 10, venom sac 1, aberrant organ 1, frog skin 1, aberrant organ. Qin Feng was astounded. He had always believed that aberrant organs could only be produced by aberrant beings and never expected to obtain them from dissecting a mutated creature. Checking his backpack, he indeed found a bright red tongue, the very aberrant organ. The aberrant organ from the aberrant hound was its heart, while the poison dart frog's was its tongue. Thus, it appeared that different organisms possessed distinct aberrant organs. While tallying his spoils, Qin Feng took note of the frog's skin, which was vividly colored and covered in bumps, nearly triggering his fear of clusters. This would not do. It was too nauseating. If he fashioned armor from such skin, he might question its durability, but he would undoubtedly be repulsed. Better to sell it in a shop and disgust others. Lastly, he examined the venom sac. Venom sac quality. White note. The venom sac of the poison dart frog, obtained by slaying the creature, contains a potent neurotoxic hallucinogen. A single drop is enough to kill prey 10 times its size upon contact with blood. Qin Feng was elated at the sight of the venom sac, for it was undoubtedly the greatest reward for slaying the poison dart frog, as it could be used to craft poisoned arrows. The arrow, coated in venom, could, without exaggeration, slay a creature 10 times the size of a poison dart frog with but a single shot. As long as Qin Feng could drive the arrow into his prey, he could merely await the grim task of collecting the carcass. The only regret was that the toxin was effective only against mutated beings. The flesh of aberrations remained untouched by its lethal grasp, and the meat of the poisoned prey was rendered inedible. After consuming a few eye-opening fruits, Qin Feng took a moment to rest. Restoring his energy to an adequate level, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had it not been for the restorative properties of the fruits, his pursuer's skill would have remained dormant, and he might have perished beneath the tongue of a poison dart frog. This experience imparted valuable lessons. Henceforth, he resolved to always prepare ample provisions for energy recovery and morale enhancement during his explorations. The corpse oil lamp at his waist had extinguished during the recent skirmish, and he rekindled the wick. Gazing toward the stream, he knew he could not venture further until his strength was sufficient, should he encounter a throng of poison dart frogs with his current capabilities. He would be utterly at a loss. While water resources were crucial, one must possess the means to obtain them. After restoring himself, Qin Feng opened his map to confirm his location and was pleasantly surprised to find himself closer to the ruined city. The direction of his recent escape leading straight toward it. Approaching the desolate remnants of civilization, the dense forest receded, exposing the skeletal structures of buildings to the earth, a stark desolation that struck him. He stepped onto a piece of red brick, only to find it crumbling beneath his foot. Time had eroded it to a state resembling mere dust. Seeking a vantage point, Qin Feng ascended to a higher ground and surveyed the scene. As far as the eye could see, the remnants of rooftops and walls spoke of a city long abandoned, devoid of any signs of life. Years of neglect had allowed the streets to become overrun with dense weeds, trees, and vegetation that seemed to erupt from the very walls of old buildings, creating a surreal tableau reminiscent of a fantastical comic world. Some walls still stood firm, their surfaces cloaked in verdant foliage. Resembling a green fortress as he stepped into the outskirts of the ruined city, Qin Feng encountered an old acquaintance, a mutated dog that sauntered past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. His gaze fell upon the corpse oil lamp at his side, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of elation. The lamp's efficacy was remarkable, for the mutated dog failed to sense him even at such proximity. The lamp proved ineffective against mutated creatures, but excelled in dealing with aberrations. Chapter 12. The Ruined City. A meeting is indeed a fateful encounter. Qin Feng would not allow the opportunity presented by the wandering aberration to slip by. He retrieved an arrow, coated it in corpse oil, and ignited it with the lamp's wick. With a crackle, sparks flew as he aimed and shot the flaming arrow at the mutated dog. The presence of the corpse oil lamp altered the dynamics entirely. The ignited aberration was consumed by rage, unable to identify the source of its torment. Qin Feng leisurely perched upon a stone, observing the panicked thrashing of the dog, akin to a headless fly. Soon enough, the mutated dog lay smoldering, having contributed its aberrant organ to his collection. Yet, the acquisition of the aberrant organ did little to uplift his spirits. The combination of fire and arrows proved remarkably effective for hunting aberrations, saving time and ensuring safety, but the drawbacks became apparent. He was exhausting his supply of arrows. Before obtaining a blueprint for arrow crafting, he possessed only 16 arrows. Having used one, he was left with a mere 15. Such extravagance could not be sustained. If this continued, his crossbow would soon find itself devoid of ammunition, leaving him without a weapon. That would be a most precarious predicament. Qin Feng sighed, realizing his current offensive strategy was overly reliant on the crossbow. He needed to locate alternative weaponry swiftly, lest the issue of arrows hinder his combat effectiveness. As he ventured into the ruined city, he was greeted by a street overrun with weeds taller than himself. And on one side, he spotted what resembled remnants of human habitation. The houses had long since collapsed, their decayed wooden doors succumbing to the relentless grip of nature, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Without hesitation, he kicked the door twice, reducing it to several segments, all of which he collected. These rotting planks were far more flammable than regular timber, making them ideal for kindling. Crossing over a collapsed stone wall, he could faintly discern the echoes of a once cozy home, marked by a dusty stuffed toy discarded in a corner, reminiscent of the two-dimensional dolls from his world. As Qin Feng approached the toy, intending to touch it, he found that it could not withstand even his gentle grasp, shattering into pieces. Just as he prepared to depart, an electronic sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Witnessed the demise of the ruined city. Main Quest Progress 1. Stunned, Qin Feng hurriedly checked the main quest, which had remained stagnant in progress until now, suddenly revealing a 1 completion rate. Reflecting on his actions amidst the ravaged city, he wondered if merely wandering the outskirts had been sufficient to trigger this advancement. Such a transformation filled him with joy. It seemed that the completion of the main quest was intricately linked to a player's understanding and recognition of this mutated world. Climbing atop a high wall for a better vantage point, he soon furrowed his brow, noting the abundance of aberrations roaming the ruins, aimlessly drifting amidst the dilapidated structures and streets. Many of these creatures were once human, transformed into aberrations long ago. Qin Feng felt little sentiment for these individuals, long since departed from the world. Whenever he encountered groups of aberrations, he would skillfully evade them. With the corpse oil lamp in his possession, as long as he maintained a distance of 10 meters or more and avoided making noise, he remained undetected. Furthermore, he discovered a method for dealing with these aberrant foes. They lacked the carbon-based biological structures that afforded mobility, rendering them incapable of difficult maneuvers such as crossing chasms or scaling walls. The multitude of dilapidated buildings in the ruined city further hindered their movement. Using this characteristic to his advantage, Qin Feng successfully lured 2 aberrations, carefully managing the distance to avoid losing their attention while ensuring he did not draw too close to danger. He led them into a trap he had previously set. successfully acquiring 2 aberrant organs. This initial success provided valuable experience, prompting him to attempt attracting more aberrations, gradually increasing the count from 4 to 5, ultimately culminating in 7. After some time, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he beheld the conflagrations of the aberrations he had drawn together. Coordinating such a gathering was no small feat. After several attempts, he found himself breathless. However, the results were gratifying. Within this brief period, he had amassed 15 aberrant organs, along with enough remnants to fill his pack to capacity. Just as he was diligently collecting materials, the ground beneath him trembled unexpectedly. The earth shook violently, and darkness enveloped him. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Feng rubbed his aching head and awoke to find himself sprawled upon a massive slab of blue stone. A brilliant beam of light streaming down from a crevice above. The surrounding area was shrouded in shadows, occasionally punctuated by the sound of stones rolling, as he surveyed the dimly lit chamber. Pain pierced his right arm. Upon inspection, he discovered a 10-centimeter gash, crimson blood staining the ground. He tore a strip from his sleeve to fashion a makeshift bandage, swallowing an antibiotic pill. Once these tasks were completed, he began to observe his surroundings. This place appeared to be an underground chamber. Unlike the brick and concrete structures above, the walls of this chamber were composed of an exceptionally sturdy alloy, showing only minor rust despite the passage of countless years. With no signs of collapse, he glanced upward, recalling the spot from which he had fallen. A bitter smile crossed his lips. It seemed the collapse was indeed his doing, as the fire he had set to roast the aberrations was directly above this underground chamber. The geological expansion and contraction due to heat had caused the ground to give way. The chamber was 3 meters below the surface, and ascending would not pose much difficulty. However, his right arm had already soaked through the makeshift bandage, and the simple wrapping offered little relief. He called out, seeking materials that could staunch the bleeding. Before long, someone approached him, sending a screenshot of the item he needed. Upon opening it, he saw exactly what he required: hemostatic grass. Quality: white. Note: a common herb in the mutated world. Abundant in rainforest regions, it accelerates blood coagulation. To use: crush and apply to the wound. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 stalks of hemostatic grass at a generous price. Once in hand, he chewed the grass into a fine paste and applied it to the wound, feeling a sharp sting followed by a cooling sensation. As he rested, he glanced at the management group chat. Grey Wolf. This guy is truly fortunate. He stumbled upon a prehistoric laboratory by mere accident. COD. Indeed, this presents a significant opportunity for advancing the main quest. It remains to be seen whether he can seize it. Fox. I'll bet a dime he won't be able to handle it. A laboratory? A player had discovered a lab, seemingly crucial for the progression of the main quest. Fox. Look at this fool. He is acting all pitiful over a mere cut on his arm. I wager his first kill of an aberration was pure luck. Qin Feng's countenance darkened. Was he not the first player to slay an aberration? The management group was discussing him. No wonder Fox was acting like a scorned lover. This fellow truly harbored grudges. Just because he lost a bet, he held on to this grudge. Chapter 13. The unstable gene serum. Qin Feng surveyed the underground chamber before him, listening to Grey Wolf and the others discuss its significance as a laboratory. A site potentially rich with clues for advancing the main quest. Shortly thereafter, he discovered an entrance. The stones had partially concealed it, and dust covered the surface. Without careful inspection, one might mistake it for just another slab of blue stone. Clearing the debris revealed a door, crafted from the same alloy as the surrounding walls, rusted but still functional. The door was unlocked, as though the previous occupant had left in haste. Qin Feng tentatively pushed the door, only to have a few specks of dust fall. While the door remained utterly immobile, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that time had rendered it rusted and fused to the wall? If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. While he was lost in thought, the management group as Fox once again mocked him. Haha, look at this fool, that door is supposed to slide. Not be pushed. How utterly ridiculous. Sliding door. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and inspected the door closely. Sure enough, he spotted the sliding grooves at the top and bottom. In a wonder his attempts had been in vain. He had misdirected his force. Here we go. To avoid arousing suspicion from the foxes, Qin Feng pretended to push the door, but this time he only feigned effort, appearing like a clown. His foolish demeanor greatly satisfied the vanity of the foxes, who unleashed another barrage of taunts. Qin Feng smirked inwardly. Their antics provided him with the perfect cover, preventing others from detecting any anomalies. Having set the stage, the members of the management group observed as Qin Feng seemingly had a flash of insight, casually discovering the correct way to open the door. There was nothing amiss. It was a smooth transition. Damn, this kid really has the luck of the draw. The foxes gritted their teeth in frustration, feeling worse at seeing Qin Feng uncover the proper method than if they had lost a bet. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng raised the corpse oil lamp, illuminating a dim corner of the laboratory. As his footsteps echoed around him, the entire lab felt desolate, as if it had been hastily evacuated in the wake of a disaster. Papers were strewn everywhere, and the experimental equipment lay in disarray. Numerous shattered petri dishes cluttered the workbench, as though they had been violently destroyed. Among them was a grotesque heart in one dish. Adhering to the philosophy of not leaving empty-handed, Qin Feng stowed the aberrant heart in his backpack. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Venturing deeper into the laboratory, Qin Feng pushed open another door, revealing a dilapidated desk. Slumped over it was a skeletal figure in a white lab coat, long deceased. Bringing the corpse oil lamp closer to the bones, he noticed an identification badge around its neck. Upon picking it up, he discovered the identity of the deceased, Zhang Xiao, a researcher from the joint laboratory. Examining the skeleton closely, Qin Feng found a rusted pocket watch tightly grasped in its right hand, seemingly of great importance. Clutched to its chest was a metal box. Without much effort, Qin Feng acquired both the pocket watch and the locked box. Exiting the room, he wandered around the laboratory and unexpectedly discovered a white-quality treasure chest in a corner. The dog system certainly knows how to hide, first in the tree fork, now in the laboratory. As if fearing players uncovering the truth. Opening the treasure chest, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He had found blueprints. Picking them up, he saw they were for a water filter, requiring pebbles 20, glass 10, charcoal 10, metal scraps 2. The treasure chest yielded blueprints for a water filter, along with 2 rolls of medical bandages, 2 baked flatbreads, and a bottle of water. Stowing the supplies, joy spread across Qin Feng's face. With the water filter blueprint, the critical issue of potable water in survival was addressed, though he was puzzled by the metal scraps. He had never encountered such a material before. Perhaps he would check the shop later to see if it could be acquired. After another round in the laboratory, he found nothing else of note. Rushing back to the shelter before nightfall, Qin Feng didn't precisely track the time to avoid any potential nighttime disturbances. Before the campfire, he laid out the frog meat and baked flatbreads. Food in his backpack would spoil faster, so it was better to keep it in the shelter. He placed the 2 items obtained from the laboratory before him. Unsurprisingly, these 2 items contained clues to advance the main storyline. His gaze fell upon the pocket watch. Qin Feng easily opened it, revealing a photo embedded inside. A happy family of 3. The male figure was young and handsome. The female figure beautiful and captivating, and between them was a playful and adorable daughter. Thanks to the watch's protection, the photo remained intact, albeit slightly yellowed. Qin Feng extracted the photo, noticing a line of numbers on the back that seemed to indicate a date. Not understanding its significance, he returned it to the watch. Turning his attention to the metal box, it appeared rather ordinary, akin to the common combination locks found on Blue Star, yet it was made of alloy. Remarkably sturdy and resistant to brute force. Gazing at the combination lock, Qin Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed. With a 7-digit code, comprising millions of combinations, it would take an eternity to try them all without the option of brute force. Suddenly, he recalled the familiar length of the combination. Smacking his thigh in realization, it matched the length of the date noted on the back of the photo. With a hopeful attitude, he entered the date, and with a click, the lock sprang open. Success! The contents of the box were preserved intact. He sorted through a diary, a stack of research materials, a bow tie, and a syringe-like vial. By the firelight, Qin Feng opened the diary. Unveiling the calamity that had befallen this world, a colossal meteor had descended from the heavens, bringing with it a virus that threatened humanity with extinction. The diary's author, Zhang Xiao, was merely one of the many researchers studying this unknown virus. Unfortunately, during a research accident, the virus infected team members, prompting Zhang Xiao to lock himself in the basement with the research materials, awaiting rescue. The diary abruptly ended there, filled only with longing for his family and guilt towards his daughter. The bow tie within the box was intended as a birthday gift for her. Grasping the syringe-like vial, Qin Feng recognized it as the research outcome mentioned in the diary, an unstable genetic serum. Quality, Blue Note. Failed genetic serum containing a significant amount of inactivated virus. After injection, there is a 99.9% chance of mutation and a 0.1% chance of physical enhancement. Good grief. Qin Feng nearly dropped the vial in shock. This was no genetic serum but a ticking time bomb. Reflecting on his journey thus far, had he stumbled or broken the vial, the virus escaping would be sufficient to turn him into a mutant 100 times over. The vial felt like a scorching hot iron in his hand. Using it was out of the question. He wasn't that resilient. Disposing of it seemed equally inappropriate. If he were to discard it, it must be at a considerable distance from the shelter. In any case, it was a troublesome matter that could only be temporarily set aside. Reading Zhang Xiao's diary advanced the main storyline to 5. Chapter 14. The shell of the volcanic scorpion. Qin Feng assessed his available supplies. After a day of trading at the shop, he had acquired 250 aberrant organs, and with those from earlier purchases and today's exploration, the total had reached 340. His backpack lacked the capacity to hold such a multitude of aberrant organs, so Qin Feng piled them in a corner of the shelter, creating an eerie and unsettling sight. The increase in aberrant organs contrasted sharply with the significant depletion of other supplies. Qin Feng exchanged iron ore for 20 pieces of beast hide, while also placing the corpse oil, hair, and rotting meat obtained from today's hunts on the shelf. Theo better dispose of the aberrant materials. He specifically shared the effectiveness of the corpse oil lamp against aberrants, instantly igniting interest among the crowd. Approaching the workbench, he selected the backpack expansion option. 1 piece of beast hide could expand 2 spaces in the backpack. Consuming 15 hides would increase his backpack capacity to 50 slots, thus alleviating the storage issue considerably. After expanding his backpack, he stowed all items in the shelter except for food. With the storage dilemma resolved, Qin Feng retrieved a piece of frog meat and a baked flatbread, settling down by the campfire. Before long, the aroma of the baking flatbread wafted through the air, greatly enhancing his appetite. He tore off a piece and tasted it. The fire-roasted flatbread not only brought out the sesame's fragrance, but also made it softer. The crunchiness of the sesame and the tenderness of the flatbread complemented each other perfectly. The only regret was that the roasted frog meat lacked seasoning, though combined with the flatbread, its flavor was passable, albeit a bit gamey. After satisfying his hunger, Qin Feng let out a comfortable burp. The wound on his arm had scabbed over thanks to the hemostatic herbs, and the remnants of the dried herbs had fallen off. Indicating good recovery, he took out a vision-enhancing fruit as dessert and entered the area. 1 berry could be exchanged for a piece of bread, with limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Haha, I hunted a wild rabbit and obtained a bounty of rabbit meat. What a steal! Why are the creatures in this world so enormous? I saw a group of fist-sized ants carrying a wild boar. It left me dumbfounded. Speaking of which, I finally hunted aberrants and acquired 3 aberrant organs. Where are the big shots who collect them? Yeah, if the big shots don't collect them, aren't our aberrant organs just trash? Where's the expert? Why haven't I seen any guides from the expert? How can I survive without their guidance? The chat messages in the area made Qin Feng furrow his brow. He and the expert were the main collectors of aberrant organs, yet after a day of trading, both their supplies had dwindled significantly, with the expert even having removed collection tasks earlier. The newly listed corpse oil, rotten hair, and decayed flesh were evidently unattractive to players, most preferred to exchange for food and useful materials. Qin Feng hesitated, pondering whether to continue investing in the collection of aberrant organs. While aberrant organs could serve as currency, he still had no idea how to spend them. A pile of unspendable currency was of no use. Suddenly, a private message flashed on his screen. It was from the expert. Qin Feng, do you have any antiviral medicine? Qin Feng sensed something was amiss on the expert's end and replied, What happened? Are you injured? Don't mention it. I was mining when I unearthed a volcanic scorpion. Damn it, you wouldn't believe how massive it was, like a millstone. Its pincers could crush rock, and its shell was incredibly tough. It took me a tremendous effort to take it down. The expert grumbled, sending a screenshot. The image depicted a gigantic scorpion corpse, its body covered in dark red armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen. especially its enormous pincers, which inspired dread at a young man, seemingly in his 20s, is indulging in a scorpion tail, relishing it while flashing an OK gesture, a scorpion as large as a grinding stone. Qin Feng recalls the giant poison dart frog he encountered. And it's no surprise that the scorpion Shrimp Slide faced was also a mutated variety. Observing Shrimp Slide's playful mood, he deduces that this fellow's injuries are not too severe and sends a screenshot of antibiotics in the chat. Damn, I was just asking casually, but I didn't expect you to actually have some to cost. Qin Feng replies succinctly, gradually grasping Shrimp Slide's personality. He is the type that radiates joy with just a bit of sunshine. If one engages him, the conversation could veer off in any direction. How about this? The shell of a volcanic scorpion. Quality. White note. The shell of the volcanic scorpion can be acquired by hunting the volcanic scorpion, a rare crafting material that, when added to armor, significantly enhances resilience and impact resistance, boasting strong corrosion resistance. Excellent item. A glimmer of desire flashes in Qin Feng's eyes as he inquires, how many of these do you have? Dante, even think about it. It's extremely difficult to kill a volcanic scorpion. You only get 2 pieces from 1 kill, and I need one for myself. Shrimp Slide sees through Qin Feng's thoughts and douses him with a bucket of cold water. All right. Qin Feng feels a pang of disappointment. According to Shrimp Slide's description, volcanic scorpions are even more formidable than poison dart frogs, making mass hunting a Herculean task. Fine. I'll trade 1 piece of volcanic scorpion shell for 1 antibiotic. No way, you're being too greedy. At least 3. This is a powerful antibiotic. Its efficacy is several times that of Blue Star antibiotics. 1 is sufficient. Taking more might lead to side effects. 1 is enough. I can keep the rest as backup or trade with others. 3 is non-negotiable. Shrimp Slide stands firm, and when he cannot lower the price, Qin Feng concedes. How about this? We each take a step back, 2 antibiotics. You must understand, this is a distorted world. Who knows how much of the virus that turns organisms into mutants still lingers? You assess the risk. While haggling, Qin Feng does not forget to instill a sense of urgency. All right, 2 it is. You really know how to scare me. With a cheerful smile, Qin Feng finalizes the transaction, obtaining the volcanic scorpion shell, which is about the size of half a chest circumference. The surface is smooth and dark red. Remarkably lightweight. When placed on the ground, even with Qin Feng's entire weight pressing down, it merely deforms slightly without showing any signs of damage. He is thoroughly satisfied with the shell's resilience. Approaching the workstation's leather armor crafting interface. After adding animal hides and fibers, he sees that he can still add more materials. Clicking on the plus sign, the volcanic scorpion shell appears prominently in the selection list. Thus, to craft the leather armor, animal hides and fibers are essential base materials, and other materials can be added for enhancement in a flash of white light. An exquisite piece of leather armor manifests on the workstation. Qin Feng immediately tries it on. It fits perfectly, with the protective areas of animal hides at the shoulders, elbows, and chest replaced by the shell of the volcanic scorpion. Between the shells, animal hides are linked and sewn together with fibers, creating a seamless and flawless piece of leather armor. By the way, how's the acquisition of mutated organs going? Qin Feng casually inquires. Don't mention it. I've spent 70% of my resources on acquiring mutated organs. I currently have over 100, and I'm still carrying your massive debt. It's quite the pressure. Shrimp Slide's response confirms Qin Feng's suspicions. Neither of them has ample resources. Qin Feng, have you discovered any high-quality timber in the rainforest area? Shrimp Slide's question jolts Qin Feng, reminding him that he is indeed in the rainforest. He had been so focused on heading to the abandoned city that he neglected to explore the rainforest. The memory of encountering the poison dart frog surfaces. Wherever there is water, the soil tends to be more fertile. Following the stream may lead him to green-quality timber. Not at the moment, but I might have an idea. Okay, if you find high-quality timber, don't forget about your brother. Sure, rest assured. Once his strength permits, he is destined to revisit the stream. Not only might there be high-quality timber, but the water source is worth the risk. Shortly after, Qin Feng receives Shrimp Slide's repayment for the day, a shipment of 20 units of iron ore. Just as he is preparing to rest, another private message arrives. Hello, do you still have antibiotics? I can offer blueprints in exchange. A familiar name. Ling Yu. Chapter 15. The unapproachable Eurodog. Upon hearing blueprints, Qin Feng's fatigue vanishes, and he sits up abruptly from the wooden bed. What blueprints? Meanwhile, on the other end, The two sisters Ling Yu and Ling Shui are fixated on the chat window. Seeing Qin Feng's rapid response, Ling Shui pouts adorably, "Sister, look at what I told you. This guy is definitely staring at the chat window, eagerly waiting for you to contact him. Stop talking nonsense. He is the only one with antibiotics, and your recovery relies on him. It's no big deal to say one thing. After all, he can't hear us." Ling Yu shakes her head helplessly, exasperated by her sister's antics, and turns her serious attention back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng watches the chat window intently. Ling Yu doesn't keep him waiting long and sends a screenshot. Ice machine blueprint crafting materials. Saltpeter 10. Metal fragments 10. Iron ingots 5. Once again, metal fragments. This marks the second time Qin Feng encounters blueprints that require them, and this time, there is an additional item he has never seen before. Iron ingots. This blueprint is worth 2 antibiotics. What do you think? Ling Yu proposes a fair exchange. The ice machine blueprint reminds Qin Feng of the system's warning when he first traversed the dream survival game. The impending calamity of 7 days of sun. Taken literally, wouldn't that mean 7 suns appearing in the sky? If that were the case, the Earth would surely become a furnace, making ice cubes an invaluable commodity. 2 antibiotics seem like a bargain, and he must secure it. Absolutely. Once the blueprint is securely in hand, Qin Feng voices his lingering curiosity. You must be aware of the system's mention of the 7 days of sun disaster. Why would you so readily part with this potentially valuable blueprint? Sister, this guy is cunning. He only asks about the blueprint after the trade is finalized. He must be afraid you'd reconsider if he mentioned it earlier. Ling Yu lightly taps her sister's forehead with her finger. Schwerer, this is a survival world where death lurks everywhere. If he didn't have this kind of cunning, he'd have been reduced to mere bones long ago. Just like us. Ling Shui pouts, remaining silent and standing quietly beside Ling Yu. Recognizing the truth in her sister's words, I have 2 ice machine blueprints, which is also why I'm willing to trade this one. Damn, the Eurodog is formidable. I have another blueprint you need. I'd like to exchange it for some food and a favor. Another blueprint? And it's something I need. Qin Feng grows wary. The request for a favor could encompass a wide range of demands. If Ling Yu proposes something excessive, he won't agree. However, the blueprint piques his interest significantly. He cannot deny that Ling Yu is a remarkable woman, akin to an elite in Blue Star Society, and even without seeing the goods, her mere words ignite his curiosity. What favor? Do tell. Qin Feng refrains from rushing to make a promise, wanting to ascertain what Ling Yu requires first. If he cannot fulfill it, he need not dwell on the blueprint. Rest assured, it's merely to help you craft 2 sets of leather armor and 1 leather shield. I'll provide the materials. Have you not yet crafted the workstation? Qin Feng realizes that Ling Yu's request for him to craft leather armor and a shield implies something deeper. This is the first time Ling Yu has felt so exasperated since entering the game. It's self-evident that she possesses the materials but cannot craft them. I lack iron ore, which is why I haven't made the workstation. Hee hee. Qin Feng chuckles foolishly. Even the Eurodog pales in comparison. It's simply because you haven't crafted the workstation. I'll gladly assist you with that. He slaps his chest confidently, readily agreeing. Sister, are you really going to give him the materials without fearing he'll cheat us? Ling Shui whispers anxiously from the side. I am concerned, but among those we've traded with, he seems the most trustworthy. You've seen how others have exploited us. At least he appears to be a decent person. It is precisely for this reason that Ling Yu has been unable to craft the workstation. The prices for iron ore have been outrageously high. Ling Shui remains silent, quietly standing beside her sister. Acknowledging the truth in her words, upon receiving the materials traded by Ling Yu, Qin Feng must admit that, given his current wealth, he is not particularly interested in these few pieces of animal hide and timber. Without hesitation, he crafts 2 sets of leather armor and a leather shield, handing them over to Ling Yu. True to her word, Ling Yu sends Qin Feng the information for the traded blueprint. Arrow blueprint category, weapon crafting materials, timber 1-5, iron ingots 1-2. Looking at the blueprint, Qin Feng is filled with joy. With this, he no longer has to worry about running out of arrows for his crossbow. These 2 sisters have truly become his lucky stars. However, he notes that once again, iron ingots are required. It seems he must quickly figure out how to acquire both metal fragments and iron ingots, as many of the blueprints in his possession require these 2 materials. Sister, are we really just going to give her the arrow blueprint? I feel like we're at a disadvantage, Ling Yu sighs. It's unavoidable. We have no crossbow, and keeping it would be useless. Life is unpredictable. Ling Yu could not have anticipated that after selling the crossbow blueprint to Qin Feng, she would receive the arrow blueprint in return. Without a crossbow, the arrow blueprint is of no use. It's better to trade it for a favor and do a good deed. After acquiring 2 blueprints, Qin Feng is in high spirits. In a generous gesture, he sends a screenshot of all the food he possesses to Ling Yu. Baked flatbreads, bread, frog meat, instant noodles, clear-sighted fruit, and water. The sister's eyes light up with excitement, astonished that Qin Feng is willing to offer such a variety of food for them to choose from. Compared to her sister's foolish expression, Ling Yu is more surprised, recalling that during their last trade, Qin Feng had only one kind of food, instant noodles, to sustain himself. Ling Yu spoke first. "Shuer, your injury has yet to heal. You ought to consume some meat to replenish your protein. As for the rest, let it be instant noodles and that roasted naan." "But sister," Ling Shu interjected, "that red fruit looks delicious. Instant noodles are mere junk food." Ling Yu shot her sister an exasperated glance. "Junk food? Pray tell, who was it that licked the sauce packet cleaner than the bowl last night?" "Sister, I was simply too hungry." Ultimately, under Ling Shu's strong insistence, Ling Yue opted for frog meat, bread, and Mingmu fruit. Upon seeing Ling Yue's choice of frog meat, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel pleased. It merely appeared appealing but tasted quite mediocre. He almost wanted to hang a sign in the shop. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I have iron ore here. Do you need any?" Qin Feng added with a cheeky grin. After a brief silence, Ling Xue rolled up her sleeves and waved her fists, her tiger teeth clattering. "Sister, this person is insufferable. Let me at him. Watch me give him a piece of my mind." Ling Xue's fury resonated with Ling Yue. She too found the individual across from them rather irritating and hastily intervened to prevent her sister from saying something regrettable. "Sister, why are you stopping me? He is doing this on purpose." "Forgot is merely an excuse." Ling Yue was well aware of this, but, unlike Ling Xue, she would not stoop to directly confronting Qin Feng with such low emotional intelligence. "What do you wish to exchange? I no longer possess any schematics for trade, and I presume you would not be interested in ordinary supplies. No worries, you can owe me first. Once you obtain trade schematics, these iron ores will be equivalent in value." Qin Feng suddenly adopted a surprisingly generous demeanor, leaving Ling Yue somewhat astonished. "He's actually rather nice." Ling Xue fluttered her large eyes, while Ling Yue shot her a warning glare, signaling her to remain silent. "Aren't you afraid I might take your iron ore?" "Not at all. This amount of iron ore is trivial to me." While Qin Feng feigned indifference, he was secretly contemplating how this small quantity of iron ore could tie Ling Yue, a schematics expert, to his side. A deal that would be undeniably profitable. He had discerned that these 2 sisters possessed an innate talent for schematics, and now that he had encountered them, he would not let anyone else benefit. Chapter 16. Airdrop. Qin Feng was awakened by the system's voice. "Dear players, welcome to the second day of the survival game. We have detected a negative attitude among some players. TO encourage everyone to venture out of their shelters. The system has thoughtfully prepared airdrop boxes and supply stations, which will be deployed in 10 minutes. Please note that the airdrop and supply stations will remain until the novice period concludes. This airdrop is of significant importance for players' subsequent survival. Do not take it lightly." Simultaneously, all players received the system message, and the area erupted with excitement. "Oh wow, the airdrop is here. System, I love you. I hope it lands right at the shelter. Hey upstairs, do you even know who brought you into this dream survival game?" Wishful thinking. "Is this the legendary pie falling from the sky? I adore it. After a day of fruit, I'm about to hurl. Bring me a family bucket. I'm not asking for much, just a pickaxe. I have the ore but no harvesting tools. Who understands this pain? Bro upstairs with the ore, DM me. Or brother, I can provide a pickaxe for free." Qin Feng also sent a private message to the player with ore, only to receive a reply offering to sell the ore. He grimaced and promptly blocked the individual. Such a familiar opening line. In Blue Star, Qin Feng had experienced his fair share of unscrupulous agents, advertising a beautiful house online, only to arrive and discover it had already been rented out. This or brother clearly understood the game. What a talent, applying marketing tactics from Blue Star to a survival game. The airdrop announcement stirred many lurking players into action. The area buzzed with anticipation as numerous individuals readied themselves for action. Qin Feng, however, turned his attention to the management group. The management group was abuzz with discussions about the airdrop. Let these piglets enjoy themselves for a while. Soon enough, They won't be laughing, said Cod. Airdrop boxes aren't so easily obtained. Indeed, the system is quite cunning. Most areas where airdrop boxes land have aberrations present, and even in areas without them, there lurk hidden dangers, added Grey Wolf. I was too naive once and lost an eye to the treacherous system. Lamented Husky. Come, let's not dwell on unhappy matters. Place your bets. How many will perish this time? As expected. Qin Feng knew the system wouldn't be so benevolent. What seemed like a benevolent airdrop hid many twists and turns. Judging by the conversations in the area, it was likely many would fall into traps. With 8 minutes until the airdrop, Qin Feng began to check the equipment and food he needed to take with him. During the waiting period, Shrimp sent him a private message. Qin Feng, what are your thoughts on this airdrop? What keen insight? Shrimp's inquiry indicated he sensed something amiss and was seeking confirmation from Qin Feng. To this, Qin Feng had no qualms about subtly revealing his thoughts, considering Shrimp owed him a significant amount of ore. Their interests were intertwined. If Shrimp encountered trouble, it would also be a loss for Qin Feng. I don't believe the system is so benevolent. It's possible they have ulterior motives in the airdrop to ensnare players. We must proceed with caution and ensure we take our weapons before heading out. Upon hearing Qin Feng's warning, Shrimp's thoughts became clear. You're right. It's best to be cautious, by the way. Do you mind if I share this speculation in the area? Feel free. Qin Feng understood Shrimp's intentions. In the area, Shrimp had been crafting strategies. While it may seem thankless, it was actually a way to build his reputation. It's simple. If both he and Shrimp were to sell the same goods at the same price, players would undoubtedly prefer to purchase from Shrimp due to his popularity. Qin Feng didn't mind this too much. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Lingyue. Shrimp would soon publish the information in the area. The goodwill he extended towards the Ling sisters could have been his opportunity to capitalize. With a sly smile, Qin Feng composed a message and sent it to Lingyue as soon as he sent it. Lingyue replied, Is what you said true? The airdrop box poses a danger? Not certain. It's merely speculation. In any case, you sisters should exercise caution. Qin Feng was careful not to speak too definitively. Lingyue was a meticulous woman, and he feared she might deduce too much. All right, what do you wish to gain from me? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at her warped perception of him. He was, after all, a benevolent person, not someone to be underestimated. Is that so? Of course. After a moment's wait, Lingyue did not receive any conditions from Qin Feng. Her expression turned peculiar. Could it be that Qin Feng was genuinely warning her out of goodwill? Had she misjudged him? Lingyue had long equated Qin Feng with a cunning merchant, and his unexpected kindness made her feel small-minded. Thanks. Lingyue exhaled deeply. Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Before long, Lingshue's voice chimed in. Sister. Look, that Shrimp has released a strategy, and it aligns perfectly with what that merchant said, warning everyone to be cautious of the airdrop box. Lingyue hurried to her sister's side, and indeed, she found Shrimp had published a new strategy in the area, prominently warning players about the potential dangers of the airdrop. Lingyue's mind raced. While the two accounts couldn't be said to be identical, they were certainly uncannily similar. This was too much of a coincidence. No, there was something amiss. One person couldn't possess two identities. Thus, the answer became apparent. Shrimp and Qin Feng were acquainted, and the intelligence regarding the dangers of the airdrop box had been concocted between them, with Shrimp disseminating it. Lingyue recalled having seen Shrimp selling or in the area and, considering Qin Feng possessed a considerable amount of ore in the jungle region, it was easy to deduce their connection. Shrimp, are you being overly cautious? What danger could an airdrop possibly pose? I think you're overthinking it. Come on, upstairs, isn't Shrimp just looking out for everyone? What if there is a danger? Better to be prepared than caught off guard. I agree. Life is paramount and caution is prudent. By the way, Shrimp, could you craft a piece of leather armor for me? I'll provide the materials. I still have a workstation. I second that. Same here. In an instant, the area was filled with players hoping Shrimp would assist in crafting leather armor and weapons. Shrimp did not disappoint. DM me if you need something crafted. I charge 1 unit of wood as a service fee. Of course, it will depend on when I have time. I can't waste exploration time helping everyone, so please understand and refrain from disturbing me. Once this statement was made, Shrimp's popularity surged to new heights in the area. Observing the scene unfold, Qin Feng chuckled softly. Shrimp was putting on quite the act, but soon enough, he would find himself in tears. After all, creating equipment at a workstation requires time. For instance, Crafting leather armor takes approximately 2 seconds. And with so many players requesting his services, it would be more than enough for Shrimp to have his fill. Chapter 17. Poison Arrow Frog Nest. May the goddess be with me. Qin Feng clasped his hands in prayer before the statue of the goddess of fortune, placing the remnants of 2 fruit pits before the statue. It seemed reasonable to offer the goddess the pits while he enjoyed the fruit flesh. Right? Time was up. All players fixed their gaze upon the sky. Suddenly, without warning, the clear blue sky split open. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he looked up. This scene was eerie. Rifts in space appeared, resembling gaping mouths, each expelling a supply box. Each supply box was tethered to a small parachute, drifting gracefully toward the ground. Numerous supply boxes descended, glowing with white and green light, with a rare few emanating blue luminescence. Such colors were all too familiar. Despite Qin Feng's agitation, a blue glowing supply crate descended from a spatial rift above his head, its azure hue signifying its rarity. Having previously opened a blue supply crate, no one understood its value better than he did. He pursued the crate with fervor. Half an hour later, Qin Feng pushed aside a thicket that obstructed his path, panting heavily as he raised his head to ascertain the crate's drifting direction. Good heavens, it was drifting far too much. While the crate appeared to hover directly above him, its actual landing spot was leagues away, and this was without any wind. He shuddered to think where it might end up if there were a breeze. He dashed through the underbrush like a wild man, barely managing to keep pace with the elusive crate. As the treetops gradually obscured the crate's silhouette, he finally saw it descend ahead. Suddenly, Qin Feng's steps faltered. His foot adhering to something sticky, he looked down, nearly having his heart leap out of his chest. So focused on chasing the crate, he had unwittingly stumbled into some creature's nest. Upon surveying the area, he beheld countless egg-like objects clinging to the trees and ground. They varied in size, some as large as a sandbag while others resembled ping-pong balls. The translucent shells were filled with a clear liquid, within which life stirred. Qin Feng pinched his nose and lifted his foot, feeling as though he were pulling strands of silk from the ground. Croak! A frog's call echoed, and his expression changed instantly. That sound was unmistakable. It belonged to the poison dart frog. He immediately understood the nature of the eggs. They were the spawn of poison dart frogs, however. Judging by the sound, the frogs were quite a distance away. It seemed this was the breeding season for the poison dart frogs, and this location had been chosen as their spawning ground. Listening intently, he discerned the croaking intermingled with the sound of flowing water. His earlier hypothesis was correct. There was a sizable population of poison dart frogs living near the stream. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of mature frogs, causing his tense heart to relax. Gazing at the dense cluster of frog eggs, he pondered whether killing these eggs would yield poison sacs and mutated organs. He drew an arrow and aimed at the largest egg before him. Thud! The foul-smelling liquid gushed forth. Ding! Killed a poison dart frog larva. Obtained mutated organ 1. Obtained poison sac 1. Remarkably effective. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He pierced through a dozen more eggs, discovering that only those exceeding the size of a fist yielded mutated organs and poison sacs. The size of the poison sacs was significantly smaller than those of adult poison dart frogs. Yet, this did not dampen Qin Feng's enthusiasm. A single drop of this venom could obliterate prey 10 times its own size. Selling the poison sacs in the marketplace would undoubtedly attract interest. In a world of mutations, where creatures were often grotesquely oversized, hunting them posed immense challenges. The poison dart frog's venom would simplify the hunt, transforming a difficult task into a manageable one. Who could resist such an allure? Qin Feng transformed into a diligent worker bee, weaving through the dense forest in search of fist-sized frog eggs, gently dispatching them with arrows, causing the egg liquid to flow freely. Through his industrious efforts, the poison dart frog's spawning ground became a scene of devastation. He was not one to be greedy. However, once he had gathered enough, he decided to withdraw. While many eggs remained, they were drifting closer to the stream, and if he continued, he risked attracting the attention of the poison dart frogs, who would surely retaliate fiercely against this egg slayer. That would spell disaster. Before the frogs sensed his presence, Qin Feng stealthily retreated. Distancing himself adequately, he checked his haul. He had collected 120 mutated organs and poison sacs, a truly bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, other players lamented their misfortunes due to the recent airdrop. This damned system doesn't treat us like humans. I encountered an airdrop crate, and as I approached, vines erupted from the ground, tearing my thigh open. If it weren't for the warning from the great shrimp master, I would have become a victim of the vines. Anyone have hemostatic herbs? I'll pay a high price, brother. At least you got the supply crate. I chased after one that landed right in an ant nest. What is the big deal about ants? Just step on them and they're done for. Nonsense. The mutated fire ants are the size of fists. I watched as a group of them devoured a wild boar's carcass down to the bones in under a minute. You try it if you're so brave. The chat was filled with complaints. The airdrop had been around for some time, and while many had found the crates, they were quickly met with the dangers that accompanied them. Indeed, many players discovered that even if they located an airdrop crate, they lacked the strength to claim it, left to merely stare in frustration. Keeping a vigilant eye on the area, Qin Feng knew it was time to list the poison sacks from the poison dart frogs. Selling poison dart frog sacks, a single drop can kill an elephant. It can help everyone easily acquire airdrop crates. Don't miss this opportunity. Just 5 mutated organs, or an equivalent of 20 units of supplies will secure you a sack. Limited stock, first come, first served. For high-tier materials and blueprints, please message me privately. Qin Feng's shout immediately garnered attention. Wow, that potent poison. 1 drop can really kill an elephant? This might just save my airdrop. Great one. Do you have any methods for dealing with fire ants? There are just too many of them, and no amount of poison sacks will suffice. Haha, brother, accept your fate. This airdrop is definitely not meant for you. I am off. Qin Ming ignored the chatter and focused on the west, where the airdrop was said to be. The further he advanced, the deeper his frown became, as the sound of flowing water grew louder in his ears. An unsettling thought crept into his mind. What if the airdrop landed in the poison dart frog territory? If that were the case, obtaining the airdrop would become an arduous endeavor. With his current strength, provoking a swarm of poison dart frogs would be tantamount to seeking death. With a heavy heart, he pressed onward. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng discovered the airdrop crate at the mouth of a cave. Fortunately, this was not the territory of the poison dart frogs, but unfortunately, a 2-headed cobra guarded it. Chapter 18. The venomous 2-headed cobra. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the creature. It was a 2-headed cobra. Cobra of eye strength, 8 constitution, 10 overall strength. White note. A mutated cobra, possessing formidable perception and corrosive venom attacks. It is a fearsome predator in the jungle, if you can see it. There's no doubt it has sensed your presence. However, its evolutionary path seems imperfect, as both heads harbor their own thoughts. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the crossbow, his vigilance at its peak. This cobra was the strongest mutated creature he had encountered thus far. Moreover, it was cunning. It feigned sleep, attempting to lure him closer for a lethal strike. Snakes rely on infrared sensing to detect prey. For it to remain seemingly asleep with him so near indicated something amiss. Had it not been for the system's warning and his basic knowledge of snakes, he might have fallen into its trap. Let us see you pretend. Qin Feng retrieved a poison arrow. The venom from the poison dart frog would guarantee death. Even if this cobra possessed potent venom, it had no resistance to poison itself. The arrow shot forth with a whoosh, startling the cobra from its feigned slumber. 1 head lifted high, and its coiled body rapidly unfurled, twisting to evade the projectile. The raised head flicked its tongue, hissing in Qin Feng's direction, while the second head slowly elevated as if communicating. Qin Feng refrained from launching another attack. The distance was too great for an accurate shot, and the cobra's behavior was bizarre. Instead of immediately pursuing him, the cobra's 2 heads clashed as if in disagreement. 1 head clearly indicated a desire to chase, yet the other restrained it. What was happening? Qin Feng sensed that the cobra's second head was wary of something, preventing it from cooperating in the pursuit. Soon, he realized the source of the problem. It was the scent of the poison dart frogs. Having wreaked havoc in their nesting area, he had inadvertently picked up their scent. Confusing the cobra's judgment in the food chain, frogs typically serve as prey for snakes, firmly established in their dominance. Yet, in this mutated world, these poison dart frogs were as large as basins, and their venom was unmatched. The original predator-prey dynamic was no longer applicable. Even more daunting, poison dart frogs were social creatures. A group of them could intimidate any foe. Understanding this, Qin Feng decided to further muddle the cobra's senses by scattering poison sacs in various directions to disrupt its judgment. After executing this plan, he cautiously approached the cobra. As he drew nearer, adrenaline surged through him, and he could distinctly hear the rapid thudding of his heart. 30 meters, 20 meters. He was now within the optimal range for his crossbow. The standoff between man and snake intensified. Qin Feng made the first move, launching an arrow. Hiss! The cobra was enraged, letting out a furious hiss as it twisted its massive form. When had any creature dared to provoke it so? Its forked tongue flicked through the air, and its wild beast-like vertical pupils locked onto Qin Feng. The cobra reared up, its upper body towering over him. Good grief! Qin Feng cursed upon witnessing the cobra's imposing upright posture. Did all creatures in this mutated world suffer from giantism? The size was utterly exaggerated. The cobra, now standing tall, had its head elevated above his own, its girth comparable to a large bowl, and its length appeared to surpass 7 or 8 meters. What should still be called a cobra was more akin to a gigantic python. The pressure it exerted was palpable. The cobra lunged at him, unleashing an unknown liquid. Without hesitation, Qin Feng employed the wind chaser skill, lightly pushing off the ground to retreat gracefully. Simultaneously, he raised his leather shield to protect himself. A sizzling sound erupted as a wisp of green smoke rose from the shield. After stabilizing his stance, Qin Feng felt a lingering fear as he glanced at the spot where he had just landed. What was once a verdant expanse of grass had turned a desolate yellow, ravaged by the corrosive venom of the snake. The leather shield bore a gaping hole, and even the wood beneath the beast's skin was charred black. Such a horrifying toxin. Is this what the prompt referred to as corrosive venom? The venom of the cobra before him possessed an acidity akin to sulfuric acid, far deadlier than that of the poison dart frog. While the poison dart frog's toxin required contact with blood, the cobra could unleash its venom in a single strike, corroding its prey and allowing the toxic essence to seep into their bloodstream. Fortunately, he had not been reckless enough to activate the wind chaser's skill prematurely, raising his shield in defense. Had he been struck by this venom, even multiple lives would not suffice to save him. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine as he turned to flee, hoping that the poisoned dart frog's venom sacs he had strategically placed would prove effective. Otherwise, he would have to abandon his airdrop and escape. As Qin Feng dashed into the thicket where he had concealed the venom sacs, the cobra's pursuit noticeably slowed. A glance over his shoulder brought him amusement. Just moments ago, the two heads of the cobra had united in their relentless chase. Yet now they were at odds, one eager to pursue while the other remained wary of the poison dart frog's presence. This discord resembled a clumsy three-legged race, utterly lacking coordination and somewhat comical. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng unleashed an arrow without hesitation. The momentary stiffness in the body of the cobra, as it vied for control, allowed him to strike. The arrow plunged deep into its abdomen, blossoming into a spray of crimson. This incited the cobra's wrath. The fury emanating from the creature was palpable, eclipsing any concern for the poison dart frog's scent, even if a swarm of poison dart frogs had stood in its way. The cobra's desire to rend Qin Feng asunder would not be deterred. Its serpentine form writhed, flattening a swath of grass. Sensing danger, Qin Feng turned and fled without a backward glance, a fruit of enlightenment clenched in his mouth to sustain the wind chaser skill. The cobra had succumbed to the poison dart frog's toxin. All he needed to do was buy time for the venom to take effect. Gradually, Qin Feng noticed the sounds behind him diminishing. A glance back revealed the cobra's speed waning, no longer the formidable force it had been moments prior, now resembling an aged crone, its vitality visibly diminished. The toxin was taking hold, like a seasoned hunter. Qin Feng slowed his pace and suddenly, the cobra turned its body toward the direction from which it came. It was attempting to escape. In an instant, he comprehended the creature's intent. Clearly, the venom was inflicting greater harm on the cobra than he had initially perceived. Otherwise, how could such a grand beast dare to turn its back on an adversary? Qin Feng refrained from pursuing. The cobra left a distinct trail as it retreated through the grass. There was no need to rush. Following the trail, he arrived at the edge of a stream. From a distance, he observed the cobra, now stripped of its earlier vigor. Its body coiled at the water's edge, blood seeping from its maw and staining the pebbles beneath. Evidently, the poison dart frog's toxin had severely damaged the cobra's internal organs, resulting in significant hemorrhaging. Qin Feng did not hasten forward. The creature's demise was merely a matter of time, and he wished to ensure a stable conclusion without unforeseen complications. Moreover, he had ample time at his disposal. Chapter 19. Black soil. Once the cobra had completely succumbed, Qin Feng approached and gave it a gentle kick, disassembling the carcass to obtain 70 units of snake meat. 1 snake gall, 1 snake skin, 1 beast tendon, 1 venom sac, and 1 aberrant organ. Gazing at the 70 units of snake meat, Qin Feng lamented the loss. This was a precious source of sustenance, which could fetch a considerable amount of resources in the marketplace. Yet alas, it had been tainted by venom. He dared not consume meat from a creature that had perished from the poison dart frog's toxin, nor would he stoop so low as to sell this toxic meat to unsuspecting buyers. However, he could certainly use this poisonous snake meat to ensnare the poison dart frogs. After processing the cobra's remains, Qin Feng approached the airdrop, a supply crate shimmering with blue light, strikingly noticeable even in daylight. As the faint glow flickered, the crate revealed 3 items. His keen eyes immediately locked onto one item that sparkled with a blue hue. Black soil quality, blue note, an exceedingly rare soil that, when used for planting, doubles the growth speed and increases yield by 20%, with a certain probability of enhancing the quality of the vegetation. This effect is only applicable to vegetation of blue quality or lower. Such formidable utility! Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, and his smile was wider than the barrel of an AK. Receiving 10 pieces of black soil at once felt like a prelude to soaring heights. The value of black soil lay not only in its capacity to enhance yield and growth cycles, but also in its potential to elevate the quality of the plants. Immediately, he thought of the enlightening fruit tree. With black soil, he could transplant the enlightening fruit tree to the shelter, greatly increasing the odds of elevating its quality to blue. The green quality enlightening fruit was already remarkably potent. One could only imagine the effects of a blue quality variant. His anticipation grew as he turned his attention to the second item, cold storage expansion blueprint type, consumable crafting requirement, Dream Energy 100, shelter area greater than 25 square meters. Note: blueprint for expanding the shelter, allowing the creation of a cold storage room with adjustable temperature by the player. A blueprint at last. This marked the first blueprint Qin Feng had personally acquired. Constructing a cold storage facility would address the pressing issue of food preservation. Furthermore, he had been particularly concerned about the impending 70-day calamity mentioned by the system. The introduction of a cold storage unit would bolster his confidence as the end of the novice phase approached. However, the crafting requirement posed a dilemma. The current shelter, at level 1, had an area of only 25 square meters, indicating that this blueprint was not intended for novice shelters. Enhancing the dream level required dream energy. Yet how to acquire such energy remained unclear, leaving him to navigate one step at a time. The third item was a green quality axe, with a special effect that granted a chance to yield double wood when chopping trees. After securing the items from the airdrop, Qin Feng sought to locate additional drops when a private message from Xiahua arrived. Qin Feng, did you sell the information on aberrant organs to other players? No, why do you ask? What do you mean, no? I'm surprised you say that, Xiahua replied, then continued, take a look at the area. Someone is buying aberrant organs in bulk. I thought it was you selling the information. Others are buying aberrant organs? Qin Feng immediately recognized the issue and accessed the area, only to find that within a mere morning, over 10 players had emerged, eager to purchase aberrant organs, offering prices several times higher than his and Xiahua's. Clearly, the utility of the aberrant organs had been discovered. Should we join in? Xiahua inquired. No need. Since other players have caught on, the information on aberrant organs will soon cease to be a secret. We have already established a significant first-mover advantage, so there's no need to get involved in this fray. That's true. Before long, Qin Feng's assertion was validated when a player named Dong Wang stepped forward to reveal the true purpose of the aberrant organs. Everyone, stop being fooled. While chasing an airdrop, I discovered a supply station filled with abundant resources that can be exchanged for aberrant organs, and they can also be traded for dream energy. Stop selling your aberrant organs at low prices. This revelation sent shockwaves through the area, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Is that true? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me, Dong Wang, bro. Please share images and details. Dong Wang did not disappoint the eager players, sharing screenshots of his encounter with the supply station, even detailing the items one by one. Oh my. I just traded my hard-earned aberrant organs for a poisoned dart frog venom sac. Good heavens, I see so many wonderful items. including sausages and Wallace's jetpack meal. Somebody wake me up and tell me this isn't real. Why didn't anyone mention this earlier? I thought aberrant organs were useless, and I discarded several due to lack of inventory space. Now I'm regretting it. The area erupted in lamentations. Without a doubt, Qin Feng's private message was bombarded with requests for refunds. Naturally, he ignored these messages. He continued to monitor Dong Wang's updates, discovering that the supply station resembled an automated vending machine, conspicuously appearing within the rainforest. The array of goods within was dazzling, including food, weapons, and blueprints as for whether Dong Wang had concealed anything. Only those who encountered the supply station would know. The revelation of the aberrant organ's true purpose thrust Qin Feng and Xia Hua into the limelight, as they were among the earliest participants in the procurement of the organs, leading to assumptions of collusion. How could I have once considered Xia Hua big shot? It turns out he is just a self-serving individual. Exactly. Hoarding information and not sharing with others, claiming to be a big shot while Dong Wang generously shares everything. I was counting on Xia Hua to help me craft a leather shield and armor. I hope my materials haven't been pilfered. I feel the same. Where's Xia Hua? We need our crafting materials back. I know you're watching, don't play dead. As a perennial figure in the area, Xia Hua faced a much harsher backlash than Qin Feng, with adoration turning into disdain. Dong Wang seized the opportunity to further criticize Xia Hua and Qin Feng, analyzing their frequency of communication in the area, their gender, and even their personalities with uncanny precision. Qin Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, I must admit, he makes some valid points, but not all." Soon after, Dong Wang's true intentions were revealed. He announced his desire to establish an alliance in the area, inviting capable players to join forces for mutual benefit. Qin Feng observed Dong Wang's antics with a wry smile. While his words were eloquent, it appeared to be nothing more than a ploy. The players who followed were likely those still unable to grasp reality. Truly discerning players were not so easily swayed. It is foreseeable that players responding to the call of the understood king are destined to be thoroughly drained, stripped of all value, and live like mere beasts of burden. Chapter 20. Green level timber exiting the designated area, Qin Feng followed the stream downstream. In addition to the blue level airdrop he was pursuing, numerous other airdrops floated toward him along the way. Downward he went. Half an hour passed without finding the airdrop, yet he was captivated by a lush expanse of verdant trees. Coming to a halt, he gazed around. The rainforest stretched endlessly, but the trees before him were resplendent in their greenery, far more vibrant than those surrounding them, resembling the deep blue of water at the lake's depths. Their richer, more vivid hue starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. Upon focusing on the nearest tree, information materialized. Cypress tree quality, green note. A rare green level timber, an invaluable crafting material, producing furniture or tools with unexpected effects. Green level timber. Qin Feng could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them to confirm once more. Indeed, it was green level timber. This dense cluster of trees was entirely comprised of rare green level specimens. While he had surmised that fertile land with abundant water sources would more readily yield high-quality timber, encountering such a sight while merely walking was somewhat surreal. He eagerly retrieved the green level axe he had just acquired. Initially thinking that the axe would gather dust in his possession, he was pleasantly surprised by its immediate utility. Half an hour later, with a crisp crack, the cypress tree's crown trembled and tilted before it fell, producing no earth-shattering sound. In an instant, a flash of white light heralded a neatly stacked bundle of timber beside him. Suddenly, another white light illuminated the adjacent clearing, as if by magic. What had been one bundle of timber transformed into two. A smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he recognized that he had triggered the passive skill of the green level axe, which had a chance to double the yield from timber cutting. Collecting 20 units of timber, Qin Feng paused his felling, contemplating the efficiency of his labor. With the green level axe in hand, he estimated it would take around 30 minutes to fell a single green level tree. Such efficiency was hardly remarkable. If he were to forego sustenance and dedicate all his daylight hours to logging, he might obtain a maximum of 200 units of green level timber in a day. Accounting for the potential doubling effect, a rather pragmatic issue arose. Even upon discovering green level timber, he lacked effective means to harvest it. This outcome was not what Qin Feng had envisioned. He and Xia Hua faced the same dilemma, guarding green level resources yet lacking effective acquisition methods. Observing the regional messages, Qin Feng noted that an increasing number of players were discovering supply stations, placing their hopes on upgrading workbenches and elevating their dream levels. As long as he could locate a supply station, the plethora of aberrant organs in his possession would yield significant resources, and upgrading the workbench would enable the crafting of more efficient tools and equipment. At that point, he might possess means for even more effective logging. Clarifying his priorities, Qin Feng sent a message to Xiahua. Have you managed to mine green level iron, or yet? The green level iron ore was pivotal for upgrading the workbench. Now that green level timber had been secured, he awaited the capability to mine green level iron ore from Xiahua, an essential link in Qin Feng's plans. Xiahua replied promptly, I just acquired a green level iron pickaxe. And I can indeed mine green level iron ore, though the efficiency leaves much to be desired. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to mine was all that mattered, fearing that Xiahua might hold back information. Without further ado, he directly sent the green level timber from the cypress tree to Xiahua. Xiahua exclaimed, Whoa, you found green level timber so quickly. I thought it would take you longer. Just luck. How about 1 unit of green level timber for 1 unit of green level iron ingot? Deal. This was a mutually advantageous transaction, and Xiahua had no reason to refuse. After reaching an agreement, they exchanged their green level resources at a 1-to-1 ratio. The first transaction was set for 8 o'clock that evening, with each party providing 40 units of green resources. With the trade confirmed, Qin Feng wasted no time, transforming into a logging fanatic, only reluctantly rising when the sun dipped below the horizon. Fortuitously, he triggered the doubling effect twice, accumulating 80 units of green level timber in his backpack. On his return journey, Qin Feng skillfully found the eyebright fruit trees, harvesting 10 fruits to replenish his supplies from the past 2 days. Planning to transplant the eyebright fruit trees at the shelter, as night fell at 8 o'clock. Xiahua arrived as promised. How's your preparation of green level timber going? I've been working myself to the bone for just 50 units of iron ore. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Indeed, Xiahua's iron pickaxe likely lacked the doubling attribute, rendering his efficiency a third lower, yet it sufficed. I'm about ready. Let us commence the trade. Alright, upon completing the transaction, 40 units of green level iron ore were stacked before the campfire, emitting a hazy green glow in the night. Qin Feng's joy was beyond expression. With this green level iron ore, the workbench could be upgraded, unlocking higher grade armor and tools. He could hardly wait to discover the transformations that would result from the upgrade. Approaching the workbench, he noticed that the upgrade option, previously grayed out, was now illuminated. The upgrade materials required were 20 units each of green level timber and iron ore. Unlike the initial crafting process, the upgrade required only timber and iron ore, omitting stone, which brought relief to Qin Feng. With a flash of white light, a brand new workbench materialized before him. It was more than twice the size of the initial workbench, shedding the crude appearance of its predecessor. Now appearing significantly more refined, the crafting list had also been updated. Qin Feng noted that the list retained the original recipes for leather shields, leather armor, and oil lamps, while also introducing numerous other crafting blueprints. Opening one, he was immediately captivated. Refined iron armor quality, green crafting materials, green iron ingots 10 note. Expertly crafted armor, one of the components of the iron armor set, provides formidable protection to the wearer. Assembling all 6 pieces triggers additional set effects, granting 5 strength and 10 constitution. Set effects. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This armor was indeed a part of a set, and gathering the entire ensemble would yield special effects. This was the first time he had encountered equipment that could enhance both strength and constitution. In an instant, he was flooded with thoughts, and Qin Feng came to a realization. Given that the eyebright fruit and water possessed special effects, the enhancements to strength and constitution must be characteristics of green-level equipment. Qin Feng then examined the other components of the iron armor set, which consisted of 6 pieces: helmet, chestplate, gauntlets, greaves, boots, and an iron sword, forming a complete iron armor set. After reviewing the set effects of the iron armor, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. What a formidable set it was! The iron armor set even conferred a passive aura, reducing damage taken by 10%. With respectable defensive capabilities coupled with the aura effect, it could transform a player into a veritable ironclad warrior. In such a state, facing mutated creatures like poison dart frogs or king cobras would be akin to standing idle while they attacked. Unlikely to breach his defenses. However, the entire set required 54 units of green-level iron ingots, A considerable investment indeed. Chapter 21. Dense fog. The upgrade of the workbench not only allowed for the crafting of the iron armor set, but also refreshed the furniture catalog. Much to Qin Feng's delight, revealing a set of green-quality furniture recipes. Crafting the complete set would bestow special effects, accelerating the recovery of players' mood and mental states while within the shelter. The green level bed would enhance the quality of sleep. Albeit modestly, yet it was certainly better than nothing. Using the remaining green level timber, Qin Feng crafted a complete set of furniture and upgraded the statue of the Goddess of Fortune. The upgrade of the statue did not result in any new changes. The description remained as it had been previously. Qin Feng had experienced remarkable luck over the past 2 days, and he wondered if it was connected to the statue of the Goddess of Fortune. He placed the remnants of several fruit seeds upon it. With that task concluded, Qin Feng took out a piece of hard bread and began to munch. Many players had encountered supply stations, and sources of iron ingots were beginning to emerge. Upon upgrading to level 2, the dream state would unlock the furnace, which would allow for the processing of ores into specified metal ingots. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng rose with thoughts of the supply station occupying his mind, feeling little fatigue as he summoned the interface. The weather was overcast, the temperature at 23°C, with heavy fog and low visibility. Exiting the shelter, he gazed upon the mist-shrouded rainforest. The scene appeared almost ethereal, possessing a unique charm, yet Qin Feng could not find joy in it. The fog was dense, and the water droplets condensing on the walls of the shelter indicated a high level of humidity in the air. The thick fog severely impaired visibility, where he would typically see 10 meters ahead. Now he could only discern 2 to 3 meters, presenting a significant challenge for players venturing out to explore that day. Through the conversations of others, Qin Feng discovered that the fog was not confined to the rainforest area. This foggy weather affected all regions, and players were actively discussing this phenomenon. Ridiculous, absurd. I've never seen fog in the desert before. Stop talking, bro. The novice period is ending today. I had planned to make a big move, but this dreadful weather has me hesitating about whether to venture out. In a way, the visibility is too low. I just tried to step outside the shelter, and 3 meters away, I saw a pig that looked like a beauty. Who knows if a bear will suddenly appear? Indeed, many players were lamenting the foggy weather, expressing their grievances about the system. Qin Feng glanced at the management group. Figures like the fox and codfish remained silent. The emergence of fog increased the difficulty of exploration, yet Qin Feng had no intention of cowering in the shelter. There were less than 24 hours left in the novice period. He needed to make the most of this final day to fulfill his plans. Otherwise, once the novice period ended, he could only imagine the calamities awaiting the players. Over the past 2 days, Qin Feng had observed that players had grown far too complacent. This stands in stark contrast to the assertions of the management regarding the group of foxes and the systemic anomalies, suggesting that a significant transformation may indeed be occurring at the juncture of the novice protection period. Prepared and resolute, Qin Feng stepped out of the shelter. Due to the haze, he refrained from venturing into unfamiliar territory, opting instead to retrace the path he had traversed 2 days prior. Upon encountering the bright-eyed fruit tree once more, he paused briefly, but as he observed the fruits on the tree that had ripened overnight, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance along this journey. Something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. It was a curious sensation. As he tiptoed to pluck a bright-eyed fruit, the source of this dissonance suddenly crystallized in his mind. Qin Feng gazed incredulously at the bright-eyed fruit tree before him, the astonishment in his eyes deepening. He finally discerned the origin of this unsettling feeling. It was the environment he found himself in. The current bright-eyed fruit tree towered over him by a considerable height, yet he distinctly recalled that during his return to the shelter the previous night, the highest branches of the tree barely reached his forehead. In just one night, it had grown by 2 to 3 decimeters. Was this reasonable? The bright-eyed fruit tree was not the only anomaly. The entire rainforest had undergone similar transformations overnight. In that moment, Qin Feng comprehended the source of the dissonance in his heart. Was this transformation incited by the thick fog? He harbored a vague suspicion that the sudden onset of hazy weather was not merely coincidental, seemingly serving as the catalyst for the rainforest's alterations. Holding the vibrant red bright-eyed fruit in his hand, which retained its verdant quality and efficacy, he continued onward toward the stream. As he approached the territory of the poison dart frogs, he halted, surprised to find that the usual croaking chorus was absent, a stark contrast to his arrival here the day before. Enveloped in mist, it seemed as though the entire rainforest, along with its inhabitants, had succumbed to a deep slumber. Rather than daring to venture into the poison dart frog territory, Qin Feng chose to circumvent it, along the way unexpectedly discovering a white airdrop crate, one of those that had fallen nearby the previous day. Upon opening it, he found water, food, and some white-grade resources. Feeling parched, Qin Feng took a sip of water, his gaze locking onto a flicker of white light piercing through the mist. It was unlike any other supply crate's glow. A supply station. As he drew nearer, Qin Feng discerned that the source of the white light was indeed a supply station, an incongruous structure situated within the rainforest, identical to the supply stations he had seen in the area. Resembling an automatic vending machine from Blue Star, it exuded a sense of advanced technology, starkly out of place in this world. The supply station boasted 3 levels, each adorned with 5 items, accompanied by helpful exchange instructions. With a curious glance, Qin Feng inspected the first item, which was 20 packs of white-grade sanitary pads, requiring a staggering 10 aberrant organs for exchange. How exorbitant! 10 aberrant organs necessitated the hunting of 10 aberrant or mutated creatures. Without a pre-existing channel for collecting aberrant organs like Qin Feng, many players would find it impossible to gather such resources. The value proposition was dismally low for him. Who would exchange for such items? Qin Feng grimaced in disdain and shifted his gaze to the next item, only to find yet another pack of sanitary pads. It seemed he was fated to encounter these. The third item was even more ludicrous, a set of alluring women's lingerie. Would anyone actually exchange for such frivolities? Qin Feng silently scoffed. The first row of items bore no value to him. Turning his attention to the second row, he exhaled in relief. Finally, it was not sanitary pads. This row contained food. Not rushing to exchange, he surveyed all the items, estimating that to clear the supply station's inventory entirely, he would need 200 aberrant organs. The ratio of aberrant organs to dream energy was 1:2. And considering the possibility of encountering a supply station today, Qin Feng had brought all his possessions with him, totaling 745 aberrant organs. This was the entirety of his collection over the past 2 days. The most valuable item in the supply station was the blueprint on the 3rd level, which he was determined to acquire. He pondered how to make the most advantageous exchange. A line of golden text at the bottom of the supply station caught his attention. Purple-grade materials. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon reading the description, he learned that after players had exchanged all items at the supply station, they could expend 10 aberrant organs to refresh the supply station. With a chance of obtaining items of the highest quality, purple-grade items were one-time offerings at each supply station, available for exchange only once. Chapter 22. Gene Serum. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement, his pulse quickening uncontrollably. In a world where blue-grade materials were already rare, the appearance of purple-grade materials was nothing short of a game-changer. This also confirmed his suspicions that purple was the tier above blue. In an instant, Qin Feng's mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts, torn between hesitation and desire. While the allure of purple-grade materials was undeniable, the challenge lay in the actual acquisition. Probabilities were elusive, with some players striking gold on their first attempt while others squandered their entire fortunes in vain. He could not shake the memory of being burned by the abysmal odds in another game, leading him to abandon it altogether. Qin Feng had never considered himself particularly lucky. After much deliberation, he decided to take a gamble. The supply station would vanish at the conclusion of the novice period, potentially presenting his only opportunity to procure purple-grade materials in this round of the game. To let this chance slip away would be utterly disheartening. He had no desire to carry regret into his subsequent survival endeavors, spending 200 aberrant organs to clear the supply station's offerings. The refresh button lit up. As he gazed at the button, Qin Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, silently invoking, "May the goddess be with me." He pressed the button with unwavering determination. Unbeknownst to him, while he whispered his plea for divine favor, the statue of the goddess of fortune he had prominently displayed in the shelter, located several kilometers away, radiated a soft glow. It shimmered as if enwrapped in a celestial veil. On the first refresh, Qin Feng's eyes were glued to the list, but regrettably, the coveted glow he sought did not appear. Again, with each press of the refresh button, his heartbeat quickened. Had there been a heart rate monitor present, he would have no doubt that his pulse was racing at 180 beats per minute. By the 10th refresh, his expression grew increasingly grim as he still failed to obtain what he desired. He pressed on. After the 15th refresh, a brilliant purple light dazzled Qin Feng, momentarily blinding him. His resolute expression faltered, only to relax as a smile crept across his lips. It had appeared. Purple-grade materials, after expending 150 aberrant organs on refreshing. He had finally summoned the coveted purple-grade item. Through the glass of the supply station, he beheld a palm-sized transparent box containing a syringe, within which flowed a golden liquid, reminiscent of liquefied gold. Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was indeed the gene serum, strikingly similar to the one he had obtained from the underground laboratory, albeit with a different hue. The purple-grade material required 100 aberrant organs for exchange, and Qin Feng eagerly claimed it. Gene serum quality, purple note. The complete gene serum is an achievement that even the scientists of the aberrant world have yet to decipher. Possessing formidable effects, upon injection, it grants immunity to the aberrant virus and significantly enhances physical capabilities. A complete gene serum. Qin Feng's hand trembled as he held the gene serum. The one he had acquired in the basement was a defective product, fraught with severe side effects, classified as blue-grade. The genuine gene serum, however, was a purple-grade item. He had amassed both the failed and successful versions. With the purple-grade gene serum in hand, Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. This serum would not only afford him protection against the aberrant virus, but also enhance his physical prowess. Would he not then experience a superhuman existence? The thought alone sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. Tucking away the gene serum, Qin Feng resolved to return to the shelter for the injection. Who knew what adverse reactions might occur from its administration? Acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen consequences. Having exchanged for the gene serum, Qin Feng found himself with only 300 aberrant organs remaining, which would yield a mere 600 points of dream energy. At once, he felt the insufficiency of his remaining aberrant organs. Given the current revelation of their utility, acquiring more through the shop was no longer a feasible option. His only recourse lay in hunting mutated creatures and aberrant beings. Narrowing his gaze, he set his sights on the poison dart frogs, for they represented his most viable opportunity to procure aberrant organs. Not to mention, even the numerous frog eggs could yield a substantial fortune in aberrant organs. However, all of this hinged on his fortification through the gene serum and the crafting of the iron armor set. Only then could he face the poison dart frogs without fear, especially when it came time to truly eradicate them. Qin Feng glanced back at the supply station. Would destroying it yield any items? It was worth a shot. Just as he was about to grasp his axe and bring it down, two mechanical arms extended from either side of the supply station, each equipped with a Gatling gun. Aimed squarely at Qin Feng's forehead. Greedy human, please stow your ignorance. I trust you do not wish to sport a few new holes. Qin Feng was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was no fair fight. Everyone else was wielding cold weapons, and here he was facing firearms. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. I mean no harm, just a jest, he exclaimed. However, no response was forthcoming. Only the dark, menacing barrels trained on him. After a cautious retreat, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was out of danger. What a rigmarole! No one had mentioned the supply station would be so perilous. Moving away from the supply station, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Feng's mind. The supply station would vanish at the conclusion of the novice period. Did this not imply that the means of acquiring dream energy would once again be lost? He speculated that once the novice period ended, new avenues for players to obtain dream energy would emerge, though the specifics remained a mystery. There was little sense in lingering here any longer. Qin Feng resolved to return and prepare for the shelter's upgrade and the injection of the gene serum. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Qin Feng promptly elevated the dreamscape level to 3. As a violent tremor ensued, a flash of white light signified the completion of the upgrade. With the enhancement of the dreamscape level, the sanctuary underwent a significant transformation, expanding to 75 square meters. The previously dim, damp, and moldy walls were replaced with pristine new ones, and the uneven floor was replaced with polished wooden flooring, rendering the entire space both exquisite and elegant. It resembled the abode of a reclusive sage dwelling deep within the mountains. Vastly superior to the prior dilapidated shack, Dreamscape Sanctuary Level 3 area, 75 square meters doors and windows, 300 durability walls, 450 durability special ornament. Statue of the goddess of fortune. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. He had not previously noticed that the statue of the goddess of fortune was one of the special ornaments. However, he was uncertain of its utility within the sanctuary. The current sanctuary possessed ample space for his needs. Yet, when he glanced at the furnishings, Qin Feng's expression darkened considerably. The set of green-level furniture he had crafted just yesterday had been consumed during the upgrade. The room was now entirely empty, devoid of any decorative furniture, and the system had failed to inform him that the sanctuary upgrade would consume furnishings. With a resigned sigh, he was relieved to find that he still had some wood left, allowing him to craft another set, though he would need to be more cautious during future upgrades. Next on his agenda was to create a furnace. Qin Feng approached the workbench and navigated to the furnace crafting page, having already prepared the necessary materials, eagerly awaiting this moment. Soon, he completed the construction of a furnace, comparable in size to the workbench. By simply placing various ores into the furnace, he could smelt them into metal ingots at a ratio of 5:1, which could then be processed into metal plates, components, and various finished products at the workbench. The furnace and workbench formed a perfect closed-loop system. However, the smelting ratio was somewhat excessive, which caught Qin Feng off guard. It seemed that crafting a complete set of iron armor would be no small feat, necessitating further resource extraction. Chapter 23. The long spear. Qin Feng studied several blueprints in his possession and proceeded to craft a batch of arrows. Alleviating his concerns regarding ammunition shortages, he also constructed a water condenser, purchasing some charcoal and pebbles from the store to incorporate into it. After pouring in a bucket of murky wastewater, he awaited the filtration process. The quality of the condenser was merely white, with a filtration efficiency that was not particularly high, capable of producing only 12 liters of pure water per day. Nevertheless, it resolved his immediate drinking water dilemma. Lastly, he turned his attention to the cold storage. Qin Feng stroked his chin, opting for the northwest direction as the site for the cold storage expansion. After expending 100 dream energy, the sanctuary's space decreased by 1/3. It was as if an empty room suddenly sprouted a partition, creating a fascinating visual impact. Beside the cold storage entrance was a temperature regulator, capable of reaching a frigid -30 degrees Celsius, sufficient to preserve food for extended periods without spoiling. Upon opening the cold storage, a cloud of steam billowed forth, and a rush of cold air enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. The cold storage not only served to refrigerate food, but could also function as a warehouse. He could preemptively store water to create ice blocks. Water obtained directly from the distorted world was undrinkable, yet it could be transformed into ice blocks, which, when combined with an ice-making machine, would provide both consumable and cooling ice. During this time, Qin Feng discovered that once a blueprint had been learned, it could be crafted multiple times, and utilizing higher quality materials would yield superior finished products. For instance, a crossbow could be crafted using green-level wood, green-level beast tendons, and rubber, with similar principles applying to water filters and ice-making machines. However, items produced from blueprints had a drawback. They were bound to the player and could not be traded. Akin to bound equipment in games. In contrast, the leather and iron armor sets provided by the system, while also non-tradable, could be gifted, allowing for indirect trading. This was a conclusion he had reached through repeated testing. Qin Feng then crafted several fences, designating an area for planting black soil. Upon completion, he retrieved the genetic serum. The syringe, palm-sized, contained a liquid of golden hue, shimmering brilliantly as if forged from molten gold. It was time to inject the genetic serum. Qin Feng pressed the needle against his wrist. The sharp tip pierced his skin, and a droplet of crimson blood emerged. He pressed the plunger, injecting the golden liquid into his body. In an instant, Qin Feng was overwhelmed by a searing pain that tore through him. Every fiber of his being felt as though it were shifting, bones cracking audibly. This agony did not stem from his flesh but from a deeper source, a torment emerging from the depths of his soul. His pupils, a blend of black and white, were tinged with a faint golden hue, and he could not suppress a groan as he curled up on the ground like a shrimp. The pain persisted for 10 minutes. Qin Feng gasped for breath, akin to a parched fish, his throat dry and smoke-like. Grabbing a nearby bottle of mineral water, he gulped down several mouthfuls, which provided some relief. At that moment, he once again assessed his body. he discovered a newfound lightness coursing through him, with distinct muscle definition in his arms. Lifting his abdominal leather armor revealed 8 well-defined abs before Qin Feng's astonished gaze. He was utterly taken aback. It was worth noting that he had previously possessed only a single muscle. Now, after the genetic serum's transformation, his physical strength was immensely formidable, and his physique had become significantly more robust. To an outsider, Qin Feng now appeared as a veritable fitness enthusiast, having trained for years. The changes wrought by the genetic serum were not limited to mere appearance. He could feel an overwhelming power within every fiber of his being. And should he unleash it fully, it would be terrifying. Upon examining his personal panel, player, Qin Feng Strength, 25 Constitution, 20 Mood, 8100 Spirit, 1012 Overall Strength, White Skill. Windchaser gazing at the breakthrough in his strength and constitution attributes. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. He felt overwhelmingly powerful. With his current strength attributes, he could easily overpower a poison dart frog with a punch or kick the eyes of a king snake. The two were no longer in the same league. Was this the power of the genetic serum? He chuckled sinisterly, a smile creeping across his face. Exiting the sanctuary, he reveled in the changes to his body. Strength, agility, and physical resilience had all seen substantial enhancement. With his current reaction speed, evading attacks akin to those of a poison dart frog was merely a matter of thought. For the poison dart frog to harm him would likely require only its venom. However, one thing perplexed Qin Feng. His overall strength remained white. Logically, it should not be the case. Qin Feng began to inventory the supplies he had obtained from the supply station. Small umbrellas, sanitary pads, sausages, bread, and water. An array of items. His gaze fell upon a long spear and a blueprint, both acquired from the supply station. Picking up the long spear, he examined it closely. Long spear, quality, blue strength, 5 note. A sharp weapon forged by a dwarf craftsman. Incredibly sharp, capable of enhancing the wielder's strength attribute. Those who possess it are either fortunate or merely lucky. Which category do you belong to? Certainly the latter. Qin Feng grasped the long spear. Unable to part with it, the spear's body, crafted from an unknown metal, was entirely black, warm to the touch rather than cold. The spear measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, intricately carved with complex patterns. And the spearhead appeared to be about 1.5 meters long. Although Qin Feng lacked proficiency in spearplay, it did not hinder his ability to wield it. A blue-level weapon was beyond his current crafting capabilities. If there were a weapon ranking, this long spear would undoubtedly secure a top position unless a purple-level weapon were to emerge. A purple-level weapon? Qin Feng dismissed the thought with a smile. At this stage, the appearance of a purple-level weapon would only occur if someone, like him, acquired it from the supply station. However, the odds were exceedingly slim. It was essential to note that he had amassed sufficient distorted organs in advance to trigger the supply station's purple-level items. Most players lacked the resources that Qin Feng possessed. Even when encountering a supply station, the prerequisite of activating the refresh button required 200 distorted organs, a daunting challenge for many. Not to mention the probability factor involved. Of course, one could not rule out the existence of the fortunate, given the substantial player base, but even they would need a minimum of 200 distorted organs. Without prior preparation, it would be impossible to gather them in a short time. Stowing away the long spear, he turned his attention to the blueprints. Blueprints held a unique status within this dreamscape game, devoid of inherent quality. Once learned, they could yield high-quality items provided superior materials were utilized. In a certain sense, a practical blueprint's value far surpassed that of a specific raid weapon. Solar air conditioner blueprint crafting materials. Iron ingots 10, metal parts 10, glass 20, plastic 20 note. Upon learning, it allows for the crafting of a solar air conditioner capable of automatically regulating indoor temperature, providing unprecedented comfort. A remarkably advantageous blueprint, which, when paired with the cold storage and ice-making machine, bolstered Qin Feng's confidence in facing the impending 7 days of aerial calamity. With a long spear in hand and a crossbow slung over his back, Qin Feng resolved to venture forth and transplant the vision fruit trees. Upon stepping outside the sanctuary, he noticed the mist had noticeably thinned, and the rainforest appeared to have flourished following a recent autumn rain. Chapter 24. Strength Enhancement, Ding. Welcome players to the 3rd day of the novice period. The emergence of foggy weather indicates that beasts and aberrations seem to be undergoing some form of transformation. becoming stronger and more aggressive. Players are advised to upgrade their sanctuaries promptly to prepare for potential attacks. The fog will dissipate in 2 hours, at which point the Dream Energy Shop will open. Qin Feng halted his steps, contemplating the message conveyed in the announcement. Observing the hazy mist, he realized that the arrival of this fog was indeed no ordinary occurrence. The system announcement essentially confirmed his suspicions. The changes occurring to the vision fruit trees were related to the fog. The haze appeared to possess the ability to facilitate the evolution of flora and fauna. No wonder he had felt such a sense of dissonance. In this case, the aberrations and mutated creatures would prove to be even more troublesome than before. Simultaneously, another question puzzled Qin Feng. If the evolution trajectory of aberrations and mutated creatures was one of enhanced strength, what about plants? Surely, they would not simply sprout 4 legs and transform into tree demons. Based on the changes in the vision fruit trees, it could be inferred that the direction of plant evolution aimed towards higher quality. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Could it not imply that, following this dense fog, high-quality resources will become more accessible? Such a shift is undoubtedly advantageous for formidable players. It is akin to a survival of the fittest scenario, eliminating the weaker contenders and revealing the truly capable ones. The opening of the point store was anticipated by Qin Feng, although he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Yet, one wonders if the point store will offer high-grade supplies akin to the supply stations. Should that be the case, what chaotic scenes might unfold? The region is already abuzz with discussion. Some are elated while others are filled with dread. Can you believe it? My shelter has yet to upgrade, and I am already facing attacks from mutated creatures and aberrations. Is there no respite for us? Haha. This is fortuitous. I just exchanged for a green-grade weapon at the supply station, and now I'm lamenting the lack of suitable prey. Let the storm rage on. To the person above, a green-grade weapon is quite impressive. But did you not see that one guy flaunting his blue-grade weapon? Damn, why am I not so lucky? Oh, come on. As if you possess a blue-grade weapon. That must be the envy talking. Damn it, is there no option to block this nonsense? Witnessing this group flaunting their good fortune is more disheartening than death itself. XXX, curse your entire family. You deceived me into believing you could help me exchange for supplies at the supply station, only to vanish after taking my aberrant organs. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Woe is me, brother upstairs, I share your sentiment. These frauds deserve their comeuppance. The airdrops and the emergence of supply stations have resulted in a surge of power for some players, leading to a proliferation of formidable foes in the region. It has become overwhelmingly inflated. Qin Feng switched the window to the management group, where discussions about the recent haze were underway. Fox, this group of novices is becoming quite arrogant. Once their beginner phase ends, they will be in for a surprise. Snow Rabbit, during the beginner phase, the shelter has protective mechanisms, shielding it from aberrations and mutated creatures. Once that protection fades, I eagerly anticipate their expressions. Grey Wolf, the airdrops and supply stations have likely benefited some novices, enhancing their strength significantly. I wonder if anyone has acquired purple-grade items. Purple-grade items, Codfish reminisced. I heard that the top-ranked player from my cohort obtained a purple-grade weapon. He has since become someone we cannot contend with. Fox, what of it? We may yet have our chance to surpass him. Codfish, indeed, that is precisely our purpose for being here. The conversation in the group delved into topics that Qin Feng found perplexing. However, he was particularly intrigued by the mention of the protective mechanism during the beginner phase, which, according to the discussion, would vanish once the phase concluded. It is no wonder that there have been no reports of attacks on shelters in recent days. This explains everything. With the disappearance of the protective mechanism, shelters will be exposed to potential assaults and will no longer be safe. Given the durability of a level 1 Dreamland shelter, it would likely not withstand an assault from aberrations or mutated creatures for long. This must be the reason for the announcement urging players to upgrade their shelters promptly. The introduction of airdrops and supply stations is likely a response to the impending disaster that will follow the conclusion of the beginner phase. In an instant, Qin Feng's understanding deepened, a chill coursed through him, as various signs indicated that his suspicions were indeed correct. Should this be the case, how many players would perish? Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng sought to calm his racing thoughts. In these past few days of survival, everyone had been deceived by the flourishing scene in the region, completely oblivious to the imminent danger. It seems he must hasten his preparations for the potential calamities that lie ahead. Aside from the matter of the shelter's protective mechanism, Codfish's words confirmed that the individuals in the management group were once players like themselves. It remains unclear how they became members of the management group. Through the chat logs, Qin Feng discerned that, although these individuals could monitor players, they were unable to acquire player intelligence. Otherwise, they would have known about his acquisition of the gene serum. This was a stroke of luck for Qin Feng, as he did not wish to be targeted by such a group prematurely. Having fortified himself with the gene serum and hastening his pace deliberately, Qin Feng traversed a journey that should have taken 40 minutes in less than 20. The fog remained, yet it appeared insignificant before Qin Feng's enhanced vision. Suddenly, he slowed his advance. Something lay ahead. Although his view was obstructed, the sounds reaching his ears conveyed the message. Grasping his long spear, Qin Feng advanced cautiously. As he drew near enough to discern the source of the beastly sounds, he beheld a massive wild boar. Mutated wild boar strength, 15 constitution, 10 overall power, white note. A creature that has mutated from a wild boar. Possessing robust physique and strength, beware of its tusks and direct charges. Qin Feng's pupils constricted to pinpricks. What a formidable wild boar. Its strength and constitution had surpassed 10 points. Before he injected the gene serum, it would have been an adversary he could not confront, opting instead to circumvent it. Yet now, this wild boar was no longer a concern. As he observed the wild boar feasting, a wave of anger washed over Qin Feng. Damn it! The fruit tree of bright eyes he passed by this morning was now half devoured. There is no doubt the culprit is this wild boar. Recalling how carefully he had harvested the bright eye fruits, fearing harm to the tree, it was infuriating to see this wild boar, emerging from nowhere, devour a significant portion of the tree. This was not merely a matter of the boar munching on the fruit tree. It felt as though it was gnawing at his very heart. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a pang of anguish. If the boar continued to feed, it would not be long before the bright eye fruit tree was reduced to nothing but a bare trunk. Chapter 25. Green-grade fertilizer. With a grim expression, Qin Feng stepped out, spear in hand. The safest method to deal with the wild boar would be with poisoned arrows, but in his haste and fury, he wished to eliminate this creature immediately for its destruction of the bright eye fruit tree. Humph! The wild boar, realizing Qin Feng had ceased feeding, snorted and turned its massive body to face him. This is perfect. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he faced the wild boar's charge head-on, refusing to flinch or evade. Boom! The wild boar's powerful form charged forth like a heavy tank, shaking the ground beneath. Qin Feng remained calm, planting his spear firmly into the ground, stepping back with his right foot to brace himself. Indeed, he intended to endure the wild boar's assault. Clang! The spear emitted a resonant tremor as a gust of wind whipped through his hair. And the wild boar's unstoppable charge collided with the spear's shaft, tusks clashing against it, producing a metallic clang. An immense force surged through, causing the spear to bend. What incredible strength! Qin Feng marveled, despite his significantly higher strength attribute. He could not help but be pushed back. Without any preparation, he would likely have been severely injured or even killed on the spot. The spear's tip carved a trench in the ground several meters long. Yet, it halted there. Feeling the tingling sensation in his arm, Qin Feng exerted himself, the muscles in his arm becoming distinctly defined, and the bent spear suddenly straightened. Like ignited explosives, compressed to their limits and then released. The resulting force forcibly pushed the wild boar back, denying it the chance to charge again. Kicking the spear, Qin Feng sent it soaring from the ground, pivoting 180 degrees, and in a graceful motion. He gripped the long spear and hurled it. Thud! Blood splattered a meter away as the blue-grade spear pierced the wild boar's skull, pinning it to the ground, not even allowing it a cry of despair. Qin Feng approached, withdrawing the spear from the wild boar's head, trailing a spray of blood. Feeling the strength coursing through him, this battle deepened his understanding of his own abilities. Gazing down at the lifeless wild boar, he realized that white-grade mutated creatures posed no threat to him. The sharpness of the spear was certainly beyond the capabilities of a white-grade mutated creature. Based on what had transpired in the recent skirmish, wherever the spear tip struck, it would result in grievous wounds. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, until higher-grade mutated creatures emerged, Qin Feng could traverse this rainforest with impunity. Yet, he would not become overconfident. Once the mist dissipated and all plants and creatures in the distorted world completed their evolution, One could only imagine the terrifying beings that might emerge as he began to dismantle the wild boar's carcass. Qin Feng turned his attention to transplanting the bright-eye fruit tree when a private message from Lingyue popped up. "Are you free? I would like to exchange some materials with you." "Certainly." As he dug at the bright-eye fruit tree, Qin Feng raised his dirty hand to wipe his forehead and replied to Lingyue's message. These two sisters were indeed his lucky stars. So naturally, he had the time. "Sis, why are you still dealing with that unscrupulous merchant?" Lingxue, clutching a bag of colorful rainbow candies, popped one into her mouth. She could not comprehend her sister's connection with Qin Feng. As the materials her sister sought could also be obtained from the shop, why was it necessary to contact Qin Feng? "Eat less. These are green-grade candies, packed with energy." Lingyue ignored Lingxue's protest. She somewhat understood her sister's attitude, but she was not Lingxue and would not view matters so simplistically. "Sis, don't change the subject." That merchant clearly knew about the aberrant organs but chose not to inform anyone else, causing us to struggle to find the supply station and unable to exchange all the items within. "Those are purple-grade items. It's infuriating." As she spoke, Lingxue stomped her foot in frustration. Lingyue shot her sister a glance, but he did inform us about the dangers surrounding the airdrop. Had it not been for his warning, we could have been injured. "Have you forgotten those vines that suddenly sprang up from the ground?" Lingxue's face paled as she recalled the vines that lay hidden, poised to ambush beneath the airdrop. Had she and her sister not been prepared in advance, they would have undoubtedly stepped into a trap woven by the vines, with unimaginable consequences. "Sis, I'm just frustrated." "I know." How could Lingyue fail to comprehend her sister's thoughts? Her sister is merely a bit naive, without any malicious intent. Yet, in this life-and-death survival game, such innocence could very well cost someone their life. It is precisely because of her sister's constant companionship that she has not succumbed to despair. Lingyue harbors her own feelings of resentment. After all, the purple-grade supplies are enough to stir anyone's heart. Compared to her sister, she simply understands the nuances of sacrifice better. Upon recognizing Qin Feng's formidable abilities, Lingyue began to observe his actions closely. When he acquired the mutated organs, she, within her means, also procured a few. Although her collection amounted to just over 100, it allowed her to exchange for the majority of supplies upon discovering a supply station. Compared to most players, she and her sister had already garnered significant rewards from this airdrop. One must learn to be content and not covet what lies beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the sister's intricate thoughts, eagerly anticipating the valuable items Lingyue would bring him this time. Before long, a screenshot appeared in the chat window. "This is a biological fertilizer I obtained from a green-grade treasure chest. It has extraordinary effects on crop production and cultivation. I don't have much left, but it should be useful to you. Biological fertilizer quality, green note. A fertilizer that can enhance soil nutrients and improve soil fertility. It promotes crop growth through microbial proliferation and strengthens disease resistance. An essential item for cultivating crops." The screenshot displayed a small, black, ball-like substance resembling a dung ball, unassuming in appearance, yet once its effects were understood, no one could resist its allure. The green-grade fertilizer gleamed brightly in Qin Feng's eyes. Were it not for the survival game, he might have suspected Lingyue of having X-ray vision, seeking him out for his experience points. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him, with this green-grade fertilizer and blue-grade black soil. Qin Feng felt more confident about transplanting the Mingmu fruit tree. "How many biological fertilizers do you have?" he inquired, his urgency palpable. "I don't have many on hand. I need to save some for myself. So I can only trade you 20. Sister, don't we have a small bag?" Lingxue murmured quietly as she observed their conversation. Lingyue shot her a glare, knowing that it was common sense to withhold some items in a trade. Lingxue pouted, wisely closing her mouth, aware that her sister was displeased. 20 is a bit scant. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain about the effectiveness of the biological fertilizers and whether it would suffice. However, he understood that Lingyue was certainly holding back. If it proved insufficient, acquiring more from her later at a price would not be a challenge. Chapter 26. The transformation of the Mingmu fruit tree. Lingyue presented the green-grade fertilizer, piquing Qin Feng's interest. "What do you wish to exchange for it? Do you have any green-grade wood?" Lingyue pondered before speaking. Green-grade wood was not available for purchase in the shop. If anyone in the area had upgraded their workbench, Qin Feng was undoubtedly the most likely candidate. Ling Yue resolved that even if she could not trade for green-grade wood from Qin Feng, she must ascertain its source, green-grade wood. Qin Feng stroked his chin, instantly grasping Ling Yue's intention. The 20 units of green-grade fertilizer were meant to exchange for 20 units of green-grade wood, precisely what was needed to upgrade the workbench. So, you intend to upgrade the workbench? Qin Feng was somewhat astonished at Ling Yue's swift decision. After all, she could only create the workbench using the iron ore he had sold her. Just a day had passed since the workbench was made, and here she was, preparing to upgrade it so soon. Clearly, the Ling sisters had reaped substantial rewards from this airdrop. Yet, Qin Feng felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Upgrading the workbench was simple, but the resources required to craft green-grade equipment were far from trivial, especially at the juncture marking the end of the novice phase. Wasting resources was not a prudent endeavor. You're looking to upgrade the workbench to create higher quality equipment. Aren't you? Yes, Ling Yue, unaware of Qin Feng's reasoning, pressed. Is there a problem? Her keen intellect immediately sensed the subtext in his words. No. I merely wish to remind you that while upgrading the workbench is straightforward, the materials needed for crafting green-grade equipment are quite costly. Qin Feng shared a screenshot of the green-grade iron ingot required for one of the iron armor pieces. Ling Yue, having this intention, had undoubtedly upgraded her shelter and built a furnace. So the smelting ratios for iron ore and metal ingots need not be reiterated. Indeed, she had upgraded the workbench. Gazing at the components of the iron armor set in the screenshot, Ling Yue's eyes sparkled. She recognized Qin Feng's warning as a gesture of goodwill, yet she too had her own secrets that she could not disclose. I understand. Upgrading the workbench is merely a matter of time. Isn't it? Oh? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting Ling Yue's confidence. Since that was the case, he felt it unnecessary to press further. The green-grade wood he had harvested yesterday, after his extensive consumption, now amounted to 25 units. Precisely enough for a trade with Ling Yue. As he contemplated the green-grade fertilizer acquired from Ling Yue, he picked up one piece, noting its faint scent of decaying vegetation, hoping it would yield unexpected benefits. With the Mingmu fruit tree safely in his backpack, he needed to return quickly. Prior experiments had shown that while living plants could be stored in the backpack, they would deteriorate like food. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement as he approached the designated planting area. He excavated a basin-sized hole in the black soil, carefully extracting the Mingmu fruit tree and burying its roots in the rich earth. After patting the soil down and adding a bit of water, he checked the status of the Mingmu fruit tree. Mingmu fruit tree quality? Note: an exceedingly rare mutated fruit tree. Its fruit possesses incredible effects. Yet it appears to be undergoing some form of transformation. The information about the Mingmu fruit tree had changed. The quality section now displayed a question mark, and Qin Feng noticed a horizontal bar resembling a progress tracker, indicating a countdown of 24 hours. This meant that the potential for the Mingmu fruit tree to evolve would become clear in 24 hours. Qin Feng took a piece of green-grade fertilizer, crushed it in his hand, and evenly sprinkled it around the roots of the Mingmu fruit tree, then checked its information once more. To his delight, the time required for the Mingmu fruit tree's evolution had decreased from 24 hours to 20 hours. The green-grade fertilizer could indeed shorten the purification time of the Mingmu fruit tree, a most unexpected boon. He retrieved another piece of fertilizer, and upon its application, the time required for purification decreased again. Though this time by only 3 hours instead of 4. It appeared that the effect had diminished with consecutive use. After applying 14 pieces of organic fertilizer, the required time for the Mingmu fruit tree's evolution plateaued at 4 hours, suggesting that this was a threshold that could not be further influenced. The transformation of the Mingmu fruit tree was indeed remarkable. The branches that had been gnawed by wild boars sprouted new buds, and the entire tree radiated vitality and life. Notification: the fog has dissipated, and the point shop is now open. Please proceed to the shop to confirm your items. Stepping out of the shelter, Qin Feng beheld the previously mist-shrouded rainforest, now completely clear, with sunlight breaking through the clouds. The heavy humidity of the foggy day had given way to a vibrant rainbow on the horizon. At this moment, the rainforest seemed to come alive, rekindling a sense of familiarity. Like most players, Qin Feng rushed to enter the shop, noticing a new tab page alongside the original store. This was the point shop. The point shop brimmed with various items, including food and crafting materials. Even iron and copper ores, typically hard to acquire, were available, albeit limited to a purchase of 1,000 units. Qin Feng frowned. the 1,000-unit limit felt like a meager allowance, especially when considering that a region could have up to 100,000 players. This amount of resources was scarcely more than a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the lack of restrictions on exchanges in the point shop implied that success depended solely on one's speed. The moment the point shop opened, all available food items had been snatched up. With so many players vying for useful resources, the competition was fierce. After browsing through all the items in the point shop, Qin Feng found no blueprints, only low-grade resources, and even green-grade items were absent. Upon reviewing the point shop's refresh rules, he understood the situation. The items in the point shop refresh daily, with the quality of new items contingent on the highest shelter level of players in the area. A level 5 shelter could potentially yield green-grade items, a level 10 blue-grade, and a level 20 purple-grade. However, the highest shelter level in his region belonged to a player known as Pipidong, whose shelter was only at level 4. Thus, it was impossible for green-grade items to appear in the point shop. Holding the dream energy in his hand, Qin Feng realized he could elevate his dream to level 4, yet he refrained, opting to reserve some dream energy for future needs. The point shop primarily served as a venue for players to exchange dream energy. The items available were overpriced and not particularly advantageous. Qin Feng, here as today's iron ore, Xiahua sent him the daily repayment of 20 units of iron ore. By the way, you received the purple-grade items from the supply station, right? Yes, and you? Indeed, I acquired some as well. However, I spent all my mutated organs, and now I'm back to square one, with no dream energy left for upgrading my shelter. I'm still at level 1. It appeared that Xiahua's luck mirrored his own, neither particularly good nor bad. Qin Feng speculated that Xiahua likely had around 300 to 400 mutated organs. The two had tacitly agreed not to inquire about the specifics of each other's purple-grade items, recognizing that such secrets could serve as crucial advantages when necessary. To ask was impolite. Xiahua remarked, I must thank you. Without your intel, I would never have managed to acquire purple-grade items. It's mutually beneficial. You've also contributed 500 units of iron ore. Having said that, Qin Feng added, I believe it would be prudent for you to upgrade your shelter level as soon as possible. I sense that this night will not be tranquil. What is the matter? Have you made any discoveries? For reasons he could not quite comprehend, Xiahua felt an inexplicable trust towards Qin Feng. Chapter 27, Blue-Level Mingmu Fruit. Qin Feng did not conceal anything from Xiahua. The original plan was to disseminate this intelligence through Xiahua to the region. Whether or not anyone believed it was a matter for others to decide. As for why he did not undertake this task himself, Qin Feng had his own considerations. The existence of those enigmatic figures in the management group raised questions about the extent of their surveillance over players. Their apparent indifference towards players suggested they were not on the same side. Qin Feng was reluctant to engage in actions that would attract excessive attention. By having Xiahua carry out these tasks, he could observe the reactions of those individuals, thereby facilitating his own maneuvering. Wow, how cunning! Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiahua was taken aback. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It became clear why the system had offered such ambiguous prompts. The deeper meaning lay therein. He simultaneously felt a chill at Qin Feng's perceptiveness. To deduce such conclusions from seemingly unremarkable information was indeed a formidable feat. After their conversation concluded, Qin Feng prepared to procure some hemostatic herbs like blood-stopping grass, making preparations in advance. Soon, Xiahua disseminated the information he had received from Qin Feng throughout the region, eliciting a variety of reactions. Wow, here comes Xiahua with another strategy guide. With the end of the novice phase, dangers will emerge. This must be a hoax, haha, always playing dead, and now suddenly releasing a guide. It seems he wants to clear his name. Let us see if he brings any goods next. The incident involving the mutated organs had caused Xiahua's accumulated reputation to dwindle. Faced with his sudden appearance, the responses were rife with scorn, though there were also rational players who inferred certain truths from the comments. Xiahua is genuinely trying to help. I think everyone should approach this rationally. Filial son. Xiapi. Filial son, my foot. I'm merely offering a kind reminder. Your whole family is the real filial ones. In an instant, a verbal battle erupted across the region. As night fell, Qin Feng caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Reminiscent of ripe fruits, yet distinct. Curiosity piqued, he scanned his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze settled on the Mingmu fruit tree, from which the alluring aroma emanated. Having consumed Mingmu fruit several times before, Qin Feng was quite familiar with its scent, which was why he had not immediately associated it with the tree. However, something seemed different this time. Approaching the Mingmu fruit tree, an expression of incredulity spread across Qin Feng's face. The tree appeared to be enveloped in a soft azure glow, with each leaf glistening vividly, and the crimson fruits gleaming like rubies, translucent and radiant. The intricate patterns of the flesh beneath the skin were clearly visible, creating an almost surreal sensation of X-ray vision. Moreover, Qin Feng recalled that he had harvested the ripe fruits before transplanting the tree. It had matured again so quickly. Had it successfully evolved? A wave of joy surged within him, considering the timing. If his speculation was correct, the Mingmu fruit tree had evolved into a blue-level plant, which explained the remarkable changes. With a sense of wonder, he examined the information on the Mingmu fruit tree. Mingmu fruit tree quality, Blue Note. A remarkably rare mutated fruit tree, its fruits possess astonishing effects. Consuming them can permanently enhance mental attributes. Permanently enhance mental attributes. Qin Feng was struck with astonishment at these words. Hastily plucking a Mingmu fruit, the fruit felt heavy and icy in his hand, and the effects of the Mingmu fruit materialized before him. Mingmu fruit quality, Blue Note. The fruit of the Mingmu fruit tree. Consuming it can significantly enhance mood, restore mental attributes, grant clarity of vision, and improve eyesight for a duration of 24 hours. Long-term consumption yields even greater effects and can permanently increase mental attributes by 1 point. This is simply, Qin Feng could not finish his thought. The formidable effects of the blue-level Mingmu fruit exceeded his expectations by leaps and bounds. Not only did it enhance mood, mental attributes, and vision, but it also offered improvements in eyesight and a permanent increase in mental attributes. This was no ordinary fruit. It was akin to an elixir. In a swift motion, Qin Feng consumed the Mingmu fruit. Instantly, his mind felt clear, as if all burdens had been lifted. It was an extraordinary sensation, with his thoughts becoming remarkably agile, as if enveloped in a halo of wisdom. The previously murky night transformed gradually into clarity. No longer a source of distress, while his mental attributes increased by 1 point to 13, a smile of exhilaration spread across Qin Feng's face. The vision-enhancing effects of the blue-level Mingmu fruit far surpassed those of the green-level variant. Now, facing the darkness, he might not see as clearly as by day, but his vision far surpassed that of any beast. One could say that Qin Feng, after consuming the Mingmu fruit, became more formidable than any beast under the cover of night. Having harvested 34 fruits, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. Had the wild boar not devoured some of the Mingmu fruit tree, he would have likely gained a dozen more. Taking out one of the fruits, he recalled that the green-level mineral water only enhanced attributes upon first use. He wondered if the same applied to the Mingmu fruit, suppressing the urge to consume another. The effects of the Mingmu fruit lasted a considerable time. Consuming it now would be wasteful. The entire Mingmu fruit tree was under his stewardship, and time was not of the essence. What was more pressing was utilizing the Mingmu fruits to obtain green-level iron ore. With green-level iron ore, he could craft iron armor, thereby bolstering his confidence against the dangers that awaited the end of the novice phase. As per his usual practice, Qin Feng shouted in the shop, "I am selling blue-level Mingmu fruits, which significantly enhance mood, restore mental attributes, and permanently elevate mental attributes and vision. Only green-level minerals will be accepted in trade. Interested parties may come to the shop. Blue-level fruits. This must be a scam. I haven't even seen green-level materials. Damn it, isn't this Qin Ming, the one who initially acquired the mutated organs? How much wealth has he amassed to be this affluent? Is there no one to bring this fellow to justice? Justice? Have you not seen how many people are going mad for this? Do you still want to play the world's police?" His shout caused quite a stir in the region. In no time, Qin Feng received several private messages, all inquiring whether other materials could substitute for iron ore, which he chose to ignore. Although green-level iron ore was rare, with so many players in the region, it was unlikely that Xia Hua was the only one to discover it. Others must possess it, though the quantity remained a question. Qin Feng's aim was precisely these players. Before long, a notification of successful Mingmu fruit trades arrived. Opening the shop, he was astounded by one of the transaction amounts, a staggering 100 units of green-level iron ore. Who could this be, making such a grand gesture? Qin Feng sought to discern the identity of the buyer through the transaction information, only to find it was an anonymous purchase, rendering him unable to ascertain the identity. What a pity! He felt a twinge of disappointment. Anyone able to procure 100 units of green-level iron ore must have discovered a vein. Much like Xiaohua, if only he could establish contact, it would provide him with an additional source for minerals. However, the buyer seemed intent on concealing their identity, evidently wishing to keep their discovery under wraps. Chapter 28. Half a set of iron armor. The trading of Mingmu fruits continued, with Qin Feng consistently receiving green-level iron ore. Glancing at the piles of iron ore before him, he realized he had amassed a total of 120 units. With a smelting ratio of 5:1, he could produce 24 units of iron ingots. Compared to the 54 units required to craft a complete set of iron armor, he had already gathered half, allowing him to produce some components while completing the rest later. Approaching the furnace, Qin Feng deposited all the iron ore within. Under the intense heat, the ore began to show signs of melting. The resulting iron ingots were each the size of bricks, uniformly shaped, as if cut by a machine. Opening the crafting table's production list, Qin Feng noted that the iron armor set comprised 6 components. He opted to craft the helmet, chest plate, and gauntlets first, with the chest plate being the most crucial, followed by the helmet. As for the gauntlets, it was merely his desire to complete the upper body. Qin Feng, however, held little interest in the iron sword, as he already possessed a blue-level long spear that rendered a green-level sword beneath his notice. Yet, to activate the set bonus, he needed to craft all 6 components. The set bonus granted increased strength and physical attributes, which were quite appealing, though he was uncertain whether the set attributes required wearing all parts to activate or if merely crafting them would suffice. Should it be the former, he would be forced to choose between the benefits of the iron armor set and the sharpness of his long spear. Qin Feng placed the iron ingots into the crafting table. A flash of white light signaled the completion of the chest plate, helmet, and gauntlets in quick succession. Qin Feng lifted the chest plate, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. Exquisite armor quality, green durability, 20 note. One of the components of the iron armor set, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and corrosion resistance. Crafting all components activates the set bonus. This armor was constructed from scales resembling droplets of water, layered meticulously to create a seamless fit, combining hardness with a hint of flexibility. The cold metallic texture shimmering under the light. Taking a piece of iron ore, Qin Feng struck the armor with force. A chunk chipped off the ore, yet the pristine armor remained unscathed. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome. After shedding his leather armor, he donned the chest plate. An immediate shiver coursed through him. The chilly sensation elicited a reflexive response, and he found it somewhat uncomfortable, glancing at the leather armor he had discarded. He noted it incorporated the shell of a volcanic scorpion, rendering it too rigid to serve as an underlayer. He would need to craft another piece of leather armor. Once the leather armor was completed, he donned it, followed by the iron armor, and the discomfort diminished considerably. After securing the helmet and fastening the gauntlets, Qin Feng spun around in place. Beholding his new iron armor, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a half-formed medieval knight, creating an odd juxtaposition with his upper body clad in refined armor while his lower half remained bare. The iron armor appeared quite heavy, yet once worn, it did not feel burdensome at all. Qin Feng was uncertain whether the significant enhancement of his strength was related to the gene serum he had injected, or if others might perceive it differently. However, he did notice a flaw in the armored suit he wore. As he moved, the clinking of the metal plates sounded akin to carrying a wind chime, creating a cacophony that was decidedly unfriendly for anyone seeking to conceal their presence. Above, a countdown timer ticked down, and when it reached 000000, a sudden system announcement materialized. Dear players, congratulations on surviving the novice protection period. The Sanctuary defense battle is about to commence. Players must remain within a 100-meter radius of the Sanctuary, during which there will be continuous assaults from aberrations and mutated creatures. Defeating them will earn you points, and rewards will be distributed based on your ranking after it concludes. Strive to survive. As the announcement faded, a great light screen descended from the heavens, enveloping the Sanctuary and extending into the distance. Was this meant to restrict the player's movements? Qin Feng regarded the luminous barrier with a grave expression. While he had prepared for this, most players were bewildered by the sudden emergence of the Sanctuary defense battle. The area descended into chaos. What the hell happened? I was already in bed when I was jolted awake by that voice in my head. Damn it, a Sanctuary defense battle? Can someone tell me what is going on? Where are the big shots from the strategy group? Why is there suddenly a defense battle? I'm not prepared for this at all. Isn't this just setting us up for failure? Brothers, does anyone have a weapon? Any weapon will do. I'll trade green level supplies for it. Everyone, stay calm. Did you see that light screen? It might just be there to protect us. The ramblings of these individuals were truly desperate and misguided. Qin Feng glanced at the countdown in front of him. Only 5 minutes remained, and he feared that when the timer reached 0, the aberrations and mutated creatures would indeed launch their assault. Staying within the sanctuary, he remained vigilant, keeping an ear out for disturbances outside. As the countdown neared its end, a series of alarming notifications appeared before him. Durability -1. Durability -1. Durability -1. Qin Feng's expression darkened. The sanctuary was under attack, its durability diminishing, yet he could not discern what creature was assaulting it. Having consumed the bright-eye fruit, his vision was extraordinary, yet he could see nothing beneath the surface that was undermining the sanctuary. This was intolerable. He could no longer remain within the sanctuary. He had to venture outside. Grasping his long spear, Qin Feng stepped beyond the sanctuary's confines and, upon surveying his surroundings, he heard a faint, squeaking sound. Looking down, he quickly comprehended the situation. In a wonder he couldn't see any creatures attacking the sanctuary. A massive rat was diligently burrowing into the wall, its posterior elevated as it worked tirelessly, conveniently hidden from his sight. With the novice protection feature now disabled, Qin Feng could not ascertain the rat's attributes. However, that did not hinder his ability to attack. With a swift motion, he swung his long spear. And the creature met no resistance as its body split in two. A voice echoed in his mind. Killing mutated rat awarded 1 point. Mutated rat. Gazing at the lifeless rodent, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. After waiting so long, he had only garnered a single point, and the rat's corpse could not be disassembled for mutated organs or other materials. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze upon him, appearing without warning behind him. With enhanced vision, Qin Feng peered across the terrain and spotted the light screen enveloping the sanctuary. Further back, he gasped in disbelief. What was that? Qin Feng beheld, deep within the dark rainforest, a multitude of aberrations lurking. Their numbers dense and intimidating, sending a shiver down his spine. These aberrations stood still like wooden carvings, awaiting some unspoken command. Locking his gaze on the distance once more, he saw those aberrations stir. A portion moving toward the sanctuary. Clenching his long spear tightly, he sensed something monumental. The sanctuary defense battle was perhaps a meticulously orchestrated operation, not merely an attack from aberrations and mutated creatures. Chapter 29. A bold strike. The aberrations approaching the sanctuary resembled those he had encountered in the ruined city, around a dozen in total. Qin Feng refrained from charging forward, fearing that if he left the sanctuary, it might be attacked from another direction. Here they came. Qin Feng focused on the nearest aberration, which, upon noticing the sanctuary, accelerated its previously languid pace as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. With a sweeping motion of his long spear, he decapitated the aberration, crushing its head beneath his foot. A notification appeared in his mind. 2 points awarded. Killing aberrations, akin to the earlier mutated rat, yielded only points without any mutated organs, though the points for the aberrations were notably higher. Observing for a moment, Qin Feng realized that all these aberrations were of white-level strength. With his current abilities, they posed no threat to him. The immunity he gained from the gene serum allowed him to slay aberrations with reckless abandon. Gradually, he discerned an odd phenomenon. Although a dozen aberrations were advancing toward the sanctuary, they did not appear in groups. Instead, they came forth one by one, as though lined up to deliver groceries. It soon dawned on Qin Feng. The intervals between the appearances of each aberration were designed to provide players with a breather, preventing them from becoming overwhelmed. Clearly, the architect of this dreamlike game did not intend to eliminate players, but rather to evaluate them. Qin Feng swiftly dealt with the wave of aberrations rushing toward the sanctuary. Before the blue level-long spear, the aberrations' bodies crumpled as if made of paper, allowing Qin Feng's kill rate to reach alarming levels. Any aberration that survived a single strike was easily dispatched with a follow-up blow. He had yet to utilize his Wind Chaser skill, yet the dozen aberrations had already transformed into his points. Taking a moment to glance at the area, he noted that the situation for other players was far from optimistic. Damn it, these aberrations are relentless. I've killed one after another without a moment to breathe. This is exhausting. Where are the brothers selling hemostatic herbs? I've been scratched by a mutated cat and urgently need a hemostatic herb. Help! I can't hold on much longer. My sanctuary has been breached, and those monsters are lurking outside, glaring at me. Farewell, you wretched world. Brothers upstairs, I've been bitten by an aberration and infected with the virus. Damn it, half my body is paralyzed. I truly hope I don't turn into that ghastly form. If I don't manage to end my life, please grant me a swift death if you encounter me. I am Triple X. I once walked this world. Is there anyone who can lend a hand? My name is Luo Xiaotian. I have a sister named Luo Lin, and it's highly likely she arrived in this damned world with me. I am willing to trade all my supplies. I only hope that if you encounter my sister, you can return my belongings to her. I beg you. I am Triple X. I am Triple X. The area was flooded with messages. I am Triple X. I once walked this world, as red subtitles scrolled across the screen. Those who had just spoken suddenly appeared on the death list. Qin Feng was not a cold-hearted individual. He did not remain unperturbed by the deaths of others. Witnessing the final words of so many, devoid of anguished curses, facing death with such tranquility, merely leaving their names in the area to prove they had once lived, made him ponder, perhaps one day, he too would find himself in such a position. Having undergone physical enhancement and donned half a suit of armor, Qin Feng faced the aberrations as if they were mere meals. The reality was that many were teetering on the brink of life and death. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions, his resolve unwavering. The battle was far from over, and now was not the time to be swayed by negative feelings. New attackers emerged. This time, they were not aberrations but mutated creatures, a colossal black bear. Unlike the mutated creatures he had encountered before, the bear before him lacked any semblance of life, resembling a puppet under control. With a surge of energy, Qin Feng activated his Wind Chaser skill, his speed skyrocketing to an astonishing degree. As he moved, afterimages trailed behind him, and in a flash, he circled behind the unsuspecting bear, its robust, broad back exposed without defense. Clenching his right fist, he summoned all his strength. Delivering a resounding blow that sank deep into the bear's soft flesh. Roar! The bear let out a pained bellow, its immense body visibly trembling, foam spewing from its mouth. Qin Feng withdrew, observing from a distance. This was his first time unleashing his full power since injecting the gene serum. The previous wild boar had merely been a warm-up. The force of his punch had left the bear incapacitated. After confirming the results, Qin Feng wasted no time. He swung his long spear, and the bear's head rolled away, yielding a hefty 10 points for the kill. No longer holding back, he recognized that to survive in this world, one must possess formidable strength. The Sanctuary defense battle was not just a selection process for players, but also an opportunity to enhance their abilities. Once the defense battle concluded, the rewards from the points leaderboard would surely be substantial. Checking the leaderboard, he noted that the top player had already amassed over 50 points. Qin Feng's score stood at 36, placing him beyond the 1000th rank. No longer hesitating, he charged into the fray. Resembling a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus amidst the aberrations, engaging them head-on. With the mental recovery from the Bright Eye Fruit, he maintained the Wind Chaser skill throughout the encounter. Suddenly, Qin Feng's speed surged once more, and his proficiency with the skill increased. He obliterated the mutated creatures entering the light screen, then approached the luminous barrier enveloping the sanctuary, attempting to touch it with his long spear. To his surprise, there was no obstruction as it passed through effortlessly. He then hurled the corpse of a mutated creature toward the barrier. The light screen rippled slightly, yet the body continued unhindered, sailing through. Puzzled, Qin Feng regarded the light screen. The announcement had warned players not to venture beyond 100 meters from the sanctuary, and this barrier was evidently meant to mark that boundary. However, the results of his tests suggested that it posed no hindrance. Was it solely targeted at players? Deciding to test further, Qin Feng reached out to touch the light screen. The fingertips effortlessly glided through the luminous veil, and with a single step, he found himself outside. Astonished at how easily he had emerged, it was almost too simple. Before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Feng sensed that something was amiss. Those grotesque entities, akin to manipulated invaders seeking refuge deep within the rainforest, simultaneously turned their bodies towards him. Even some aberrations that had been heading in other directions altered their course to approach him. Qin Feng's complexion shifted, and he swiftly re-entered the veil. However, it was too late. In an instant, He was besieged by a swarm of these grotesque beings, charging towards the refuge like rabid dogs. It became evident that this luminous barrier truly served to protect the sanctuary, isolating it from the grotesque entities and shielding players from their perception. Chapter 30. Seizing the first victory, the sheer number of grotesque entities rushing towards the refuge was overwhelming. Qin Ming retrieved an arrow, igniting the corpse oil upon it, and shot it towards the nearest aberration, the flames igniting instantly. The grotesque entities were clustered closely together, causing the fire to spread rapidly among them. From Qin Feng's perspective, it resembled a moving fireball advancing towards him. He quickly retreated, distancing himself from the grotesque entities, fortunate that their animosity was solely directed at players, sparing the sanctuary from indiscriminate attacks, as long as he could buy enough time. He could incinerate the grotesque beings, however. Qin Feng turned his attention to the mutated creatures. Unlike the grotesque entities, these creatures harbored an intrinsic fear of flames, rendering the same tactic ineffective. They had to be eliminated. Drawing a multitude of grotesque entities that he had lured, he charged towards the mutated creatures. Unintentionally, the fire became his best cover, deterring the mutated beings from daring to assault him. For a time, it transformed into a one-sided massacre, with his points skyrocketing. While hunting the mutated creatures, Qin Feng occasionally turned to fire a shot to thwart the advancing grotesque entities. As he swept his firearm for another shot, he attempted to retract the long spear but encountered a sudden resistance. It wouldn't budge. The long spear could not be retracted. Qin Feng glanced back, exerting force on his wrist, and the spear felt as though it were being extracted from a mire. Before he could discern what was happening, a piercing sound sliced through the air as something shot forth from the flames, aimed directly at his face. He sidestepped just in time to evade a fierce strike, though his shoulder was grazed, producing a metallic clang and sending sparks flying. What was that? Qin Feng's heart raced, his pupils constricting as the flames flickered in his eyes, cautiously watching the grotesque entity ablaze like a torch. After slaying so many grotesque beings, he had not anticipated such a terrifying presence lurking among them. He focused on the object that had lodged itself deeply in the ground. A spear, ghastly pale. Although it was termed a spear, it was pitifully short, measuring only about 30 to 40 centimeters. It would be more appropriate to call it a dart. The notion of grotesque entities wielding darts was indeed a dark jest, one he himself found hard to believe. Yet this absurd scene unfolded before him. Under the effect of his keen eyesight, Qin Feng discerned what lay hidden among the throng of grotesque entities. Amidst the blazing inferno, there lurked an entity that had not been ignited. This aberration bore an appearance identical to the others, yet it was notably larger. Had it not been for the flames, Qin Feng might not have recognized its uniqueness. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed an incredible sight. This grotesque entity seized one of its companions and, with a brutal tug, tore off a fragment of bone, clutching it in its decaying hand. Another attack surged forth. Prepared this time, Qin Feng evaded with greater ease than during his initial encounter. Gaining insight into his adversary's means of assault, it wielded a rib bone, a green-tiered grotesque entity. Qin Feng immediately grasped the implications. Only such a being could explain why this aberration exhibited no fear of flames. Hidden among the grotesque entities he had attracted was one whose power exceeded that of the white tier. Had he not donned the iron armor and injected the genetic serum, that earlier strike would have pierced his flesh, subjecting him to a viral invasion, transforming him into one of the seemingly immortal monstrosities before him. It was clear that had he been anyone else, they would likely have fallen victim to the green-tier grotesque entity's ambush. The formidable defense of the iron armor withstood the green-tier grotesque's attack, leaving only a superficial scratch on its surface. Qin Feng locked onto this green-tier aberration. Such a perilous entity had to be dealt with first. Equipped with half an iron armor set, the genetic serum, and his blue-tier long spear, he was eager to test the prowess of the green-tier grotesque entity. Clearing a path, he brought the long spear down with force, striking the green-tier aberration in the chest, causing it to cave in as it was sent flying, tumbling several times before regaining its footing. Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at the grotesque entity he had sent hurtling away. Although he had only struck with the spear's tip, he had exerted all his strength. Had it been a regular grotesque entity, it would have likely been shattered into pieces, unable to rise again. This only reinforced his belief in the entity's uniqueness. After injecting the genetic serum, he encountered nothing but white-tier mutated beings or grotesque entities. He lacked a definitive understanding of his own strength. But this green-tier entity would serve as an excellent benchmark. Despite the indentation in its chest, the green-tier grotesque entity remained undeterred, extending its skeletal arm towards him. Qin Feng raised the long spear to block. Though he was still pushed back several steps, such immense strength, the power possessed by the green-tier grotesque entity far surpassed that of the white-tier. He recalled having withstood the charge of a wild boar. Grotesque entities did not charge with the same momentum. After this exchange, Qin Feng gained a renewed understanding of his own strength, positioning himself within the green tier. Though he handled the green tier grotesque entity with apparent ease, it was due to the iron armor and long spear. Unarmed, he would still have emerged victorious, but not without difficulty. As for green tier mutated beings, they posed far greater uncertainties. The mutated entities exhibited varying physical alterations, such as the poisonous tongue of a poison dart frog or the venom of a king cobra, complicating matters significantly, especially given the vast differences in strength among species. Should he encounter a green-tier wild boar or similar large mutated creature, his advantage in strength would likely evaporate. Qin Feng pierced the grotesque entity's head with his spear, lifting it to deliver a fatal blow, then kicked its lifeless body away. Ding! Killed a green-tier grotesque entity. Points 100. Goodness, 100 points. Qin Feng opened the leaderboard, and his name shone prominently in first place, boasting a staggering 450 points, while the second place barely surpassed 200, over double the score. Moreover, his points continued to rise as the ones he had incinerated counted towards his total. Having cleared the mutated beings, Qin Feng took a moment to rest. His reckless endeavor had garnered him a substantial number of points. He began to understand why the system warned players against straying more than 100 meters from the refuge. Just stepping outside the veil for a few seconds had attracted so many grotesque entities, including one of the green tier. Had he lingered even a moment longer, who knew what would have transpired? Would he have drawn in grotesque entities of even higher tiers? Such threats were far beyond what players at this stage could contend with. Qin Feng refrained from taking any further risks, occasionally rising to eliminate grotesque entities and mutated creatures that approached the veil. Time flew, and as the clock struck 2 in the morning, the Green Tier Refuge defense battle had already lasted 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations to all surviving players, the Refuge defense battle has concluded. The system will now undergo 4 hours of maintenance. During this period, all functions will be unavailable. Players are advised to prepare for new challenges. System maintenance. Qin Feng hurriedly attempted to summon the interface, only to be met with the message, System under maintenance. He was unable to access the region or shop. Chapter 31. End of the novice period. The luminous veil enveloping the refuge began to dissipate. Qin Feng remained vigilant for a while, ensuring the sanctuary would not be attacked, before finally relaxing. With the system in maintenance, there was little he could do. Exhausted, he couldn't even muster the energy to remove his iron armor and simply lay down on the bed. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Qin Feng reached out to grab his phone, only to realize, with wide eyes, that he was in a dream game. What phone? But where was that ringing coming from? After searching, he discovered the sound originated from a voice call from Xiahua at a voice call. Was this a new feature introduced with the system update? Qin Feng distinctly remembered that players could only engage in simple chats and share screenshots. There had been no voice call function. After a restful sleep, his fatigue had somewhat eased, though the soreness in his muscles persisted. He answered Xiahua's call. Qin Feng, have you seen the Refuge Points leaderboard? You're in first place, surpassing the second by over 200 points. Incredible, brother. I'm quite envious. Anyone unaware would think Xiahua was the first, as he seemed even more excited than Qin Feng himself. You're not doing too shabby either. You made it into the top 10. Upon checking the leaderboard, Qin Feng noticed Xiahua's name among the top 10. Scrolling further down, he spotted familiar names, Ling Yu and Ling Shui. The two sisters ranked within the top 50. Their names appeared side by side, indicating they both held the 48th position with identical scores. It seemed the ranking was based on the refuge rather than individual performance. Otherwise, their scores would not align so perfectly. Qin Feng, have you opened the supply box from the leaderboard yet? I got a blue tier weapon. How about that? Impressive, right? So you came here to gloat? Huh. A blue tier weapon is indeed remarkable. It's arguably the strongest weapon available right now. Qin Feng was the primary beneficiary of the blue-tier weapon. He vividly remembered the sharpness of the long spear. It was no wonder he had secured first place on the leaderboard. The long spear had played an indispensable role. Wait a moment, blue-tier equipment. Didn't that imply that the supply box awarded by the system was at least of blue quality? Suddenly, his drowsy mind felt remarkably alert. Summoning the system panel, he beheld a blue-tier supply box radiating a soft azure glow, resting quietly in his inventory. Not in a rush to open it, he replied to Xiao Hua. I just woke up. Haven't opened it yet. Damn, you really can sleep. You should familiarize yourself with the new system features first. Otherwise, explaining it to you will be quite tedious. I'll catch up with you later. New features? The newly mentioned features captured his attention, and after ending the call, Qin Feng promptly went to investigate. The system had completed its update an hour prior, accompanied by new announcements. Players will no longer receive informational prompts. The updated encyclopedia function allows players to acquire items through hunting and gathering, which will now appear in the encyclopedia as data. 2. The probability of obtaining resource chests through exploration has diminished, while the chances of encountering advanced resource chests have increased. 3. The shelter is no longer under system protection, resulting in a heightened probability of attacks from aberrations and mutated creatures. Additionally, the 7-day sky disasters have officially commenced, urging players to prepare themselves. 4. Daily dungeons are now accessible. Players are required to enter the dungeon game once each day, with rewards for completion, while those who fail or evade will face annihilation. After perusing the updates, Qin Feng made his way towards the eye-illuminating fruit tree. Indeed, the information regarding the eye-illuminating fruit tree had ceased to appear. Extracting a fruit yielded no information. Upon opening the encyclopedia mentioned by the system, he found the eye-illuminating fruit tree listed under the plant category. The novice protection period allowed him to glean information with just a glance, and it appeared in the encyclopedia. Moreover, the collection of entries in the encyclopedia was not as simple as merely possessing hands. Plant entries required players to gather, while biological entries demanded more stringent conditions, necessitating their hunting. This meant that if a mutated creature stood before him, he needed to hunt it down to include it in the encyclopedia. This presented a dilemma. Players were unaware of the mutated creature's strength and thus hesitated to strike. Yet without taking action, they could not acquire any encyclopedia data, trapping them in a vicious cycle. It was evident that from this day forth, information would become a crucial element for player survival. The disappearance of prompt notifications brought about numerous inconveniences. Resources that were once easily identifiable at a glance now required interaction or gathering to obtain, significantly increasing the difficulty of resource acquisition. As for the second point, with the reduced probability of obtaining resource chests and the increased chances of encountering high-quality resource chests, Qin Feng held little hope. Luck seemed to follow certain individuals everywhere. Just like the Ling sisters, who could stumble upon resource chests at every turn, consistently yielding high-value blueprints. In contrast, Qin Feng had only ever opened one resource chest that yielded a single blueprint, and that was from an airdrop. The 7-day sky disasters, had they finally arrived? Qin Feng gazed out at the sky, his expression stiffening. 2 suns had materialized in the heavens. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, he understood why today's sun felt particularly dazzling. It was indeed as literal as it sounded. Multiple suns had appeared. He quickly checked the temperature, and a number that made him falter emerged, 28°C. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 7:10 a.m. With such temperatures in the morning, the midday heat would likely exceed 30 degrees, approaching the human comfort threshold. And this was merely in the presence of an additional sun. If his assumptions were correct, every day spent in the distorted world would result in an additional sun appearing in the sky. By the end, there could be as many as 8 suns. To hell with the 7-day sky disasters. This was clearly the 8-day sky disasters. How could the dogged system fail to account for the original sun of the distorted world? Qin Feng could scarcely imagine what it would be like to witness 8 suns blazing in the sky. He needed to urgently stockpile water resources. After reviewing the first 3 system messages, Qin Feng turned his attention to the final announcement, the game dungeon. He was utterly bewildered by the sudden introduction of game dungeons, which mandated player participation with a requirement to engage in one each day. There were 7 game dungeons in total, namely Rapids Adventure, Wilderness Survival, Extreme Challenge, Life or Death Race, Truth or Dare, Brave Challenges, and Dungeon Adventures. These were all familiar recreational games on Blue Star. Yet given the System S nature, there was likely more than met the eye. Besides the 4 highlighted announcements, there were various new features, including enhancements to the chat function, allowing players to engage in voice and video calls, as well as updates to the workbench that introduced additional craftable blueprints. Chapter 32. The contract scroll. Having grasped the general updates, Qin Feng understood the significance of Xia Hua's remark about returning later. Indeed, there was a great deal of new information to digest. He proceeded to the workbench, where he discovered numerous additional blueprints available for crafting. Selecting one at random, he found the following: telescope crafting materials, glass tin, iron ingot 5 note. The telescope can observe a maximum range of 5 kilometers. Resources within the field of vision will be displayed in different colors based on their quality. This effect applies only to plants. This telescope possessed remarkable capabilities. The ability to distinguish resources by color based on their quality meant that players could use the telescope to locate materials, making the search far more convenient than venturing out blindly. The crafting materials were not overly demanding, prompting Qin Feng to promptly create the telescope and step outside the shelter, eager to test its efficacy. Upon donning the telescope, he quickly realized it was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. While the maximum observation range was indeed 5 kilometers, this applied solely to open areas and was not effective in adverse weather conditions in a rainforest, where visibility was obstructed by dense foliage. The observable distance was limited to what one could normally see. Removing the telescope, although it did not meet his initial expectations, it still held potential for unexpected discoveries during exploration, proving to be of some use. Qin Feng noted that this telescope lacked quality attributes, a scenario he had never encountered before. This was evidently a result of the system update. Furthermore, this phenomenon was not exclusive to the telescope. Other blueprints, such as kitchenware, also exhibited no quality attributes, with all crafting consuming only white-tier materials. This was logical. One couldn't very well use a blue-tier frying pan as a weapon, could they? Having concluded his current tasks, Qin Feng opened his backpack to discover he possessed a substantial 3,250 points of dream energy. He recalled distinctly that before the shelter defense battle, he had only 250 points. Suddenly gaining 3,000 points must be a reward from the leaderboard. This amount of dream energy equated to the hunting of 1,500 aberrations or mutated creatures, a considerable boon, and the rewards did not end there. During the shelter defense battle, the top 100 players in the rankings each received a blue-tier resource chest, along with a number of dream energy points and resource cards. The rewards for first place were particularly generous: a blue-tier resource chest, 3,000 points of dream energy, 5 blue-tier resource cards, and 10 green-tier resource cards. Resource cards. Upon encountering this new term, Qin Feng rummaged through his backpack to find several cards radiating a soft green and light blue glow. He extracted one. Resource card. Quality: Blue Note. A blue-tier resource card allows the selection of one among basic resources: iron ore, copper ore, wood, or plant fibers, granting immediate access to 20 units of the selected resource of the same quality. Self-selected resources. Now it made sense. This was akin to a self-selected nurturing material package in the game. Albeit shrouded in mystery. One card could yield 20 units of resources. 5 blue-tier resource cards meant he could acquire 100 units of blue-tier materials without any cost. This was not trivial. Blue-tier resources were not easily come by, especially since many players struggled to obtain even green-tier materials at this stage. With 5 blue-tier resource cards and 10 green-tier resource cards, Qin Feng's previously meager supplies were now abundant. Such high-tier resources would surely incite envy among others. Finally, he could craft a complete set of iron armor. Stowing away the resource cards, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the blue-tier resource chest in his backpack. Before opening the treasure chest, he hurried to wash his hands and offered a brief prayer before the statue of Lady Luck. After completing the ritual, he returned. This would be his 3rd blue-tier resource chest. The previous 2 had yielded skill cards and black soil, both of which had significantly aided him. He wondered what this one would reveal. As the resource chest opened, a soft blue glow captured his attention, and a smile spread across Qin Feng's face, illuminating his entire countenance. He knew this meant a blue-tier item was forthcoming. Picking it up, he read, Skinning Knife Quality, Blue Note, a tool forged by a skilled craftsman. This knife excels at skinning prey with minimal waste. When using this knife for skinning, there is a small chance that the quality of the obtained hide will be elevated by 1 tier, not exceeding the item's original quality. What a splendid skinning knife! Qin Feng was filled with joy, his eyes gleaming with delight. Previously, skinning prey had defaulted to the system, incurring a 20% loss, resulting in incomplete hides. With this skinning knife, not only would there be no loss, but the quality of the hides obtained could potentially improve, meaning it was possible to acquire blue-tier hides from green-tier mutated creatures. Such an effect was undeniably powerful. While the probability might be low, with enough attempts, opportunities would arise. The strength of green-tier and blue-tier mutated creatures was not on the same level, and blue-tier hides could only be harvested from blue-tier mutated creatures. Qin Feng was uncertain if he possessed the strength to hunt blue-tier mutated creatures once this round of the game concluded, but the introduction of this skinning knife afforded him an alternative means to acquire blue-tier hides. Compared to the skinning knife, the other items that emerged seemed rather insignificant. Just as Qin Feng was about to gather all his possessions, his attention was drawn to a piece of yellowish parchment nestled beneath a loaf of bread. Could there be more? Pulling the parchment from beneath the bread, he examined it curiously to the blueprint. He questioned, observing the palm-sized parchment, which appeared rough and exuded an ancient charm. Adorned with depictions of mountains, rivers, and creatures. At its center was a vivid impression of a fierce beast. He had never encountered such an unusual blueprint before, and at that moment, a sound indicating the unlocking of a new entry in the encyclopedia echoed in his mind. A new entry? Instantly, Qin Feng's gaze towards the parchment shifted. The unlocking of the encyclopedia revealed the information contained within the parchment. Contract scroll quality. Blue note. A scroll inscribed with mysterious powers. It allows the user to form a contract with a mutated creature of a quality not exceeding that of the scroll, turning it into your companion. Remember, a reluctant alliance bears no sweetness. A contract scroll. A scroll capable of binding mutated creatures to one's service. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as the emergence of the contract scroll signified that players could form contracts with mutated creatures and engage in battles alongside them. His experiences in the distorted world had given him profound insights into these aberrant beings. The size and power of the mutated creatures were nothing short of exaggerated, with some even having evolved special abilities. Should he successfully contract a formidable mutated creature, it would undoubtedly result in a qualitative enhancement of his own strength. The contract scroll was not merely a skill card. When utilized effectively, it surpassed the capabilities of a skill card. Just envision it. Setting out for exploration with a mutated creature by his side would be an incredibly impressive spectacle, significantly boosting his presence. The blue-level resource box indeed held the potential for delightful surprises. However, finding a mutated creature that suited him was no easy feat up to now. He had only encountered second-rate mutated beings such as poison dart frogs, cobras, and wild boars. Employing a scroll capable of contracting blue-level mutated creatures on such lowly beings would be a sheer waste. Thus, he resolved to await a more opportune moment. Chapter 33. Iron Armor Set. Qin Feng utilized 8 green-level resource cards to acquire 160 units of green-level iron ore. This would yield 30 units of iron ingots. Precisely the quantity required for the Iron Armor Set. As for blue-level resource cards, he had no intention of using them for the time being. Firstly, blue-level resources were precious and required careful consideration before usage. Secondly, the workbench could not craft blue-level items until it was upgraded. He preferred to retain the resource cards for when he needed to produce blue-level items, supplementing them as necessary. Although using 2 blue-level resource cards to obtain wood and iron ore would allow him to upgrade the workbench again and unlock blue-level equipment blueprints, Qin Feng refrained from doing so. The channels for acquiring blue-level resources remained unclear at this stage, and based on the iron ore consumption for the green-level armor set, it could be inferred that blue-level sets would demand even more outrageous amounts. Given his current limited blue-level resources, it was highly unlikely that he could gather enough iron ore for a single blue-level equipment piece. In simpler terms, it was unnecessary. Even if he upgraded the workbench, he wouldn't have sufficient blue-level resources to expend. Thus, it was wiser to refrain from upgrading and focus on managing the existing shelter effectively. Period of stability would suffice, after which he could reconsider the workbench upgrade. Iron Armor Set. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He was finally ready to craft this set of equipment. Approaching the workbench, he fed in the requisite iron ingots. With the completion of the final component, the iron sword, the crafting was officially concluded. The exquisite iron sword quality, green durability, 20 note. Forged by skilled artisans, This weapon possesses the sharpness to cleave mountains and shatter stone, capable of easily severing an enemy's head. It is one of the components of the Iron Armor set, activating the set property and increasing strength by 5 points and constitution. Looking at the iron sword in his hand, Qin Feng felt a twinge of disdain. While a green-level iron sword might be a decent weapon for most players, it paled in comparison when stacked against the blue-level long spear. Not only did the long spear possess superior sharpness, but it also provided an additional 5 points of strength, a stat that this iron sword, devoid of any attribute enhancements, could not compete with. The sole value of the iron sword lay in its ability to activate the set property. However, despite its unimpressive name, the sword's design had a certain appeal. Its sleek silver hue made it an excellent accessory for display. Being part of the same series as the Iron Armor set, it matched aesthetically. Conversely, wielding the long spear while donned in the Iron Armor set felt somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, Qin Feng found himself more inclined towards the long spear, as its attributes were undeniably superior. Born into a position of privilege, were it not for the necessity of all components to activate the Iron Armor set, he would have dismissed the Iron Sword altogether. He donned the remaining components of the Iron Armor set. Ding! The Iron Armor set's properties have been activated. Upon reviewing his personal attributes, the results were astonishing. His strength soared to 30 points, bolstered by the Iron Armor set. Qin Feng moved about, acclimatizing himself to the changes brought on by the armor. He retracted the helmet, revealing his head. The helmet's design allowed for easy concealment, offering head protection when worn and unobtrusive when not in use. Next came the crucial experiment. Qin Feng stowed the iron sword in his backpack and focused on his attribute panel. To his delight, the strength and constitution bonuses from the Iron Armor set remained intact. Grasping the long spear once more, the additional 5 points of strength elevated his total to 35 points. He then tossed the iron sword onto the ground, which resulted in the Iron Armor set's attributes becoming inactive. It appeared that activating the set properties did not necessitate wearing all components. Merely having them nearby sufficed. Suddenly, a glint of cunning flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. If that were the case, crafting multiple Iron Armor sets and tossing them into his backpack could lead to an absurdly advantageous situation. Thus, he began to experiment further. However, the outcome was a significant disappointment. The activation condition for the Iron Armor set was not merely wearing it, but rather requiring 4 components to be equipped, as he had suspected. Such good fortune was not meant to be. Otherwise, why bother with survival? He could simply toss hundreds of Iron Armor sets into his backpack, each one a superhuman, capable of vanquishing the heavens and the earth. With the Iron Armor set complete, it was time to elevate the level of his Dream Realm. Qin Feng swiftly upgraded the Dream Realm to level 5, expanding the shelter's area from 45 square meters to a spacious 150 square meters. The durability of windows, doors, and walls also reached new heights. As he contemplated further upgrades to the Dream Realm, he discovered that advancing from level 5 to 6 appeared to be a hurdle. As the upgrade required 1,000 points of dream energy, Qin Feng summoned the system panel and accessed the shop, navigating to the point shop for the shelter's level rankings. Observing that all players' shelters were uniformly at level 5, which indicated that the point shop could only refresh green-level resources, he noted that none had yet upgraded to level 6. This suggested that they were all stymied by the 1,000 dream energy requirement. Qin Feng was not particularly concerned. With over 3,000 points of dream energy at his disposal, he felt no urgency. Holding onto dream energy without expenditure seemed futile. It wasn't as if it would spontaneously multiply. Confirming the upgrade, he was enveloped in a dizzying whirlwind, as though the entire shelter were undergoing a seismic event, making it difficult for him to maintain his footing. Goodness! My green-level furniture. Qin Feng recalled the impending consumption of all his furnishings during the shelter's upgrade. Leaving not a trace behind, he hurried to salvage what he could. The upgrade of the Dream Realm was accompanied by significant commotion and lasted a full minute before stabilizing. Though he was not in danger, the experience left him feeling disoriented, nearly causing him to lose his previous meal. Once the dizziness subsided, he beheld the newly transformed shelter. A spiral staircase had emerged before him, marking the introduction of a second level. Ascending the staircase, he discovered that the second level was considerably smaller than the first, yet it was better suited for use as a bedroom. Standing by the window, he enjoyed a broader view of the expansive rainforest outside, a refreshing breeze sweeping in, albeit a touch warm. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled his solar-powered air conditioner. With such abundant sunlight, it was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Previously, he had refrained from crafting it due to missing several materials. Now, with ample resources at hand, he could exchange for the necessary components in the shop or from others. After constructing the air conditioner, Qin Feng selected a spot to install it overhead. This would serve as the future location for his bed in the bedroom. He then retrieved the furniture he had previously stored and arranged it neatly. The second floor would function as his sleeping quarters, while the first floor would serve as his storage and cultivation area, effectively delineating his resting space from functional zones. Qin Feng moved essential items such as the water purifier, ice maker, and the statue of Lady Luck to the second floor, instantly filling the space with purpose. Once he completed the arrangement, Qin Feng familiarized himself with the new shelter. His gaze landed on the wall connecting the spiral staircase between the first and second floors, where a 14-inch LCD display had appeared unexpectedly. It bore a striking resemblance to the system panel. Chapter 34. Dream Tree. Qin Feng approached the display, and as the previously dark screen suddenly illuminated, a dynamic image unfolded before him, leaving him astounded. The screen showcased a view of the second floor of the shelter, with a small figure atop it, bearing the characters for Qin Feng on its forehead. "This is me." Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Though the scene was hard to believe, he was certain that this small screen could capture all images within the shelter, allowing him to switch to the first floor. Transitioning his view to the first floor, the scene materialized before him: cold storage, bright fruit trees, and black soil. Clicking on the fruit trees revealed their status and the time until maturity. Continuing to switch perspectives, he accessed the view outside the shelter. Gradually, Qin Feng grasped the functions of this screen. It was a real-time monitoring system for the shelter, akin to having cameras installed in every corner. By manipulating the display, players could observe everything occurring within the shelter. Moreover, the functionalities extended beyond mere surveillance. In the lower right corner of the display were 4 sections resembling the system panel, similar to the shop. The first item had been unlocked, displaying the words Dream Tree. Upon entering the Dream Tree interface, the screen transformed to reveal a sprawling tree with dense foliage, its branches filled with numerous offshoots. Each branch was composed of unactivated nodes, which branched out to form a complete tree. This resembled a technology tree within a game. Qin Feng examined the information regarding the Dream Tree nodes, confirming that it aligned with his expectations. Unlocking nodes on the Dream Tree would enable the acquisition of new crafting blueprints at the workbench. Players could illuminate different choices on the Dream Tree, thereby influencing the future discoveries of their shelters. Activating nodes required the expenditure of dream energy, with the cost increasing the further up the tree one ventured. Given the multitude of nodes on the Dream Tree, Qin Feng refrained from activating any, lest he make a misstep. In addition to the aforementioned new features, the shelter has been upgraded to level 5. Unlocking a transformative ability. In simple terms, the shelter can now morph into a cube. Players can carry this cube and, upon reaching an appropriate location, revert it back into the shelter. Maintaining the cube form requires the consumption of dream energy, necessitating 100 points for each transformation and an additional 100 points for every hour it is sustained, with a built-in cooldown period of 7 days. This implies that during each round of gameplay, the shelter's position can be altered once. This news is indeed a boon for most players, especially for Qin Feng, who has long yearned to escape this desolate place. Finally, he has been presented with an opportunity. However, he refrains from acting hastily, as there are still numerous tasks awaiting his attention. As Qin Feng descended from the second floor, a voice call request from Xia Hua came through. Upon connecting, the robust timbre of Xia Hua's voice resonated. "Qin Feng, have you seen the new content introduced by the system? There is something I wish to discuss with you." "Yes, I'm quite informed," Qin Feng replied. Xia Hua sent him a screenshot. Alliance Scroll. Quality: green. Note: a scroll imbued with magical powers. Upon use, it establishes an alliance, creating an internal member group, allowing the invitation of other players to join in mutual survival. Developing the alliance will unlock more features. Once again, a new scroll. Qin Feng's expression darkened. This update has indeed unveiled a plethora of new elements. Infuriatingly, with so many new items, the system offers no explanations, leaving players to navigate through everything on their own. This was true for his contract scroll, and it applied equally to the alliance scroll Xia Hua had just sent. Xia Hua displayed the scroll to him, and Qin Feng understood his intentions. "Qin Feng, shall we utilize this scroll to form an alliance?" "Of course, I do not intend to lead the alliance. Rather, I simply wish to invite top-tier players or those possessing unique resource points to join. We can exchange intelligence and resources. As you can see, the value of information has become paramount with this update, and there are already movements in the area. We cannot afford to operate in isolation, as the strength of one is ultimately limited. Xia Hua's meaning was crystal clear. In truth, Qin Feng had sensed this as well. The gathering of intelligence would only grow in importance, and individual capabilities were indeed finite. If they could invite players with resource points, establishing a trading loop internally would yield immense benefits. Very well, you can handle the creation of the alliance. Just add me once it's done. But I shall not take on any management responsibilities within the alliance group, nor can just anyone be invited. I believe we ought to establish some entry rules. You rascal, you seem to want to avoid taking on any responsibilities. Xia Hua chuckled, somewhat resigned, yet this aligned with his understanding of Qin Feng. An organization without a brain is less terrifying than one with two. Should Qin Feng contest for control, Xia Hua would find himself at a loss for how to proceed. He had contemplated not inviting Qin Feng into the group, which would eliminate any threat to his position as the group leader. Yet, without Qin Feng, the foremost player in the region, it would be akin to eating dumplings without dipping sauce, lacking flavor. It could be said that both he and Qin Feng are the foundational pillars for establishing this alliance, and its future development hinges upon both of them. However, given Xia Hua's understanding of Qin Feng, it was highly probable that he had little interest in being the leader, and the reality supported this. All right, I'll take care of the alliance matter. Once it's finalized, I will add you to the group, granting you all permissions to be. By the way, have you decided which game instance you wish to enter today? Not yet. I plan to explore before making a choice. I see. Then after we have decided on our respective game instances, let us inform each other. We should aim to enter different instances to gather intelligence and share our findings. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Qin Feng wholeheartedly endorsed Xia Hua's suggestion. Entering instances with prior intelligence would allow for better preparation, significantly easing the difficulty of the challenges ahead. Even if Xia Hua hadn't mentioned it, he would have brought it up himself. After concluding the call, Qin Feng entered the region. This marked the first instance of his post-tutorial phase. He was greeted by a gruesome number. Over 46,000 players had perished, leaving a mere fraction behind. The demise of half the players during the tutorial phase was somewhat expected, yet the starkness of this figure remained shocking. The region showed no signs of change due to the departure of these players. The fallen left no trace, while the survivors must continue to endure. Sisters, I am Lu Nanqing. Our era has arrived. For greater survival and the absence of harassment from vile men, I cordially invite all sisters to join the Flying Blossom Snow Moon Alliance. Brothers, I am the enlightened king. We've all witnessed the calamity. United we stand strong. I have established the alliance of universal love, inviting all to join in survival. Does that Flying Blossom Snow Moon Alliance accept men? If so, I'll be the first to join. Fool, do you really think they'd allow men into a female-only alliance? Upon entering the region, Qin Feng observed this scene. Several players were forming factions and recruiting members. Chapter 35. The unusual poison arrow frog. With the conclusion of the tutorial phase and the introduction of the alliance scroll, was the system encouraging players to band together for survival? Qin Feng pondered the potential uses of various scrolls. Could it be that the upcoming calamities would be related to teamwork? Perhaps that indeed would be the case. The management group was lethargic, devoid of conversation, and lacking any intelligence. Since the onset of the Shelter Defense War, not a single word had been exchanged within the management group, and this silence had persisted until now. 20 units of green-level resources for sale. Exclusive intelligence on the game instance. Rapid current, accurate and reliable. Wishing everyone success in their endeavors. Offering a random 10 types of mutated creature compendium from the volcanic region, complete with specific attributes and countermeasures. The price is reasonable, and the offer is valid long-term. Players had begun engaging in the intelligence trade, selling instance experiences as information, a pace that was astonishingly rapid. He had only just risen, and players were already progressing through game instances. Furthermore, some players were selling compendiums of mutated creatures, exploring unanticipated avenues. However, upon reflection, it was quite logical. Having compendium data would enable better strategic planning when encountering these mutated creatures, preventing chaos. Nonetheless, the trade of information held a downside. After all, it originated from others' accounts. Would the sellers be truthful, concealing flaws, or infusing subjectivity? Such uncertainties pose significant risks. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Qin Feng felt tempted by the intelligence available about game instances, yet he resisted the urge, preferring to await the establishment of the alliance by Xiahua before proceeding. In the private message section, he noticed numerous messages inviting him to join various factions, each promising enticing benefits. Among them, he was surprised to find invitations from the Enlightened King and Lu Nanqing, the very individuals who had sought to undermine him and Xiahua. Qin Feng held no favorable opinions towards the Enlightened King, who had attempted to usurp him and Xiahua, but Lu Nanqing intrigued him. Was the Queen Alliance exclusively for women? It seemed that the notion of a female-only group was merely a gimmick. The tagging system employed by Blue Star had evidently been mastered by Lu Nanqing. His status as the top-ranked player had indeed made him a coveted target, attracting even those who professed female alliances to reach out to him. Yet, he held no interest in such invitations. Exiting the shelter, Qin Feng ensured to repair the durability of his iron armor set before stepping outside. While mending the chest piece, he discovered that its maximum durability had originally been 20, yet could only be restored to 19, exhibiting slight wear. This minor loss was irreparable. This revelation meant that with each battle, the maximum durability of the iron armor set would diminish. Should the durability drop to 0? Would it not signify the complete destruction of the equipment? Alarmed by this finding, he hastily inspected his Long Yao spear. Having acquired it, he had been relying on the spear for everything. If this blue-level weapon were to suffer any issues, it would be heart-wrenching. After reviewing the information on the Long Yao spear, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The spear's maximum durability was 30, and although it had decreased, its limit remained intact. With preparations complete, it was time to venture into the territory of the poison arrow frog. Before embarking, Qin Feng gathered a significant amount of meat, infusing it with the poison of the poison arrow frog. He also tampered with the meat to ensure that it would cause lacerations in the frog's mouth upon ingestion, facilitating a close encounter between the toxin and blood. Faced with the poison arrow frog, Qin Feng opted for the most prudent approach, to counter poison with poison. Yet, this delay had led to an outdoor temperature soaring to 30 degrees Celsius. The rainforest, under the considerable evaporation, felt even hotter. The sunlight blazed like an incandescent bulb, casting a glaring white light that illuminated the rainforest. This was precisely why Qin Feng chose to venture out at this hour. As noon approached, temperatures would rise further, making conditions even more unbearable. Exploring under high temperatures posed a risk of heat stroke, which could prove troublesome in this medical-deficient, distorted world, where even minor ailments could claim a player's life. Sensing the oppressive heat in the air, it seemed prudent to adjust his outdoor schedule moving forward. Opening the map, Qin Feng set off towards his destination. The rainforest had transformed significantly following the foggy weather. The trees had grown taller and more perilous. In just half an hour, he encountered 2 mutated creatures. Although both were of white-level strength and posed no threat, the frequency of such encounters had skyrocketed compared to the tutorial protection period. This heightened occurrence made Qin Feng increasingly vigilant. After dismantling a blocking mutated squirrel, he stowed away his dissection knife, arriving at the very spot where he had first encountered the poison arrow frog. He could hear the clear sound of flowing water. Focusing his mental energy, he positioned the Long Yao spear protectively before him, ready to confront any mutated creature that might emerge unexpectedly. However, upon reaching the water's edge, he saw no sign of the poison arrow frog. Not even a croak could be heard. Had the poison arrow frog vanished? Impossible. Such a large group could not simply disappear. Observing the damp ground along the bank, he discovered some clues. Notably, triangular fin-like footprints lined the shore, with some tracks particularly deep, leading downstream along the creek. Qin Feng advanced in the direction of the footprints, and after an hour, he heard the croaking of frogs. Where could this place be? He felt an uncanny familiarity with the surroundings, yet he could not quite recall the specifics. Upon seeing the densely clustered frog eggs that had hatched, a realization struck him. Wasn't this the territory of the king cobra? After he had hunted the king cobra, the poison dart frogs had claimed this area as their own, transforming it into their dominion. Qin Feng leaped onto a crooked tree and gazed into the distance. Frowning. Had the poison dart frogs grown larger, or was it merely a trick of his memory? Their size was nearly comparable to that of a grinding stone. Stealthily, Qin Feng approached, selecting a poison dart frog that had landed nearby as his target. Activating his pursuer skill, he struck with all his might. The unsuspecting poison dart frog had no inkling of its assailant and perished at Qin Feng's hands. Having completed the kill, he quietly retreated and opened his compendium. Indeed, he had not misjudged. The strength of the poison dart frogs had escalated, their power reaching 8 points and physique 7 points. Could this transformation be attributed to the dissipating haze? Departing from the poison dart frog territory, Qin Feng made his way to a higher spot upstream, casting prepared toxic meat into the stream, allowing numerous hazardous morsels to drift downstream. He found a vantage point and fashioned a rudimentary sunshade from several branches, taking out his binoculars to observe. All he needed to do was wait for the meat to reach the domain of the poison dart frogs for an impending spectacle. He popped a vision-enhancing fruit into his mouth and immediately felt invigorated, the heat dissipating significantly. Ding! Player Xiaohua invites you to join the Survivor group. Do you agree? Survivor. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Given Xiaohua's vivacious nature, the name seemed quite fitting. After confirming his agreement, a prompt appeared before entering the group. Should you set a nickname for display within the group? After pondering for a moment, he opted for discretion, randomly selecting a pseudonym, Yuan Feng. Hey, is that you, Qin Feng? It's me. What's the matter? You startled me. I thought I had invited the wrong person. Xiaohua, having invited Qin Feng, was momentarily confused by the appearance of Yuan Feng in the group, soon realizing that Qin Feng preferred to remain anonymous. The group was rather sparse, consisting only of Xiaohua and Qin Feng. Upon entering, Qin Feng noticed the group name appeared in My Personal Information, indicating that he could exit and re-enter at will. These are the rules I've established for the group. Take a look and see if you wish to add anything. Xiaohua shared the group member regulations with Qin Feng. A1. Members must be among the top 100 in the region and may allow flexibility for players with resource points. 2. New members must not act selfishly and must not engage in internal conflicts. Priority for transactions and intelligence sharing is granted. 3. Joining this group prohibits joining other factions. Intelligence obtained within the group must not be disclosed outside. Qin Feng glanced through the rules and found nothing amiss. Yet he felt the third regulation was somewhat problematic. This was merely a group for sharing intelligence and transactions, not an alliance. Let us modify the third rule. We're not forming an alliance. And I believe players should not be restricted from joining other factions. Oh, anything else? Let us leave it at that for now. We can refine it later. Qin Feng had no better suggestions, as it was his first time organizing such a group. Even the most well-crafted rules required adherence to be effective. Overly stringent limitations would hinder development. Ultimately, group rules were merely formalities, and their enforceability depended on individual integrity. However, in the event of a problem, they provided a pretext for accountability. By the way, Qin Feng, do you have any candidates in mind to invite? At this question, Qin Feng immediately thought of the Ling sisters. The Ling sisters fit the criteria for group membership and were exceptionally lucky. Their blueprints were a vital resource. He was not concerned about any issues arising from priority trading rights, as given Ling Yu's disposition, such worries seemed unfounded. However, he was uncertain of the Ling sisters' willingness to join, as they had only conducted a few transactions and had no personal rapport. Considering the fervor of the regional alliances, it was likely that the Ling sisters, like him, had received numerous invitations. This was also why Qin Feng was against restricting membership in other factions. I have a candidate, but I'm not sure if the Ling sisters would join. I can't be certain. All right, I have a potential candidate too, a player with whom I've previously traded. By the way, have you decided on the game instance you wish to undertake? Not yet. I'm still exploring outside and will decide when I return. I've made up my mind. I plan to enter the Rapids Adventure instance. What do you think? What do I think? Xiaohua seemed to be seeking his input. To be honest, Qin Feng had no strong suggestions. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Isn't someone in the region selling strategies for the Rapids Adventure? You might want to give it a try. You could find something useful. I would like to, but that guy is asking for 20 units of green-grade materials, and he wants to negotiate. It's quite painful for me." Qin Feng chuckled. Indeed, 20 units of green-grade materials was a steep price that many could not afford. Xiaohua could likely afford it, but was hesitant about parting with his resources. You consider it? I've got some situations here, so I'll hang up. Through the binoculars, Qin Feng noticed some commotion among the poison dart frogs. After disconnecting the call, he focused on the binoculars, observing that the meat he had cast into the stream had reached the poison dart frog territory. The outer poison dart frogs were the first to encounter the meat and began to consume it. Qin Feng clenched his fists, Success or failure hinged on this moment. Soon, the effects of the poison on the first frog to consume the meat would be revealed. If the poison proved ineffective, he would need to devise another plan. Time ticked by slowly. Qin Feng held the binoculars, and the first poison dart frog to ingest the meat exhibited adverse effects. Staggering as if intoxicated, and soon lay on its back, belly up. The next moment, the scene unfolding through the binoculars left him astounded. The corpse of the deceased poison dart frog floated on the water's surface, and surrounding poison dart frogs converged upon it, tearing into the carcass. Cannibalism. Qin Feng had not anticipated such a trait among the poison dart frogs. As the number of poison dart frog corpses increased, the rate of their demise surpassed that of their consumption. Before long, the stream was filled with the bodies of poison dart frogs. He could no longer afford to wait. Although some poison dart frogs remained alive, Qin Feng had not anticipated such a potent effect. If he did not act swiftly, the corpses would drift downstream, and finding them would become a troublesome endeavor. The bodies of the poison dart frogs represented a significant fortune. Gripping his long spear, Qin Feng leaped down with the agility of a monkey. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the poison dart frog territory, where a pungent, foul odor permeated the air. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, he realized how many skins and aberrant organs lay before him. Drawing out his skinning knife, Qin Feng maneuvered among the carcasses of the poison dart frogs. Ding! Disassembled poison dart frog corpse, obtained green-grade beast skin 1. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he opened his backpack. There lay a piece of frog skin emanating a faint green glow, distinct from the others and occupying its own slot. Frog skin quality, green note. Green-grade frog skin, a rare crafting material obtained from hunting poison dart frogs. The passive effect of the skinning knife activated. The green-grade frog skin was a prized find, capable of upgrading his green-grade backpack. Qin Feng worked with increasing efficiency, continuing for 2 hours until noon. The scorching sun drenched him in sweat, his skin chafed and stinging from the heat. He glanced at the temperature. 33 C. The sun above felt like 2 searing furnaces, waves of heat rising. In such sweltering conditions, wearing metal armor became a burden due to its heat-conducting properties. Had Qin Feng not periodically leaped into the stream to cool off, he might have risked heat stroke. Fortunately, not much of the poison dart frog corpses remained, and he was nearing completion. Qin Feng proceeded towards the entrance of the King Cobra's cave, where the poison dart frog corpses extended inward. The cave, formed by a natural rock formation, had a spacious interior. During his last encounter, he had hastily slain the King Cobra without exploring further. As he stepped into the cave, a gentle breeze, carrying coolness, brushed past him. The presence of wind indicated the cave had other exits. Croak! A crisp frog croak caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw a poison dart frog of an entirely dark green hue blocking his path, markedly different from those he had encountered outside. This poison dart frog appeared remarkably lively. Throughout his journey, Qin Feng had come across several lethargic poison dart frogs, seemingly in a state of hibernation. The frog flicked its pink tongue, making a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. The poison dart frog launched an assault, and Qin Feng raised his right hand, emboldened by the confidence the armor provided. He did not flinch. The tongue adhered forcefully to his arm, exerting tremendous strength. A green-grade individual. Qin Feng's expression shifted as he immediately realized that this poison dart frog was unlike its counterparts outside. Otherwise, it would not possess the strength to pull him. Without hesitation, he deftly sliced through the tongue, entangling his arm with his long spear, and stepped back 2 paces. The severed tongue fell away, revealing his gauntlet, which appeared to have been corroded by strong acid, its scales dulled and lacking luster compared to the surrounding shiny silver. Qin Feng had no doubts left. This poison dart frog undoubtedly possessed green-grade strength. Chapter 37. Blue-grade beast skin. Qin Feng had not anticipated the presence of a green-grade individual among the poison dart frogs. Was this the result of their evolution following the end of the haze? Glancing at his gauntlet, he noted that its durability had diminished by half. Another attack would render it useless. He had discerned the attack pattern of the poison dart frogs during their first encounter. Even after evolving to green-grade strength, they retained their original habits. Their venom had become highly corrosive, yet they lacked the ability to spray venom from their bodies like cobras. The evolutionary path of this poison dart frog seemed somewhat lacking. Activating his pursuer skill, he found that despite the speed advantage, This green-grade poison dart frog was only marginally more challenging to kill than those outside, as anticipated. Qin Feng successfully dispatched this green-grade poison dart frog, and it seemed there were more within the cave. After a while, Qin Feng emerged from the cave, having hunted 20 green-grade poison dart frogs. To his delight, he experienced a stroke of luck, obtaining 2 blue-grade frog skins upon disassembly. Frog skin quality, Blue Note. An exceedingly rare crafting material possessing remarkable resilience and fire resistance. When fashioned into equipment, it bestows a 50% increase in swimming speed for the wearer. Upon reviewing the information regarding the blue-grade frog skin, Qin Feng displayed a knowing expression. Indeed, blue-grade materials seem to imbue objects with unique attributes. The acquisition of 2 blue-grade frog skins was purely a fortuitous windfall. After dispatching the poison dart frogs, Qin Feng collected 640 aberrant organs, beast tendons, and poison sacs, along with over 600 white-grade frog skins, 24 green-grade frog skins, and countless frog meats. The number of poison dart frogs had originally been greater, but due to cannibalism among their kind, coupled with bodies being swept away by the water, only this many remained. Regrettably, the frog meat was inedible. However, the flesh of the 20 green-grade poison dart frogs remained uncontaminated and was fit for consumption. Standing at the mouth of a cave and surveying the surrounding environment, Qin Feng contemplated relocating his refuge here. The accessibility to water resources, the ability to harvest green-grade timber, and the proximity to the ruins would greatly facilitate his endeavors. Departing from the territory of the poison dart frogs, Qin Feng made his way toward the location where he had discovered the green-grade trees. Since he was already there, it seemed prudent to explore and gather some timber. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the site where he had previously felled trees, with remnants of stumps still visible. The rainforest before him flourished even more vibrantly, prompting him to take out his binoculars for a thorough reconnaissance. At that moment, the binoculars proved their worth. Green-grade trees emitted a faint green glow within his field of vision, while white-grade trees shone with a white light, making it easy to distinguish the quality of the resources. After surveying the area, it became evident that the only patch of rainforest before him was lush and radiating a subtle green luminescence. Qin Feng fixated on the expanse of green-grade trees, pondering whether blue-grade trees might also be present. Previously, he would not have entertained such a notion, but with the appearance of the poison dart frogs evolving after the fog lifted, it was not implausible for green-grade trees to evolve into blue-grade ones. Taking out his axe, he realized that with his current strength, he could fell a green-grade cypress in just 10 minutes. As he bent down to gather the timber, the buzzing sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Could it be mosquitoes? Puzzled, Qin Feng looked up, and with improved vision from the eye-enhancing fruit, he discerned a swarm of tiny black dots approaching him from deep within the rainforest. The dots moved swiftly, growing larger in his sight. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the approaching swarm. A multitude of black beetles, some the size of a fist, others as small as a thumbprint. The buzzing of their wings resembled that of a Boeing 747 heading directly toward him, a dark cloud of insects. Without hesitation, Qin Feng turned and fled. Even with his iron armor, he feared that such a horde could reduce him to mere bones in an instant. The beetles moved at an alarming speed, and by the time he reached the stream, he could already hear the clattering of his armor being struck by the swarm. With a powerful leap, he plunged into the water. The pursuing beetles, like bullets, dove into the water, creating splashes that erupted like geysers. Qin Feng dove deeper, his enhanced physical condition allowing him to hold his breath longer. The beetles, upon hitting the water, became as feeble as fish out of water. Seizing the opportunity, he dispatched a few, stowing their bodies in his backpack. The surface of the water was now a dark cloud of beetles, their presence casting a shadow. Glancing at the swarm above him, Qin Feng realized that these insects were guarding the water's surface. He could not afford to surface just yet. Utilizing clever breathing techniques, he swam a considerable distance beneath the surface until the depth no longer supported his continued swimming, at which point he emerged on land. Once ashore, Qin Feng quickly distanced himself from the water's edge. After ensuring his safety, he shook off the water clinging to him, still shaken by the earlier encounter. When had such a swarm of beetles materialized? With the novice phase concluded, the dangers of the rainforest had escalated several notches. This was far more perilous than facing a group of poison dart frogs. Even with his speed, He could not shake off the beetles, and being caught would spell his doom. Examining his iron armor, he noted several dents in the metal plates, indicating the presence of green-grade individuals within the swarm. It was inconceivable that the armor could be dented without the involvement of powerful beetles. And Qin Feng even speculated that a blue-grade beetle king might be lurking among them. He retrieved several beetle carcasses, each varying in size but uniformly covered in a dark red exoskeleton. Their massive jaws occupied half their bodies, fierce and terrifying. A bite from such a creature would likely reach the bone. Iron beetle strength, 8 constitution, 5 overall power. White note: a beetle that feeds on rare timber and decaying corpses. Known to swarm in large numbers, possesses powerful jaws and a sturdy exoskeleton, making it a formidable predator with medicinal value in its carcass. Gazing at the largest of the iron beetles, Qin Feng confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, many individuals of green-grade strength were present within the swarm. The emergence of the iron beetles compelled him to reconsider the relocation of his refuge. The cave was perilously close to the swarm. If he were to provoke them, he would surely be reduced to ashes. He could not afford to disregard such a threat. The fact that poison dart frogs could thrive there without being attacked by the iron beetles likely indicated that the beetles were dependent on that particular patch of green-grade rainforest. However, reliance did not equate to inability to migrate. He could not take such a risk. Furthermore, with the presence of the swarm, harvesting green-grade timber would become exceedingly difficult, as the beetles evidently regarded that area of rainforest as their private garden. To acquire green-grade timber, he would need to contend with the swarm, a daunting prospect that gave him a headache. Therefore, Qin Feng resolved to return to his shelter first. Upon returning to the refuge, Qin Feng discarded his iron armor and lay down on the bed. The second-floor room was most comfortable under the cooling effect of the air conditioning. He hung the supplies he had procured from the poison dart frogs in the shop. Taking out the green-grade beast tendons and timber, along with the rubber acquired from the area, he approached the workbench. It was time to craft a green-grade crossbow. The white-grade crossbow had become outdated since he injected the gene serum and obtained the long spear. While the long spear was sharp, it was a melee weapon and could not accomplish certain tasks that a crossbow could effortlessly handle, as their fields of expertise differed. After adding the crafting materials, a burst of white light enveloped the workbench, revealing a brand new crossbow. Qin Feng grasped the crossbow with satisfaction. Crossbow quality, green durability, 20 note. A weapon crossbow with a maximum range of 100 meters, capable of firing powerful penetrating bolts that inflict significant harm on small to medium-sized mutated creatures. The green-grade crossbow's durability had increased by 10 points, and its range had doubled, with the description emphasizing the penetrating nature of its bolts. Intrigued, Qin Feng decided to craft a batch of green-grade arrows for immediate testing. Exiting the refuge, he knocked an arrow onto the crossbow, aimed at a distant tree, and released the bolt. With a resounding thud, it splintered and the arrow embedded itself deep, penetrating 20 centimeters into the trunk. Remarkable. The destructive power was indeed formidable. It could likely pierce through a concrete wall. Satisfied, Qin Feng stowed the crossbow away. Chapter 38. Hunting Instance. Summoning the system panel, Qin Feng examined the 7 game instances. During this time, he sent a private message to Xiahua but received no reply. She was likely still engaged in the Rapid River instance and had yet to emerge. Among the remaining 6 instances, his gaze flitted back and forth before finally settling on the hunting survival instance, which was his forte and offered the greatest advantage. With his green-grade iron armor and blue-grade long spear, combined with his amplified green-grade strength, he had a distinct edge in hunting mutated creatures compared to others. Each instance could only be entered once a day. If he entered different instances daily, he would complete all 7 by the 7th day, perfectly aligning with the end of a game cycle. Qin Feng was skeptical that this was mere coincidence, believing it to be linked to the system. However, he was uncertain whether he could re-enter the same instance, a question that could only be answered the following day. Entering the designated area, he noticed many people discussing game instances and seeking strategies. However, with each person expressing differing opinions, no one had organized the information, leading to varied interpretations of the instances. Not finding anything fruitful, he exited, realizing that he would have to personally investigate the circumstances within the instance. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng repaired the durability of his iron armor, prepared thoroughly, and activated the hunting survival instance. A rift in space-time abruptly appeared before him, accompanied by a prompt notification. Ding! Today's instance. Hunting survival has been selected. Please enter within 20 seconds, or face annihilation. Qin Feng's heart raced. This was a choice that could not be altered or exited once made. If he failed to enter the instance within the time limit, he would be condemned. He stepped forward, feeling his body plummet as if he had stepped into a void. A sensation of weightlessness and dizziness overtook him. It was unclear how long he had been falling. But eventually, the sensation of solid ground returned. Had he arrived at the instance? A wave of nausea washed over him, his stomach churning violently. The transmission through the space-time rift bore significant side effects. Feeling lightheaded, merely standing required substantial effort, and it took a full 15 minutes for the side effects to subside, though the dizziness lingered. Shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the disorientation, he surveyed his surroundings. Dense woods and rocky outcrops, a veritable wilderness scene. With a towering mountain looming in the distance, it appeared to be an active volcano, with thick smoke billowing skyward, seemingly on the brink of eruption. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, hot and acrid. Qin Feng's expression darkened. This cursed place was perilous, not just due to a potential volcanic eruption, but prolonged exposure to the air laced with volcanic ash could be fatal. He attempted to summon the system panel, which appeared normally. However, the display had undergone a significant transformation. Only a group chat named Hunting Game and a map of the game instance were visible. A timer counted down from 1 hour and 50 minutes, indicating that players must remain within the instance for 2 hours. Opening the map revealed the area surrounding the active volcano, marked with contour lines resembling a series of rings, divided into 6 tiers from innermost to outermost. The system prompted players to approach the inner ring as quickly as possible. Next, Qin Feng entered the chat group, where over 2,000 players had already gathered. And the number continued to rise. Damn, the system is trying to lead us to our doom. Just standing this far from the volcano makes my throat uncomfortable. Getting closer would mean certain death. Brothers, do we have any medicine? My throat is in excruciating agony, burning with pain, and breathing feels like swallowing shards of glass. I am willing to exchange green-level supplies. Are there any comrades with me? I am situated on the southwestern side of the volcano and can team up to head there together. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed a decrease in the number of players in the group. Someone had perished in an unknown location. He could no longer remain there. If he couldn't find a remedy for the symptoms caused by the volcanic ash within 2 hours, staying put would surely lead to his demise. Confirming his location, Qin Feng began making his way toward the inner ring, as the system hinted that there might be a solution there. Mutated creatures. Qin Feng had scarcely taken a few steps when he encountered a mutated creature, fortunately of only white-level strength, which he easily dispatched. The deeper he ventured, the more apprehensive he became. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of mutated creatures, even facing swarms of red fire ants. Resembling a moving dark river, he dared not provoke them, opting to steer clear. However, this detour exacerbated his already dire condition. A stabbing pain began to shoot through his throat, swallowing saliva became painful, and the phlegm he coughed up was a grayish-brown. A clear sign of having inhaled a significant amount of volcanic ash. The death toll among players in the group chat began to rise sharply, and Qin Feng's expression darkened. At this rate, not only would he struggle to approach the inner ring, but it could soon cost him his life. Each ring on the map appeared close together, yet Qin Feng had been sprinting at full speed for over 10 minutes without making it from the 6th to the 5th ring. There was still a considerable distance to cover. As he neared the 5th ring, the frequency of encounters with mutated creatures increased significantly. On several occasions, he was compelled to halt and engage in combat. Delaying his arrival at the 5th ring by a full 5 minutes, Qin Feng concealed himself behind a tree, watching as a group of mutated goats thundered past, narrowly avoiding detection. His gaze fell upon a dilapidated, thatched cottage 100 meters away. How peculiar that such a place exists. As he approached the cottage, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Rest station detected. Would you like to enter? A rest station. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. So this was the case. He promptly chose to enter. Inside was a rather crude room measuring only 7 or 8 square meters. Upon entering, Qin Feng felt a wave of sweet air wash over him. He immediately realized that the air within the rest station had not been tainted by volcanic ash. It was pure. Moreover, it possessed purifying properties, alleviating the discomfort in his throat that had been scorched by the volcanic ash. Qin Feng inhaled the fresh air deeply. Gazing at the gray sky outside, he surmised that this was the key to survival in this instance. If he was right, there must be such rest stations in every ring. As long as he entered one, he could relieve his physical discomfort and recuperate before setting out again. Qin Feng retrieved a bottle of water to soothe his throat and inadvertently caught sight of a countdown timer within the rest station. It displayed just over 3 minutes remaining, indicating that each player could only stay in the rest station for a maximum of 5 minutes, and it could accommodate no more than 5 players at a time. Once the number of players exceeded this limit, the rest station would lose its purifying function. On the walls of the rest station, Qin Feng discovered a vending machine-like feature housing several items, among which he noticed a mask that reduced volcanic ash inhalation and a full set of heat-resistant clothing. There was a limit of 5 items per purchase, and items could only be acquired using game points. Summoning the system panel, he found he had 100 points, earned from defeating mutated creatures along the way. The lowest-priced mask required 300 points, while the heat-resistant clothing demanded a staggering 2,000 points. It seemed he could not merely pursue speed. He needed to hunt mutated creatures to acquire points for exchanging items within the instance to ensure better survival. The volcanic crater belched forth even thicker smoke, rising ominously, as if an eruption could occur at any moment. The heat-resistant clothing would likely prove invaluable in the event of an eruption. He must gather points as swiftly as possible. Entering the communication channel, Qin Feng announced the news of the rest station, immediately causing a stir. Wow, isn't that Qin Feng? The top scorer in the shelter defense battle. What a legend. How impressive that he has found a way to clear the instance so quickly. I can't believe I'm in the same instance as the legend. Please, share the location of the rest station. Qin Feng, not one to hide his findings, shared a screenshot of the rest station's location in the group chat. Knowing that since players could only enter once, there was no loss in doing so. Chapter 39. A brave heart after resting, Qin Feng set off toward the 5th ring. Given that the rest station could only accommodate 5 players, many would inevitably perish. Those unlucky enough to find a rest station might still die due to exhausting their opportunities. To avoid such a fate, he had to discover the rest station before others. As he advanced, he no longer merely avoided mutated creatures but intentionally hunted them to collect points. However, he gradually felt overwhelmed. The deeper he went, the stronger the mutated creatures he encountered became. Though they remained at white-level strength, the disparity between the creatures in the 5th and 6th rings was substantial. Moreover, smaller mutated creatures had become increasingly scarce. Reluctantly, he had to expend more time battling medium-sized mutated creatures while avoiding swarms. This relentless endeavor left Qin Feng utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the 4th ring, he immediately sought out the rest station. Upon finding it, he dove inside, nearly collapsing from fatigue. He had been racing against time all along. After a brief rest, he rose, finding his points had accumulated to 1,008, insufficient for the heat-resistant clothing, but ample for a dust mask. Dust mask quality. White note. Instance special item. Cannot be taken out of the instance. Effectively prevents dust in the air from entering the mouth, with effects diminishing over time. During his rest, Qin Feng began to formulate a plan. He intended to gather 2,000 points on the way to the 3rd ring, so he could exchange for the heat-resistant clothing at the rest station there. As soon as the rest period ended, Qin Feng rushed out, the dust mask demonstrating its efficacy. He felt the air he inhaled was no longer searing hot. This allowed him to linger longer on the route from the 4th to the 3rd ring. As he searched for mutated creatures to hunt, Qin Feng encountered unexpected green-level mutated creatures on his way to the 3rd ring. Confronting a green-level wild boar proved exceedingly challenging. Its massive form charged like an armored vehicle, wreaking havoc as it barreled through the trees. With tusks over 2 meters long, a mere jab could uproot a tree. He dared not confront it head-on. Had it not been for the sharpness of his long spear, he might have found himself in grave danger. Ultimately, he was unable to slay the wild boar. While the spear was sharp, the wounds inflicted were insignificant against the boar's colossal frame. Continuing the fight would yield no results. This encounter made Qin Feng acutely aware of the formidable nature of medium-sized green-level mutated creatures. Compared to them, the poison arrow frog seemed trivial. Earning points became exceedingly arduous. Often, he found himself circumventing mutated creatures entirely, only daring to engage when they were solitary. Against those too powerful, he had no choice but to evade. After finally extracting enough points to exchange for the heat-resistant clothing, he wasted no time and dashed toward the third ring. Gradually, he realized that the obstacles to reaching the third ring were no longer the polluted air, but rather the mutated creatures he encountered along the way. These creatures were formidable, and in most cases, he had to avoid them, forcing him to waste even more time navigating detours. After 10 minutes, Qin Feng located the rest station in the third ring and immediately exchanged for the heat-resistant clothing. Heat-resistant clothing quality. White note. Instance special item. Cannot be taken out of the instance. When worn, provides purified air and strong insulation. Gazing at the heat-resistant clothing, which resembled a biohazard suit, Qin Feng did not don it immediately. The clothing was oversized, meant to be worn over his armored suit, making it cumbersome for travel and prone to damage. The dust mask had already alleviated some of the respiratory damage caused by the volcanic ash, and he would wear the heat-resistant clothing only when absolutely necessary. As he continued to approach the inner ring, earning points would become increasingly difficult. Most players entering the instance would only have enough points for a single set of heat-resistant clothing. Qin Feng closed his eyes to rest, recuperating his strength. Suddenly, the door to the rest station swung open, and a wave of scorching air rushed in. Accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur from volcanic ash, a figure burst in, collapsing on the ground and coughing violently. With a sharp gaze, his long spear materialized in his hand. This was the first time he encountered another player in the dream game. A woman. Qin Feng looked down at the intruder, who was clad in a finely crafted armored suit that shimmered with silver light. Her helmet obscured her face, yet the armor's curvature accentuated her figure, revealing an alluring silhouette. He remained cautious, not allowing himself to underestimate her simply because she was a woman. From the group chat, Qin Feng had learned that when players were killed, their points could be transferred, giving rise to a breed of players who specialized in hunting others for their points. The woman, seemingly sensing something amiss, suddenly looked up to find someone staring intently at her. Her instincts kicked in, and she drew her weapon, aiming it at Qin Feng. His expression hardened. Though he was not a bloodthirsty individual, he would not hesitate to eliminate her if she harbored any murderous intent. The weapon in her hands was familiar to him, a green-level crossbow. He had crafted one himself not long ago and was well acquainted with its capabilities. While powerful, it was not lethal enough to end his life in a single shot. And there was a delay in reloading. Should she choose to attack, the moment she paused to replace her bolt would be her last. The two stood in a tense standoff. The woman felt immense pressure bearing down upon her. She sensed that the man before her was like a beast suppressing its power, his eyes hidden behind the helmet deep and unfathomable. If she dared to exhibit any hostile intentions, he would undoubtedly obliterate her without hesitation. Upon her first encounter with the man before her, who did not exhibit any aggression, she surmised that he was not the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, if possible. Braveheart wished to avoid provoking such an adversary. The standoff persisted for a while until Qin Feng suddenly made a move, raising his crossbow over his shoulder. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the other's action, dragging his long spear across the ground to inscribe several characters. You to the left, I to the right. Do not overstep the boundary. Having finished, he retracted his spear and awaited the other's response. Braveheart understood Qin Feng's intent and nodded in agreement. Thus, an unspoken understanding was established between the two unrelated individuals. Qin Feng preferred not to squander time in a meaningless standoff, clad in iron armor and wielding a green-grade crossbow. The opponent had demonstrated sufficient strength to follow him to the third ring. Engaging in a fight that could potentially damage the resting station would be futile. Qin Feng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Observing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Braveheart also retracted her anxious heart and settled down in a corner to begin her rest. Time ticked by second. When Braveheart finally rose to her feet, Qin Feng perceived it as an action that exceeded their agreed-upon conduct. The spear hummed like a dragon in Qin Feng's hands, and at that moment, the air seemed to crackle with tension. The spinning spear tip carrying an overwhelming force aimed at the woman who had made an excessive movement. His strike was executed with utmost determination. Braveheart was momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of Qin Feng's aura, rendering her incapable of evading. The clash of steel echoed as sparks flew, the spear tip grazing the iron helmet and shearing off a piece of armor, along with a strand of golden hair. Freed from the constraints of her helmet, Half of Braveheart's long hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her delicate features. Chapter 40. Volcanic eruption. The murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng's eyes sent Braveheart into a chilling panic, causing her to forget to grasp her crossbow for self-defense. After a moment's hesitation, a look of humiliation and anger crossed her face. What was the meaning behind his sudden attack that did not culminate in lethal force? Abruptly, a realization struck her. Her body trembled. Despite his instructions of you to the left, I to the right, her mere movements within the designated area had provoked such an assault. Had she not reacted swiftly, that spear would have been aimed directly at her forehead. A cold voice escaped Braveheart's lips. I merely wished to exchange goods. A wave of humiliation washed over her. Not only had she been attacked while acting within the confines of their agreed territory, but she was also compelled to speak in such a subservient manner. Qin Feng, realizing he had overreacted, retracted his spear and resumed his rest, with only a minute remaining. Once she had completed her exchange for heat-resistant gear, Braveheart returned to her corner. Her heart raced, still haunted by the terror of that earlier strike. As she observed the meditative Qin Feng, her gaze fell upon the long spear resting against his leg. Braveheart had discreetly checked the status of her helmet. Its durability had diminished to 0 and was rendered useless. A mere scrape had rendered her green-grade armor inoperative, while that spear was undoubtedly a blue-grade weapon. With a full suit of iron armor and a blue-grade weapon in hand, she had deduced his identity. Qin Feng, the player ranked first on the leaderboard for the shelter defense battle, the very person who had shared intelligence in the group chat moments ago. She could hardly believe her misfortune in encountering the top-ranked player. Had he been a bloodthirsty individual, she might well have found herself as a lifeless corpse. Time elapsed. Qin Feng opened his eyes and propelled himself towards the second ring. A tremendous roar erupted. As he burst forth from the resting station, the ground trembled violently. Qin Feng beheld the volcano belching forth a massive plume of black smoke, interspersed with projectiles soaring thousands of meters into the air, only to rain down like a deluge. The flames were on the verge of eruption. The tremors triggered a landslide, a colossal boulder hurtling down amidst countless smaller rocks. A shadow loomed overhead as the long spear embedded itself into the mountainside. Qin Feng witnessed the boulder pass overhead, descending rapidly. The volcanic commotion sparked chaos within the communication channel. Run! The volcano is about to erupt. Where to run? Don't you see that this entire map is a volcano? Damn it! Is the universe conspiring against me? After barely surviving the shelter defense battle, I'm to perish in a volcanic eruption. Stop complaining. Instead, we should hurry up the mountain. Perhaps there is still a chance to survive in the first ring. Heavens! I'm still on the 5th ring. Am I doomed? Qin Feng glanced at the timer. An hour remained. The volcanic eruption would require some time to reach its peak, but the spectacle was indeed terrifying. Otherwise, lava would be cascading down by now, and everyone would be facing their doom. This did not align with the system's tradition of filtering players. The ascent became increasingly treacherous. On his path to the second ring, he had to navigate not only the tumbling boulders but also evade mutated creatures. The mutated beings on the second ring were extraordinarily formidable, each one possessing overwhelming power. Were it not for the tremors causing the creatures to be preoccupied with their own survival, Qin Feng might have found himself targeted as prey. Even with his cautious avoidance, he encountered a monstrous creature with glaring eyes. Its roar resonated like thunder, momentarily blanking his mind, a blue-grade mutated creature. Even from a distance, Qin Feng could discern the creature's massive form, seemingly engaged in battle with others. He retreated cautiously. This was not a conflict he could afford to involve himself in. The upheaval among the mutated creatures had given rise to a vast tide of beasts. A truly magnificent sight. It took Qin Feng 20 minutes to reach the second ring, having spent merely a minute at the resting station to alleviate his sore throat before continuing his journey. The tremors intensified, and he could now see the searing flames flickering at the volcano's mouth. As he climbed halfway to the first ring, with a thunderous roar, the volcano finally erupted. Lava spilled forth from the crater, cascading down like a roaring river. Fortunately, the mountain was exceedingly high, giving the lava some time to reach this point. Qin Feng understood that his time was running short. From this moment on, every player within the instance would have to race against the lava. He advanced while dodging falling rocks. Along the way, Qin Feng noted that the presence of mutated creatures was dwindling, a blessing brought about by the earlier tremors, allowing him to maintain full speed with his Windrunner skill without concern. Ultimately, just before the lava descended, he reached the first ring. Before him lay a cave, and he began to comprehend why the first ring could save a player's life. Its terrain resembled a vast cavern set into the mountainside. By remaining inside, the lava would only flow down from above, and even if some lava did enter, players adorned in heat-resistant gear would remain unharmed. To Qin Feng's surprise, the first ring also had a resting station. The duration of stay was unlimited, with a limit of 20 players. Those within the resting station could rest easy. Once the countdown ended, they would be teleported out of the instance. Glancing around, it appeared there was only this singular resting station. Was it not a deliberate provocation for players to turn against one another? Indeed, the system was employing familiar tactics. Damn it, I finally made it up here. I'm utterly exhausted. During his rest, Qin Feng overheard the voices of other players. One exclaimed, "Bro, there's a resting station here too." The footsteps of several individuals gradually approached, but then halted abruptly upon discovering Qin Feng at rest point. One man stealthily retreated to position himself behind the leader of the group, making a gesture to slit his throat. Having consumed a clear sight fruit, all their movements were visible to Qin Feng. This trio formed a small team, each appearing quite disheveled. The leader donned half an iron armor set, while the other two were clad only in leather vests. Such a configuration posed no threat to Qin Feng. They must have been exceptionally fortunate to reach the first ring at such an early stage. Upon entering the resting station, the leader produced a berry, wearing a fawning expression as he attempted to ingratiate himself. "Brother, what do we call you? Have a berry to quench your thirst." Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied coolly, glancing at the berry in the man's hand, but declining to take it, resuming his rest with closed eyes. The three men gaped in shock, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Particularly the one who had just made the throat-slitting gesture. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of conversing, the trio wisely sought a corner to rest, their eyes occasionally darting towards him. As time passed, more players reached the first ring, and soon, Qin Feng was surrounded by fellow players, the resting station reaching its capacity. With a thunderous roar, lava surged over the cliffside, and in an instant, the communication channel was flooded with messages indicating a significant drop in player numbers. Qin Feng witnessed a player who was on the verge of reaching the first ring being engulfed by the torrential lava, leaving not a trace of bone behind. Many gasped in horror at the sight. With 12 minutes remaining in the instance, the player count lingered around 700, suggesting that 2/3 of the players had perished along the way. Chapter 41. Resources in the lava. Damn it. Why do those inside the resting station get to enjoy peace, while we must endure the volcanic ash and the scorching heat of the lava? A commotion erupted outside, as players voiced their discontent towards those who had arrived early and occupied the resting station, insisting that they should rotate to allow everyone a chance to rest. Although the players who reached the first ring were equipped with dust masks or heat-resistant gear, the palpable discomfort remained unavoidable, not to mention that the mask's effectiveness would continuously diminish. The atmosphere of discontent grew increasingly palpable, culminating in a violent clash as a player forced open the resting station's door, allowing a wave of volcanic ash to flood inside. None of us are having an easy time. You shouldn't be enjoying it either. If not, then vacate your spot. The voice belonged to a burly man, whose massive hands gripped the doors like a vice as he bellowed to those behind him. "What are you dawdling for? Drag those bastards out." The players within the resting station were not to be trifled with. Several who believed themselves capable stepped forward, and a confrontation ensued, resulting in a physical altercation. Amidst the chaos, Braveheart observed Qin Feng, who remained undisturbed and cautiously retreated to avoid being drawn into the fray. However, Qin Feng was fully focused on the raging river of lava. Amidst the molten landscape, he was astonished to spot a fruit tree defiantly thriving upon an unmelting rock, impervious to the extreme heat. This scene is profoundly striking. The fruit trees sway in the heat wave, steadfast and unyielding, each vibrant red fruit appearing as if ablaze, unmistakably remarkable. Moreover, floating amidst the cascading lava are colossal, egg-shaped entities, which Qin Feng is certain cannot merely be stones, as any stone would succumb to the molten rock in mere moments. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng navigates through the throng, determined to seize the opportunity while some massive rocks remain intact within the lava. Aiming to secure that extraordinary fruit tree in his backpack. Make way! Upon reaching the entrance of the rest area, a burly figure obstructs his path, and his words instantly hush the surrounding cacophony, drawing the gaze of the crowd. The giant's eyes fall upon Qin Feng, dismissing his slight frame with disdain. Kid, did I tell you to leave? Without my word. Who? Before he can finish, his voice catches in his throat, and he is sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Onlookers stand bewildered, questioning what just transpired. The previously arrogant giant was toppled before Qin Feng in an instant, a spectacle of sheer astonishment. Qin Feng exits the rest area at a measured pace, encountering no further insolence attempting to bar his way, casting a cold glance at the giant as he utters two words, "Mouthy fool." Gazing at the rolling lava, he feels the intense heat enveloping him, the scorching sensation on his cheeks becoming somewhat painful. Following Qin Feng's line of sight, everyone sees the fiery red fruit tree amidst the lava. Although others had spotted it before him, many were dissuaded by the molten surroundings. Qin Feng dons his heat-resistant suit, now understanding its true purpose. Theoretically, players capable of reaching the first ring should possess dust masks to endure the final moments. In this context, the heat-resistant suit seems somewhat superfluous. However, it appears its real utility lies in exploring the lava, and Qin Feng speculates that the fiery fruit tree, akin to the purple-grade resources that spawn at supply stations, is a unique asset of this instance. Thus, acquiring it is imperative, and the resilient stone pillars within the lava serve as excellent footholds, providing him with a platform for movement. Estimating the distance between the pillars, Qin Feng assesses that with his physical capabilities, he can easily leap across them, the only concern being whether the pillars might melt beneath him mid-jump. The heat-resistant suit mitigates most of the heat, and with a determined leap, he springs towards the nearest stone. The searing lava lies just beneath him, and the onslaught of heat, even with the suit, is nearly unbearable. Damn, the big shot has committed suicide. Someone in the crowd remarks, immediately met with numerous incredulous stares. Anyone with clear sight can see Qin Feng's intent to collect the fiery fruit tree. If I had known those pillars could support a person's weight, I would have acted sooner. I had noticed that fruit tree was extraordinary from the start. Nonsense. Did you not see the distance between the pillars? A body unenhanced would never make the jump. You would surely perish if you tried. Observers on the shore watch as Qin Feng navigates with ease, while the astute recognize that his movements are fluid and decisive, each step remarkably stable, something unattainable by the average person. In a series of jumps, Qin Feng reaches the fiery fruit tree, using his long spear to clear away the rocks and secure the tree in his backpack, without the luxury of examining the unlocked compendium. A fiery serpent nearly singes him, and he swiftly scans the lava, locking his gaze on the largest stone egg, retrieving it before making his exit. His skin is scorched and blistered, and remaining any longer would certainly lead to severe burns. What has the big shot retrieved? The crowd watches with envy as Qin Feng, agile as a monkey, retraces his steps along the stone pillars. Along the way, a few figures brush past him. It is her, the woman with the damaged helmet and flowing golden hair, who had previously shared the rest station with him. He did not expect her to act so decisively as others rush into the lava to retrieve stone eggs. Many feel tempted, but after one unfortunate soul slips into the molten depths, their ambitions quickly wane. Qin Feng leaps onto the cliff face, shedding his heat-resistant suit. He had been splashed by the erupting lava during his leap, and a hole has been burned into his ankle, significantly diminishing the suit's effectiveness. After he emerges, several others jump down, but none venture as far as Qin Feng, hastily retrieving a stone egg from the lava before scrambling back up. Kid, hand over what you've collected. Let's consider your earlier collision a closed matter. As Qin Feng steadies himself, he is confronted by an attempt at robbery. The giant approaches him with an accomplice, still dazed from their earlier encounter. Yet, recalling that he suffered no injury, the giant thinks perhaps Qin Feng has consumed a fruit that enhances attributes. But so what? Clad in iron armor with a companion, he feels no fear. The crowd parts to make way for the duo, and Qin Feng can't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated encountering such short-sighted individuals, having merely brushed against the giant moments prior. Clearly, they underestimate him, believing him a soft target. His expression hardens. Well, Your gaze is intimidating. But it means nothing. Don't push me to act. I've already dispatched enough players today. Hearing the giant's taunt, Qin Feng laughs heartily, like a cheerful young man. Given what you've said, it seems there's no burden in killing you. I'll send you to meet your great-grandmother. With a burst of speed, Qin Feng darts forward, leaving behind an afterimage. Since he has decided to strike, he does so with full force. His long spear quivers, reaching the giant in an instant. The clash of iron echoes as the giant is forced back, realizing that his opponent is not merely strong but resembles a human-shaped behemoth, leaving his hands tingling from the impact. The giant's prideful green-grade iron sword falters against Qin Feng's might, crumbling to mere scrap after only 2 exchanges. With a swift flick, the long spear pierces through the green-grade iron armor, rendering it utterly inadequate before the blue-grade weapon. Impaling the giant and launching his lifeless body into the air, Qin Feng had intended to discard the corpse into the lava but miscalculated his strength, sending it instead to the cliff's edge. Courageous Heart, who had just ascended, witnessed the body plummet before her, startling her into a stupor, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to react. Chapter 42. White Emperor Qin Feng flicks the blood from his spear's tip and strides into the cave. Only 5 minutes remain until the instance concludes. Damn, that was a swift robbery. When did iron armor become as fragile as paper, breaking with a single thrust? Could that player be Qin Feng, the Great One? Who has been warning everyone in the communication channel? Be confident. Remove the word not. Ugh, I've long detested that show-off. He must be sweating bullets now. That spear must be a blue-grade weapon. Otherwise, how could it slice through iron armor like a knife through butter? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Courageous Heart gradually comprehends the events that transpired, her heart settling in her stomach. It was merely serendipity that she happened to witness this spectacle at that moment. Ding! The countdown for the survival hunt instance has ended. Players will be teleported from their current location. The system's voice resonates in his mind, a light enveloping him, and the familiar sensation of dizziness washes over him. Upon returning, Qin Feng suppresses his nausea as he climbs into bed. The teleportation comes with significant side effects, leaving him momentarily disoriented. After resting for a while, he retrieves the fruit tree that had thrived in the lava, its trunk twisting like a coiling dragon, displaying a blackish-brown hue reminiscent of fine iron, with flame-like patterns sprawling across it, resembling veins coursing throughout the tree. Atop the crown, over 20 vibrant red fruits dangle, each appearing to harbor a blazing flame within. Fire fruit tree quality, green note. A mutated organism that thrives in active volcanic regions, possessing exceptional heat resistance. Consumption offers warmth and body nourishment, with prolonged use yielding greater effects. A green quality plant. Qin Feng feels a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated it to be a blue-grade tree akin to the eye-enhancing fruit tree. He plants the fire fruit tree beside the eye-enhancing fruit tree, hopeful that the black soil might enable the fire fruit tree to evolve into a blue grade. After observing the fire pattern tree for a while, he sadly notes no changes akin to those of the eye-enhancing fruit tree, indicating the fire pattern tree has not met the conditions for evolution. Yet, Qin Feng does not dwell on this. With the presence of such unique black soil, he is certain other opportunities will arise in the future. Warmth and nourishment. The fire fruit tree marks his acquisition of a second fruit tree with special properties. The eye-enhancing fruit enhances mental acuity and vision, while the fire fruit nourishes the body. Qin Feng plucks a fire fruit. Its crimson exterior resembles a flickering flame, and upon consumption, he instantly feels a wave of warmth enveloping him from within. It is as if he carries a warm pack in his chest. The warmth radiating through his limbs. If consumed during winter, one could stand unclothed in the icy chill without feeling cold. Is this the effect of the fire fruit's warmth? As for body nourishment, he feels no immediate changes. Perhaps it requires prolonged consumption to manifest effects. The fire fruit is ill-suited for such warm weather. It is already hot outside, and consuming it would only add to the heat. Qin Feng retrieves the stone egg he obtained from the lava, revealing a massive egg measuring 50 centimeters in height. The surface of the stone egg is rough, unlike a typical eggshell, appearing more like layers of stone skin enveloping it, exuding an ancient and rustic aura. Pet egg quality, green note. A drop of blood can incubate a mutant creature that can form a contract. It will not attack the one who hatches it and requires a contract scroll for use. Damn, a contract-capable mutant creature. So this is the true purpose of the contract scroll, After acquiring the scroll, Qin Feng pondered whether to weaken a mutant creature for a contract, but the scroll warns that a forcibly subdued creature would not easily submit. It turns out there exists a pet egg capable of hatching mutant creatures for players to contract. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng's long spear sliced through his fingers, drawing forth droplets of blood that fell upon the gray-brown eggshell. The moment the blood touched the surface, it was absorbed, causing intricate strands resembling a spider's web to spread across the eggshell. 1 drop, 2 drops, until 10 drops had fallen. The bloodlines enveloped the entire shell. And with a crack, the eggshell shattered. "What is this? A white tiger?" As the shell broke apart, Qin Feng gazed in a daze at the small creature that emerged. Its fur was snow white, adorned with black stripes, and a blurred royal emblem rested upon its forehead. Just arrived in this world, the little one seemed dazed, quickly bending down to consume the remnants of its shell with astonishing speed, leaving Qin Feng utterly astonished. Remarkable! Its teeth were formidable. The eggshell had withstood the heat of magma yet was devoured by the little creature as if it were a crispy delicacy. After finishing, it licked its lips, eyes like black gemstones surveying the novel world around it. Fixating its gaze upon Qin Feng, it let out a soft, plaintive howl, nuzzling against his ankle. Qin Feng attempted to lift the little creature without facing any resistance. Evidently, this mutated being, hatched from his blood, possessed an innate affinity for its blood donor. He retrieved a contract scroll, and the agreement proceeded smoothly. Instantly, Qin Feng felt a subtle connection form between him and the little one, akin to an extension of his own body, allowing him to effortlessly sense its physical state. "Henceforth, your name shall be Bai Di." It would not do for the little one to remain unnamed. A soft howl seemed to acknowledge this, as the creature appeared quite content with its designation. Though their languages were different, the bond forged through the contract enabled them to comprehend each other's intentions. Such is the power of the contract. Bai Di's attribute panel materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. White Tiger Strength, 18 Constitution, 15 Overall Strength, Green Note. Mutated juvenile white tiger, endowed with formidable growth potential, one of the most terrifying entities in the aberrant world. Incredible! It was unfathomable that such a small body could harbor such immense power. Qin Feng recalled the tiger encountered in the dungeon, whose roar echoed through the mountains and struck fear into the hearts of beasts. Would Bai Di, upon reaching maturity, one day attain such stature? The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. With a green-level white tiger as his companion, he would have the freedom to roam wherever he wished. He rummaged through his backpack for some raw meat and presented it to Bai Di, who sniffed at it with evident disdain before turning away. Not interested with Qin Feng's knowledge, he knew that tigers were carnivorous creatures. Yet, Bai Di displayed no interest in the meat he offered, its keen, vertical pupils fixed on a particular direction. Following Bai Di's gaze, Qin Feng was astonished to find that it was fixated on the direction of the Mingmu fruit tree. Could it be that Bai Di had a fondness for Mingmu fruit? He gathered a few fruits, both Huafei fruit and Mingmu fruit, and offered them to Bai Di. The little creature immediately exhibited a voracious appetite, devouring one fruit after another, leaving Qin Feng in disbelief. So it wasn't that Bai Di refused to eat. Rather, it was the quality of the meat that did not meet its standards. After consuming the blue-level fruits, Qin Feng noticed an increase in Bai Di's attribute values. Realizing that the enhancement effect of the Mingmu fruit was equally beneficial for mutated beings, in a wonder Bai Di was drawn to it. However, Qin Feng soon felt a pang in his pocket. Blue-level fruits were not as common as cabbages, and he couldn't afford to keep feeding them so liberally. Ultimately, a tiger is a carnivore and cannot thrive solely on fruits. He glanced at Bai Di's disdainful expression towards the ordinary meat from a poison dart frog and began to suspect that the issue lay with the quality of the meat. Chapter 43. The establishment of the survivor group. He had previously hunted poison dart frogs, which yielded green-level quality meat. Retrieving a piece, Bai Di's eyes immediately fixated on him, eager to snatch the meat from his hands. Did the green-level meat possess special properties? Qin Feng was uncertain, but Bai Di's reaction suggested a strong possibility. He examined the information regarding the frog meat. Frog meat quality, green note, acquired from hunting a green-level poison dart frog. This meat is tender and smooth. Prolonged consumption can enhance physical constitution. To Qin Feng's surprise, the green-level meat indeed had properties that improved physical constitution. It appears that items with quality attributes in this dreamlike game possess unique effects. Bai Di was not averse to consuming meat. Rather, it was the inferior quality that he rejected. While feeding Bai Di, Qin Feng also roasted a piece for himself, and upon tasting it, his senses were awakened. The frog meat of green quality was soft and tender, devoid of the usual gamey taste. If only he had soy sauce, mustard, or vinegar, it would make for an exquisite sashimi dish. After consuming a piece, Qin Feng felt a wave of satiety wash over him. To his astonishment, after the body enhancement, his appetite had significantly increased. Now, one piece of frog meat was enough to fill him, and no wonder Bai Di was discerning about its food. The disparity was akin to that between coarse and fine grains. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Di curled up on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber, indifferent to Qin Feng's attempts to rouse it. Qin Feng opened the shop and posted an announcement seeking to acquire green-level quality meat from mutated beings, as he now had to support a meat-loving companion. He was astonished to see players boasting of their exploits, claiming to have captured impressive footage of battles from the dungeon, leaving Qin Feng taken aback that a video captured him, clad in full armor, striking down an adversary with a single spear thrust. Thankfully, the player who posted the video showed some decency, obscuring the identities of those involved. With a helmet covering his head, his features remained unrecognizable. The video stirred quite a commotion in the area, with some condemning the act as inhumane, while others argued that such villains must be eliminated to prevent them from preying on other players. Qin Feng remained unfazed, sifting through chat logs for useful information. One group, known as the Explorers, caught his attention, sharing a wealth of invaluable intel, particularly concerning the Rapid Current dungeon, all offered freely. By the way, what is happening with Xiahua? Before entering the dungeon, he had sent a message to Xiahua, but he hadn't received a reply. Now that he was out, Xiahua should have emerged even earlier. Upon checking his private messages, he found a note from Xiahua, asking him to meet after he exited. Qin Feng quickly responded, and Xiahua replied almost instantaneously, "Qin Feng, I've confirmed that one person has joined on my end. How about you? Did you reach out to the player you mentioned? Not yet. I'll contact them shortly." Reflecting on it, he felt it was time to mention this to the Ling sisters, though whether they would join was beyond his control. "Let us join the group. Once everyone is gathered, I have some matters to discuss regarding my findings from the dungeon." All right. Just as Qin Feng had intel to share with Xiahua, he sent a message to Ling Yu beforehand. "Are you free? IVE joined an information sharing and resource trading group. If you're interested, I can add you." Ling Yu had just emerged from the Truth or Dare dungeon when she saw Qin Feng's message and replied, "Sorry. IVE already accepted an invitation from someone else." Following the conclusion of the Shelter Defense War, Ling Yu received numerous private messages, and the emergence of alliances made her realize that the era of individual survival was gradually becoming obsolete. No worries. This group is solely for information sharing and trading, and it doesn't restrict players from joining other factions. After some thought, Ling Yu decided to join. Qin Feng's name was a golden ticket, and joining wouldn't be a loss. Additional sources of information were always beneficial. Great. Can my sister join as well? Of course. After entering the group, Qin Feng sent an invitation to the Ling sisters, and soon the names Moon and Snow appeared in the chat. Upon joining, Ling Yu noticed there were already two members. One was Xiahua, and the other was an anonymous player, much like her sister. The name Xiahua was familiar to Ling Yu, ranking in the top 10 players. Then the one named Yuan Feng must be Qin Feng. Various pieces of information flooded her mind, confirming that these two were indeed acquainted. Xiahua was the first to speak. "Welcome Moon and Snow to the group. From now on, we are all allies, supporting one another. I am Ling Yu." Began to introduce herself but abruptly paused, nearly revealing her real name due to voice input, which would undermine her anonymity. Quickly, she corrected herself. "I am Moon. Snow is my sister. It's a pleasure to join the Survivor group." Ling Yu's introduction was quite formal, resembling a seasoned professional's opening remarks. Soon after, Ling Shui also offered a polite greeting to acknowledge her new companions. The addition of the two sisters was met with unanimous approval from Qin Feng and Xiahua. "Qin." Xiahua started to utter a name, but like Ling Yu, he stumbled, instinctively calling out Qin Feng's name before clearing his throat. "Yuan Feng, then I'll invite other members." Shortly after, another individual joined the group chat. "Greetings, esteemed players. I am Pika. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Pika's introduction resembled that of a newcomer in a workplace. Welcome. As the group leader, Xiahua felt compelled to express his enthusiasm. In the background, private messages between Qin Feng and Xiahua continued, with Xiahua relaying Pika's information through direct messages. Pika ranked just outside the top 1,000 in the sheltered defense war. However, he possessed a valuable resource, a niter mine near his shelter, which led Xiahua to extend a special invitation. Qin Feng had no objections, recognizing the significance of the niter mine. Although they currently lacked means to utilize it, once they did, it would markedly enhance an individual's combat prowess. Pika's addition would benefit everyone. Sister, this group seems rather weak. Counting us, there are only 4 members. Ling Shui couldn't help but comment. Less talk. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. The survivor group was clearly newly formed, as evidenced by the clumsy group rules, suggesting that the creator lacked experience. However, Lingwei discovered that only the top 100 players on the leaderboard were invited into the group. Following an elite route, though few in number, they gathered the top 2 players from the entire district. Lingwei perceived this clearly. The pillars of the group were Xiahua and Qin Feng, and with their presence, development would surely not falter. After exchanging greetings, Xiahua formally announced the establishment of the survivors group, with the 4 of them as the foundational players. As for whether others would join in the future, they could only take it one step at a time. Xiahua took stock of the dungeons the 4 of them had entered. Qin Feng had participated in hunting for survival. The Ling sisters had engaged in truth or dare. Xiahua had experienced Rapids Rush, while Pikachu had yet to embark on any game. Once the statistics were compiled, they began the first intelligence sharing session in the group. Xiahua, naturally, was the first to speak. I'll go first. Followed by Yuanfang, and finally, Moon. Lingyue and Qin Feng had no objections, and Xiahua commenced detailing the intelligence regarding the Rapids Rush dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, all players would be teleported to a water area, each standing on a wooden raft, with the objective of reaching a designated destination within 2 hours. Qin Feng inquired, "Did you feel any discomfort when teleporting into the dungeon?" "Not at all. Is it a personal issue?" Qin Feng silently noted this question for later. Xiahua, please continue. Chapter 44. Sharing intelligence. Xiahua resumed, though it's called Rapids Rush, do not be deceived by the name. Not only is the water flow rapid, but it also demands exceptional control over the wooden raft. In certain stretches of the river, a misstep could lead to the destruction of the raft and the demise of its occupants. Moreover, even in the calmer water areas, one must not let their guard down. As there are fish specifically designed to attack the rafts, I've tried rowing quickly, but I couldn't shake them off. The only option is to dive in and eliminate them, or else the raft won't survive to the next water area. Xiahua displayed a screenshot of the fish species. Puffed up fish strength, 15 constitution, 10 overall strength. Green note. The puffed up fish possesses a hard skull and formidable impact power, exhibiting a strong desire to attack objects floating on the water's surface. A green tier fish. In the screenshot, the puffed up fish appeared grotesque, with an exceptionally protruding forehead and a fierce demeanor, clearly not to be trifled with. Xiahua, what should we do if we encounter a puffed up fish? Asked Pikachu. Simple, just jump into the water and kill it. The puffed up fish, as described, will be drawn to the raft and ignore players who dive in, allowing you to deal with these bothersome creatures. Xiahua spoke nonchalantly, yet the others did not share his ease. With the puffed up fish being of green tier strength, lacking any countermeasures might result in them being outpaced by the fish's destruction of the raft. How many puffed up fish would attack the raft, and how long could it withstand such onslaught? Lingyue posed a question that everyone was eager to know. What the beautiful Moon asked is precisely what I was about to discuss. Xiahua chuckled. The puffed up fish attacks every 5 seconds, with no more than 5 at a time. A non-upgraded raft can withstand their assaults for about 10 minutes. Killing a puffed up fish grants points, and the raft can be upgraded 3 times using these points. Once it reaches the 3rd upgrade, you need no longer fear the puffed up fish's attacks. Oh, there's one more thing. Xiahua seemed to recall something and added. When I jumped into the water to kill the puffed up fish, I discovered a supply crate underwater, which contained some vegetable seeds and blueprints. Additionally, there were some unusual aquatic plants growing on the riverbed that could be beneficial to you. I managed to acquire some. Aquatic plant quality. Green note. A special aquatic plant that grows on the riverbed, when consumed, grants temporary underwater breathing ability for 5 minutes. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the green tier aquatic plant. As expected, unique resources existed within the dungeon. I tested it for everyone. The first consumption of the aquatic plant yields the best effect, but subsequent uses are lesser. If anyone needs it, you can exchange it for equivalent resources. Goodness, Xiahua must have fought hard to arrive at this conclusion right after emerging from the dungeon. Xiahua, you're truly generous. Thank you. Pikachu and Lingyue expressed their gratitude in turn. After Xiahua finished sharing the intelligence on the Rapids Rush dungeon, it was Qinfeng's turn. I entered the hunting for survival dungeon, and the teleportation had significant side effects. I'm not sure whether it was personal or dungeon related, but the negative status lasted for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour, Xiahua exclaimed. Even with Qinfeng's physical condition, lasting a quarter of an hour is concerning for the rest of us. Indeed, a quarter of an hour. Qinfeng continued, in the dungeon, there exists a unique communication channel and map. The map features an active volcano, with lines resembling contour lines, totaling 6 rings. The objective to clear the dungeon is for players to reach the first ring within 2 hours, or else the volcano will erupt and consume everything. The challenges players face are essentially twofold. First, the air is laden with volcanic ash, which will scorch the throat with prolonged inhalation. Second, as you venture inward, you must confront increasingly powerful mutated creatures. That's not insurmountable. How did you manage to get through? Xiahua interrupted Qinfeng. The solution is quite simple. Each ring has several rest stops, where the air remains uncontaminated, allowing players to alleviate the symptoms of inhaling volcanic ash. Moreover, one can exchange points for dust masks and heat-resistant suits at the rest stops, effectively countering the air issues. Points can be acquired by hunting mutated creatures. My suggestion is to find a rest stop in the 6th ring. Accumulate as many points as possible, and then make a full sprint. Yuan Fong, why focus on acquiring points in the 6th ring? Can't we obtain points in the other rings? Pikachu queried. Qinfeng explained, the reason for focusing on the 6th ring is that, as you delve deeper, the strength of the mutated creatures escalates. The creatures in the 4th ring are all at green tier, while the 2nd ring harbors terrifying blue tier mutated creatures. If you encounter medium to large mutated creatures like tigers or wild boars along the way, regardless of your strength, do not hesitate, just turn and flee. But how can one possibly outrun a tiger? A clear voice interjected. It was Ling Xue, who had not spoken until now. I don't mean for you to outpace the tiger. You only need to run faster than the others. Qinfeng felt that his response was quite commendable. But what if there's no one else around? Then just lie down. If you can't fight or run, you must leave it to fate. Lingyue cast a sidelong glance at her sister, signaling her to refrain from further comments, as her sister's question seemed somewhat contentious. Of course, there's no need for excessive concern. The volcanic eruption occurs about 20 minutes after the dungeon ends. At that time, the mutated creatures will be too busy fleeing to pay attention to the players. Just be cautious of rockfalls and beast tides. Upon reaching the 1st ring, magma from the volcanic eruption will produce stone eggs, which can hatch into contract beast eggs. Qinfeng revealed a sensational piece of news. Stone eggs? What are contract beasts? Xiahua inquired. Rather than answering directly, Qinfeng shared an image, believing that a picture would convey the message more effectively. Nonetheless, he refrained from revealing the White Emperor, as sharing intelligence was acceptable, but his strength needed to remain concealed. And he could not divulge all his trump cards. Upon viewing Qinfeng's screenshot, everyone gasped in astonishment. An egg capable of hatching into a contract beast was undoubtedly invaluable. Everyone felt a pang of greed. No one posed further questions, all awaiting Qinfeng's next words, knowing he would surely mention how to obtain it. The pet egg appears alongside the magma, and to retrieve it from the molten rock, you must use a heat-resistant suit. Otherwise, you won't survive the intense heat. Additionally, be mindful that players can loot points from others by killing them in the dungeon, and rest stops have a capacity limit and time constraints. I will inform Xiahua of the specific strategies, and he can compile them and publish them in the group files for anyone who needs them. After Qinfeng finished sharing the dungeon intelligence, Xiahua remarked, I can't shake the feeling that the appearances of these dungeons are not merely challenges for players, but rather opportunities for resource acquisition. Yuan Fong, what do you think? I share your sentiment. Whether it's the underwater supply crates, green-tier aquatic plants, or the pet eggs in the magma, it resembles a system designed to sift through players. My advice is to reserve the dungeons containing the resources you desire most until the end, as players may only enter each dungeon once, a detail we must heed. Indeed, you make a valid point. Xiahua added to Qinfeng's statement, I'll test whether we can only enter the dungeon once tomorrow and will share the results in the group. Chapter 45. Organizing Resources. Finally, it was Lingyue's turn to share the intelligence from Truth or Dare. Unlike Xiahua and Qinfeng, who faced intricate dungeons, Her experience was rather straightforward. A group of players gathered around a large round table to engage in a rapid question-and-answer format, with the condition for passing being that players must achieve an above-average score by the end of the game, while those below would be eliminated. The questions ranged wildly, encompassing some rather twisted topics that even Lingua herself hesitated to mention. The reward for clearing the dungeon was a special ornament, statue of the war goddess quality. Green note: a special ornament of the war goddess, when placed in a shelter, grants players the watchful gaze of the war goddess, reducing the probability of attacks on the shelter and increasing the damage dealt during exploration by 10%. As Lingua shared the screenshot, it bore a striking resemblance to the statue of the goddess of fortune in her room, albeit the effects of the war goddess's statue appeared significantly more potent. Once the group discussion concluded, Xiahua promptly approached. Qin Feng, the Explorer Alliance just reached out to me, expressing a desire to collaborate and share intelligence. What are your thoughts? The Explorer Alliance. Qin Feng recalled the strategies he'd seen in the area, which had originated from the explorers, leaving him with a favorable impression of the organization. You decide. I have no objections. Continuing on, Xiahua sought the opinions of others in the group, and both Ling Yu and Pikachu expressed no objections. Thus, the decision regarding the collaboration was finalized. The Survivor group had just been established when the Explorer Alliance approached them, indicating that there were indeed members within the group, yet Qin Feng was not a selfish individual. Shortly thereafter, he approached Xiahua again and exchanged for 20 stalks of aquatic plants, along with some meat from green-grade swollen-headed fish. Now, he was not solely responsible for nurturing the White Emperor. Naturally, the more high-quality meat he acquired, the better. After trading with Xiahua, he posted information about the Mingmu fruit in the group. I have blue-grade Mingmu fruit that can enhance mental value. If anyone is interested, please reply with E1. Almost immediately, Pikachu responded, blue-grade Mingmu fruit, Boss Yuan Fong. May I exchange your Mingmu fruit for blue-grade oranges? Citrus quality. Blue note. Rare mutated fruit. Consuming it permanently increases mental value, invigorates the mind, and alleviates fatigue. Blue-grade oranges. Observing the screenshot that Pikachu shared in the group, it was evident that others possessed valuable items as well. With so many individuals in the area, it was improbable that he was the only one with blue-grade fruit. Sure, 1 Mingmu fruit for 1 orange. How many do you have? I don't have many blue-grade oranges, so I can only exchange 10 with you. Does that work? All right, let's proceed with the transaction. 10 blue-grade oranges would suffice for Qin Feng. The attribute increase from blue-grade fruit was only significantly effective upon first consumption. Subsequent uses required long-term intake. Based on the effects of the Mingmu fruit, he observed only a slight increase in mental value after the first consumption, and after consuming nearly 10 since then, the increase remained minimal. The blue-grade oranges had effects similar to the Mingmu fruit, but he wondered if the attribute values from fruits with the same properties would accumulate. I have green-grade rainbow candy that increases strength. May I exchange it with you? Ling Yu interjected, having seen the trading activity in Qin Feng's group and wishing to join in. Absolutely. Anything that can augment attribute values is a treasure. I certainly won't miss out. The trading within the group became lively, and afterward, Qin Feng acquired 10 blue-grade oranges and 10 rainbow candies. Rainbow candy? Green-grade confectionery. Consuming it can permanently increase strength by 1 point. Rainbow candy belonged to the green-grade food category, similar to the green-grade mineral water he had previously offered. Its attribute value could only be increased once and lacked any special effects. Upon receiving the blue-grade oranges, Qin Feng immediately consumed one. Its sweet and sour flavor burst in his mouth. His mental value increased by 1 point, bringing it to 15, which meant he could now utilize the Windrunner skill 5 times consecutively. The rainbow candy behaved as he had anticipated. Aside from the initial consumption yielding an increase in strength, the rest could only serve as a casual snack during leisure time. Qin Feng then listed the Mingmu fruit in the shop. Noting a desire to trade for fruits or foods that could enhance attribute values, he aimed to convert his resources into personal strength. As he entered the area, he observed numerous players seeking to purchase water. Goodness, it's sweltering. Green-grade resources for drinkable water. Any brothers willing to trade? This damn weather. Even staying still in the shelter makes one sweat. I feel like I'm in a giant steamer in the rainforest. It's unbearable. Indeed, it's only the first day, and it's already like this. How are we going to cope later? Are there any methods to cool down? I do love a bottle of chilled cola. The appearance of 2 suns prompted players to voice their complaints about the temperature, and Qin Feng recognized that the moment had arrived. it was time to exchange his stockpiled ice blocks for a wave of supplies. Entering the cold storage, Qin Feng gazed at the ice blocks frozen into neat cubes. He had begun acquiring non-drinkable water at an extremely low price as soon as the cold storage was established, amassing a substantial amount, which he then converted into ice blocks. With the end of the novice period, the price of water had soared, having increased several times by now. He decided to halt his acquisition of water. Although these ice blocks were not directly consumable, they were excellent for cooling down, and if necessary, one could simply lie on top of them, making them a prime commodity for players lacking cooling methods. Sell ice blocks and enjoy a unique experience of heat. Feel the chill of summer, don't miss out as supplies are limited. First come, first served. Damn, I can't even afford water, and here you are making ice blocks and enjoying life. Boss, do you have any edible ice blocks? On such a hot day, I'm yearning for a glass of iced water. Iced water? Dream on. The demands are quite high if you don't want ice blocks. Please step aside. There's a queue behind you. Qin Feng's private messages were inundated in an instant, revealing that many players were suffering under the sweltering heat. The quantity of ice blocks in the cold storage visibly diminished. Before long, the stock was entirely depleted, leaving many players who had not managed to purchase any to message him. The popularity of the ice blocks exceeded expectations. Apologies, the stock of ice blocks has sold out. Return at this time tomorrow, and I will restock. Those in need, please remember to purchase then. Seriously, boss, can you manage? I'm practically melting here. A single block is hardly sufficient. Upstairs, I'm cursing my slow fingers for missing out. What are you boasting about? The relocation of the shelter was already part of Qin Feng's plan. By then, he would have ample water sources to create ice blocks. With ice blocks selling so well, it wouldn't be long before other players started competing for the business. Giving him a first-mover advantage. 50 ice blocks allowed Qin Feng to increase his various green-grade resources by over 200 units. And he intended to use a portion of this for the construction of the shelter. The water filter and ice maker were still made from the white-quality materials he had crafted before. He could create new replacements, spending some time eliminating less practical furniture and crafting a new batch. After tidying up the shelter, Qin Feng opened his backpack, filled with a chaotic assortment of materials that appeared dazzling to the eye, with the most prominent being the materials acquired from the poison dart frogs. The mutated organs were relatively easy to handle, as they could be exchanged for dream energy, but the frog skins and poison sacs posed a bit of a dilemma. He couldn't utilize so many himself, and listing them in the shop was not particularly popular. It could be said that his resources were severely unbalanced at the moment. After a while, Qin Feng decided to list the surplus materials in the shop. He would rather take a small loss than have the frog skins and poison sacs go to waste, exchanging them for other resources, even if it was just a little. Chapter 46. Upgrading the workbench after processing the materials from the poison dart frogs. Qin Feng exchanged all the mutated organs he had for dream energy, resulting in his dream energy surpassing 2,500 points. While exchanging, he discovered that the mutated organs dropped by the green-grade poison dart frogs could yield 20 points of dream energy each, 10 times that of the white-grade organs. While organizing his materials, he received a private message from Xiahua. Qin Feng, we have successfully negotiated a collaboration with the Explorer Alliance. Our initial cooperation will involve sharing information with each other. And here is the information related to the dungeons sent by the Explorer Alliance. Such swift action. Opening the file that Xiahua had sent in the chat box, Qin Feng's pupils constricted, revealing a look of astonishment. Had Xiahua infiltrated the Explorer Alliance's stronghold? He had obtained all the dungeon-related information. Much of the intelligence had not been publicly disclosed in the area. Only a small portion was made public. After a cursory glance through the file, Qin Feng understood the substantial investment made by the explorers in exchanging all dungeon information with Xiahua. The information provided by the explorers encompassed all dungeons, but when compared to the precision of the intelligence from Qin Feng and Xiahua, it was lacking. Take, for instance, the dungeon Raging Rapids. It was evident that the information was hastily compiled by the members of the explorers who had cleared it. The underwater treasure chests and green-grade aquatic plants were not mentioned, let alone the critical details from the survival hunt dungeon, which even omitted the significant information regarding the stone eggs in the magma. This illustrated the quality of the intelligence. Despite this, it still held some reference value. From this information, Qin Feng learned about the yields from the remaining dungeons: Life and Death Rush Dungeon, Scroll, Extreme Challenge, Rare Plant, Brave Challenge, Shelter Expansion Blueprint, and the final dungeon adventure had no records yet. This provided Qin Feng with an excellent reference to understand the yields from the dungeons, allowing for better planning. The expansion blueprints, scrolls, and rare plants were all desirable items, but he lamented his inability to pursue them all at once. Progress must be made step by step, for taking too large a leap could lead to disaster. In the end, Qin Feng decided to participate in the Raging Rapids first. He possessed a blue-grade leather armor crafted from frog skin, which could enhance swimming speed, and with the addition of green-grade aquatic plants, he could gain a significant advantage. Crafting blue-grade equipment required a blue-grade workbench, so Qin Feng approached the workbench. He took out the blue-grade material selection card he had been reluctant to use and chose iron ore, wood, and fiber as the basic materials. Iron ore and wood would be used to upgrade the workbench, while fiber was the material needed for crafting leather armor. After adding 20 units of blue-grade wood and enough iron ore to meet the upgrade requirements, a flash of white light signaled the appearance of a new workbench. The workbench had been upgraded to blue, unlocking more crafting blueprints for equipment. Qin Feng casually browsed through one of the blueprints. Steel armor strength, 2 constitution, 3 quality. Blue crafting materials, blue iron ingot 20 note. An armor that enhances the player's strength and constitution, one of the components of the steel set. When all components are gathered, the set attributes are activated. Strength 8, Constitution 15. A piece of equipment that could elevate Qin Feng's excitement was indeed the blue-grade steel set, which had finally appeared as a craftable blue-grade set. The blue-grade steel set was a comprehensive upgrade of the iron armor set, also consisting of 6 components. The difference was that each component could increase the wearer's strength and constitution attributes, something the iron armor set lacked. Assembling a complete steel set would ensure that even without consuming any attribute-enhancing food, both strength and constitution could easily approach 30 points, meaning an ordinary person clad in steel armor could overpower him with ease. This was genuinely outrageous, however. The difficulty of gathering such a complete blue-grade set was also apparent. A total of 88 blue-grade iron ingots were required for the 6 components, and given the current difficulty in acquiring materials, it was virtually impossible for anyone to achieve. Qin Feng sighed, choosing not to dwell on such distant aspirations, and instead decided to see what else he could craft, as the steel set was still far beyond his reach. Upon discovering the blueprint for the lightweight leather armor, the description transforms upon the addition of blue-grade frog skin and fibers. Lightweight leather armor quality, blue note. Upon wearing, it significantly enhances the player's swimming speed underwater, allowing you to experience a sensation akin to flying. What a splendid piece of blue-grade equipment! Qin Feng wore a disdainful expression, affirming the adage that cheap goods are seldom of quality. This blue-grade leather armor, intended for functionality, offers no attribute bonuses, falling short in comparison to the iron armor SET could only be utilized in scenarios necessitating diving, rendering it rather lackluster. The survivor group had already been established. It would not do to let Xia Hua toil alone, and thus he resolved to share the lightweight leather armor in the group, inviting others to borrow it as needed. I have a piece of blue-grade leather armor that could prove useful in the Rapids Adventure dungeon. You may come to me for a rental, just provide equivalent collateral. Wow, Dalao Yuanfeng, you're incredible. You can actually craft blue-grade equipment. You're truly my idol. I want to rent it. Sure, Pikachu. Just me in the group when you plan to use it. And make sure you have the collateral ready. In the survivor group, both parties in a transaction display the group name, ensuring that the player's true identities remain concealed, a fact confirmed in the recent transaction. Did you hunt blue-grade mutated creatures? Xia Hua was taken aback. It seemed that Qin Feng possessed resources to upgrade to a blue-grade workbench, and the top reward in the shelter defense battle included 5 blue-grade resource cards. More than sufficient for the upgrade. However, the blue-grade leather armor required blue-grade beast skin, and the prospect of acquiring it from blue-grade mutated creatures was beyond Xia Hua's imagination. No, I obtained the blue-grade beast skin through special means. It was merely a stroke of luck. That's truly insane. Jealousy is tearing me apart. Dalao Yuanfeng, is your blue-grade leather armor available for rent to outsiders? I have a friend who might need it for the Rapids Adventure dungeon. Could he come to you for a rental? Pikachu seemed rather unguarded, and it was likely that he was a member of the Explorer Alliance. Qin Feng smiled, choosing not to expose him. Sure. But for players outside the group, the rental will require a collateral payment of 10 units of green-grade resources. All right, Dalao, I'll discuss it with my friends and see what they think. Friends? It seems you have quite a few. Despite being blue-grade quality, the lightweight leather armor was merely functional, lacking substantial practical value. Losing it wouldn't be a great loss. Besides, he still possessed a piece of blue-grade frog skin, which he could craft anew even if it were lost through rental. Exiting the group, Qin Feng ascended to the second floor and approached the control panel. It was time to delve into the functions of the Dream Tree. Upon branching out, he discovered three main categories: lifestyle, support, and combat. Activating lifestyle would unlock blueprints essential for daily life in the shelter. It was no wonder that, despite the shelter's upgrades, Qin Feng had yet to see the emergence of bedding, pots, bowls, or stoves. The store had never offered such blueprints. They were hidden here. Simple utensils such as bowls and chopsticks could be crafted with a bit of time, but compared to unlocking blueprints, the one-click crafting seemed far more cumbersome. As he continued exploring the lifestyle branch, Qin Feng grew increasingly astonished, for he beheld blueprints for sun protection clothing, batteries, solar panels, water pumps, and many more. Was there an intention to develop electricity? He could already envision a future where players would enter an age of electricity in this dream game. Expending dream energy to unlock the blueprint for sun protection clothing. This was precisely what he needed at this stage. In contrast, the dream energy required to unlock blueprints for batteries and other items would be astronomical. And the crafting materials would likely be quite demanding. By comparison, the sun protection clothing offered the best practical value. The path to unlocking the sun protection clothing blueprint also included unlocking blueprints for bedding, pillows, utensils, and kitchens. The items produced from these blueprints would belong to the category of non-quality lifestyle goods. The required crafting materials could be white grade. For the utensils, Qin Feng opted for wooden ones, as he lacked clay for ceramic products. He could check the store later. Chapter 47. Explosive arrows. The kitchen was classified as an expansion blueprint, and Qin Feng selected a space of approximately 10 square meters for its establishment. The resulting kitchen was exceedingly rudimentary, featuring merely an earthen stove. He crafted a batch of pots and bowls, placing them in the kitchen corner. As for fuel, there was an inexhaustible supply of wood outside. After considerable effort, Qin Feng's kitchen began to take shape. Continuing his exploration of the Dream Tree, activating the support category would yield knowledge on cooking, medicine, cultivation, breeding, astrology, fortune-telling, and other miscellaneous skills, ultimately enabling players to become experts in various fields. For instance, players who learned cooking could prepare food to restore mood and energy, while those who studied medicine could create life-saving potions, making these skills quite practical. However, the dream energy expenditure to acquire these abilities was astronomical, making them unattainable for the time being. The combat category focused on reinforcing the shelter's defenses and enhancing the blueprints in the player's possession. Explosive arrows. Qin Feng gazed at one of the blueprints, a new design that emerged from his original arrow blueprint upon expanding the dream energy. Furthermore, blueprints eligible for expansion via the Dream Tree must be acquired from treasure chests. Blueprints provided by the game, such as leather armor or iron armor sets, would not appear. This revelation resolved Qin Feng's long-standing confusion. After upgrading the workbench, he could craft potent equipment like iron and steel sets, making the acquisition of blueprints seemingly unnecessary. It appeared he had underestimated the true purpose of blueprints. Taking his most basic arrow blueprint as an example, it could lead to the creation of explosive arrows, while a crossbow would yield the Zhuge crossbow. The strength of equipment not derived from blueprints was not inherently weak. Rather, he had failed to recognize their true utility. Qin Feng eagerly activated the explosive arrow blueprint, depleting his dream energy reserves in the process, and located the explosive arrow blueprint at the workbench. The materials required for crafting an explosive arrow included 75 saltpeter, 10 sulfur, 15 charcoal, 5 wood, and 2 iron ingots. Good heavens, the material consumption for crafting a single explosive arrow is considerable, with saltpeter being the most demanding. Qin Feng made his way to the point's shop, seeking saltpeter and sulfur ore. These obscure materials were seldom in demand, allowing him to exchange his remaining points at a bargain. However, these materials would only suffice for crafting 10 explosive arrows. After crafting the explosive arrows, Qin Feng stepped outside the shelter, eager to test their power with his crossbow. He aimed at a pine tree 48 steps away. With a resounding bang, the explosive arrow hit its mark, producing a tremendous roar. Approaching the site of impact, Qin Feng assessed the explosive arrow's effectiveness. It was indeed a case of much sound and little fury. While the auditory impact suggested significant destructive potential, the reality was that it had merely stripped away a layer of bark, falling short of his expectations. Such an attack would struggle to harm a player clad in iron armor. The effectiveness of black powder was somewhat lacking, though it might yield results against mutated creatures. Observing the remaining 9 explosive arrows, he pondered the potential power of crafting green-grade explosive arrows, which would likely elevate their potency significantly. However, acquiring the materials for green-grade crafting posed a considerable challenge. A solution must be found to gather the necessary resources. A thought struck Qin Feng. He recalled the location of the saltpeter mine that Pikachu had mentioned in the survivor group. Xia Hua had informed him when inviting Pikachu into the group that mining green-grade saltpeter should not pose a problem. As for sulfur, he could inquire with Xia Hua. This material should be abundant in volcanic areas, though currently, players had no use for it, and no one was inclined to waste time mining. The last material, charcoal, was not a luxury that anyone would use green-grade wood for. He would have to craft it himself. While iron ingots were the easiest to obtain, without further delay, Qin Feng tagged Xia Hua and Pikachu in the group. Pikachu confirmed that he indeed had access to a green-grade saltpeter mine, albeit in limited quantity, while Xia Hua promised to keep an eye out for green-grade sulfur. Exchanging 100 units of green-grade resources for an equal amount of saltpeter from Pikachu caused Qin Feng a pang of regret. Every green-grade explosive arrow fired was a direct depletion of resources, a toll even the wealthiest households would struggle to sustain. Upon returning to the shelter, Bai Di had awakened and rushed excitedly towards Qin Feng. "Oh woo!" Qin Feng indulgently ruffled the little creature's head. Bai Di seemed to revel in the affection, his pale golden pupils narrowing, his ears twitching, and a gurgling sound emanating from his throat. Attempting to hold Bai Di, Qin Feng was taken aback. Had Bai Di gained weight? The sensation was different, prompting him to check Bai Di's attributes. To his astonishment, he found that Bai Di had indeed increased in strength and constitution after a hearty meal and sleep. Confirming his impression that Bai Di had grown a bit, rubbing his chin, which bore no beard, Qin Feng pondered the realization that the growth rate of mutated creatures in the dream game could not be gauged by common sense. Given Bai Di's rate of growth, he might soon become a valuable ally. After feeding Bai Di, Qin Feng watched as the creature curled up to sleep once more. It was truly a cycle of eat and sleep. Gazing out at the sky, Qin Feng noted that it was now 7 in the evening. Typically, the sun would be nearing its descent at this hour, yet today exhibited a peculiar phenomenon. One sun hung low in the west, casting the sky in a fiery red hue as it approached the horizon, while the second sun remained high in the sky, showing no signs of setting. Qin Feng was in no rush to venture outside. Many players were discussing this strange occurrence in the region, though the setting of one sun gradually restored the temperature to a more pleasant 20 degrees. It feels alive again. I truly miss the temperature being in the 20s. Indeed, I sincerely hope a second sun does not appear again. It was incredibly tormenting. Wow, you all need to see this. The explorers have released a detailed strategy guide, and it's quite comprehensive. Are you kidding me? 7 suns? Each day brings an additional sun. This is the true nature of the 7-day sky disaster. Damn it, I need to venture out to seek water. 3 suns tomorrow will be utterly insane. Qin Feng also perused the latest guide released by the explorer, which closely resembled the strategy provided by Xia Hua. The guide also elucidated the 7-day sky disaster and advised players to elevate their dream levels to 5 as promptly as possible. Achieving a level 5 dream would unlock the dream tree, enabling the acquisition of measures such as sun protective clothing to combat extreme heat. The leaders of the Explorer Alliance are remarkably impressive. Having swiftly uncovered so much knowledge, I am in awe. A level 5 shelter requires a staggering 1,000 points of dream energy, which seems excessively burdensome. Where could one possibly procure such a plethora of distorted organs? The strategy presented by the Explorer offers a detailed description of the dream tree, aligning closely with Qin Feng's understanding, although the recommendation to allocate points is not applicable to him. Only one sun remains in the sky, and the temperature continues to decline, expected to drop to 28°C within 2 hours. With no indication of twilight, it is almost certain that the night in the distorted world will bid farewell to players permanently. It seems prudent to adjust exploration timings. Chapter 48. The carp goes wild. After a brief respite, as the temperature dipped to a comfortable 26°C, Qin Feng arose, determined to relocate the shelter to the banks of the stream before the 3 suns ascended. Each day spent in the distorted world brings forth an additional sun, and despite the stream's abundant water source, it too will eventually dry up. He must act swiftly, prior to that day's arrival. He must stockpile water as much as possible to ensure his survival. Utilizing the shelter's transformation ability, the space before him began to warp, and a tiny black dot akin to a black hole abruptly appeared, with the surrounding space collapsing towards it. After several breaths, a palm-sized cube materialized in his grasp. Is this the cube of the shelter's transformation? Qin Feng gazed at the vanishing shelter, leaving behind an empty expanse. Feeling incredulous, off he went. Without any sentimentality, he was instead filled with anticipation, having long wished to escape this wretched place. Accompanied by Bai Di, he journeyed for an hour to reach the stream's banks, spending an additional 2 hours searching for a suitable location to settle. Ultimately, he discovered an exquisite site upstream for establishing the shelter. This area lies within a water flow-back bay, with a magnificent waterfall just 500 meters ahead, exuding grandeur and a rainbow suspended in midair. The terrain beneath the waterfall is relatively flat, surrounded by towering cliffs, sparse trees, and piles of pebbles lining both banks, creating a picturesque natural barrier. Qin Feng explored the vicinity. Due to the terrain, medium to large mutated creatures were ill-suited to inhabit this area, leaving him in the company of only a few birds. Several massive nests could be seen on the cliffs, and he wondered what kind of birds could construct such large abodes. This is it. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the location, promptly retrieving the cube to revert the transformation, restoring the shelter to its original form. Nestled against the cliff and facing the stream. Next, he set about filling the cold storage with water. Qin Feng plunged into the stream with a wooden bucket, transferring water into the cold storage. One bucket at a time, he crafted over 100 wooden buckets, neatly aligning them from one corner to another, maximizing the use of the cold storage's space. With the bottom space filled, he focused on the upper area. By placing a thick layer of wooden boards atop the buckets, he continued to stack more buckets, and soon the cold storage was brimming with buckets of fresh water thanks to his labor. Gazing at the fully stocked cold storage, Qin Feng lamented that the 25 square meter space was still too cramped. Water in the distorted world is undrinkable. Other players have already tested this, resulting in diarrhea and allergies among various adverse effects, and boiling it proves futile. Only water obtained from supply crates or purified through systems such as filters can be safely consumed. While this water cannot be drunk directly, it poses no major issues after filtration, and bathing is also permissible. After crafting a green-grade water filter, its efficiency significantly improved, capable of purifying 50 liters of fresh water daily, sufficient for his daily needs. Having stored enough water, Qin Feng ventured outside the shelter and unexpectedly discovered fish in the deeper areas, and they were not small. Below the surface, he spotted a carp nearly 2 meters long. Leisurely swimming. It was his first encounter with such a large carp. In nature, carp are long-lived species, capable of reaching 100 years with suitable water quality and no predatory interference, often exceeding a meter in size. Yet it is rare for them to grow this large. Before him, however, was a school of carp exceeding a meter in length. This cannot be overlooked. It was the perfect opportunity to test the lightweight leather armor's effectiveness. Donning the lightweight leather armor and wielding a long spear, Qin Feng plunged into the water, swiftly swimming towards the carp with an astonishing lightness, the water flow creating minimal resistance against him. The lightweight leather armor's effect exceeded his expectations. Qin Feng moved through the water like a natural-born sea king. After consuming a green-grade aquatic plant, he temporarily gained the ability to breathe underwater. An experience that felt utterly marvelous. The carp initially displayed signs of panic at the commotion he caused but soon ceased their attempts to flee. These fish seem rather naive. They must not have encountered humans for an extended period, as they showed no fear and continued to swim about leisurely. Qin Feng, of course, took full advantage of this situation, thrusting his spear decisively into the school of fish. With such a large number of carp, even a blind person would manage to strike one. The sensation in his hands indicated he had indeed struck a hefty one. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth. The waters around him accelerated chaotically, and he found himself being towed through the water like a rag doll by a fish, a green-grade specimen. Qin Feng immediately recognized that this school of carp was no ordinary group. Gripping the long spear tightly, he knew that if he lost this blue-grade weapon, he would lament in despair. However, an even more troublesome scenario unfolded. The turmoil in the water caused the school of carp to thrash about, clouding his underwater vision. Suddenly, a blind carp collided forcefully against Qin Feng's chest, and for a brief moment, he felt as though he were meeting his maker. With a sharp crack, he was struck across the face by an unknown fish's tail. An instant of searing pain coursing through him. Qin Feng was furious, his anger rising. Being struck by a fish while attempting to catch one was simply intolerable. With a fierce resolve, he kicked the carp's belly. Reclaiming his spear as he swam away from the chaos, "I won't engage." Once ashore, Qin Feng gasped for breath, shaken by the encounter. He wiped the water from his face, reflecting on how violently aggressive the carp had been. Fortunately, they were herbivores, merely thrashing about. Had carnivorous fish been involved, he might have suffered a far worse fate. This experience served as a lesson. He had been too reckless in shedding his iron armor and should have worn the lightweight leather armor underneath. Even though it would hinder his swimming speed, as the fish stirred the waters, the once clear stream became murky, obscuring visibility beneath the surface. In mere moments, the carp he had speared dragged him several hundred meters away. Curse those carp! After such a tumultuous encounter, he had lost all desire to catch further fish and decided to return. Just then, however, a carp surfaced, its surroundings stained red, its gills opening and closing in a final struggle for life. How could he let an opportunity for fresh fish slip away? Diving back in, he delivered 2 more strikes, ultimately sending the carp to its demise. He emerged with a carp over a meter long, triumphantly carrying it back to the shelter. Indeed, it was a green-grade carp. The carp's entry in the bestiary unlocked, and upon disassembling it, he obtained a fish skin, a mutated organ, and several pieces of fish meat. The carp's mutated organ was its swim bladder. Carp meat, quality, green, note. Obtained by hunting mutated carp, this meat is succulent and melts in the mouth, making it an excellent choice for sashimi. Long-term consumption has health benefits. It generously yielded 50 units of fish meat, equating to 50 pounds. What a bountiful catch! With such a school of carp in the water, Baidi's food supply would be well alleviated. The green-grade frog meat and the mutated fish meat he procured from Xiahua had already seen Baidi consume 20 kilograms over 2 meals. Should he fail to secure additional food sources, Baidi would surely go hungry. Chapter 49. The goddess's #1 disciple Qin Feng decided to utilize the remaining 2 blue-grade resource cards, realizing that early use leads to early enjoyment. Resources cannot simply be hoarded. Even retaining 40 units of blue-grade materials would yield little utility. Upon use, he received 40 units of blue-grade wood. The effects of the war goddess statue obtained by Ling Yu left him envious. Providing a 10% increase in damage dealt during exploration, while simultaneously reducing damage taken within the shelter, in contrast to the ambiguous luck of the luck goddess statue in his possession. The war goddess statue proved far more practical. Currently, the luck goddess statue was at green grade, requiring 20 units of blue-grade wood to upgrade to blue-grade. He wondered if enhancing the luck goddess statue to blue-grade would bring about any additional changes. Qin Feng resolved to test it, as it would be more beneficial than crafting furniture from blue-grade wood. Approaching the workbench, he opened the crafting interface and located the blueprint for the luck goddess statue. A brilliant white light enveloped the statue as the upgrade completed. Ding! Player Qin Feng has chosen the luck goddess as his faith. May the goddess's glory be with you. It has been detected that you are the first among this group of survival players to pledge loyalty to the luck goddess, and she shall bestow greater attention upon you. What on earth? He had merely upgraded a statue to blue grade and triggered a system notification. Faith? Glory? Loyalty? When did he express allegiance to any so-called goddess? It appeared that elevating the wooden statue to blue grade automatically bound him as a devotee of the luck goddess. Is this even possible? Qin Feng was eager to seek clarification, but after the voice in his mind faded, there was no further response. Looking at the statue in his hands, it remained 50 centimeters tall, yet its appearance had undergone significant transformation. The features became more distinct, and the attire more elaborate. The visage was exquisite, adorned with a crescent moon upon her brow, exuding an aura of sanctity that demanded reverence. The previously closed eyes were now open, seemingly gazing directly at him. Such a penetrating gaze sent shivers down his spine. Although it was an inanimate object, it appeared quite captivating. How could he entertain such thoughts? Qin Feng was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. What was happening to him? Had he been single for too long that he found a mere wooden sculpture to be so charming? No, something was amiss. This statue seemed to possess a captivating power that was affecting his mind. He quickly averted his gaze from the statue's eyes. The statue of the goddess of luck was of blue quality. Note: you may offer sacrifices to the goddess, who will respond upon sensing the sincerity of her followers. The higher the quality of the sacrificial items, the more your loyalty is reflected. Sacrifices can be made only once every 7 days. Since you are the first player among this batch to pledge your loyalty to the goddess of luck, she grants you the privilege to sacrifice twice. Sacrifice, that term was no stranger to Qin Feng. In various historical texts from Huaguo, the word sacrifice was often associated with ominous events, such as the ancient practice of offering young maidens to river deities for the sake of safeguarding the land. Such occurrences were countless in the ignorant days of yore. Now, this word appeared in connection with a wooden sculpture, a blue-grade statue that allowed offerings to the goddess of luck and could elicit a response from her. The notion seemed rather dubious, reminiscent of certain employers who manipulate their employees under the guise of motivation. Moreover, Qin Feng held a skeptical view of this so-called goddess. Did gods truly exist in this world? What was the definition of a god? Such thoughts spiraled into a series of questions that were unnecessary to explore further. Dismissing these fanciful notions, he focused instead on the wooden sculpture itself. The first player to pledge loyalty to the goddess of luck? It seemed he was indeed the first to elevate the statue's quality to blue, a true fan of the goddess. After all, who would be so idle as to enhance the quality of a statue possessing such inexplicable functions, if not for him? And to think, this was his first crafted blue-grade item. He felt somewhat foolish for upgrading such a trinket. As for the sacrifice, he decided to give it a try. Qin Feng was troubled by the surplus of white-grade materials in his possession. Offering them to the goddess shouldn't be an issue. Right? He grinned mischievously as he gathered various unneeded items. Frog skins, toxic frog meat, poison sacks, and the corpses of iron beetles, piling them in front of the statue to form a small mound. This was merely 1/3 of his stock. With such a plethora of offerings, the goddess of luck should surely be able to sense his earnestness, provided she wasn't blind. There was one more item. Qin Feng retrieved a syringe filled with an unstable gene serum he had acquired from the underground laboratory in the abandoned city. After some contemplation, he decided to include it in the offering. This serum, while useless to him, was of blue quality, and he couldn't bear to discard it, with a heap of white-grade materials lacking a worthy centerpiece. The blue-grade gene serum would surely prevent the goddess from deeming him stingy, right? The steps for the sacrifice were somewhat elaborate, resembling a grand ritual with distinct procedures. The first step was to draw a circle on the ground, using the blood of a higher-quality mutated creature for better effect. Qin Feng grimaced. Where was he supposed to find the blood of a mutated creature, let alone one of high quality? He casually caught a fish, collected a small bowl of its blood without dismembering it, and drew a circle on the ground. Within this circle, he inscribed a pentagram, completing the aforementioned steps, and then in the center, he drew a crescent moon to represent the goddess of luck. Lastly, he adorned it with a 4-leaf clover symbolizing fortune. Having reached the final step, Qin Feng found himself unable to contain his laughter upon seeing the 4-leaf clover in this godforsaken place. Did they truly have a 4-leaf clover? With fingers smeared in fish blood, he awkwardly scrawled a few clovers on the ground. Done. Qin Feng clapped his hands and stood up, placing all the gathered items atop this peculiar design. The next step resembled a chant of sacrifice. You are the embodiment of luck. Soaring higher than the sky, shining brighter than the stars, the 4-leaf clover is your unwavering blessing, O beautiful moon. Please heed the prayers of your devoted follower. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. As Qin Feng recited the sacrificial words, the mound of items blazed with a blinding light as if it were about to explode. He darted behind a rock to take cover. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated explosion never came. Cautiously peeking out, he saw that the mound of offerings had vanished, leaving behind a pill-sized object in the center of the sacrificial design. What a scare! Was that it? Emerging from behind the rock, Qin Feng checked the number of sacrifices remaining, which had decreased from 2 to 1. Was this considered a successful sacrifice? This was his first attempt at such a thing, and lacking experience, he wondered where the goddess's response was. Observing for 10 minutes without any sign of movement, he sighed with relief. It seemed the sacrifice was complete. Yet, the goddess's response, he glanced at the pill in the center of the sacrificial design. This pill appeared to be the goddess's reply. Picking it up, Qin Feng was taken aback. Transmutation pill quality. Blue note. For consumption by contracted beasts, it allows them to immediately enter the next stage of growth and comprehend the transmutation skill, enabling them to change size at will. The potency continuously improves the bloodline of the contracted beast, facilitating its evolution. Staring at the pill in his hand, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating urge to roar to the heavens. A blue-grade pill specifically designed for contracted beasts. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Chapter 50. Failed attempt at exploiting the system. The transmutation skill was tailor-made for contracted beasts. With this skill, Bai Di could transform into a cat lounging on his shoulder, eliminating concerns about size when taking him out. The goddess of luck was quite generous. Exchanging a pile of useless items for a blue-grade transmutation pill was a deal worth repeating. With another opportunity for sacrifice, Qin Feng intended to use it immediately. The sacrifice function could only be used once every 7 days, and since he had completed one, he could make another before the next round of gaming commenced. There was no need to be frugal. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the goddess's generosity was paramount. Having completed his first sacrifice, Qin Feng approached the second with newfound confidence. He drew the sacrificial design and arranged the items, which included the usual suspects: frog skins, toxic frog meat, and poison sacs in a similar quantity to before. Yet, he felt something was missing. The last time, he had the blue-grade unstable gene serum as a centerpiece. But this time, he lacked a standout item. Reluctant to part with either the long-range spear or the eye-brightening fruit tree, he finally settled on a few eye-brightening fruits as the centerpiece, adding 10 units of blue-grade wood. He eagerly anticipated what wonderful item the goddess of luck would bestow upon him this time. After all, he had invested significantly, offering 5 blue-grade eye-brightening fruits and 10 units of blue-grade wood. Surely, it wasn't too much to ask for a purple-grade item, considering he had only the gene serum last time. With excitement bubbling within him, Qin Feng activated the sacrifice, only to hear a voice echo in his mind. The goddess of luck perceives your insincerity and retracts her reward. Sacrifice failed. Failed? Qin Feng's face contorted in shock as he glanced at the remaining sacrifice count, which now displayed 0. Despite his evident seriousness regarding the sacrifice, it had been deemed insincere. He was baffled by what had transpired, but the most crucial point was that the sacrifice had failed, devouring all his materials. What a tremendous loss! Thankfully, he had retained some blue-grade wood. He suspected that the issue lay with the abundance of white-grade materials. It seemed his attempt to exploit the goddess's favor had upset her. Moving forward, he would need to exercise caution during sacrifices. Though the failed attempt left Qin Feng feeling regretful, it was not the end of the world. He retrieved the transmutation pill, the most significant gain from the sacrifice, and gently nudged Bai Di awake from his slumber. Awoo. Bai Di growled in displeasure, his light golden vertical pupils locking onto Qin Feng. Upon seeing the transmutation pill in his hand, the tiger became immensely excited and lunged towards him, licking him with his tongue. Qin Feng quickly pushed Bai Di's head away, wary of the backward-facing barbs on the tiger's tongue. If Bai Di lost control, he would end up with a disfigured face. Bai Di's reaction suggested he recognized the pill's value. Shaking the transmutation pill, he seemed to ask, "Do you want to eat this pill?" The tiger's head nodded vigorously. "Do you know what this pill is?" As soon as he asked, Qin Feng regretted it. What was he doing? Although they shared a bond after contracting, Bai Di understood his meaning but could never respond verbally. Even if he comprehended the nature of the pill, he could not reveal it as expected. Bai Di shook his head, giving Qin Feng the distinct impression of a husky rather than the majestic king of the forest. "Go ahead." Qin Feng tossed the pill high into the air. Bai Di executed a graceful aerial somersault and snapped up the pill in one bite. Immediately after consuming it, Bai Di returned to his nest, curling up and falling into a deep slumber. White tiger strength, 22 constitution, 19 quality, green note. A juvenile mutated white tiger with immense growth potential, one of the most formidable beings in the distorted world. Seemingly undergoing some transformation. The description was reminiscent of what Qin Feng had seen when the eye-brightening fruit tree evolved. The pill was clearly working within Bai Di's body, and it appeared the tiger would not wake up for a while. Qin Feng decided to venture out to investigate the situation with the iron beetles. A whole expanse of green-gray trees, and possibly blue-gray trees, existed in the rainforest. He had no intention of giving up so easily. The iron beetles could not enter the water, which he could exploit. Repairing the durability of his iron armor, He donned lightweight leather armor beneath it and followed the stream downstream. Arriving at the territory of the King Cobra, this area had originally been the chosen site for relocating the initial refuge, but had been abandoned due to the appearance of iron beetles, leaving no new creatures to occupy it. Qin Feng pressed onward, taking out his binoculars for a better view. There were no signs of iron beetles ahead. He reached the spot where he had initially felled trees, observing several stumps on the ground. Summoning his courage, he continued deeper, as he had yet to thoroughly explore this green-grayed forest since discovering it. The ground was covered in thick layers of dead leaves, and to avoid making excessive noise, Qin Feng proceeded cautiously. Half an hour passed, yet he still had not spotted any iron beetles. However, he did discover another type of insect living in the area. Bees, a massive beehive, over 5 meters in diameter, hung between two trees, with fist-sized bees occasionally visiting and quickly departing. Qin Feng stood beneath the trees, keeping his distance. As Qin Feng advanced on his journey, he encountered swarms of red fire ants, diligently transporting the remains of an unknown creature. Each of these insects posed a threat far beyond his capabilities. After an hour of detouring, he heard a familiar sound of wings flapping. Looking up, he was met with a dark mass of armored beetles, and simultaneously, a resounding bird call echoed through the air, casting a shadow as a massive bird, with a wingspan of 6 to 7 meters, landed on a tree branch. It began to peck fiercely at the beetle nest with its beak, undeterred by the beetle's attacks, its dense plumage offering ample protection. Was this the essence of nature's food chain? Qin Feng found himself entranced by this spectacle. The formidable beetles, which posed a significant challenge to him, were merely a snack for the great bird, which soon departed with a nest of insects in its grasp. It was no wonder he had not spotted any beetles. Their home had been raided. Deciding not to venture further into the unknown dangers that lay ahead, he retraced his steps, marking his path as he returned. With the bird's predation, the beetles clearly had no time to trouble him, allowing him to gather some wood along the way. On his return, Qin Feng realized he had underestimated the complexities of the rainforest. Inhabited by a myriad of unknown creatures, even in the absence of beetles, dangers such as fire ants and giant wasps lurked. His aspiration to treat this verdant woodland as his private garden was far beyond his current capabilities. Survival amidst these mutated beings required careful consideration. As Qin Feng neared his refuge, a shadow passed overhead, accompanied by a cry. The great bird he had seen earlier, seemingly heading towards the cliff where a waterfall cascaded. It brought to mind the nests he had spotted on the cliffside. Could they belong to this magnificent creature? He quickened his pace, following the bird's silhouette. The bird alighted upon a nest on the cliff. Confirming his suspicions, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. A clever idea sparked in his mind. The beetles and the bird clearly existed in a predatory relationship within the food chain. As the bird left its nest to hunt the beetles, it provided Qin Feng with an opportunity. Given what he had witnessed that day, it was evident that the beetles, preoccupied with guarding their nests against the bird's onslaught, would not notice him stealthily cutting down trees. Qin Feng deemed this plan feasible. Unable to confront the beetle swarm directly, he considered utilizing the existing laws of nature's food chain. Moreover, with the bird's nest situated on the cliff, he could easily spot it when the bird left to hunt. Exercising caution, he felt confident he could secure a meal without falling prey to these mutated creatures. Chapter 51. The White Emperor awakens. Qin Feng was jolted awake by a deafening tiger's roar. His mind clouded with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? His ears rang as if a swarm of bees were playing basketball nearby, and a colossal tiger's head loomed close. What is this? The White Emperor! The roar he had just heard belonged to the White Emperor, whose immense form filled the second floor of the refuge, crouching to avoid hitting the ceiling. White Emperor. Transform your size, Qin Feng urged. The White Emperor seemed to grasp his command, letting out a long roar as its body swiftly shrank, soon becoming no larger than a domestic cat, leaping into Qin Feng's embrace. White Tiger Strength, 49 Constitution, 48 Quality, Green Skill, Transformation Note. The mutated White Tiger is in its growth phase, possessing formidable potential for development and a noble lineage, making it one of the most fearsome entities in the distorted world. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not dreaming, Qin Feng marveled at the White Emperor's attributes, both strength and constitution nearing 50 points, along with the newly acquired transformation skill. What was this noble lineage mentioned in the description? Did tigers have different bloodlines? Was this change a result of the transformation potion? The White Emperor's evolution brought Qin Feng immense joy, and he affectionately ruffled the little creature's head, prompting a series of soft murmurs from it. The White Emperor's current power surpassed that of Qin Feng, clad in his iron armor and wielding a long spear. What was even more daunting was that the White Emperor was still in its growth phase. With an adult stage yet to come, if the growth phase White Emperor possessed such strength, how formidable would it become upon reaching adulthood? Qin Feng shuddered at the thought. In a wonder, he had been helpless against the green-tier wild boars in the hunting survival instance. Based on the White Emperor's growth attributes, the adult green-tier wild boars likely exceeded 50 in their stats. Without the advantage of the Windchaser's speed and the spear's sharpness, he would have been unable to confront an adult wild boar head-on. As the excitement of the White Emperor's transformation began to fade, Qin Feng gazed out the window, blinded by the sunlight, which seemed even more intense than the previous day. It appeared that a second sun had risen in the sky. Checking the time, he realized he had slept for 4 hours. With his slumber interrupted by the White Emperor, he found himself unable to return to sleep. Indulging in a rare treat, he prepared a pot of instant noodles, adding 2 sausages for flavor. The taste of the noodles was nostalgic. During the beginner phase, he had only traded for noodles with Lingyu and had refrained from consuming them himself. Now, with the water supply resolved and a stove and firewood at his disposal, he finally savored the long-desired boiled noodles after subsisting solely on unseasoned roasted meat, which had dulled his taste buds. While enjoying his meal, he remembered to feed the White Emperor in its growth phase. The White Emperor could consume 80 units of meat in a sitting. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the dwindling supplies with a rueful smile. He couldn't afford to sustain such an appetite. Fortunately, during its growth phase, the White Emperor could go 2 to 3 days without eating after a substantial meal, assuming it was indeed full. Clearly, the 80 units of meat had not satiated it. With a benevolent expression, Qin Feng patted the White Emperor's head, murmuring, "You are already a mature tiger. You must learn to fend for yourself and not rely on others." Of course, the White Emperor did not comprehend his words. Picking up the White Emperor, he made his way to a clearing by the stream. "White Emperor, release your transformation." Understanding his command, the White Emperor leaped down from his shoulder, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. Qin Feng instinctively covered his ears as the roar startled the birds in the rainforest into flight. The White Emperor, now in its true form, revealed a massive white tiger, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 5 meters long. With golden vertical pupils deep and penetrating, robust muscles, and powerful limbs exuding an overwhelming presence. The majesty of the king of the forest was vividly displayed at that moment, but this state lasted only for 2 breaths before it transformed into a playful creature. The enormous tiger head playfully approached, attempting to nuzzle against him, prompting Qin Feng to quickly intervene. He didn't dare allow such affection before the White Emperor reached its growth phase, let alone now. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the White Emperor reverted to a more manageable size, facilitating movement. With time still on his side and the temperature yet to rise, he decided to explore the abandoned city. After relocating the refuge, it was now in close proximity to the city, and with the White Emperor by his side, they arrived at the outskirts in just 10 minutes, as they set off. "White Emperor, what is it?" As they drew closer to the abandoned city, the White Emperor exhibited increasing agitation, as if sensing something amiss, prompting Qin Feng to heighten his vigilance. Their mental connection allowed Qin Feng to share in the White Emperor's unease. The beast's instincts were undoubtedly sharper than his own, indicating that something was indeed afoot. Approaching the abandoned city, he noticed several wolf carcasses strewn along the path, the air thick with the scent of blood. Dismounting the White Emperor, Qin Feng approached the wolf remains. The bodies were remarkably intact, lacking any signs of struggle, indicating that they had not fallen victim to infighting or attacks from other creatures. Though the blood had coagulated, it remained a vivid red, not the dark hue of blood oxidized from prolonged exposure to air, suggesting that the wolves had died recently. Attempting to flip one of the carcasses, his gaze fell upon a broken arrow protruding from the wolf's neck. Obscured by the long FUR.IT, was evident that this arrow had been the cause of the wolf's demise. Were other players active near the abandoned city? Engaging in a battle with the wolf pack, Qin Feng quickly pieced together the events surrounding him. The presence of a wolf pack nearby explained the White Emperor's wariness, as a solitary predator. The tiger was undoubtedly a top-tier combatant, but wolves were pack animals, and even the growth phase White Emperor would likely retreat in the face of a pack. What had begun as a simple reconnaissance mission had turned into an unexpected encounter. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts of other players, especially with a pack of wolves, known for their vengeful nature. The evidence of the slain wolves and the hastily abandoned bodies suggested that the pack had pursued their prey into the abandoned city. Qin Feng's gaze instinctively shifted forward. It seemed the prey had sought refuge within the city's confines. The emergence of the wolf pack necessitated caution. With their speed, they could reach the refuge in just over 10 minutes, posing a significant safety threat. Sighing, he lamented the unpredictability of circumstances. He had relocated the refuge upstream to evade the threat of the armored beetles, only to now contend with wandering wolves, drawing his skinning knife. He began to dissect one of the wolf carcasses, unlocking the following entry in his bestiary: Forest Wolf Strength, 12 Constitution, 10 Overall Power, White Note, indigenous to the distorted world. Possessing acute scent detection and formidable endurance, with a strong territorial instinct and an obsessive fixation on prey, relentless until death. After dissecting the remaining wolf carcasses, all confirmed to be white-tier forest wolves, Qin Feng was certain that a head wolf of green-tier strength existed within the pack. Just as he prepared to depart, the White Emperor emitted a low growl, its fierce gaze directed towards the dense jungle behind them. Following the White Emperor's line of sight, he noticed a rustling as a gust of wind swept through the leaves, in the dim light. A pair of glowing eyes fixed their gaze upon them. 1, 2. The more he counted, the colder Qin Feng felt. There were clearly over 10 forest wolves lurking in the jungle from which they had come. Chapter 52. A Heart of Courage revisited. A robust, snow-white forest wolf, its eyes cold and piercing, took a step forward, and in that instant, all the forest wolves sprang into action. Sensing the ferocious intent of the forest wolves, Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. The long spear appeared in his hand, and with a roar, the White Emperor dispelled the illusion, revealing its true form. The immense size of the beast exuded an oppressive aura that no mere wolf king could compare to. The White Emperor's fierce eyes locked onto the white wolf, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Had Qin Feng not restrained the White Emperor's ferocity, the beast would have lunged at once. As the king of the forest, the dignity of royalty could not be challenged by a mere pack of wolves. Upon revealing its true form, the advancing white wolf hesitated, causing the pack behind it to halt as well. Their gazes increasingly fixated on the White Emperor, as if assessing the strength of both sides. After a moment, the white wolf's eyes swept over to Qin Feng. In that brief exchange, Qin Feng discerned a notable intelligence within the white wolf. It harbored intentions directed toward him. Unfazed, he positioned the long spear in readiness for battle. After several breaths of tense standoff, the white wolf, uncertain of the strength of both man and beast, opted for compromise. Stepping back and stealthily retreating into the forest, Qin Feng exhaled in relief. This pack harbored more than just a single green-tier individual in the white wolf. Following closely behind were 3 forest wolves, slightly smaller than the Wolf King, but likely of green-tier strength as well. Alongside the other forest wolves, should a battle truly erupt, Qin Feng held little confidence in overcoming the pack. His best option was to break free. With the White Emperor as his singular powerhouse, any escape route would be unimpeded by the forest wolves. Though the pack had retreated, Qin Feng remained vigilant. Given the wolves' propensity for vengeance, they were sure to remember his scent, and returning to the shelter would undoubtedly draw their pursuit. In light of this, Qin Feng glanced at the desolate city, pondering who had provoked these forest wolves and whether they had survived. White Emperor, he called, and the White Emperor, transforming into the size of a cat, leapt onto his shoulder. He intended to explore the abandoned city, for a grievance had been established with the wolf pack. He wondered if he could ally with this fellow player to eliminate the threat. If they had perished, he would seek alternative methods. Drawing upon his memory, Qin Feng made his way to the basement he had accessed during the novice phase. The collapsed areas remained, and since his departure, several more spots had caved in. He leapt down lightly. The basement door stood wide open. Upon first discovering it, he had been mocked by the management group's foxes. Now, gazing at the door forged from an unknown metal, Qin Feng swung the long spear. With a resounding crash, What had once seemed indestructible to him succumbed to the spear's sharpness, collapsing to reveal familiar white light, transforming into stacks of resources. Refined steel quality, green note, a durable crafting material, adding this during weapon forging enhances durability. Unanticipatedly, a single strike yielded a material far superior to iron ingots. Observing the surrounding walls, he noted they were all crafted from refined steel. With a swing of the long spear, he struck the laboratory walls, collecting 500 units of refined steel. With each blow, the already weakened laboratory could no longer withstand the assault. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, rendering the laboratory unrecognizable. In the final moments, Qin Feng retrieved the remains from the laboratory, selecting a nearby clean spot to dig a large pit. Where he buried the bones along with a pocket watch, he fashioned a makeshift gravestone from a tree, inscribing it with the words "Grave of Zhang Xiao" from the Research Institute. After crafting a simple monument, he picked a few wildflowers and placed them at the grave's foot. Qin Feng honored the memory of this long-deceased individual, as he had benefited from the notes left behind. This was his way of repaying that debt. Fox. Haha, finally able to speak. It's been so damn boring. A person who has been dead for who knows how many years, and here they are taking the time to erect a gravestone for someone. God, the system upgrade is a nightmare. I nearly thought my group permissions were revoked, cutting off my ability to observe this batch of survivors. With a chime in his mind, Qin Feng summoned the system panel, only to find the management group, including the Fox, resuming their chatter. The system upgrade seemed to have temporarily silenced them. Upon hearing the Fox's remarks, a chill flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. What he chose to do was not subject to the judgment of such lowly beings. Having completed his tasks, he turned to leave, following the traces in the ground deeper into the abandoned city. Along the way, he encountered several decapitated aberrations, many corpses left unprocessed. It appeared this player had left in haste. And Qin Feng wasted no time collecting all the aberrant organs. Stopping before a dilapidated structure, he could vaguely discern the skeletal remains of a large building, the signs of violence evident, with bloodstains still visible. Qin Feng slowed his pace, deliberately making no effort to conceal his footsteps, allowing the White Emperor to shrink and hide within the crevices of his armor, which covered his entire body and obscured his face. He proceeded into the building's interior. Upon rounding a corner, a whistling sound sliced through the air, narrowly missing him and embedding itself into the concrete wall, sending shards flying. A green-tier arrow. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. An arrow with such penetrating power could not possibly be of white-tier quality. He chose not to evade the incoming projectile, quickly realizing that it wasn't aimed to take his life. Feigning ignorance, he exaggeratedly acted surprised, raising his hands in a mock display of fear, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, please don't take action. I mean no harm, I merely approached to investigate the blood on the ground." While he pleaded for mercy, he could not help but observe the woman's appearance and her exquisite armor, particularly her striking golden hair. It was her. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He had not anticipated encountering this familiar face again. The woman he had met in the hunting instance. She was clad in refined armor. The right side of her body stained with blood. Two gaping wounds marred her scapula, flesh torn, as if the armor had been bitten through by the forest wolf's fangs. Qin Feng scrutinized her with a discerning eye while she, too, assessed him. Noting his gaze linger on her wounds, she warned, "Step back. We do not need to cross paths, or else." This woman failed to recognize him? Her reaction suggested as much. It was no wonder. He had never removed his helmet during their two encounters. Had it not been for her distinctive golden hair, he might not have recognized her either. Qin Feng attempted to maintain his harmless facade, only to be met with another flying arrow, this time unrestrained and aimed directly at his forehead. Words caught in his throat as he instinctively made a dodging motion before she could draw her bow again. This woman was impervious to reason. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He could tolerate many things, but a threat to his life was something he would not overlook. Chapter 53. Sigma Man, spare me your pretenses. I warned you to step back. Do not provoke me into action. The brave heart coughed, seemingly aggravating her wounds, her lips trembling as her pallid complexion hinted at a loss of vitality. Her disheveled golden hair fell about her, a stray strand sticking to her sweat-drenched lip, exuding a haunting beauty. The man before her radiated danger. His gear was as formidable as her own, capable of traversing the wolf pack's defenses without fear, demonstrating absolute confidence in his abilities. Yet he feigned foolishness, approaching with ulterior motives. The brave heart recognized the allure of a player severely injured. She hoped her assertiveness would deter Qin Feng, as Qin Feng stepped beyond the range of her arrows. He refused to retreat further. Observing this, the brave heart's heart sank. "Leave this place," she threatened once more. "Leave? Since you've seen through my charade, I shall no longer pretend this your territory, marked by your urine. Rest assured, I am benevolent by nature. I do not possess a penchant for killing without reason. However," Qin Feng revealed a tantalizing smile, "given your current state, you won't last long surrounded by that pack of forest wolves. I shall watch from a distance as they tear you apart. I am quite curious whether a player's death yields anything beyond their backpack, or if it mirrors the game." "You?" Listening to Qin Feng's ruthless words, the brave heart seethed with anger. This scoundrel intended to loot her. Yet, she felt the sting of her wound. Qin Feng could rush in to kill her and claim her spoils, but he was not the type to kill indiscriminately. Having attracted the ire of the wolf pack and sustained such grievous injuries, this woman was as good as dead. Once the wolves had consumed her entirely, he could then loot her body. What was there not to gain? "Have you encountered that pack of forest wolves?" The brave heart composed herself, not succumbing to Qin Feng's cold demeanor, but instead seizing upon the key point of his statement to retort. Qin Feng dismissed her. The brave heart's pale blue eyes quivered slightly. In her current condition, escape from the wolves was impossible. Remaining here would lead only to her demise. Struggling internally, she made a decision. Her gaze hardened. "Perhaps we need not maintain such hostility. We could collaborate. Ha! This woman, she had clearly exhibited hostility, yet now she seeks cooperation." "Cooperate?" Qin Feng scoffed. "Why should I help you deal with the forest wolves? Is it because you are a woman? Or because you possess impressive muscles? Or perhaps you can throw a punch?" His mocking words failed to shake the brave heart's resolve. She appeared unfazed by his cruel remarks. Slowly continuing, "You assist me, and I will offer you a card as your reward. A card?" Initially, Qin Feng was puzzled by her meaning, but upon reflection, his pupils widened in realization. Could it be a skill card? He had encountered resource cards and skill cards before. Even a blue-tier resource card held little value. Only a skill card could render the other party so composed. Qin Feng, being well acquainted with the significance of skill cards, recalled how the Wind Chaser skill had repeatedly aided his escape during explorations. If it truly were a skill card, he would have to contemplate the possibility of collaboration. However, to expect him to toil without compensation based solely on a single statement seemed to regard him as a fool. Perhaps this woman had merely heard of skill cards and was using it as a ruse to deceive him. With this thought, the agitation within Qin Feng subsided, and he spoke with icy detachment. "If you perish, the entirety of your belongings will belong to me. I shall seek them out myself. Why should I risk my life alongside you?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms and leaned back, adopting a demeanor of casual observation. The brave heart seemed to have anticipated his response, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. "What I mentioned isn't on me. I left it in the shelter before venturing out. Of course, you could also wait for me to die and see if the possibility you wish for materializes." This woman? A flicker of displeasure crossed Qin Feng's face. He had little fondness for calculating women, and her apparent confidence in him was rather irksome. He stepped closer, attempting to glean something from her expression, but the brave heart remained unflinching, no longer exhibiting any resistance. "Very well, since I cannot discern anything. Let's pause here. Speak of the item in your possession. Is it a skill card?" "It is not a skill card, yet it is no less valuable." This revelation, Qin Feng's interest waned significantly. He found it hard to believe any card could rival the worth of a skill card. He inquired, "Pray tell, what purpose does it serve?" The disappointment was nearly palpable on his face, and the brave heart clenched her teeth, considering him obstinate and unyielding. "It is not a skill card meant for players to learn. It is one that allows contract beasts to acquire skills, a skill card for contract beasts." This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such an unusual card. Players were unable to learn from it, and it restricted the learning of contract beasts. Given that Baidi's current combat power surpassed his own, possessing this skill card could elevate Baidi's strength to an entirely new level. Though his heart raced, he maintained his composure. If such a valuable item exists, Why do you not utilize it? He recalled that this woman was the second individual, after himself, to plunge into magma to retrieve a pet egg. Why would she not make use of such a treasure? One possibility was that she was lying, but it seemed unnecessary to fabricate a story involving a rare contract beast skill card, as it would be easily disproven. The more plausible scenario was that she had acquired a pet egg but lacked the contract scroll to bind it. Weighing the options, the latter seemed more likely. You think pet eggs are as plentiful as cabbages easily obtained? The brave heart displayed a look of foolish concern. Her expression was so vivid that, had Qin Feng not known she possessed a pet, he might have believed her. I shall remain silent and observe your performance. You have already stated that pet eggs are precious. How could I possibly possess one? A skill card exclusively for pet learning is of no use to me. That remains to be seen. The brave heart's probing gaze fixated on Bai Di perched upon his shoulder. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could she have discerned his secret? It was improbable. Bai Di had been concealed within the crevices of his armor and should not have been detected. Since the conversation had reached this juncture, there was little reason to conceal his abilities any longer. A pleasant collaboration. Qin Feng stepped forward, extending his hand. The brave heart did not accept his gesture. Instead, she pushed herself up from the ground. Brave heart, Qin Feng. Their identities would inevitably be revealed during the forthcoming transaction. Qin Feng adjusted his helmet to obscure his sharply defined features. Bai Di, unable to endure the confines of the armor any longer, leaped onto his shoulder, stretching his body like a cat. Dai Ti, is you? The moment he introduced himself, the brave heart's gaze remained fixed on him. Her expression one of astonishment, as if she wished to say something but found herself at a loss for words. Adi left him questioning whether he had remnants of food stuck in his teeth. What? Is there something on my face? Are you trying to entrap me? Ignoring Qin Feng's words, the brave heart felt an impulse to strangle him. Mutually assured destruction, is it not? Qin Feng teased Bai Di resting on his shoulder. Humph! The brave heart cast a sidelong glance at Bai Di before moving aside to rest, seemingly entering a shop to purchase potions. This man had long recognized her. Concealing her abilities and playing the fool had rendered her previous actions laughable. The thought of this ignited a flare of indignation within her. Chapter 54. Cooperation. How did you provoke the wolf pack? With their alliance established, the atmosphere between the two became noticeably more relaxed. And the brave heart no longer regarded him with a brooding intensity. After a brief respite, they began discussing strategies against the wolf pack. Qin Feng was curious about how this woman had drawn the attention of a horde of wolves. I stumbled upon their den and killed a few wolf pups. Producing a dagger from her waist, the brave heart conducted a pre-departure equipment check, her exquisite armor exuding an air of elegance. The stark contrast in physique between men and women was evident. The former appeared unrefined, while the latter was youthful and graceful. Naturally, this required a commendable figure. An ample bosom was not a substitute for a well-proportioned body. After a period of rest, the brave heart's complexion regained some color. In response to Qin Feng's gaze lingering on her, she returned his stare with fierce intensity, refusing to yield. Truly a formidable woman. Qin Feng could not help but admire her bravery in facing the wolf den alone. Were he in her place, he would not possess such courage. It was no wonder the wolf pack had pursued her here. From the brave heart, he learned that this pack of forest wolves inhabited the rainforest southwest of the ruined city, over 20 kilometers away. He was merely a victim of circumstance. We must hasten, Qin Feng declared, glancing at the sky. Indeed, the brave heart did not dally. The three suns above offered little time for respite. Uncertain how high the temperature might soar, they faced the disadvantage of battling the wolves in such heat. What is your plan? Qin Feng inquired, eager to devise a decisive solution to the wolf problem. However, given their respective strengths, it was uncertain who would be annihilated first. The brave heart's arm was partially incapacitated. Leaving her less reliable, as if reading his thoughts, she scaled the wall, assuring him, rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Even if you were, it would not matter. The elevated terrain provided a clear view. And Qin Feng retrieved binoculars to survey their surroundings. The brave heart shot him a sidelong glance, her attractive brows knitting together. She suspected he was concocting some scheme. She had never considered that Qin Feng would assist her without compensation. And her wariness heightened at that moment. I would be the first to abandon you. You are on your own. As she spoke, Qin Feng leaped from the wall, dispatching a wandering aberration with ease, collecting its materials. If the opportunity arises, I would do the same, the brave heart retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. She observed Qin Feng's skilled methods. The aberrations I've slain, and the forest wolves' corpses, were also collected by you. Were they not? Qin Feng looked up, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. It was merely a few basic materials. Surely, she could not be so petty as to quibble over such trivialities. The brave heart stood atop the wall while Qin Feng remained below, quickly retreating a few steps, fearing she might leap down and stab him. What are you plotting? Nothing. The brave heart's lips curled into a charming smile, reminiscent of a victorious warrior. I am not as reckless as you. Consider this a gift. She jumped down from the wall, playfully observing him as he gathered materials. Women, that insatiable desire for competition, though every morsel, no matter how small, held value. Qin Feng was not easily provoked by such taunts. After dispatching the aberration before him, he aimed to press forward but was halted by the brave heart. We cannot proceed in this direction. Why not? Qin Feng questioned, only to receive a knowing glance from the brave heart. Did you not hear a tiger's roar upon your arrival? This area may well be the territory of a mutated tiger. This woman always possessed such an aggressive demeanor. He wondered what had shaped her. Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had not considered that possibility. Glancing at Bai Di, who rested on his shoulder, he realized the brave heart had not associated the cute creature with the tiger's roar. Perhaps we could use this mutated tiger to pit it against the wolf pack, allowing them to weaken each other. Absolutely not. Qin Feng firmly rejected the idea. This time, the brave heart regarded him with a questioning look. Qin Feng struggled to formulate a coherent response, but he was reluctant to reveal Bai Di's existence. Who knew what tricks this woman might have up her sleeve? He preferred to keep Bai Di as his trump card until the critical moment. Thus, he fabricated a reason. Is it possible that the forest wolves and the tiger would not engage in battle? Exposing ourselves in this manner might draw the attention of both. Didn't he see that coming? You seem rather keen on preserving your life. The brave heart offered a sarcastic remark, but did not contradict him. Very well. Her lack of opposition indicated her acceptance of his reasoning. This proved that even the wisest could err, or perhaps she had merely been led astray by her imprudent companion. Abruptly, Qin Feng sensed Bai Di growing restless upon his shoulder. Just as he intended to soothe the creature, a wolf's howl pierced the air, and a forest wolf, its fur a mottled gray-black, materialized not far from them. Have they already tracked us here? Qin Feng pondered whether to strike down the forest wolf, but it proved too cunning, vanishing in an instant. Its speed outmatched his, leaving him unable to pursue. The speed of the forest wolf is not comparable to that of the poison dart frog or the king cobra. Even with the use of the wind chaser skill, Qin Feng lacked the confidence to outrun a single forest wolf. This particular forest wolf evidently played the role of a scout, promptly notifying the pack upon discovering its target. It was clear that what awaited the two was the subsequent reinforcements of the wolf pack. Lead the way, towards your refuge, Qin Feng urged, unwilling to fall into the encirclement of the wolves. Follow me. The emergence of the forest wolves caused Braveheart to realize the gravity of their situation. With Braveheart leading the way, Qin Feng followed closely behind. The two navigated through the desolate city, the abandoned structures providing them with a modicum of cover, preventing the wolves from closing in on them immediately. Moreover, the aberrations inhabiting the ruins also posed a hindrance to the wolf pack. However, it was merely a delay, as the aberrations were far too sluggish, and the wolves did not engage in any prolonged skirmishes. Gradually, Qin Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. Given their speed, the wolf pack should have already caught up. Yet they lingered behind without any intention of charging forward. It seemed that the forest wolves were wary of something and were biding their time. The white wolf. Qin Feng observed the pack behind him, all cloaked in shades of gray and black, failing to spot the wolf king he had encountered before entering the desolate city. Was the alpha of the wolf pack you encountered a white wolf? He inquired. What white wolf? A sense of foreboding confirmed Qin Feng's fears as he slowed his pace, and Braveheart cast him a puzzled look, her expression paling as if she had surmised something. Was the alpha of the wolf pack you faced a white wolf? Indeed. Qin Feng had always presumed that the wolves pursuing Braveheart were the same as those he had encountered, and it seemed Braveheart had shared this belief. However, it became apparent that this was not the case. Thus, the intentions of the wolf pack trailing behind them became all too clear. The answer soon revealed itself as a massive white wolf appeared, parting the pack, which was none other than the Wolf King Qin Feng had met outside the desolate city. Upon the Wolf King's arrival, the pack fell into submission. Bai Di was about to leap off Qin Feng's shoulder when he swiftly grasped the little creature by the nape, pulling him back. Startled, the small one displayed a remarkable fearlessness, charging headfirst into the fray despite the pack's numbers now approaching 30. Wu. Bai Di, having been rescinded, grumbled in discontent. The white wolf exhibited a high degree of intelligence. Refraining from issuing any command for the pack to attack, it appears we are surrounded, Qin Feng remarked with a shrug. Although the white wolf offered no commands, a portion of the forest wolves stealthily maneuvered around to flank the two. A detail he noted. Braveheart shot him an exasperated glare, signaling him to cease his ramblings and ready his weapon. Chapter 55. The white wolf fixed its gaze upon Qin Feng. Or rather, upon Bai Di perched upon his shoulder, the tension palpable. This peculiar tableau did not escape Braveheart's notice. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to him. What have you done to the white wolf to invoke such caution? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Her inquiry suggested he was some sort of deviant who held an interest in wolves. I did nothing. We merely crossed paths. Braveheart, however, was unconvinced by his explanation. I say, wolf brother, your whelp cannot be resurrected. Why not cast aside your resentment and allow us to depart? In the future, should you require assistance, consider us allies, as a means of atonement for your pack. Qin Feng raised his voice, calling out to the distant white wolf. The white wolf's presence evoked a peculiar sensation within him, akin to that he felt with Bai Di. It seemed incapable of comprehending human language, yet grasped his intent. This feeling had lingered since their first encounter. Braveheart regarded him as if he were a fool, her disbelief evident. The top-ranked individual cannot possibly have such a frail psyche. Are you truly seeking to negotiate with a beast? A wave of disdain washed over her thoughts. What are you doing? Braveheart's voice carried a hint of irritation. Facing a formidable foe, her companion was behaving erratically. I wish to see if I can communicate with the Wolf King. Perhaps it will understand my meaning. I think you've lost your mind. Braveheart offered her candid assessment of his actions. Perhaps Qin Feng too felt that he had lost his sanity, believing a white wolf could comprehend his words. This is hopeless. Braveheart placed a hand to her forehead, bemused by Qin Feng's delusions. Otherwise, how could he expect a wolf to understand human speech? What an eccentric partnership he had chosen. In response to Qin Feng's call, the white wolf emitted a low, deep growl, which only served to exacerbate the standoff. The moment was shattered as the surrounding wolves sprang into action. Qin Feng swiftly ascended the back of the derelict building. Give me your hand. At that moment, Braveheart, disregarding her doubts about his mental state, grasped Qin Feng's outstretched hand. With a mighty pull, he lifted her effortlessly. I will guard the front. You cover the rear. Understood. The two began to strategize. The white wolf, seemingly incensed, issued a command, and the pack advanced towards them. The first to charge was a white-tier forest wolf, with green-tier forest wolves forming a rear guard. The white wolf remained stationary, observing from a distance. Seizing the advantage of the terrain, Qin Feng delivered a powerful kick to a forest wolf attempting to scale the structure, drawing forth an explosive arrow. With a resounding boom, the arrow struck one of the charging forest wolves, producing a deafening sound that startled the pack. Yet, as Qin Feng surveyed the bewildered wolves, he felt no joy. He was all too aware of the explosive arrow's limited power, merely a means to intimidate. Its true weakness would soon be revealed. Dio, you have explosives? The sound not only stunned the wolves but also caught Braveheart's attention. Hearing the explosion, she was taken aback. You're overthinking it. It's just an explosive arrow. Its effectiveness is limited. Qin Feng doused her enthusiasm with cold reality as Braveheart observed the forest wolf, now sprawled on its back from the blast, realizing that despite the commotion, it had only sustained minor injuries. What a pathetic display of power. Give me a few. Although its lethality was limited, it served well as a surprise weapon in critical moments, as evidenced by the wolves' reaction. They had never encountered such a thing before and were momentarily stunned. He traded 5 explosive arrows to Braveheart. Use them sparingly. These require substantial materials to craft, and I only made 10. Qin Feng recognized that Braveheart, lacking the gene serum he had injected, would struggle to keep up. Her physical condition was far inferior to his, and her weaponry was primarily ranged, leaving her with only the iron armor for protection should the wolves close in. While the armor enhanced player strength and constitution, it could not match his capabilities. Here, take these as well. Qin Feng also traded her 5 blue-tier vision fruits and 3 blue-tier oranges, in a moment of life and death. The matters of gain and loss became trivial. He added, the blue-tier vision fruits significantly enhance mental recovery. Use them wisely and don't hoard them. Braveheart stared at the blue fruits now in her hands, momentarily taken aback, only to hear him say, after we escape, repay me with equivalent resources. Consider it a loan. If you die, it'll be as if I never spoke. The flicker of hope that had arisen in her heart swiftly dissipated. It was the familiar pattern. I'll lend you my good fortune. Keep an eye on those creatures for me. With that, he retrieved his long spear and leaped down from the high wall. Braveheart did not attempt to stop him. She recognized that he was now serious. A sudden shift in Qin Feng's demeanor caught her attention. It was a steadiness and restraint, akin to a spring coiled to its limit, ready to spring forth at any moment. This was the impression he had left her with during their first encounter. The threat posed by the white-tier forest wolves was minimal to Qin Feng. The real danger lay with the 7 green-tier forest wolves and the Wolf King trailing behind the pack. Protected by his iron armor, he felt no fear facing the charging forest wolves. Unlike the crossbow that would fail to deliver a fatal blow, the long spear was designed for swift execution. As his killing intent grew, the terrain's obstacles prevented the wolves from encircling him. Instead, he managed to take down several, yet every attempt to approach the Wolf King was thwarted by the pack. Suddenly, a massive forest wolf lunged from his blind spot, its speed overwhelming. Qin Feng barely had time to raise his spear in defense, landing precisely in the wolf's path. The beast's maw, large enough to swallow a soccer ball, clamped down on the long spear, a foul odor assaulting his senses as it shook its head violently. Qin Feng felt that if he did not act swiftly, his entire skeletal structure would be shaken apart. Meanwhile, a green-tier forest wolf, which had been lurking at the back, had somehow maneuvered around to his rear. This wolf aimed to seize the long spear, demonstrating remarkable cunning as it recognized the weapon's potential threat to the pack. This was dire. In an instant of stalemate, the surrounding wolves closed in. Braveheart's complexion drained of color as she witnessed the scene. The green-tier forest wolves should have been positioned above, yet she had invested too much energy dealing with the immediate threats. This was a significant oversight. Just then, Qin Feng's voice rang out, clear and commanding. By D! The roar echoed through the air, and Bai Di shed his illusion, his massive form manifesting beside Qin Feng. With a swift blow, he struck the forest wolf that had latched onto the long spear, sending it hurtling like a ball against the crumbling wall with a resounding crash. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the area. As Bai Di's tail swept through, cleaving another unsuspecting forest wolf in half. With his pale golden eyes exuding an aura of authority, Bai Di stood resolutely between the wolf pack and Qin Feng. The wolves, sensing the formidable presence, retreated in fear, leaving behind several carcasses. The forest wolf that had been struck struggled to regain its footing, its insides spilling forth. Qin Feng was astonished by its resilience. Such vitality was characteristic of a green-tier individual, as it had survived Bai Di's onslaught. However, in its current state, death was merely a matter of time. With the long spear back in hand, the once menacing wolf pack now hesitated. Daunted by Bai Di's imposing presence, Qin Feng mounted Bai Di's back, and once again, they found themselves locked in a standoff. Chapter 56. Deterrence. The recent collision has afforded Qin Feng a clearer understanding of the formidable strength possessed by the green-level forest wolves. Indeed, they are powerful. The surprising strike from Bai Di was solely responsible for such an effect. Had there been an opportunity for a direct confrontation in an arena, the wolf pack would undoubtedly have seized the advantage without hesitation. Bai Di, being a green-level entity like the forest wolves, holds a distinct advantage in terms of sheer size and explosive power, yet this comes at the cost of agility and the ability to maneuver effectively. Although Qin Feng could allow Bai Di to transform into a size comparable to that of the forest wolves, doing so would negate the inherent advantage of size. The terrain of the ruined city imposes limitations on the forest wolves, but even more so on Bai Di, rendering direct confrontation unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to make another attempt, turning to the White Wolf. Wolf brother, what I just said remains valid. If you agree, please command the pack to cease their assault. The wave of anxiety washed over Qin Feng. His instinct suggested that the White Wolf could comprehend his intentions, yet it was crucial to remember that the White Wolf was not Bai Di, nor was it his contracted beast. The possibility of mutual understanding remained shrouded in uncertainty. Should the wolf pack persist in their relentless pursuit, the safety of the refuge would be severely jeopardized due to the cunning nature of the White Wolf. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time felt suspended. After 10 breaths, the wolf pack remained poised, neither advancing nor retreating. Qin Feng struggled to decipher the White Wolf's intent. He cautiously beckoned Bai Di to step back, testing the pack's reaction. His experiences in the wild had taught him that any retreat before wild animals could be perceived as a sign of weakness, inciting frenzied attacks. He dared not allow Bai Di to turn its back on the wolves, remaining vigilant for any potential counterattack. After retreating a short distance, the pack remained unchanged, emboldening Qin Feng to move closer to Braveheart. Let us go. Without regard for the woman's dazed expression, he hoisted her onto Bai Di's back. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the White Wolf, uncertain if it had comprehended his message or if it merely acquiesced due to Bai Di's imposing presence. His gamble paid off. The absence of pursuit from the wolf pack was the best affirmation. Only when Bai Di had carried them far enough that the wolves were no longer visible did Qin Feng's heart finally settle into his chest. In his arms, Braveheart had remained silent since the encounter. Was she in shock? He gently patted her shoulder. Hey, are you all right? You are the one who's daft. Braveheart swatted Qin Feng's hand away. It wasn't that she was speechless, but rather that the events of the past minute were so astonishing that she required a moment to gather her thoughts. After several breaths, she finally regained her composure and voiced her foremost question. How did you know the White Wolf could understand you? I guessed. Guessed? Braveheart was incredulous. Who would toy with their life so carelessly? You were there too, and you even looked at me with disdain. Braveheart found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts caught in her throat. Indeed, she had doubted this man's sanity at that moment. Yet, the notion of a mere guess felt fundamentally flawed. But she could not articulate why. Oh dear. Enough of this, or I'll start feeling odd myself. She glanced down at the white tiger. You are quite the enigma. Braveheart had considered the adorable creature perched on Qin Feng's shoulder to be a contracted beast, but had never imagined that this adorably clumsy little fellow was, in fact, a colossal mutated tiger. In a wonder Qin Feng had reacted so strangely when she mentioned the roar of a tiger. It became clear to her that he had known all along that such mutated tigers did not exist, and that he was the source of the commotion. Braveheart began to understand how Qin Feng had managed to breach the wolf pack and enter the ruined city. What astonished her even more was the fact that both of them had obtained their stone eggs simultaneously within the dungeon. How had Qin Feng managed to cultivate his contracted beast to such an extent in such a short time? It left her utterly perplexed. This man harbored great secrets, and Braveheart cast a sidelong glance at him. With a smirk, Qin Feng replied, Aren't you just as enigmatic? He quickly added, Don't tell me you haven't schemed against me. You are among the top 20 in the refuge defense rankings. And your displayed prowess is rather lackluster. He spoke like a seasoned analyst. Musing aloud, Let me guess. You must have acquired a purple-level item at the supply station, but it likely pertains to the refuge rather than enhancing your own strength. Humph! Braveheart scoffed, tacitly acknowledging Qin Feng's assertion regarding her withholding of information. Qin Feng maintained a facade of mirth, for he had never anticipated that Braveheart would willingly cooperate. Should she attempt to pull any tricks, he would not hesitate to dismantle her refuge. Clearly, Braveheart was no docile maiden. She possessed an innate fierceness. It could be said that the two of them combined possessed a wealth of cunning. With Qin Feng's abilities largely revealed, it remained to be seen whether he would fulfill his promise or cast aside the burden, depending on what Braveheart desired. Here we are. Qin Feng's voice shattered the silence that had enveloped them. Need you say it? Braveheart dismounted from the tiger's back, striding towards a fifth-level refuge situated within the ruined city. Without glancing back, she proceeded, unafraid of Qin Feng discovering her location. For today, she intended to relocate the refuge to an area with a water source. Qin Feng did not approach, gripping his long spear with interest as he observed the fifth-level refuge. This was his first encounter with another's refuge, and it was markedly different from his own. appearing as if it had undergone modifications, complete with ominous black structures resembling cannons protruding from the eaves. This, he surmised, was the source of Braveheart's confidence. Counting 5 such structures, it was evident that they were not to be trifled with. Not long after, Braveheart initiated a transaction with him through private messaging, providing the agreed-upon reward. She concluded with a parting jab, "If you don't leave soon, do you want me to invite you to a cannonball?" "I merely wanted to remind you to settle your debts." He patted Baidi's head, and the tiger turned to retrace their steps. Upon returning to the refuge, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature soared close to 40 degrees, making Qin Feng's sweat-soaked leather armor cling uncomfortably to his skin. The oppressive heat had drained Baidi's energy as well, leaving it listless. Qin Feng jumped into the creek for a refreshing wash. Scrubbing the bloodstains off Baidi, he retrieved the skill card for deterrence acquired from Braveheart. Quality: Blue Note. Skill card can be learned by contracted beasts. Upon learning, the skill deterrence can be acquired. The roar will carry a mental attack, instilling fear in enemies, potentially achieving victory without combat. Each use consumes 8 points of mental energy. A blue-level skill card. No wonder Braveheart was so vexed, wishing to give him a cannonball. If it were him, he too would be reluctant to part with it. Deterrence was an impeccable fit for Baidi. The roar of a tiger already possessed formidable penetrating and intimidating power. When combined with low-frequency sound waves, it could penetrate cells, evoking fear and instinctual reactions in living beings. The addition of the deterrent skill would be like adding wings to a tiger, exuding an aura of dominance. As Qin Feng crushed the skill card, a soft blue light surged toward Baidi's forehead. White tiger strength, 49 constitution, 48 quality. Green skills, transformation, deterrence. Eager to test Baidi's newly acquired skill, Qin Feng issued the command, "Baidi, roar!" Baidi transformed into its original size, roaring with a sound that reverberated through the heavens, its penetrating force radiating outward. The entire rainforest seemed to tremble in response to this thunderous roar. Chapter 57. Braving the rapids. Qin Feng had prepared himself well in advance, covering his ears, but the soul-piercing sensation akin to countless ants crawling over his skin still sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, he stumbled, collapsing to the ground as if intoxicated, his thoughts slowing, dizzy circles swirling before his eyes, his body feeling as though it were no longer under his control. Despite this, he retained the ability to think. No matter how terrifying Baidi's roar might be, it should not incapacitate him. The issue lay with himself. Qin Feng refrained from forcing control over his body, remaining sprawled on the ground as Baidi, now the size of a kitten, anxiously nuzzled his face. The inability to control his body persisted for a minute before Qin Feng gradually regained command, filled with trepidation as he rubbed Baidi's head to reassure it. Upon checking his personal status, he found his mental energy had plummeted to its lowest point ever, 2 points. How could this happen? He had been vigilant regarding his mental energy and had specifically noted it was at 10 points upon his return. Why had it suddenly dropped to 2, causing such physical discomfort? Deterrence. A suspicion formed in Qin Feng's mind, and his expression darkened. The mental energy consumed by deterrence belonged to the contractor, which explained why he could not see a mental energy value in Baidi's attributes. Yet the skill still indicated a consumption of mental energy. Comprehending the principle behind this, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, realizing his oversight. Had his mental energy dipped just 2 points lower, Baidi's roar could have sent him straight to the afterlife. Checking his current mental energy, he noted that the effects of the bright fruit had restored it to 3 points. His body felt normal. There were no symptoms of dizziness or discomfort, indicating that when a player's mental energy falls to 2 points, various side effects may ensue. Having unwittingly traversed the bridge of despair, Qin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the mental energy attribute. His current upper limit was 15 points, but he could not withstand Baidi's roar. Though the deterrent skill was formidable, it necessitated sufficient mental energy for use. Otherwise, the scene he had just experienced could prove fatal. It appeared imperative to seek methods to enhance his mental energy limit. Until now, Qin Feng had not placed enough emphasis on mental energy, believing that as long as it sufficed, it was adequate. The mental energy consumed by the Wind Chaser was entirely within acceptable limits. But the emergence of the blue-level skill deterrence had illuminated a looming crisis. After resting for a while, the temperature outside soared above 40 degrees, transforming the area into a veritable sauna. with water prices skyrocketing to an outrageous level. Shrimp Slipper and Lingua approached him, and Qin Feng generously sold them water at the standard price. Subsequently, he listed ice blocks from the cold storage in his shop. Their popularity was insatiable, surpassing the demand for any other resource. Brothers, the refuge can be relocated to a cave or underground. It would be much cooler that way. Some have already experimented and discovered that the instance can be re-entered repeatedly during the hottest hours of the day. One can seek refuge within the instance. This has been personally tested and proven effective. However, many still opt for the instances they are most confident in completing. It would be a folly to linger in an instance simply to escape the heat, as this would result in a significant loss of resources. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paws. One must understand the art of compromise in the region. Innovative methods for avoiding the heat have commenced. And witnessing the discussions among the crowd, Qin Feng exclaimed in admiration. Some individuals have chosen to spend the hottest hours of the day within the instance, sharing their experiences, prompting a multitude to express their intention to follow suit. Yet, this approach has its pros and cons. Not every player possesses the strength to conquer every instance, and repeatedly entering a familiar instance presents a greater assurance of survival, albeit at the cost of potentially rare resources found in others. Of course, some instances are indeed worth re-entering. The hunting survival instance, known for yielding pet eggs, is no secret. A single pet egg holds immense allure for players, yet the exceedingly low survival rate limits their availability. Qin Feng pondered his next course of action. With the Dream Tree's energy depleted and the number of distorted organs in his possession alarmingly few, he needed to acquire a substantial quantity of them quickly. With no more poisonous dart frogs to hunt, his next target would be the armored beetle. Qin Feng planned to employ a familiar tactic, using toxic frog meat to bait the armored beetles, an endeavor that promised safety and convenience, as their numbers were vast enough to sustain him for days on end. Before that, however, he had to venture into the Rapids instance, a plan he had devised early on. The limitations of the instance weighed heavily on his mind, especially considering the confirmed scarcity of resources within. Thus, he decided to rest and replenish his energy, knowing that once his mental acuity was restored, he could tackle the instance of the day. After 2 hours of rest, Qin Feng awoke. Though his energy was not yet fully restored, it sufficed without the need for the White Emperor's intimidation skill. It was time to set forth. He selected the Rapids instance, and as a beam of white light enveloped him, he found himself standing on a wooden raft. He felt no discomfort. Unlike the hunting instances, this one bore no adverse effects. Looking down at the raft, a line of prompts appeared, indicating that he could enhance it at the cost of points. Just as Xiahua had described, the raft was constructed from bamboo and hemp rope, spacious enough for 2 individuals to move freely. To the right, a paddle was secured with hemp rope. Qin Feng removed the paddle and tested it in the water, seeking to familiarize himself with the mechanics of rowing, an endeavor he was embarking upon for the first time. The raft was trapped within a luminous barrier, rendering it immobile, with a countdown timer of 5 minutes displayed. This detail had also been relayed by Xiahua, as one could only control the raft after the countdown concluded. The water stretched vast and boundless, rippling gently beneath the azure sky. Numerous players were visible nearby. One individual, exuberantly waving a paddle, greeted him, though Qin Feng could not discern what was being said. The barrier surrounding the raft seemed to inhibit sound, and the Rapids instance lacked a dedicated communication channel, rendering it unnecessary for all players present in the same waterway. As the countdown reached 0, splashes erupted as players vigorously wielded their paddles. A massive flotilla of rafts surged towards the finish line. "Brothers, I shall take the lead. See you at the finish," someone shouted, skillfully maneuvering their paddle to stand out from the crowd. "Holy cow! This is incredibly difficult." Qin Feng heard a voice of frustration. It belonged to the player who had greeted him earlier. Equally inexperienced with rowing, as their raft spun uncontrollably in the water, in a moment of shared misfortune, their eyes met, and the other flashed a broad grin. "Buddy, you can't control this either." "Indeed, this contraption is quite challenging," Qin Feng replied with a wry smile, attempting to exert more force, only to cause the raft to tilt dangerously to one side. In a hasty attempt to correct it, he overcompensated, resulting in a comical struggle akin to a gored child rescuing his grandfather. Chapter 58. Merfolk. Many players around him were encountering similar troubles. Suddenly, the brother opposite him had a bright idea. "Brother, I've thought of a way to advance without rowing." What method? Qin Feng asked, intrigued by the sudden exclamation. Didn't you see? The current flows downstream. We can simply let the current carry the raft. The infectious laughter of the player echoed over the water as he dragged his raft away. What a genius! This revelation awakened Qin Feng from his stupor. He realized that it was indeed feasible to let the current guide them, thus sparing themselves the arduous effort of rowing. With a determined leap, Qin Feng dove in, recalling Xiaohua's information that the flowing waters would pose no threats from aquatic creatures. He clung to the raft as he progressed downstream. Plop, plop. The sound of splashing echoed as others followed suit. The raft was lightweight and buoyed by the water. Qin Feng found it effortless to pull along, though steering remained somewhat troublesome. He secured a rope around his waist and transformed the White Emperor back into its normal size, enhancing the raft's stability. With the advantages of his lightweight leather armor, Qin Feng moved through the water faster than many rowers, swiftly catching up to a group of players ahead. The spectacular sight astonished onlookers. Look, a merfolk! Quick, look at the merfolk, dragging a tiger along. The players in front had no inkling of what transpired behind them. Qin Feng's appearance was nothing short of miraculous. Someone shouted, causing all eyes to turn towards him. Nonsense, it's clearly the tiger leading the merfolk. Another exclaimed excitedly, Damn it, be quiet. That merfolk is mine, shouted a burly man as he stripped off his shirt and leaped into the water. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng surfaced, only to be met with bewildered expressions from the clamoring players. Where's the merfolk? He inquired of the nearest player. Brother, we made a mistake. The player, wishing he could attach four explosive engines to his raft and flee, sheepishly smiled at the White Emperor. Oh, I see. Qin Feng dove back into the water, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With a contract beast like the tiger, they felt unqualified to challenge him. They decided to dismiss the notion of a merfolk as a mere fantasy. What the hell? Forget the merfolk, a disgruntled player muttered as he maneuvered his raft downstream. As Qin Feng delved deeper, he found no trace of the supply crates or aquatic flora that Xiaohua had mentioned, not even a single fish. Continuing his dive, he sensed the current's velocity increasing, and upon raising his head, he heard players shouting, There's a waterfall ahead. Don't stay on the raft. Prepare to jump. Turning to see a sheer cliff ahead, the roaring water signaled the impending danger, explaining the acceleration of the current. The White Emperor clawed at the raft, its sharp claws creaking ominously as it roared in agitation. Qin Feng clambered back onto the raft, calming the White Emperor, loosening the ropes around him, and wielding the paddle to adjust their position for the leap. According to Xiaohua's intel, the waterfall's drop was only about 10 meters. Provided he maintained the correct diving posture, the impact would not be severe. The key was to remain calm. Players could not remain on the raft during the plunge, or the force of the fall would spell disaster for both raft and rider. First and foremost, he had to ensure his own survival. As for the raft's fate, it depended on how it interacted with the water's surface upon impact. Luck would ultimately determine if it shattered or survived. Referencing the intel, Qin Feng adjusted the angle of the raft as its speed increased. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he propelled himself off the raft. Using the recoil, Qin Feng leaped with the White Emperor in his arms. The distant mountains rushing into view, the wind howling in his ears as he descended rapidly. Splash! Like a bomb, Qin Feng plunged into the water, the resistance halting his descent. He fought to paddle upwards, holding his breath until he broke the surface. Shaking the water from his head, he quickly scanned his surroundings for direction. As danger still loomed, he paddled with his arms, keeping the White Emperor above his head, while the submerged raft resurfaced alongside him. Determining his direction, he swiftly dragged the raft away from the area. As players continued to plummet from above, in an instant, this section of water transformed into a hazardous zone. A careless player could collide with another, and the impact from such heights could prove fatal. Other players, like Qin Feng, surfaced and made the same decision, hastily evacuating the area fraught with peril. Some unfortunate souls collided with the raft upon landing, bloodshed occurring on the spot, while others failed to adjust their diving stance, crashing face first into the water and losing consciousness. There were those who broke bones in their limbs, cries of agony echoing throughout. Where is my raft? Qin Feng wondered amidst the chaos. My raft has been shattered. Is there a brother willing to lend me a spot? I can squeeze in and offer green level supplies in exchange. The situation for the surviving players is dire as well. Many have seen their rafts destroyed, and those still afloat are half destroyed and in need of repairs. Darn it, this is my raft. Why are you all trying to snatch my bamboo pole? What's yours is mine. With so many seeking the little food available, players who have lost their rafts began to seize those of others, leading to an outburst of chaos. Qin Feng guarded his raft while the White Emperor lay on it, making those who coveted his raft think twice and reconsider their strength. Upon inspecting the damage, he found several ropes binding the bamboo poles had snapped. If not repaired, the raft wouldn't withstand the upcoming drift. Another hit might cause it to disintegrate. Qin Feng knew he couldn't swim to the finish. The raft provided him a resting point, which was crucial. Suddenly, the White Emperor became agitated, staring intently at the water below. As a player exclaimed, "MD, something just hit me with great force." Splash! Suddenly, the player who had spoken was yanked into the water, bubbles rising to the surface, followed by a torrent of blood. What on earth? There's something down there, not the bloated fish mentioned in the intel. Everyone, stop bickering. For those whose rafts are still intact, lend a hand to others and let us deal with the creature in the water together. Qin Feng noticed the situation, realizing it differed from what the shrimp intel had indicated. The aggressive bloated fish hadn't appeared, and the scent of blood seemed to have attracted other aquatic life. Chapter 59. The Underwater Behemoth. Brother, could you spare a spot? I'm willing to exchange green-level supplies. A wet head emerged, resembling a water ghost, startling Qin Feng, who instinctively recoiled. The White Emperor reacted by roaring and lunging at the head. A bite from him could very well cause a shattering explosion of brains. White Emperor! Qin Feng quickly intervened, as he Jiaxin stared dumbfounded at the massive tiger head of the White Emperor, who finally snapped back to reality and shouted, only to falter and sink into the water. Qin Feng, quick on his feet, grabbed him just in time. The raft began to sink under the weight of the three, 2 humans and 1 tiger. Qin Feng instructed the White Emperor to shrink to the size of a cat and jump onto his shoulder, stabilizing the raft. Forget the supplies, genius brother. Qin Feng smiled, recognizing the man as the first to approach him, the one who had suggested carrying the raft forward. Your raft is damaged? Don't mention it. I fell and shattered to pieces. I didn't realize you were so impressive. I'm He Jiaxin. Your big cat won't bite me, will it? He Jiaxin eyed the White Emperor warily, still haunted by the earlier scene. Not unless I command it. I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng, He Jiaxin exclaimed, his eyes widening. And then suddenly he lunged forward. Oh my gosh, is that really you? Stop, stop, stop. Qin Feng dodged He Jiaxin's attempt to cling to his leg, causing the raft to tremble and nearly toss He Jiaxin off. Prompting a disgruntled growl from the White Emperor, stop with the big shot nonsense. Keep that up and I might just kick you off. Heh, I'm just excited. He Jiaxin rubbed his hands together. With so many players, just a casual chat and I'm the top of the region. I'm even jealous of my own luck. Enough chit-chat. Genius brother, think of a way to deal with the creature in the water. Or we'll both be done for. Crap, what is that? He Jiaxin gasped as a massive shadow swam past while they spoke. Wasn't it said that only the bloated fish attacked rafts? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It may not be an intel issue. The waters of the Brave Adventure instance could have more than one area, or perhaps there has been a shift in the waters. Regardless of the situation, things were deteriorating. Fortunately, the creature showed no interest in the raft. A creature of such size could easily shatter the raft with a single collision. And now it was returning. Players on the raft pointed at the water's surface, their voices trembling. MD, get out of my way. The raft's owner has already agreed to let me have this spot. Get lost? Whoever gets on first gets it. You better step aside. The appearance of the massive creature ignited another wave of chaos, causing players who had lost their rafts to frantically rush toward Qin Feng's raft. Players drew their weapons, warning others to keep their distance. Splash! A gigantic bubble erupted at the surface. One player flailed in the water, only to be dragged under by the creature, their struggles quickly vanishing beneath the surface. Moments later, blood began to seep out, staining the water and sending chills through the crowd as they huddled together, seeking safety in numbers. From his vantage point on the raft, Qin Feng could see shadows moving around the raft, 3 of them. Not just one eye in the calm water, the current was weak and nearly stagnant. The raft could only be moved by manpower, and the timer for the instance wouldn't wait for anyone. If they couldn't reach the finish line in time, dire consequences awaited them. Genius brother, Stay on the raft with the White Emperor and fend off those approaching creatures. I'll investigate underwater. Just as the shadows below were becoming clearer, a new crisis emerged from the distance. A group of hideously ugly, large-headed bloated fish surged toward the player's raft. Big shot, are you really going into the water? Isn't that risky? Qin Feng's words startled He Jiaxian, whose face turned pale at the sight of the shadows in the water. Fearing that if Qin Feng went in, he might not return. Keep an eye on the raft. Don't let anyone steal it. We can't afford to delay any longer. We need to reach the finish line. He Jiaxian swallowed hard, realizing the truth in Qin Feng's words. At a time like this, everyone had to fight for their lives. He couldn't be a burden. Don't worry. I'll handle the raft. He Jiaxian pulled out a spear. Here's one for you. Qin Feng tossed his unused iron sword to him from his backpack. With the White Emperor around, no one would dare to target the raft. As long as they protected it, it shouldn't be too difficult. Diving into the water, Qin Feng struck at the approaching bloated fish, receiving a notification in his mind for killing the bloated fish and earning 10 points. He consumed a water plant, ignoring the bloated fish, and swam deeper to discover what was truly plaguing the waters. As he submerged, a shadow darted past him, seizing a player who was flailing in the water and dragging them into the depths. Qin Feng kicked off the bottom and quickly pursued, his lightweight leather armor and the water plant allowing him to move freely. The creature wasn't swimming fast. It seemed leisurely. Was this the demeanor of a top predator of the waters? Following closely behind, Qin Feng couldn't see the entirety of the creature, but he was sure it was some kind of mutated fish. Each scale was the size of a ping-pong ball, and it was undeniably massive. The murkiness of the water obscured his vision, but suddenly, he felt a wave of pressure approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned and raised his spear to block a shadow, equally massive. Lunged at him, having mistaken him for prey while he focused on the creature ahead. With a loud crash, Qin Feng braced himself, forcing the spear into the creature's mouth, its rows of razor-sharp teeth scraping against the spear with an unsettling sound. Qin Feng smirked inwardly. Why bite the spear when there were so many other options? If it aimed to snap the spear, it might find its teeth inadequate. The creature surged forward, pushing Qin Feng through the water, making him feel as if he were immobilized. With all his strength, he swung his fist, large as a sandbag, down onto the creature's eye, knowing that the eyes were usually a fish's weak spot. He struck again and again, his punches landing with significant impact. As he suspected, it was effective. The creature writhed in pain, attempting to throw off this troublesome prey. The tumultuous underwater battle sent ripples to the surface, resulting in enormous bubbles bursting, causing alarm among the onlookers above. What is happening? Someone cried, terror etched on their face. Splash! The water erupted as if a bomb had been detonated, sending sprays several meters high as a massive fish shot up, propelling a person into the air. The sight that greeted everyone left them in shock. Ejected from the water, Qin Feng felt the pressure lessen dramatically. He twisted the spear within the creature's mouth, gripping its gills fiercely as blood tinted the water red. Splash! The creature crashed back into the water, flinging Qin Feng away, but he clung to a piece of flesh, its gills, bathing in the blood as he fell back into the water. Quickly resurfacing, calmly surveying his surroundings, he noted that the damage he inflicted had dealt a fatal blow to the creature, nearly defeating it. As he resurfaced, the water momentarily settled, and the players gazed at him in awe. In their minds, only one thought resonated. Where did this powerhouse come from? He is too formidable. Chapter 60. The giant bony tongue fish. The scene of Qin Feng battling the massive creature etched itself into the minds of every player. An excited voice broke the silence. Big shot. Over here. It was He Jiaxian. Not having directly slain the creature left Qin Feng somewhat disappointed as he discarded the gills and swam back toward the raft. The battle had led him to conclude that this fish possessed green-level strength, but of course, its combat ability was not comparable to that of the green-level carp. It was weaker than the White Emperor. But in the water, the White Emperor's strength would be compromised. In this distorted world, creatures that could not withstand the viral onslaught had transformed into aberrations, while those who adapted became mutated beings. The defining trait of these mutated beings was their size, reminiscent of a giant syndrome. Judging their strength merely by their size was misleading. As long as blue-level creatures didn't appear, Qin Feng felt he had a fighting chance. Clambering onto the raft, He shook off the water. He Jiaxian extended his thumb in admiration. Boss, you're incredible. So handsome. You are my idol. Qin Feng remained silent as he consumed a bright-eye fruit and tossed one to He Jiaxian, inquiring, what about those bloated-headed fish? Wow. A blue-level bright-eye fruit. He Jiaxian exclaimed in surprise, chuckling, well, part of them went into your contracted beast's belly, and the rest are floating in the water. He Jiaxian pointed at the surface. And Qin Feng looked over to see several bloated-headed fish carcasses drifting, some mangled and partially devoured by Bai Di. You little glutton! Qin Feng ruffled Bai Di's head, who was covered in blood, indicating he had feasted well at that moment. A voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Killed a mutated giant bone-tongue fish, earned 200 points. Simultaneously, the mutated giant bone-tongue fish's entry in the bestiary was unlocked. Prompting Qin Feng to check it eagerly, mutated giant bone-tongue fish strength, 30 constitution. 25 Qin Feng froze momentarily, realizing that the large creature had perished. Quick, look! What a massive fish! A player shouted as they spotted a fish carcass surfacing. Following the sound, they immediately recognized it as the giant bone-tongue fish he had just battled. Qin Feng dove back into the water, swimming toward the carcass, causing several players who had intended to take advantage to halt their thoughts. The water was stained red with fish blood as Qin Feng plunged his spear into the fish's gills, dragging it back toward the raft. He Jiaxian stared in awe at the massive creature he was hauling. Stammering, boss, what kind of fish is this? The giant bone-tongue fish. The creature was fearsome in appearance, boasting a wide, thick mouth filled with sharp teeth, its body covered in hard, metallic scales that glistened in the sunlight. Qin Feng refrained from dismembering the giant bone-tongue fish, intending for everyone to witness it. He called out loudly, this is a mutated giant bone-tongue fish, possessing green-level strength. Those confident in their abilities and equipped with green-level aquatic plants. Follow me into the water. We must slay these beasts if we are to leave this area. With that, he led the charge back into the water, as two more giant bone-tongue fish lurked beneath, eyeing the player's raft menacingly. All fear stems from the unknown. Although the giant bone-tongue fish ruled the waters, understanding what lurked below would alleviate much of the dread among the players. Qin Feng's declaration prompted some to stir, contemplating whether to join him, though the green-level strength and immense size of the fish intimidated many. Seeing no player following him into the water, He Jiaxian shouted in frustration, what are you scared of? He then leaped into the water himself, knowing it was perilous, but feeling the need for someone to take the lead. My brother is the top-ranked boss. The giant bone-tongue fish is no match for him. If we can just hold it off until he arrives to slay it, I have green-level aquatic plants here for anyone who joins. Wow, it's Boss Qin Feng. No wonder he is so formidable. The name Qin Feng held unexpected charisma. Immediately, some players stepped forward. Brothers, I also have green-level aquatic plants, free for those who jump in. Damn it. Let us do this. It's just a giant bone-tongue fish. When I was a fisherman, I've seen all sorts of giants. How could I be terrified of just one? I'm in two. If we all stir the water together, that giant bone-tongue fish won't dare attack. With splashes echoing, players began to dive in. Qin Feng submerged, searching for the giant bone-tongue fish. Among so many players, there were bound to be some with considerable strength, hiding their prowess, more than capable of handling one fish. He merely needed to deal with the other. He found it. Qin Feng descended rapidly. The giant bone-tongue fish was deeper in the water, seemingly unaware of what it was planning. Suddenly, the giant bone-tongue fish turned sharply and accelerated upward. Qin Feng quickly dodged, but the fish's target was not him. It zipped past him with incredible speed. Oh no, the raft! Qin Feng pursued closely as the giant bone-tongue fish breached the surface, colliding violently with a wooden raft, scattering its occupants into the water. The fish, having destroyed the raft, whipped its tail, crashing into another, leaving the onlookers aghast. This creature was intent on wreaking havoc on the rafts. Protect the rafts, someone shouted. As Qin Feng surfaced, he called out loudly, dive in and entangle the giant bone-tongue fish. Don't let it gather strength underwater. Upon hearing Qin Feng's orders, someone quickly took charge. Follow the boss's lead. Dive in and hold onto the other one. Those with armored suits, take the lead and wear it down. Bai Di, assist. At the command, Bai Di let out a tiger-like roar, shedding its illusion and plunging into the water. Bai Di's involvement ignited excitement among the crowd. The boss's pet is here to help. Charge. Let us kill this beast together. With its size advantage, the giant bone-tongue fish posed a significant threat. Prolonging its time to gather strength would render it unstoppable. As the destructive fish prepared to dive again, Qin Feng raced forward, thrusting his spear into its belly. Not a fatal blow. He had previously tested that the most effective way to kill a giant bone-tongue fish was to attack its gills and eyes, targeting its breathing capabilities. Given the fish's massive size, relying on bleeding it to death was impractical. The injured giant bone-tongue fish lashed out with its tail, and Qin Feng raised his spear defensively, getting knocked backward but sustaining no serious injuries due to the water's resistance. This is good. I'm not afraid of the giant bone-tongue fish attacking. I fear it ignoring me entirely if I can bait it into attacking me. I'll have the chance to strike its gills and eyes. Like other creatures, the giant bone-tongue fish would prioritize attacking visible threats, allowing Qin Feng to use his spear to pin down its most dangerous mouth. The giant bone-tongue fish had to turn in wide arcs due to its bulk, granting Qin Feng ample time to adjust his stance. Soon, the waters ran red once more with the fish's blood. As Qin Feng resurfaced, others turned to him in unison. The boss is back. Qin Feng noticed that another giant bone-tongue fish was being dispatched even faster than his own. The massive bite marks on its back indicated by Di's handiwork. With the threat of the giant bone-tongue fish neutralized, the players were all exhilarated, some even diving into the water to take photos beside the carcass. Chapter 61. A promise with no assaults from the giant bone-tongue fish. Qin Feng successfully navigated the slow water zone, and the raft re-entered the flowing water area. The points accrued from slaying the bloated-headed fish and giant bone-tongue fish were sufficient to upgrade the raft. After the upgrade, the raft grew wider and sturdier, better able to withstand impact. He Jiaxian's raft had been destroyed, and he now shared a raft with Qin Feng. Boss, your weapon. He Jiaxian returned the green-level iron sword that Qin Feng had previously entrusted to him. You keep it for now. We'll discuss it at the finish line, especially in the next slow water zone where we'll deal with the bloated-headed fish. According to the intel provided by Xiaohua, the raft would need to traverse 2 slow water zones and a flowing water area to reach the finish line. Alright, by the way, boss, what did you do before entering this game? After the battle with the giant bone-tongue fish, He Jiaxian, brimming with excitement, initiated conversation. Civil engineering. Qin Feng felt as though he had been asked this question before and found little interest in it. The confrontation with the giant bone-tongue fish had taken a toll on his stamina. And after consuming a blue-level orange, he was instantly revitalized, feeling as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Energized, he swept away his fatigue. The blue-level orange proved far more effective than the bright-eye fruit. While the latter primarily restored mental energy and enhanced eyesight, it was incomparable to the fatigue-reducing properties of the orange. Qin Feng resolved to exchange for more blue-level oranges from the pickup truck upon his return. After some time practicing, the two on the raft finally learned to paddle. Time flew by during the calm period. Soon, players faced a cliff ahead. Prepare to jump, Qin Feng warned, as Bai Di let out a yowl. Shrinking in size and leaping into his arms, He Jiaxian rose, balancing himself firmly on the raft. As they reached the edge of the cliff, the two leaped into the air. Having learned from their previous experience, they immediately swam away from the impact zone upon hitting the water to avoid any explosions. After diving a safe distance, Qin Feng surfaced, wiping the water from his face, only to find He Jiaxian was nowhere to be seen. What crystal-clear water! Qin Feng marveled at the pristine pool, the water devoid of any odor, with exceptionally high visibility beneath the surface, a stark contrast to the previous slow water zone. This area resembled what Xiaohua had described, rich in green-level aquatic plants, with supply crates lurking at the bottom. Qin Feng pulled the raft closer, having learned from past experiences, yet accidents were still unavoidable during the descent. Some collided, resulting in destruction and casualties. As he tugged the raft, Qin Feng frowned slightly. When they had jumped, both he and He Jiaxian were tethered with ropes around their waists, yet he had not seen He Jiaxian's figure for quite some time. Without consuming any green-level aquatic plants, he had exceeded a normal person's ability to hold their breath. He wouldn't have gotten into any trouble, would he? Qin Feng quickened the pace of dragging the raft. Upon climbing aboard the raft, he noticed another rope extending out, which was the one tied to He Jiaxian. Looking toward the surface, he spotted He Jiaxian floating nearby, face down and motionless like a corpse. Quickly, he swam over and pulled He Jiaxian onto the raft. Seeing He Jiaxian's condition, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. A bamboo pole, as thick as an infant's arm, pierced through his chest, and his hands, which were supporting He Jiaxian's body, were drenched in blood. "Hey, genius brother, wake up!" Qin Feng patted He Jiaxian's face and pinched his philtrum with his thumb, refraining from pressing on his chest. Knowing that doing so with the pole embedded would only worsen the situation. Lacking medical knowledge, he could only apply what he had seen in videos, attempting to rouse He Jiaxian's consciousness. Cough, cough. He Jiaxian violently expelled blood, his awareness gradually returning. "Boss, my chest hurts a lot. Can you help me see what's wrong?" His voice was weak, as if a gust of wind could disperse it, and he lacked the strength to even lift his head. Qin Feng remained silent, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, his heart weighed heavily. Just a minute ago, he had been laughing and joking with a companion, and now the atmosphere had shifted drastically. The two were neither brothers nor friends, merely travelers who had shared a portion of their journey. Yet, witnessing the imminent demise of a vibrant life, one barely acquainted, was jarring. "Boss, am I about to die?" He Jiaxian struggled to grasp Qin Feng's arm with his bloodied hand. "I know that someone like me has little chance of surviving in this world. I've been deceiving myself all along, but I refuse to accept it. I have yet to find my sister." As he spoke, He Jiaxian coughed violently, a horrifying expulsion marking the severity of his condition. "Boss, may I ask you for one last favor? I will give you all my supplies. If you encounter my sister, please deliver this." He Jiaxian fumbled in his pocket and produced a poorly carved talisman from inferior wood, extending it as a trade offer. "All right, I promise you." Qin Feng took a deep breath. He Jiaxian fell silent, his body growing cold against Qin Feng. As He Jiaxian's lifeless form leaned against him, a familiar white light enveloped him, dissipating like the ethereal essence of a spirit. "Howl!" Bai Di nestled against Qin Feng, seemingly attuned to his emotional turmoil. "It's all right, Bai Di." He gently patted the little creature's head. The majority of the supplies He Jiaxian had traded were of white grade, with only a few being green grade, thus holding little significance for Qin Feng. He had no intention of utilizing these supplies, but rather sought to find He Jiaxian's sister and return the talisman. Earlier, He Jiaxian mentioned having a sister named He Ting, who likely also arrived in this world, though they were probably separated into different districts. Should he encounter her, he would not hesitate to convey He Jiaxian's final wishes. Qin Feng steadied his emotions and retrieved his long spear. The water was teeming with bloated-headed fish, approaching the makeshift raft, and he needed to eliminate these nuisances before diving in. After upgrading the raft, its durability had noticeably improved. The bloated-headed fish merely collided against it, causing it to sway violently yet remaining far from disintegrating. With a decisive thrust, Qin Feng pierced a bloated-headed fish, exerting force to tear its body apart. He then plunged into the water, and at his signal, Bai Di followed suit to hunt the fish. The bloated-headed fish, single-minded in their pursuit, seemed oblivious to anything but the raft, reminding Qin Feng of the mutated creatures from the Sheltered Defense War. Both appeared to be under some form of control, unafraid of life and death. Ding! Decomposed the bloated-headed fish's corpse, acquired blue-grade fish skin X1. Upon dispatching a bloated-headed fish and decomposing it, a notification echoed in his mind. He opened his backpack to confirm. Fish skin quality, blue note. Acquired by hunting a bloated-headed fish, a rare crafting material, can be used to craft leather armor, enhancing swimming speed by 100%. Notably, akin to blue-grade frog skin, this material could be utilized to create blue-grade leather armor, significantly boosting swimming speed, thus serving as functional equipment with superior effects. However, just as he was about to stow away the fish skin, a thought struck him, prompting him to survey his surroundings. A multitude of bloated-headed fish surged towards the raft, while players scrambled to fend them off. Drawing from his earlier experience, he realized that each bloated-headed fish yielded 30 units of green-grade fish meat, equating to 30 pounds, and he instantly recognized this as an excellent opportunity for a bountiful catch. Chapter 62. The underwater world. Without delay, he resolved to act. Lifting the blue-grade fish skin, Qin Feng called out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, look here. I possess a blue-grade skinning knife capable of decomposing bloated-headed fish corpses for a chance at blue-grade fish skin. Anyone interested only needs to pay a processing fee of 5 units of fish meat." His proclamation caught the attention of nearby players, who turned to investigate. Don't miss out, folks. This opportunity only comes once. If you let it slip, it's gone. He continued, the first person to find me gets a complimentary service. Is that for real? Blue-grade fish skin? Did I hear that right? Let us go check it out. Didn't someone just head over there? A crowd began to gather, eager to see what was transpiring. Boss, I'm willing to offer fish meat. Please help me decompose this fish, soon. The first player approached, a young man, muscular and dark-skinned, who paddled over with a bloated-headed fish. No extra fees for you. You're the first. Qin Feng waved dismissively, offering a warm smile as he hopped onto the young man's raft, retrieving his skinning knife. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he successfully decomposed the bloated-headed fish. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Wow, incredible! Congratulations to this brother for acquiring blue-grade fish skin. Here you go, brother." Qin Feng handed over the fish meat and skinned, blue-grade fish skin. It's genuinely blue-grade. Haha, you're amazing, boss. The young man momentarily froze before bursting into joy. Waving the fish skin exuberantly, I can't believe it. I want in too, boss. Help me out. Instantly, a throng of players surrounded Qin Feng's raft. With the young man's successful demonstration, onlookers could no longer contain their desire for blue-grade fish skin and eagerly approached, seeking Qin Feng's assistance in decomposing their bloated-headed fish corpses. Hold on, everyone. Please form a line. One at a time. Grinning like a cunning merchant, Qin Feng welcomed the influx of requests. Blue-grade fish skin was a rare commodity, and he had orchestrated this scenario to generate excitement, allowing others to believe in his claims. The effect was immediate. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. What a tiring endeavor. Acting as a fish merchant, over 100 players had approached him. Completing this transaction, his stock of green-grade fish meat surpassed 1,000 units, and he had acquired 4 blue-grade fish skins that, of course. He did not covet these fish skins. Despite their blue-grade status, their utility was mediocre, and he saw no need to jeopardize his credibility. The players who received blue-grade fish skins rejoiced, while those who did not cursed in envy. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with the outcome. With this bounty of fish meat, he need not worry about Baidi's food for the foreseeable future. Following the assault of the bloated-headed fish, the underwater realm revealed no signs of similar threats like the giant bone-tongue fish. Glancing at the time, he noted that only an hour and 5 minutes remained until the dungeon concluded. Engaging with the giant bone-tongue fish would likely waste too much time. If he surmised correctly, this water zone was the one mentioned in the shrimp slip intelligence, and he intended to explore it before his time ran out. Securing a rope around his waist and consuming a green-grade water grass for a brief underwater breathing ability, Qin Feng dove into the depths, leaving Baidi atop the raft. Upon entering the water, he wasted no time and swiftly descended. The underwater visibility was expansive and unimpeded. However, the scenery was dull and monotonous, lacking vibrant colors. The bottom was strewn with mud and fist-sized pebbles, and the noise he made sent the fish and shrimp scurrying away in fright. Though they were ordinary fish and shrimp, they were still valuable for a change of pace. Qin Feng did not linger in this area for long. The underwater activity stirred up sediment, diminishing visibility. Grasping a pebble, he propelled himself forward. After a while, he paused, captivated by a deep pit before him. An abyssal pool whose waters glimmered a profound blue, tinged with darkness. After observing for a moment, Qin Feng resolved to investigate. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, he slowed his descent, following the edge of the pit downward. After descending several body lengths, an underwater forest came into view, vibrant green vegetation resembling colossal rice plants swaying with the current. Is this water grass? Qin Feng pondered, uncertain. The appearance was reminiscent of aquatic plants, yet their size was magnitudes greater. Approaching the rooted aquatic foliage, he noted that the leaves were approximately a meter wide, extending to an unseen length, akin to kelp in the deep sea. Grasping one of the leaves, Qin Feng swam downward, eager to discern whether this plant was indeed water grass. Upon reaching the bottom, the light dimmed significantly, prompting him to look upward. To his astonishment, he gasped, "Oh my goodness!" Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the towering foliage, which loomed 2 stories high, an underwater giant. Realizing his surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast aquatic forest. Producing his skinning knife, he aimed for the base of a leaf. The resistance was astonishing, and Qin Feng momentarily questioned whether he was cutting through grass or leather. It was worth noting that his skinning knife was a blue-grade tool. What sort of plant could be so challenging to cut? After considerable effort, he finally managed to sever a leaf, akin to a child clutching a banana leaf several times their size. He swayed precariously, quickly grasping another leaf nearby to prevent being swept away by the current. Upon decomposing the leaf, the relevant entry in his compendium unlocked, allowing Qin Feng to finally view information about this plant. Watergrass quality, Blue Note. An ultra-rare plant that grows underwater. Consuming it grants underwater breathing capabilities for 1 hour and permanently enhances swimming speed, increasing physical attributes. Indeed, it was watergrass, and of blue grade. Qin Feng marveled at the expansive underwater forest formed by the dense foliage. The effects of blue-grade watergrass were impressive, extending underwater breathing time to 1 hour and permanently boosting physical attributes and swimming speed, similar to the effects of the bright-eye fruit. The leaf he had just severed yielded 20 portions of blue-grade watergrass. No wonder the blue-grade skinning knife had struggled against it. It had encountered a worthy opponent of the same quality. Blue-grade watergrass could not be transplanted like the bright-eye fruit tree. Even if transplantation were possible, the underwater growth environment remains elusive. He could not create a habitat conducive to the growth of blue-tier aquatic plants, rendering them a single-use resource for Qin Feng. After exiting the instance, it would be uncertain when he might encounter blue-tier aquatic plants again, and should he come across them, he must seize the opportunity without hesitation. During the harvesting of aquatic plants, Qin Feng surfaced to consume a blue-tier aquatic plant before diving again, ultimately cutting down 5 more plants before reluctantly departing. Upon leaving the aquatic plant area, Qin Feng noticed that the fish and shrimp inhabiting this region were significantly larger than those above. After dispatching a crab the size of a wash basin, he received a notification indicating it was a green tier specimen. Chapter 63. The Mysterious Glamour Value Material Chest. As he swam through a colossal rocky area, Qin Feng spotted an object resembling a material chest. Initially, he mistook it for a stone that merely resembled a material chest. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed a genuine material chest, obscured by the silt of aquatic plants, making it appear as an unremarkable rock, an easy target for oversight. As Qin Feng swam closer and brushed away the sediment, the true form of the material chest was revealed. The familiar pale blue glow brought him joy, indicating it was a blue-tier material chest. Had his gaze not fortuitously landed here, who could have imagined that a blue-tier material chest lay hidden among the rocks? It was well concealed. Just as Qin Feng was about to open the chest, a crab emerged from a crevice in the rocks, brandishing its formidable pincers and charging at him with aggression. Delivering a strike, the pincer's assault was entirely deflected by his iron armor, leaving him unharmed, albeit momentarily stunned. Who granted this crab such confidence to challenge an opponent so much larger than itself? After its initial attack failed to deter him, the crab, sensing impending doom, began to scuttle away with all 8 legs. Attacking and then retreating was far too convenient. He would not allow it to escape. The long spear pierced the crab's body, pinning it to the muddy bottom as it struggled in vain. After dispatching this unwelcome delicacy, Qin Feng opened the material chest. Tomato seeds, green, 20. Cucumber seeds, green, 20. Bell pepper seeds, green, 20. Contract scroll, blue 1. He had successfully acquired 20 units each of green tier seeds for tomatoes, cucumbers, and bell peppers, along with a blue tier contract scroll. What a delightful haul! Qin Feng marveled, toying with the contract scroll in his hands, especially after the recent bounty of pet eggs from the hunting survival instance. A contract scroll could fetch a staggering price, although no one would dare to sell such an item. Stowing away his gains, Qin Feng continued his underwater exploration and soon discovered another green-tier material chest. Land Improvement Fertilizer 20 Quality. Green Note. A special fertilizer that can enhance soil fertility and improve soil quality. 1 unit of land improvement fertilizer can transform 1 cubic meter of substandard soil into green-tier soil. This marked his second encounter with special fertilizer. The last had been organic fertilizer traded with Lingyue, which promoted plant growth. Clearly, the land improvement fertilizer before him was rarer than organic fertilizer, capable of converting soil devoid of any quality into green-tier soil. Blue-tier black soil boasted formidable effects, with a chance to elevate crop quality. While green-tier soil may not be as dominant as blue-tier black soil, it still held promise for fruitful results. After pocketing the land improvement fertilizer, he turned his gaze to the next item, a blueprint. Greenhouse expansion blueprint requirements. Dream Energy 1000 note. Upon use, a greenhouse of 100 square meters will be generated. Within the greenhouse, the growth rate of planted crops will increase by 20%, and yield will increase by 10%. Qin Feng beamed with joy. His desires had manifested. The luminous fruit trees, fiery fruit trees, black soil, and the newly acquired seeds for tomatoes and cucumbers all required space for cultivation. The size of the first floor of his shelter was inadequate for extensive planting. He had been pondering how to organize this, and the appearance of the greenhouse expansion blueprint was a timely solution to his dilemma. Having explored this area thoroughly, Qin Feng planned to venture elsewhere. However, it seemed that his luck had been depleted by the 2 material chests he had just found, as he encountered no further chests. As he turned to leave, he noticed an unusual acceleration in the surrounding water currents, piquing his attention. Upon looking back, he saw what had once been a silt-covered rock now opening like a clam. Its 2 shells rapidly closing and opening, drawing in the surrounding water, the river clam. Qin Feng recognized this creature at once, astonished that the massive stone behind him, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, was camouflaged as a river clam. The clam appeared to view him as prey, attempting to ensnare him with its suction. As the clam shells closed rapidly, Qin Feng found his swimming speed diminishing. The strength of the suction was formidable. Even with the enhanced velocity provided by his lightweight leather armor, he struggled to escape the clam's grasp. Were he another player, he might have been swallowed whole without a fight. The thick, wide shells appeared remarkably resilient, capable of crushing bones upon being drawn in. Unbeknownst to him, such danger lurked beneath the waters. After 2 futile attempts to break free from the suction, he chose to abandon his resistance. Suddenly feeling an immense pulling force akin to being caught in an underwater whirlpool. Humph! With a cold expression, Qin Feng resolved that if it sought to consume him, he would retaliate. Grasping the long spear, he propelled himself toward the river clam with immense inertia. Bang! The long spear struck down with force. It was incredibly hard. Qin Feng's first thought was that his arm tingled from the impact. The spear failed to shatter the clam's shell, only creating a fissure. Countless bubbles surged toward him. Sensing that the prey was too hot to handle, the clam unleashed a torrent of water that propelled Qin Feng several meters away. Tumbling through the water, it is easy to summon a spirit, but difficult to send it away. Qin Feng vowed to crush this clam. Streams of water shot forth, and each time he attempted to approach the clam, he was repelled by the water jets, inciting a furious green hue to his face. The water jets were not particularly damaging but were deeply insulting. Timing his approach for when the clam was drawing in water, he swiftly closed the distance, thrusting the long spear into the clam's body before it could fully close its shells. Stirring within at last, he managed to slay the clam, disassembling its corpse. Ding! Decomposed green tier river clam. River clam meat, green, 20. Clam shell, green, 1. Clam pearl, green, 1. A clam pearl. He had obtained an item he had never seen before. Opening his backpack, he retrieved a fist-sized, smooth, and shiny orb.is this the clam pearl? It resembled a pearl closely. Checking the clam pearl's information, clam pearl quality, green note, obtained from slaying a mutated river clam, a rare decorative item that can increase the shelter's glamour value by 10 points. Glamour value, a new term. Qin Feng rifled through his compendium but found no description of glamour value. It was akin to the inexplicable purpose of the distorted organs during the novice phase. No information available. This doggone system is unkind. Qin Feng cursed softly, stowing away the clam pearl, as the glamour value might prove to be an important attribute in the future. He then regarded the clamshell. Clamshell quality. Green note. Obtained from slaying a mutated river clam with a chance. It can be polished into a decorative craft for the shelter or displayed directly to increase glamour value by 2 points. The information regarding the clamshell left Qin Feng slightly astonished. It was not merely a crafting material but a decorative item akin to the clam pearl. According to the description, it could even be refined into a craft, providing additional glamour value. With the concept of glamour value still unclear, crafting a decorative item seemed of little use at present. Qin Feng went on to slay several more river clams, obtaining only clam meat and clam shells, with no further clam pearls appearing, a promising probability. As time drew near, he began to ascend, climbing onto the raft and setting off toward the destination, utilizing the points from defeating the swollen-headed fish to upgrade the raft once more. The journey ahead would present turbulent, shallow waters, where a careless maneuver could cause the raft to hit the bottom. Several times, Qin Feng had to jump into the water to adjust the raft's angle. Chapter 64. The Mermaid Incident, Part 1. After navigating the tense and exhilarating shallow waters, Qin Feng arrived at the destination 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The raft passed through a brilliant blue barrier, receiving a system notification that he would now simply await the countdown to the instance's conclusion before being teleported out. Qin Feng rested on the raft, surrounded by water. The azure barrier divided the water into two sections, and as time progressed, more rafts entered the barrier. Do you think there are treasures beneath the waves? Some players, having arrived early, could no longer contain their curiosity, clearly inclined to plunge into the depths for exploration. Although Qin Feng was equally intrigued, he understood the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Choosing instead to remain composed on the raft, the water beneath him appeared no different from the tranquil waters he had encountered before, clear and azure. However, there was one significant distinction: the color of the water. It was an unfathomably deep blue, so dark it evoked a sense of fear. Staring too long felt akin to gazing into an abyss, as if a terrifying monster could spring forth from the depths at any moment. This was humanity's innate fear of the unknown. The color of the water suggested a singular possibility. It was profoundly deep. To recklessly explore an uncharted underwater realm without any intelligence was an unwise choice. Even absent immediate danger, the pressure of the water would pose a formidable adversary to anyone diving in. Qin Feng had no desire to court disaster. Why not just dive in and see for ourselves? One player decided to take the plunge, diving headfirst into the water. Qin Feng observed the unfolding scene intently. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths passed, and the player who had leaped into the water descended like a stone cast into a lake. Aside from the initial splash, there was no further sign of life. The water's surface gradually settled into tranquility. Where is he? Surely he hasn't discovered something precious and is now exploring in secret. Let's wait a moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the water erupted. A massive creature bursting forth from the depths, its streamlined black and white form smooth and devoid of scales, resembling a blue star orca. This sight left everyone in shock as the enormous creature clutched a corpse in its jaws, which fell back into the water. It's dead. It's dead. One of those who had contemplated diving turned pale, stammering as he collapsed onto the raft. Qin Feng felt a surge of relief for not having entered the water. The creature's gaze bore a resemblance to that of the white wolf, exuding a sense of provocation and a notable intelligence. As the countdown concluded, Qin Feng successfully returned to the shelter. The first opportunity. He retrieved the items used to slay the river clam, eager to ascertain the purpose of the glamour value. He arranged the clam pearls and several clamshells in a corner and proceeded to examine the shelter's information. Under the special ornament section, a new category for glamour value was added, indicating the current glamour value stood at 16. When Qin Feng attempted to delve deeper into the specifics of the glamour value, he was met with a complete lack of guidance, leaving him at a loss. Resigned, he shrugged. It seemed no results were forthcoming. Abandoning his inquiry into the nature of the glamour value, Qin Feng displayed the resources obtained from the Thrilling Rapids instance on the table: contract scrolls, expansion blueprints, and seeds, a veritable bounty. Among these, the contract scroll was the most valuable, and he had no intention of selling it. Who could possibly refuse an additional contracted beast? Although it would increase the difficulty of feeding, the value a contracted beast provided far outweighed the feeding costs. Next came the greenhouse expansion blueprint. This blueprint could integrate the rare soil, special plants, and vegetable seeds in his possession, providing a long-term solution to his planting issues, albeit at the cost of 1,000 dream energy points. Glancing at his single-digit dream energy, he realized that after upgrading the dream tree, the landlord's provisions had been exhausted. To swiftly acquire the official variant of the distorter, Qin Feng could only think of one method: the swarm of armored beetles inhabiting the stream. Donning his sun-protective attire, he stepped out of the shelter, determined to investigate. Before leaving, Qin Feng cast a glance at the bird's nest on the cliff. He heard no chirping and saw none of those colossal birds. Whether they were out foraging or hiding from the sun in their nests remained a mystery. Qin Feng did not bring Bai Di along. The weather was too hot, And while he had sun protection, Bai Di had no such means, making it a veritable torment to take him out in such temperatures. As he journeyed, entering the area, he encountered two pinned messages. Flying Flowers and Snowy Moon were offering high prices for first-hand information on mermaids, inviting knowledgeable players to connect. The great love of heaven and earth welcomed players who encountered mermaids to join in, urging brotherhood in the pursuit of capturing mermaids. Upon entering, Qin Feng was met with a flurry of messages regarding mermaids, leaving him bewildered. It seemed someone had indeed spotted a mermaid in the instance. He had inquired, but the person had misread, leading the matter to fizzle out without further attention. Someone had carried news of the mermaid out of the instance. They had not witnessed the scene where a formidable figure wielded a long spear in one hand and the gills of a giant knifefish in the other. Drenched in blood, accompanied by a white tiger, resembling a modern-day Guan Yu, bellowing, "I don't care about fate," before plunging into the water for an epic battle with the giant knifefish. The banter continued, "Is this still human?" accompanied by a screenshot that sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine. The image depicted a person and a giant knifefish breaching the water's surface, somewhat disheveled, the scene reminiscent of a Bollywood blockbuster. Brimming with tension, doesn't it seem to you that the so-called big shot was actually thrust out of the water by the giant knifefish? Ridiculous. The giant knifefish is clearly being pulled out by the big shot. Did you not notice the distressed expression on the fish? Isn't that how a giant knifefish looks? How can you tell it has a distressed expression? I can attest to it. The big shot is like a walking bulldozer. We even received blue-grade fish skins from him. With the appearance of a blue-grade fish skin screenshot, the topic surged in popularity once again. Word, blue-grade fish skin, that's terrifying. It must be one of the rarest resources available now. Be confident. Remove the fear, as Qin Feng observed the chat in the area, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed been thrust out of the water by the giant knifefish, a first-hand experience. Yet those who had faced the threat of the giant knifefish seemed to magnify his predicament, frantically defending him. A discerning individual could easily discern the truth. By the way, why is there a human head in that mermaid screenshot? Of course, mermaids have human heads. That's why they're called mermaids. Have you not noticed that the mermaid appears to be dragging a raft with a white tiger? What a bizarre combination. Could it be that in this dream survival game, not only humans but even tigers partake in survival? Rarely seen. But did you not see the adventures of Pi? There was indeed a tiger surviving in the sea. Gazing at the familiar screenshot that purportedly proved the existence of mermaids, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell is this mermaid?" He finally understood why the players around him had looked at him so peculiarly when they heard of the mermaid surfacing. They mistook him, burdened with the raft, for a mermaid. That white tiger looked oddly familiar. Could it be that the mermaid they spoke of was none other than the big shot? Nonsense. How could a human swim so fast? It must be that the mermaid has fled. In the chat, Qin Feng noticed a familiar name, Braveheart. Having seen Bai Di by his side, and coupled with the players' frenzied discussions about slaying the giant knifefish, she had deduced that the mermaid was a misunderstanding. However, no one believed that the mermaid was a fabrication, and they swiftly charged at her with skepticism. "Qin Feng, is that you?" A private message from Shrimp Slide popped up, accompanied by another screenshot. Qin Feng struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes twitching at yet another absurdity surrounding the mermaid, as this group seemed intent on confronting the notion of mermaids. "What? Are you also interested in mermaids?" Haha, interest is perhaps too strong a word. I'm merely curious about such legendary beings. Your words have already exposed your lecherous tendencies. You're just shy of writing "I'm very interested" on your forehead. Is it you? Why do I feel that the discussions about mermaids in the area, when analyzed, point directly to you? Hey, Shrimp Slide has finally put his brain to use, employing terms like intelligence analysis. Before selecting the instance for today, Qin Feng had informed Shrimp Slide of his chosen instance in advance, so it was no surprise that Shrimp Slide could guess the mermaid was a miscommunication. Just as you suspected. Goodness, this misunderstanding is quite amusing. Dong Wang and Lu Nanqing have both privately messaged me, inquiring about mermaid intelligence. Just imagine their shock if they found out that the mermaid they sought was a muscle-bound man. Upon hearing two familiar names, Qin Feng recognized them as the leaders of the great love of heaven and earth and Flying Flowers and Snowy Moon. Lu Nanqing's involvement was expected, but Dong Wang's surprised him. During the novice phase, Dong Wang had risen by stepping on Shrimp Slide's head, suggesting that the two had since buried their hatchet. Now that the mermaid had been confirmed as a falsehood, it would be prudent for him to seek Dong Wang and Lu Nanqing for a reward. Ahem. Shrimp Slide discerned the slight jab in Qin Feng's tone. If you want me to share half, you should just ask and no need. Qin Feng promptly declined, as this was Shrimp Slide's own avenue, and he had no desire to interfere. While he could also reach out to those two, he seemed to have blacklisted a number of individuals, including Lu Nanqing, which explained why no one had approached him. He had relegated all unsolicited messages from strangers to a blacklist. Do you know what glamour value is for? I was about to ask you. It seems you don't know either. As expected, Shrimp Slide had acquired decorative items that granted glamour value. Yet he had not divulged all the information. You haven't encountered the giant knife fish, have you? You're not hiding that, are you? As he posed this question, Qin Feng's tone grew grave. Don't scare me. I truly haven't encountered the giant knife fish. I'm not the only one who participated in the instance. If there were dangers, it would have been reported by now. I'm genuinely not hiding anything. Shrimp Slide hastily clarified, sensing Qin Feng's suspicion as a potential breach of trust. Forget that, join the group. I have some matters to discuss with you all. The two engaged in a voice call. From Shrimp Slide's response, it was evident that he genuinely did not know about the giant knife fish incident. Furthermore, Shrimp Slide had no motive to betray him. Such matters would become apparent after a single instance run and would likely spread throughout the area. Shrimp Slide first sought to engage the group, tagging others, and once everyone had assembled, Qin Feng entered. The moment he did, he heard Pika's unusually excited voice. Shrimp Slide, did you know that a player has discovered a mermaid? To lend credence to the claim, Pika had meticulously collected crucial evidence and screenshots from the area chat, including that mermaid surfacing screenshot. Ling Shui, it's fake. The screenshot is too blurry and lacks key evidence. It cannot be trusted. Pika, that's impossible. Many people have seen it. The two earnestly debated the existence of the mermaid in the group. After Shrimp Slide entered, Pika handed the decisive conclusion over to him. The mermaid is fake. Surely not. How do you know? Shrimp Slide, Pika lamented, as if mourning his beloved. I deduced it based on various pieces of information. Shrimp Slide was fabricating his reasoning. He certainly couldn't disclose that the rumors of the mermaid circulating in the area pointed to someone in their group. Set aside the mermaid discussion for now. I have some things to share with everyone. Pika and Ling Shui understood the gravity of the situation and ceased their mermaid chatter. Once Qin Feng entered the group, he recounted everything that transpired in the thrilling Rapids instance, including the glamour value. Upon hearing the harrowing account of the battle, Ling Yu could not help but interject. So, does this imply that there may be alterations in the thrilling Rapids instance that players enter? The mutated giant knife fish is one such danger. Exactly. Qin Feng affirmed Ling Yu's assertion, sharing the giant knife fish's illustration within the group, prompting a wave of astonishment and my goodness, with strength and vitality exceeding 30 points. Any player would find it a daunting challenge to face off against it. Shrimp Slide began to voice his thoughts about Qin Feng's abnormality, but ultimately refrained. The other three were equally taken aback. Although the giant knife fish was only of green-grade strength, it was a formidable fighter among fish, a rather impressive species. When encountering a giant knife fish, I recommend acting in groups, as the giant knife fish will prioritize attacking players rather than the raft. Its weaknesses lie in its gills and eyes. Qin Feng presented a strategy for dealing with the giant knife fish. This information was derived from his personal experiences, shared openly without concealment from others. By the way, I also discovered a deep pit underwater. Let us discuss the blue-level aquatic plants alongside the splendid value of river clams. A few individuals here have joined other alliances. Perhaps their numbers will yield valuable information regarding the splendid value. Boss Yuan Fong is truly impressive. May I trade your blue-level aquatic plants for my blue-level oranges? Absolutely. The blue-level oranges from Pikachu have proven quite helpful in dungeons, and he is eager to exchange for more of Pikachu's oranges. As for the contract scroll, Qin Feng did not disclose the expansion blueprint, but merely informed others about the existence of the deep pit, which should suffice to garner attention. I can't shake the feeling that my venture into the Rapids Adventure dungeon was somewhat fruitless compared to what you've harvested. Xiaohua's sour remark clearly indicated envy towards Qin Feng's blue-level aquatic plants. That's not quite fair. Yuan Feng's actions are predicated upon your intel. Xiahua.I surmise that the dangers in dungeons are proportional to the opportunities they present. Analyzed Ling Yu calmly. So, I've become a guinea pig. Have I? They did not pursue the matter further. When Qin Feng mentioned the sacrifice that occurs when the statue of the goddess of fortune reaches blue level in the group chat, it elicited another round of astonishment. A blue level statue? You actually used blue level resources for that? Who would be bored enough to engage in such antics as you? Xiahua couldn't help but scoff. Goodness, Boss Yuan Feng possesses blue level resources. Impressive. Pikachu remained oblivious, being the most naive in the group. So, if a special ornament ascends to blue level, it will forcibly bind one's faith to a certain deity? Ling Yu pondered aloud. Indeed, I sense that the intricacies involved are far from simple. One must be cautious in selecting a faith, as it may significantly impact future survival, Qin Feng advised. Sister, isn't the statue of the goddess of fortune one we sold to the merchant? Did the merchant overlook the effects of the statue and fall into our trap? A seemingly nonsensical comment suddenly emerged, leaving Pikachu and Xiahua puzzled, while only Qin Feng and the Ling sisters understood its meaning. Was that voice just now Ling Xue's? It seems my impression in the eyes of these two sisters is that of a merchant. Ling Xue widened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, as she realized her casual remark had been recorded and sent to the group. She covered her mouth, looking innocently at Ling Yu. Chapter 66. Forest Fire. As the group discussion concluded, Qin Feng reached his destination. He did not stray far from the stream, preparing to dive should he encounter an armored beetle. After observing for a while without sighting the beetle, he scattered the frog meat in a circle around him. Having come this far, it would be a shame not to gather some wood on the way back. He took out his axe to chop trees, hoping to lure the armored beetles from the depths of the rainforest with the bait he had laid. However, things did not go as planned. After chopping down 10 trees, he had yet to see a single trace of the armored beetle. Upon returning to the shelter, he organized the green-level beast skins he had on hand and approached the workbench. Upgrading from a white-level backpack to a green-level backpack increased the stacking limit from 20 to 50, allowing for greater storage of supplies, while the food spoilage rate decreased to 5%, essentially negligible. Facilitating the convenient transport of food. 1 green-level beast skin could upgrade 1 backpack slot, and after counting, he had 125 white-level beast skins and 34 green-level beast skins. Using all the green-level skins, he upgraded 34 slots of his backpack to green level. As for the remaining slots, he would acquire more green-level skins later. After shedding his iron armor, Qin Feng lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Qin Feng was roused from his sleep by the low growls of Bai Di. Upon waking, he was astonished to gaze out the window. The sky bore 4 suns, and thick smoke obscured the sun, painting a picture of impending doom. The relentless heat had ignited the rainforest, with raging flames turning half the sky a fiery red. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and it was no wonder Bai Di was so restless. Qin Feng rubbed Bai Di's head, signaling the little creature to calm down. The fire appeared quite menacing, yet it was still a considerable distance from the shelter. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Although the flames might not reach here immediately, it was only a matter of time before they spread. Exiting the shelter, Qin Feng observed the wind direction, southwest, directly opposite the shelter. Goodness, have you all seen? Half the sky is ablaze, of course, we've seen it. I've been watching the flames grow from the very beginning, not daring to blink an eye. My shelter is right beneath the flames. What terrible luck! Those in the rainforest are in trouble. For those who still have migration opportunities, it's best to relocate quickly. Don't panic. I see the flames are beginning to weaken. Perhaps they will extinguish on their own. Asked the brother upstairs out of his mind. Without human intervention, how could the fire possibly extinguish itself? The group chat was filled with discussions about the fire. Noticing the message indicating the flames were diminishing, Qin Feng privately messaged a player, offering 20 units of wood, and learned the entire sequence of events surrounding the fire. It had been 5 hours since he lay down, meaning the fire had burned for a maximum of 5 periods. Qin Feng recalled his earlier experience hunting mutated dogs during the novice phase. The flames ignited by the torches hadn't set the forest ablaze. Rather, under some mysterious force, the fire had weakened until it was extinguished. Could this force be suppressing the fire's spread? The possibility seemed high. Until the fire was under control, he did not intend to venture outside, lest the flames expand and threaten the shelter. He preemptively stocked the ice blocks in the cold storage, replenishing the water supply. And as he turned with the last bucket of water, he spotted an unexpected guest, a forest wolf. Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he called Bai Di to investigate. Upon arriving at the location of the forest wolf, Qin Feng crouched to examine the soft soil beneath, quickly discovering a series of wolf paw prints. Following the direction of the tracks, he turned to find himself locking eyes with a forest wolf. Roar! Bai Di roared, eager to give chase, but Qin Feng swiftly intervened, for the forest wolf had already vanished into the rainforest. Forest wolves are pack animals. The presence of one indicates the likelihood of a nearby pack, making a rash approach unwise. Accompanied by Bai Di, Qin Feng circled the area again, discovering numerous sparse wolf tracks. Exhaling deeply, he released the tension that had built within him. After yesterday's understanding with the wolf pack, Qin Feng instinctively thought the white wolf had agreed to his terms, leading to a truce. Unexpectedly, just a day later, scouts from the pack had come knocking on his door. The raging fire to the west and the wolf pack to the south were both significant concerns. In that moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming headache. Connecting the brave heart with the appearance of wolf scouts here, one could surmise that scouts from the wolf pack might also be lurking near the brave heart. This trouble stirred up by that girl couldn't be left for him to bear alone. Are there wolf packs in your area? The brave heart quickly replied, albeit with a somewhat teasing tone. Wolf packs? What wolf packs? Qin Feng felt an urge to smack her, responding coldly. Forest wolves. I've encountered forest wolves here. Oh, I see. What do you mean by I see? What is the follow-up? Qin Feng's furrowed brow deepened. A surge of frustration welling up within him. Was she the type to incite irritation in conversations? Pressing further, he asked, What is the situation on your end? I just returned from outside. I haven't spotted any forest wolves. Oh, is that so? If this conversation continues, Qin Feng feared he might lose his temper. He could not rely on the brave heart as for the cause of the fire. Qin Feng was uneasy about the safety of the shelter and had no intention of venturing out. Bored, he began perusing the dungeon guides. Today marked the third day since the end of the novice phase, and he could confirm the dungeons he would enter today. After sifting through various dungeons, his gaze settled on the Brave Challenge and Truth or Dare dungeons. Both dungeons shared a commonality. They required a short completion time, perfectly aligning with his current needs. Unable to leave the shelter, this was an opportune moment to complete today's dungeon challenge. The rewards for Truth or Dare and the Brave Challenge included special ornaments and expansion blueprints. He already possessed the statue of the Goddess of Fortune as a special ornament. If he could obtain another statue akin to the Goddess of War, it would greatly aid his explorations. His desire for the Goddess of War's effects was quite strong. Similarly, expansion blueprints were always a rare commodity, and the more he had, the better. After careful consideration, Qin Feng opted for Truth or Dare. After repairing the durability of his equipment and ensuring he had sufficient food, Qin Feng called for Bai Di to jump onto his shoulder and open the dungeon selection interface. Just as he selected the Truth or Dare dungeon, a prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! You already possess a faith and cannot pledge to another deity. Damn! Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. Was there such a restriction? Helpless, he exited the dungeon selection interface, so, by sheer accident, he had become a follower of the Goddess of Fortune, and this identity was binding. As long as he remained a follower, he could not change his faith. The headache was compounded by the apparent one-sided nature of this faith. There seemed to be no means of release. He felt as though he had been tricked. Unable to select the Truth or Dare dungeon, only the Brave Challenge remained. Having prepared adequately, Qin Feng notified Xiahua, and with a flash of white light, he successfully entered the Brave Challenge dungeon. Chapter 67, Silverwing Bee King Primary Eco Park Expansion Blueprint Expansion Requirements. Dream Energy 3000 Note. Primary Eco Park Expansion Blueprint, upon use, can generate a 1,000 square meter space eco park, featuring a complete internal circulation system. During breeding and planting, the growth rate of flora and fauna is increased by 30%, and production capacity is enhanced by 20%, with a low probability of yielding high-quality resources. Upon returning from the Brave Challenge dungeon, Qin Feng examined the blueprint he had obtained. The primary Eco Park expansion blueprint shared some overlapping effects with the greenhouse expansion blueprint. However, the greenhouse could only cultivate plants. The Eco Park can be regarded as a small-scale cultivation base, equipped with a complete internal circulation system, offering greater developmental potential than the greenhouse. Approximately an hour had elapsed since he entered the instance, and the ferocity of the flames seemed to have diminished. Showing signs of abatement, to his astonishment, The fire appeared to have vanished entirely. Was it possible that it had been extinguished? The sight from my direction was equally obscured, sending a shiver of fear through me. As I had anticipated the flames might encroach upon my vicinity, brothers in the rainforest, why are you still inactive? Such a massive blaze surely claimed the lives of numerous animals. This presents an opportunity for a free barbecue. You mentioned a great fire, and the animals that perished must have turned to char yet. This is certainly preferable to remaining idle and doing nothing. I remain vigilant regarding the regional developments. Around 7:40 in the evening, Qin Feng, who had been closely monitoring the forest fire's progression, noticed the fierce flames had dissipated, leaving only wisps of white smoke. This inferno, which had persisted for over 10 hours, appeared to be reaching its conclusion at this moment. By piecing together the conversations of local players and his own observations, he concluded that the great fire had indeed ceased. After donning his sun protective gear, Qin Feng resolved to investigate the site of the fire. He summoned the White Emperor, and together, they proceeded along the stream towards the location of the blaze. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered no wildlife in the forest, but he did observe numerous tracks left by frantic animals fleeing in the opposite direction of the fire. And he easily arrived at the site of the conflagration. The residual warmth lingered upon the ground. A glance revealed a desolate landscape of charred earth, although the fire had raged for merely over 10 hours. The devastation was severe, as if a vast swath of the rainforest had been hollowed out. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning, as he stepped upon the scorched ground. Qin Feng's expression grew grim. The blaze had reached the green tier trees, leaving nothing in its wake but a barren expanse of charred soil, causing him a pang of anguish. Just how much green tier timber had been lost in this inferno? It felt as though the destruction was not merely of the rainforest, but a personal blow to his heart. Continuing onward, Qin Feng's path was obstructed by a massive, cocoon-like egg-shaped object, a beehive. Though blackened by the flames and seemingly shattered from a great height, he immediately recognized what it was. Upon closer inspection, he found several charred remains resembling bee corpses scattered about, some still twitching as if clinging to life. Silver-winged bee strength, 18 constitution, 15 overall strength, green note, a pollen, nectar and dew-feeding bee, primarily social and friendly, named for its distinctive pair of silver wings. However, do not provoke them, lest you experience the sting of their venomous barbs. After dispatching a barely alive bee, Qin Feng unlocked the entry in his compendium, gaining insight into the characteristics of the bee in his possession. A green-tier silver-winged bee, and no wonder its vitality was so resilient, although it appeared it would not survive much longer. Qin Feng extracted his long spear and sent it to the Western Paradise, a realm free of fire. He attempted to dissect the remains of the silver-winged bee. Ding! Dissecting the silver-winged bee's remains yields a mutated organ 1. Is this even possible? Qin Feng had not anticipated success. He had merely tried it on a whim. To his surprise, he was indeed able to procure mutated organs from these charred silver-winged bees. Given the abundance of charred bodies surrounding him, there were easily over 100 silver-winged bees. The mutated organs from these bees were toxic stingers with barbed tips. Qin Feng raised his long spear and dispatched them from their agony. However, he soon realized not all silver-winged bees yielded mutated organs. Only those that were not entirely dead could be dissected. For the white-tier silver-winged bees, their bodies had already turned to char, fragile as paper, crumbling at a mere touch. After clearing the area around the beehive of the silver-winged bee corpses, Qin Feng accumulated 78 mutated organs, all of green quality. His gaze then fell upon the massive beehive. The hive, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, surely housed a considerable number of silver-winged bees. Qin Feng used his long spear to peel away the charred exterior of the hive, gradually revealing the intact interior, akin to a steamed dumpling, from which a significant volume of steam escaped. Once the steam had dissipated, he approached once more. Honey! Qin Feng's eyes lit up with delight as he saw a chunk of the hive encased in a thick layer of beeswax. With viscous honey glistening amber and flowing slowly, he hastily retrieved a wooden bowl to catch the dripping honey. Dipping his fingertip into the honey, he tasted it. How sweet! A slight spiciness danced upon his tongue, and the fruity aftertaste spread across his palate. What a treasure! After savoring the honey from his fingers, Qin Feng gazed at the enormous beehive, pondering how much honey it could possibly store. However, transporting such a large hive back would be troublesome. He had just attempted to place the entire hive into his backpack, only to find it impossible. He would have to dismantle it into smaller pieces for storage. Raising his long spear, he began to dismantle the hive. And soon, it had shrunk considerably. Suddenly, Qin Feng's movements halted, astonishment flooding his expression. The spear had struck something solid within the hive, unable to penetrate further. There was something inside the hive. Taking a step back, Qin Feng's demeanor grew grave. Whatever lay within that could withstand the sharpness of his spear was surely formidable. After waiting for a quarter of an hour without any sign of movement from the hive's interior, Qin Feng's courage began to swell. Perhaps whatever resided within had been suffocated by the fire long ago. This time, he approached with greater caution, no longer hacking carelessly at the hive. After a while, a massive silver-winged bee emerged. With the hive reduced to a diameter of around 2 meters, Qin Feng beheld the creature hidden within. A silver-winged bee, its size comparable to a soccer ball. Its silver wings were folded like delicate sheets, and its black and yellow stripes heightened the visual impact. Its body was covered in downy yellow fur, with a pair of enormous mandibles and 2 antennae atop its head, presenting a fearsome visage. The long spear must have struck this creature. A gash marked the head of the silver-winged bee. Only a bee king could possess such a size, suggesting its strength might well be at the blue tier. A blue-tier silver-winged bee? Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Such an opportunity was rare and precious. If he could tame a silver-winged bee king, it would mean commanding a hive that could continuously supply him with honey while also serving as a formidable fighting force. Conveniently, he possessed a contract scroll. Chapter 68. A new force extracting the contract scroll. Qin Feng felt a surge of nervousness. This would be the first time he employed the scroll on a wild mutated creature, and he was uncertain of the outcome. May the goddess be with me. Approaching the bee king, he extended the hand holding the scroll near it. The antennae of the silver-winged bee king twitched, shattering the contract scroll. The scroll's azure glow enveloped his fist, and the silver-winged bee king seemed to sense the goodwill emanating from this human, absorbing a sliver of the light into its body. Qin Feng's heart soared with joy, realizing the bee king had accepted his contract. As the glow was entirely absorbed, he felt a profound connection forming between himself and the bee king, a sensation he had experienced when contracting the White Emperor. Silver-winged bee king strength, 55 constitution, 50 overall strength. Blue note. The silver-winged bee king, the ruler of a colony, possesses the power to summon and dominate its hive, attracting surrounding silver-winged bees to submit. Indeed, a bee king of blue-tier strength. As he established a connection with the bee king, Qin Feng sensed its frailty. He needed to provide something to sustain it. He presented blue-tier fruits, oranges, and aquatic plants before the bee king. Under his watchful gaze, the bee king gingerly grasped a blue-tier orange with its forelimbs and began to eat slowly. Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as it could eat, that was a good sign. He feared the bee king might be too weak to consume anything. Without further damaging the beehive, which still contained bee pupae destined to become silver-winged bees under the bee king's command, Qin Feng reduced the hive to a size manageable for his backpack. At his signal, the silver-winged bee king nestled into the hive. Having surveyed the area, he noted that the fire had wrought devastation not only upon the silver-winged bees, but also upon the armored beetles. And he collected any mutated organs he could find. Upon returning, he extracted the beehive, but after circling the area, he found no suitable place to position it. Selling the mutated organs yielded him 3,500 dream energy points. He planned to first expand the ecological garden and set aside the greenhouse for the time being. Choosing the space next to the cold storage on the first floor as the entrance to the ecological garden, he expended 3,000 energy points, creating a space that felt as if it had been born anew. As Qin Feng stepped into the ecological garden, he was greeted by a beautiful landscape with a temperate climate. Completely insulated from the outside heat in the distance, rolling mountains loomed, with a spring at the foot nourishing the land. The meadow was adorned with a myriad of nameless flowers, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Qin Feng realized he had underestimated the ecological garden expansion blueprint. This was a miniature version of a natural ecosystem, complete with everything essential, albeit slightly confined in space. He transplanted the bright fruit trees and fire fruit trees into the ecological garden, utilizing organic fertilizers to enhance soil fertility, transforming 20 square meters of soil into green tier quality. Additionally, he planted the tomatoes, cucumbers, and other seeds acquired from the Great River Adventure instance. Selecting a prime location, he moved the beehive into the ecological garden, securing it with a wooden stake. The ecological garden boasted 1,000 square meters of space, which, while sounding modest, had an actual area utilization rate of less than 1%. Leaving vast expanses of land untended, this would require gradual development in the future. Moreover, Qin Feng discovered that the ecological garden could be upgraded to intermediate and even advanced levels using dream energy. When that time came, the space would expand even further, presenting a whole new vista. Having resolved the issue of the silver-winged bee's habitat, Qin Feng exited the ecological garden and collapsed onto his bed. Upon awakening, he realized it was already the 4th day after the novice period had concluded. Without delay, Qin Feng entered the ecological garden to check on the silver-winged bee king's condition. Sensing his presence, the silver-winged bee king buzzed out of the hive like a drone. The state of the silver-winged queen bee has significantly improved since yesterday, exuding a renewed vigor. Perched upon his shoulder, it licked its forelimbs as if grooming itself, prompting Qin Feng to attempt communication with the queen. Suddenly, the colors before him shifted dramatically. What on earth is happening? A frown crossed Qin Feng's forehead as his field of vision became alternately expansive and constricted. Red blossoms morphed into black silk, displaying a kaleidoscopic panorama that felt foreign to his own body. No, this cannot be. How could another presence exist within the ecological garden? A brief search revealed the cause lay within himself. Leaving Qin Feng both amused and exasperated, it turned out that during his earlier communication with the silver-winged queen, he had inadvertently shared visual perception with it. The perspective he now witnessed belonged to the queen, which explained the peculiar experience. The figure appearing within his view was, in fact, himself. Qin Feng also discovered that his visual sharing extended not only to the queen, but also to the other silver-winged bees in the swarm. He endeavored to shift his perspective onto a silver-winged bee foraging for nectar amidst the grass, and a clear image of the scenery hundreds of meters away manifested vividly in his mind. After a while, Qin Feng shook his head and withdrew from the shared vision, feeling a slight ache in his brow. Maintaining such a state was exceedingly taxing, causing his mental energy to deplete by 3 points in mere moments. Under this shared vision, the movements of the silver-winged bees remained unaffected by his influence, leaving him somewhat dizzy from the 3D experience. Nevertheless, Qin Feng could not contain his excitement, marveling at the astonishing nature of this phenomenon. The ability to share vision with the silver-winged queen implied that he could potentially guide the bees into perilous territories to gather intelligence, thereby significantly enhancing his capacity for information acquisition. This was truly the hallmark of a master spy. He decided to name her Silver Wing. Qin Feng scratched the queen's rigid head, pondering whether she comprehended his intentions, feeling a tad at a loss. Unlike Bai Di, Silver Wing responded to his words with mere gestures and expressions. Bai Di, in contrast, would exhibit varying behaviors based on his verbal cues, allowing Qin Feng to easily discern Bai Di's understanding. Silver Wing, however, lacked such nuanced responsiveness. Silver Wing, hover, commanded Qin Feng, and the queen took to the air, maintaining a steady flight at a height of 1 meter above him. He issued several more commands, all executed with precision by Silver Wing. This revelation made Qin Feng realize that Silver Wing was not incapable of understanding him. Rather, her rigid insect exoskeleton limited her ability to express herself as Bai Di did, as a blue-tier creature. It was evident that even among insects, her intelligence was commendable. Once Silver Wing fully recovers, she would surpass Bai Di, becoming his foremost combat asset. Qin Feng approached the location where the beehive was situated, surrounded by a dozen silver-winged bees buzzing around it. These were the newly emerged silver-winged bees, having transformed from pupae, showing no attachment to the old hive as they began constructing a new one. Upon exiting the shelter, the 5 suns overhead were indeed intimidating, with temperatures soaring high enough to necessitate protective clothing against the sun's rays. The ground temperature had reached over 70 degrees. Under such conditions, Bai Di would be of no use and could even risk heat stroke, leaving Qin Feng to venture out alone. The stream's water level had noticeably decreased, exposing some previously submerged pebbles to the harsh sunlight. With waves of heat distorting the air, Chapter 69. The challenge scroll Qin Feng set out to investigate the surroundings of the shelter, discovering fresh paw prints of forest wolves, which did not bode well for him. Yet he did not catch a glimpse of the wolves themselves. After 2 consecutive days of visits to the shelter, he was perplexed by the wolves' intentions. Even in such sweltering heat, it was likely that the forest wolves would be seeking refuge from the sun. During his rest period, a significant incident unfolded among the players, resulting in a heated argument. Such individuals, in a civilized society, ought to be taken out and executed. Don't be naive. This is a survival game devoid of order. Do you really expect the world's authorities to intervene in matters of life and death? Up above, spare me the chatter. When faced with such situations, would you not be the one crying out for help from the authorities? The law of the jungle prevails. Survival of the fittest. Strength is paramount. Previously, someone was killed by the top-ranked player, Qin Feng. Yet none of you uttered such sentiments then. Nonsense. Can you even compare? One was a reckless fool who provoked a titan, while the other was simply murdered without provocation. Don't twist the narrative, you wretch. Reviewing the chat logs, Qin Feng quickly grasped the situation. The catalyst was a player named Phantom, who, using a challenge scroll obtained from a dungeon, issued a duel request to a player ranked within the top 100. Despite the opponent's clear surrender, Phantom killed him and plundered his resources. With a premeditated recording of the event, he brazenly publicized the video across the region, announcing the formation of the Shadow Alliance, inviting players who shared a penchant for plunder and bloodshed to join. Such actions sent shockwaves throughout the area, inciting the ire of countless players. Phantom. The name itself screams of a pseudonym. Qin Feng accessed the leaderboard. Players in the region could speak anonymously, which he had chosen not to utilize. Players like Xiahua and Linghua had done so. Since the leaderboard emerged following the defense of the shelter, Qin Feng had scarcely paid it any mind. This ranking reflects player strength to some extent, though it is rife with exaggeration. Take Brave Heart, for instance. Logically, her prowess should be formidable, yet compared to Qin Feng, she is but a triviality. Perhaps if he unleashed Silver Wing, she could easily overpower Brave Heart. Thus, Qin Feng held little faith in this so-called ranking. However, the emergence of players challenging others to seize resources warranted his attention. One could never be too cautious, as he might find himself in their sights one day. He located Phantom's name at the 41st position, while Phantom had challenged a player ranked 98th. Qin Feng scoffed. Realizing that Phantom was not as formidable as rumors suggested, he appeared to be a rational individual, astutely selecting a target he could overpower rather than challenging one of the top 20. Qin Feng speculated that Phantom's circumstances were likely similar to his own. Akin to his relationship with Brave Heart, Phantom had acted with a certain understanding of his prey, as long as Phantom was not a lunatic. The threat level remained manageable. It was the unchained mad dog that posed the greatest danger, capable of springing from anywhere to deliver a lethal bite. Nonetheless, Phantom's actions of plundering fellow players served as a catalyst. Akin to opening Pandora's box, the polarized debates illustrated the ensuing panic among some players while simultaneously emboldening the malicious intentions harbored by others. Those struggling to survive caught a glimmer of hope in the prospect of seizing resources from others. What if their development was lacking? They could simply plunder from others. Once this precedent was set, the moral constraints stemming from civilized society would loosen considerably. When faced with desperation, one might rationalize that since others had resorted to such actions, why shouldn't they? Such thoughts, once birthed, could spiral out of control, leading to an irreversible trend. After all, confronting fellow human players was far less perilous than facing unknown mutated creatures. Qin Feng was not the only one to recognize this. Many players in the region shared similar sentiments. This trend must not be allowed to flourish. The first to take a stand were individuals like Lu Nanqing, Dong Wang, and the Explorers Alliance, who issued a pinned message vehemently condemning Phantom's brutalization of fellow players. Asserting their refusal to partake in such depravity, the big shots were impressive. I always knew not everyone would stoop to Phantom's level. Indeed, speaking of the big shots, are they still accepting new members? Even a gatekeeper would suffice. Count me in. I'm willing to contribute resources if needed. At this moment, the three major alliances responded to the players, announcing that the number of members had reached its limit and that they would promptly upgrade the alliance's level to accommodate more players. A cheer erupted throughout the region. Alliances can be upgraded? Upon reading Lu Nanqing's message, Qin Feng recalled the survivor group established by Xiahua, which also utilized an alliance scroll, although he was not the group leader and thus lacked detailed knowledge about the alliance scrolls. Delving into the chat records, Qin Feng found information regarding the challenge scroll. Challenge scroll quality, green note. The challenge scroll allows one player to force another into a duel, with no escape until one party is dead. The victor may plunder all resources. Goodness, this scroll was designed solely for the purpose of slaughter, its existence encouraging player conflict. Once a challenge scroll is activated, it initiates a fight to the death. Just then, Xiahua approached him. Qin Feng, have you seen what's happening in the region? What are your thoughts? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What was Xiahua implying? Did he think he would endorse such senseless killing? He was no saint, yet neither was he a butcher. He would strike without mercy against those who infringed upon his interests, but he could not bring himself to slay others without cause. Believing he still possessed at least a shred of humanity. Moreover, Qin Feng had no desire to become such a person. Should the day arrive when he found himself transformed into that, he would surely mourn the loss of his former self. With the Phantom incident, it was inevitable that some would imitate such behavior, and he felt compelled to curb this trend. Haha, I knew you would say that. I've reached out to the top 20 players. 15 have agreed to jointly draft a protocol to resist the senseless slaughter of innocents. We will publish the list in the region. Will you join us? I agree. Okay, I'll take care of it. Qin Feng's response brought relief to Xiahua. This protocol was not his own proposal but rather an initiative from others. The reason he contacted Qin Feng was that this individual had never responded to unsolicited messages. Naturally, Xiahua took it upon himself to reach out to Qin Feng. He felt somewhat uncertain about Qin Feng's stance, particularly given the rumors surrounding Qin Feng's actions in the hunting survival dungeon, where he allegedly killed players. Through their interactions, Xiahua did not perceive Qin Feng as a mindless killer, yet the intricacies of human nature were complex. Even spouses of many years often failed to fully understand one another, let alone he and Qin Feng. Shortly thereafter, in the region, a list has been issued by Xiahua to resist the senseless slaughter, with names ranked in descending order. I must say, Xiahua's righteousness is commendable. I bow to you in admiration. The leaders exhibit great responsibility, and my affection for you all is boundless. Qin Feng took note of this list, recognizing the familiar name of Xiahua among many others. Yet also noticing the numerous unfamiliar names, he paid particular attention to the absence of the top 20 players from the list. Regardless of their reasons for not appearing, these individuals warrant scrutiny. Chapter 70. The Descendants. Qin Ming located the video released by the Phantom, which lasted less than 10 seconds. In the video, the Phantom's face was obscured by a tightly fitted iron helmet, rendering their features unrecognizable. It was unclear whether this was to prevent other players from discovering their identity or due to a visage best left unseen. Opposite the Phantom stood a relatively young male player, and the scene of their meeting corroborated some of Qin Feng's suspicions. The two indeed knew each other. Upon the Phantom's arrival, the young man displayed shock and confusion, lacking the vigilance one would expect of an enemy. At first, he even attempted to approach and inquire. All indications suggested that the two had previously crossed paths. The battle concluded swiftly, with the opponent offering little in the way of resistance, in stark contrast. The Phantom acted decisively and ruthlessly, dispatching foes with the same ease as one would butcher livestock, devoid of any psychological burden, quick and precise. Without hesitation, it was evident that this Phantom had meticulously plotted their actions, likely having conducted extensive reconnaissance on their adversary's strength and information before delivering a lethal strike. This challenge could be described as a premeditated scheme. What caught Qin Feng's attention was the contract beast accompanying the Phantom, a forest wolf. Qin Feng was well acquainted with this creature. Judging by its size, it closely resembled the green-level forest wolf that Bai Di had slain, suggesting it possessed green-level strength. No wonder it was so audacious. Upon exiting the region, Qin Feng observed that the management group was also discussing this matter. Fox. I quite like this character, Yu Zhuzai. Players need to engage in slaughter to grow, treating others as nourishment to continuously strengthen themselves. COD. This is merely the beginning. Soon they will realize that the essence of the dream game is slaughter and selection. One day, when they understand the path of ascension, they may become even more frenzied than we are. Grey Wolf. Ha ha ha. Who can argue with that? I too was once innocent. Husky. Enough chatter. Today marks the 4th day for this batch of piglets in the distorted world. You haven't forgotten our objective, have you? Everyone has their own goals, right? Fox. Of course not. My goal, if this Yue can survive until the end, then it shall be him. COD. I want to wait a bit longer. The current player base is too large with many uncertainties. Grey Wolf. I too shall observe for a while. Husky. Then you may continue to wait, but the descendants from other regions have already begun submitting their lists. According to our agreement, we must avoid conflict. The conversation ceased at a critical juncture, yet the information revealed within the group was astonishing. The descendants. Qin Feng pondered these 3 words, having heard this designation for the first time from the group of managers, and realizing that such a management group existed beyond just District 1001. This group appeared to be orchestrating a conspiracy targeting players who were forcibly participating in the dream game. Indeed, the early bird gets the worm, and the early riser is consumed by the bird. The phantom had drawn the fox's attention, slaughter and selection. Qin Feng squinted, lost in thought. The discussions within the management group confirmed some of his suspicions. Their inexplicable induction into the dream game had a far from simple motive. Additionally, Cod's mention of the path of ascension piqued his interest. Was it a method of escape from the dream game? Or a means to become akin to a manager? It was unclear. The latter held little significance for him, but the former was undeniably enticing, however. It appeared that a meeting with this group of managers would soon be inevitable, as the plans of those who referred to players as piglets could hardly yield favorable outcomes. Before that, Qin Feng needed to enhance his strength. Furthermore, it seemed that individuals within the management group were unable to view game data, player attributes, rankings, or any such information. They could only assess a player's strength based on performance. Otherwise, the fox would not have targeted the phantom, and Cod would not have mentioned the overwhelming player base necessitating observation. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine, but fortunately, he had promptly adjusted his strategy to avoid drawing undue attention. However, as the first to hunt a distorted entity, discover the underground laboratory, and possess the contract beast by D, he would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. It was unlikely that he had escaped the notice of others, as the management group was already discussing him when he fell into the basement. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Upon exiting the management group, Qin Feng summoned Bai Di, stroking the little creature's head. The oppressive heat made outdoor exploration challenging, leaving the only means of strengthening oneself through dungeons. His gaze fell upon the dungeon instance. Thus far, no comprehensive strategy had emerged among players regarding the dungeon. It was not due to a lack of entrance, but rather the scarcity of players returning from the instance alive. Even those who had survived provided contradictory accounts. Some claimed the dungeon was a role-playing instance, while others asserted that players needed to assist the native inhabitants in fending off attacks from mutated creatures. The cacophony of voices made devising a strategy impossible. However, one undeniable fact remained. Players who managed to escape the dungeon instance had all seen progress in their main quest. Initially, Qin Feng intended to proceed cautiously and methodically, but the pressure from the management group was overwhelming. It was certain that the individuals within the management group were former players of the dream game. Old monsters from previous rounds. The advantage of their prior experience far surpassed that of a novice like him. Facing such individuals, Qin Feng found little confidence. The progress of the main quest was linked to rewards and permission points, potentially serving as one of his trump cards against the management group. Before this round concluded, he needed to acquire as much as possible. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng contacted Xiahua. What? You wish to enter the dungeon instance? Upon hearing Qin Feng's intent, Xiahua was taken aback and sought confirmation. Are you certain about this? Absolutely. However, there are matters I must discuss with you first. Qin Feng intended to reveal some information regarding the management group to Xiahua. Given Xiahua's nature, he would undoubtedly share this with Lu Nanqing. Yet this information was only suitable for dissemination within a small circle. Too many knowing would only breed panic and could potentially alert the individuals within the management group. The players in the management group resembled shepherds, watching over them as if they were mere livestock, waiting to be fattened for the harvest. If Qin Feng could not access the management group's information, he would likely be like most players, naively reveling in the accomplishments gained within the dream game, unwittingly crafting a garment for others. This was a confrontation between new and old players. The power of one was ultimately limited, and he needed external assistance. The matters I wish to discuss with you may be shared with some of the alliance leaders, but must not be disclosed in the regional channel. Is it that important? Indeed. Xiahua fell silent, realizing for the first time the gravity of the situation as Qin Feng spoke with such solemnity. Very well, I shall carefully consider whom to notify. Xiahua made a promise. And Qin Feng organized his thoughts, beginning to articulate his concerns. Chapter 71. Gathering supplies. Qin Feng, are you suggesting that our enemies are not only natural disasters and mutated creatures, but also other players? If it were merely this, Xia Hua felt Qin Feng was somewhat exaggerating. The emergence of the Phantom event had already erected a high wall of vigilance among players. No, you've misunderstood. Xia Hua did not grasp his meaning, prompting Qin Feng to clarify, not players, but those who participated in the dream game in different batches than us. Qin Feng emphasized the phrase different batches. This revelation struck Xia Hua like a bolt from the blue as he stared in horror at Qin Feng's message. Pressing further, are you implying that there were individuals who participated in the dream game before us? Precisely. Xia Hua fell silent. He had never considered that others had participated in the dream game prior to them. If true, where were these individuals now? What was their strength? Would they pose a threat to newcomers like them? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Hua's expression shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. The answer was unequivocal. The Phantom's use of the challenge scroll indicated the boundless desires driven by self-interest. Before a flock of fat sheep, who could resist taking a bite? For the early comers, the later players were undoubtedly viewed as prime targets. Xia Hua recognized the peril posed by Qin Feng's mention of the descendants, but he grew increasingly curious about Qin Feng's identity. Since their acquaintance, Qin Feng had maintained an air of mystery. Aside from frequent communication with him, he never responded to others' private messages. It was known that Lu Nanqing and her companions were among those who wished to get in touch with Qin Feng. And each time he provided information, it was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Feng, are you some sort of external aid sent by the system to guide us, destined to vanish upon completing your mission? The Qin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. After all this time, he had not expected Xia Hua's imagination to be so vivid. You're overthinking it. He produced a carefully prepared explanation. I hunted the first distorted entity and obtained a blue-level supply box, from which I acquired a prophetic parchment that allows for 3 predictions. All this information was gleaned from the prophetic parchment. Prophetic parchment? You're quite the lucky one. Xia Hua responded with a hint of envy, accepting Qin Feng's seemingly far-fetched reasoning. Help me contact Lu Nanqing and the others, informing them that I require a large quantity of high-quality meat, water, and fruits that can restore stamina, mental state, and mood. In exchange for this, I will provide information regarding the dungeon. I will refuse to share any intelligence with those who cannot supply resources. Before entering the dungeon instance, Qin Feng intended to negotiate with several alliances. He thought it unreasonable for them to receive the intelligence he provided without offering anything in return. At the very least, they should pay some price. My goodness, are you planning to extract a hefty sum from several alliances? Shortly thereafter, Xia Hua adjusted his posture and remarked, are you uncertain about the dungeon instance? I suppose so, Qin Feng replied candidly, adding, who can claim to have absolute certainty when it comes to dungeon runs? Indeed, Xia Hua replied, I will assist you with this. Concluding their conversation, Qin Feng began preparing for the dungeon venture, ensuring he had essential supplies such as water and food, and he also checked the durability of his equipment. Ultimately, he entered the ecological park and cut a piece from an abandoned beehive, allowing 5 silver-winged bees to enter the hive. For this dungeon run, he planned to bring a few silver-winged bees along, as they could assist him in gathering intelligence at critical moments. Qin Feng had tested that as long as the bees did not share vision to burden his energy, the ordinary silver-winged bees could serve as scouts, alerting him to danger when necessary. Meanwhile, Xia Hua quickly contacted Lu Nanqing and the others. Lu Nanqing, Fei Hua Shui Yu, what is it? Why the urgency in summoning us? Qing Qing Zi Qing, Explorer, yes. I am currently organizing the latest strategy for Brave the Rapids. I hope this isn't trivial. Despite being a group of fewer than 10, the remarks next to their names were intimidating. Each member was a key figure from various major alliances. I called you here for something significant, and what follows is the information Qin Feng asked me to relay to you. Whether you believe it is up to you. Xia Hua recounted the intelligence he had received from Qin Feng in the group. The descendant, Lu Nanqing, murmured, and silence enveloped the group. Most members, like Lu Nanqing, held a skeptical attitude, as this news was utterly explosive. None present were foolish. They were all calculating whether Xia Hua had fabricated this claim. Lu Nanqing was the first to speak. Are you saying Qin Feng instructed you to tell us? Why didn't he convey this directly to us, needing you as an intermediary? How should I know? You all just quibble about whether to provide supplies, like a bunch of nagging women. Xia Hua retorted with his fiery temper, refusing to elaborate further. Lu Nanqing was speechless, her fair forehead lined with irritation. I am indeed a woman. Qing Qing Zi Qing, Explorer, terrifying, truly terrifying. Dong Wang, Tiandi Dai Ai Jia Xiahua. Are you sure Qin Feng isn't your puppet? We can't reach him, yet you easily can and provide such crucial information. Are you concocting a reason to swindle our resources? Stop blowing smoke. Show me your puppet. If you have won, I stand tall and fear no shadow. You know well how you ascended the ranks. Our accounts are yet to be settled, so spare me your incessant prattling. Xiahua shot back. Dong Wang, Tiandi Dai Ai Jia Xiahua, mind your words. Don't think I'm afraid of you. And what if I don't? Just wait. I have a challenge scroll, and I will be the first to let Qin Feng use it on you. To see how much you weigh, Xiahua snapped. You are such a reckless fool. Zhuzi by Jia, explorer all right. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Yes, let's get to business. Xiahua bit his teeth, his words laced with anger. Don't forget, it was I who provided the information for hunting for survival and brave the rapids. Who benefits most from this? Surely, you don't expect your underlings to conquer the dungeon, do you? If they could, you would have done it already. What's wrong with you providing some resources? Xiahua's merciless ridicule struck the faces of the alliance leaders like a slap. The intelligence about the pet eggs produced from hunting for survival primarily benefited the alliances. At this moment, Lu Nanqing stepped forward. That's not my intention, and if possible, I would like Qin Feng to join our group. It would lend more credibility, and we could discuss matters more effectively. Qing Ziqing, explorer agreed. Xiahua's anger subsided somewhat. I can't decide whether Qin Feng joins the group. He seems to be wary of something and prefers to remain incognito. Zhuzi by Jia, explorer, what could make him, the top player, so cautious? I have no idea. All I know is this. If you don't provide resources when Qin Feng returns from the dungeon instance, don't expect to share any information about it. This is my stance and also Qin Feng's. Anyone who disseminates information recklessly will face my wrath. I have a challenge scroll, and I will be the first to have Qin Feng pay you a visit. The group fell silent, realizing that Xiahua's statement about Qin Feng visiting them instead of the other way around was a blatant threat, leveraging his status as the top player. Chapter 72. The robber Xiahua was stating the undeniable truth. According to current information circulating in the region, Qin Feng indeed possessed formidable strength. Ultimately, dungeon strategies hinge on the contributions of head players. Ordinary players entering a dungeon focus solely on survival, leaving no room for exploration or contemplation. As of now, no complete strategy for the dungeon instance existed. While they could choose to repeatedly enter other dungeons for safety, those present were astute enough to recognize that dungeons exist to enhance player strength. They would not be willing to let such opportunities slip by. With a powerful player like Qin Feng actively paving the way, everyone was naturally eager to see the outcome. You all recall the mainline task announced by the system, which stated that progress in the main storyline would reward permission points. Zhuzi by Jia spoke up. Dong Wang, Tiandi Dai Ai Jia, of course we remember. Zhuzi by Jia, just say what you want. There's no need for riddles. Zhuzi by Jia, explorer, what I wish to convey is that with the sudden emergence of the descendant, Qin Feng's eagerness to enter the dungeon instance, and the connection between the dungeon and advancing the mainline task, could we infer that permission points are crucial for dealing with the descendant? Furthermore, does Qin Feng understand the significance of permission points? If Qin Feng were in the group, he would undoubtedly applaud Zhuzi by Jia's analysis. His words awakened the others, and the pressure shifted onto Xiahua, who felt a jolt of anxiety. Goodness, there are so many complexities involved. This is a mental game, don't look at me. I'm merely a messenger, not a mind reader. Don't expect me to possess any inside knowledge. After a brief silence, Zhuzi by Jia was the first to express his stance. Having shared information with Xiahua, and naturally trusted him not to be a deceitful scoundrel. On behalf of the explorers, I am willing to contribute. If possible, I would like to speak with Qin Feng directly. Infuriated, Lu Nanqing bit her crimson lip, cursing Zhuzi by Jia for his cunning. He aimed to establish a connection with Qin Feng through this incident. Just as she was about to voice her own thoughts, Zhuzi by Jia had already beaten her to it. Following closely, Lu Nanqing added, Fei Hua Shui you feels the same. Xiahua, if there's a chance, please introduce us. Ugh. Xiahua wore an annoyed expression, noting how swiftly this woman changed her demeanor, from addressing him as Xiahua to now calling him handsome. He responded nonchalantly, all right, I will relay your words. I cannot guarantee whether Qin Feng will contact you. With one person making a statement, others soon followed suit. Even Dong Wang, despite his reluctance, had to grit his teeth and join in. Qin Feng, fulfilling his mission, Lu Nanqing and the others paid a hefty price in resources. Thank you, Upon receiving the supplies, Qin Feng was astonished. He had received 1,200 units of green-grade meat, over 100 various fruits, and several rare blue-grade fruits he had never seen before. Truly, resources are akin to a cleavage. With a little pressure, they will yield. After making all necessary preparations, he summoned the system panel and offered a prayer at the statue of the goddess of fortune before departing. May the goddess be with me. In a flash of white light, Qin Feng vanished from the shelter. Upon reappearing, Qin Feng found himself in a desolate wasteland, where the wind howled and sand grains struck his face, the arid air seeming to tear at his skin. Above him, a blazing sun shone so bright that he could scarcely open his eyes. Once his body acclimated, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find an expanse of yellow sand. Not far off were a few withered tumbleweeds, rolling with the wind, imparting a sense of desolation. What on earth is this place? Is this still the distorted world? Qin Feng attempted to summon the system panel and succeeded. However, the windows for region and shop had vanished, leaving only personal-related windows. This scenario resembled that of other dungeon instances, yet strangely, he did not find any time limit for clearing the dungeon or system prompts in other dungeons. Entering would typically trigger a system announcement outlining the conditions for clearing the instance. But here, all previous experiences were shattered. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng selected a direction and began to move forward, with his primary objective being to ascertain his current environment, ideally finding someone to inquire about the situation. The sandstorm intensified, complicating his progress, so he downed half a bottle of water and climbed a sand dune. Taking out his binoculars, he scanned the surroundings, a flicker of excitement appearing on his face as he spotted what resembled human structures not far beneath the dune. Soon, Qin Feng approached the building he had seen through the binoculars, only to be met with a wave of disappointment. While it was indeed a human structure, it had long since fallen into disrepair. Clearly abandoned as he walked along the desolate streets, the might of nature had eroded the bricks and stones beyond recognition, suggesting that no one had visited here in ages. Turning a corner, a raspy grinding sound caught his attention, and Qin Feng swiftly retreated to evade an attack from an unknown creature. A distorted being? No, that's not right. Qin Feng frowned. The creature before him bore a significant resemblance to the distorted beings he had encountered before. Retaining relatively intact flesh and moving with greater speed, more akin to a zombie from a film. Another zombie lunged at him. The next moment, a long spear materialized in his hand. He swept the spear across, severing a head that fell to the ground, then stepped forward to crush it underfoot. Attempt to dismember the corpse. Decomposed aberrant corpse. Acquire aberrant organ 1. Decayed hair 10. Indeed, it is an aberrant creature. Qin Feng rose to his feet, for the ability to utilize the system's dismemberment function indicated that he remained within the aberrant realm, albeit in a uniquely designated space. This small town stretched endlessly before him. Traversing the streets, he vanquished several aberrant beings, leaving the town behind as he ventured forth. The midday sun inclined towards the west, and after 4 or 5 hours of travel, he found himself surrounded by an unbroken expanse of desert. Devoid of any civilization, as he drained the last drop of water from his pristine mineral water bottle, Qin Feng wiped his mouth. Suddenly, a distant yet approaching roar of a motorcycle diesel engine pierced the air, accompanied by 3 sidecar motorcycles that stirred up clouds of dust. Oh, boss, our luck is splendid. Wee stumbled upon another fat sheep. Cut the chatter, surround him. The trio of motorcycles swiftly encircled Qin Feng, trapping him in a tight formation. From an initial sense of joy at encountering other humans, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of caution. These individuals were clearly no innocents, and they did not appear amenable to negotiation. 6 figures occupied the motorcycles, one of which bore a woman bound at the sidecar, cradling a child, likely abducted. It was clear he had encountered desert bandits. One motorcycle halted directly in front of him, blocking his path, while the other 2 flanked him on either side and behind. Qin Feng scrutinized the group, clad in desert camouflage attire, their mouths and noses wrapped in yellowing, weathered cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. The woman in the sidecar had her hair disheveled, a piece of white cloth stuffed in her mouth, her eyes brimming with terror. Kid, don't move. Hand over everything you possess, including your armor and undergarments. Don't try any tricks, or I'll blow your head off. The leader, perched atop his motorcycle, tore away the cloth from his mouth, revealing a face adorned with a scruffy beard, a hooked nose, and deep-set eyes, his broad forehead exhibiting a distinctly Western visage. Armed with an antiquated rifle directed at Qin Feng, he bore an expression of assured dominance, demanding every last possession from him, leaving no article behind.